at S City Airport. Amidst the bustling crowd, a confident girl stood out. She took off her sunglasses, thinking smugly, "I'm back, Ji Li Hong, your dead meat." Then, she headed straight for his workplace. The G Group building is located in the central business district of S City, worth billions of dollars. More than a third of the world's top 600 enterprises are subsidiaries of the G Group. More than half of the world's banks belong to the G Group. The G Group's industries include finance, securities, sales, and insurance. She entered the building's lobby, and everyone gasped in amazement. "Wow, look at that little girl. She's so cute." Shuizhen at the reception desk saw her approaching and blushed shyly. "Oh my God, what an adorable little girl." At this moment, the girl cheerfully greeted her. "Hello, miss." The receptionist, seeing this, happily replied, "Little girl, do you need any help?" She said pitifully, "Miss, I'm looking for my older brother. He works here, but I don't know where he is. I also need to use the restroom." Seeing her like this, the receptionist's heart melted, utterly astonished. "So cute. The restroom is over there. You go first, then I'll take you to find your brother." "Thank you, you're so kind." Then, she turned around, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. Step 1. Successful infiltration. At this moment, Ji Li Hong was in a meeting room. This year, the G Group has invested $1.3 billion in the financial securities aspect of S City's commercial district. The stock market index has fallen. Ji Li Hong boredly twirled a dart in his hand. Seeing him dazed and silent, a subordinate spoke up. "CEO Ji, are you listening?" He threw the dart directly, hitting the bullseye, then casually replied, "Continue." At this moment, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. "Damn it, why do I have such a bad feeling today?" Just then, a foot kicked the door wide open. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned around in shock. "Who is it?" Her shoe flew straight at Ji Li Hong's face. He shot up, slamming his hand on the table, unable to contain his anger. "Damn it, who is it?" She walked in with a wronged expression, her eyes welling up with tears. "Chicken head." She yelled right at him, "I'm pregnant. Tell me what we should do." Hearing this, his hand tightened around her shoe as he cursed. "Damn it, why are you here, Zhang Ye?" Wiping her tears pitifully, she said, "You stupid jerk. I'm carrying your child. I know I'm not good enough for you. You're handsome and rich, and you have so many women around you. But I'm only 17. I don't want to be a single mother. I heard that children without a father have a very pitiful life." He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, angrily questioning her. "Zhang Ye, what on earth are you talking about?" He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me this unruly brat was back?" She said nothing, just stood there crying pitifully. Seeing this, the employees began to whisper. "The chairman's romantic debts have come calling again." He spoke up directly. "Meeting's over. Everyone get out." "Yes, chairman." As they walked out, they kept looking back at her and continued to gossip. "I never expected CEO G to be into kids. This little girl is so unfortunate." Seeing this, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and she rejoiced inwardly. Step 2. Successful provocation. At this moment, Ji Li Hong frowned, irritably scolding her. "Zhang Ye, you're getting more and more out of line. How dare you joke about being pregnant?" Hearing this, she slowly lowered the hands covering her face, thinking with some confusion, "Crap, he's angry." Seeing her reaction, he glanced at her and ordered, "Come here." She feigned a pitiful look. "Why are you so fierce?" He was truly at his wit's end with her. "Sit down." She obediently listened. He squatted down and put the other shoe back on for her. "Don't throw your shoes again next time. It's been so many years. You seem to have gotten taller. Chicken head, chicken head. Did you miss me, chicken head? You're hurting me." Her string of words annoyed him endlessly, and he said nothing. Seeing this, she yelled, "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" He stood up and said coldly, "Call me Brother Hang or Li Hong. In short, call me anything. Just don't call me chicken head anymore." Hearing this, her eyes lit up, slightly dazed. "I can call you anything?" Seeing this, she excitedly shouted, "My love." He said helplessly, "Yeah, I've told you many times I'm your older brother. Besides, why are you back? Aren't you studying abroad in England? Aren't you afraid I'll tell mom and dad about this?" As he spoke, he stepped closer to question her. Seizing the opportunity, she pulled his tie and bit him straight on the neck. She rejoiced inwardly. Step 3. Create a hickey. She sadly complained to him, "We haven't seen each other in 3 years. Didn't you miss me at all, you stinky chicken head?" Ji Li Hong pushed Zhang Ye away and roared in anger. "Ye, are you a dog?" Ye shyly linked her arm with his, whining, but I missed you. Besides, I heard from Annie Zhang that you're living alone outside. You should come home more often. It was so hard for me to come back from abroad. So, you have to take care of me, right?" Hearing this, he frowned, looking at her suspiciously, then bluntly pushed her hand away. "That's enough. I'll have someone take you home." Seeing this, Yia pressed her lips together, thinking to herself, "Humph, don't even think about getting away from me." She turned her face away and said angrily, "Fine, if you're so insistent, then I'll call Madam and tell her someone is bullying me, won't give me food, won't let me stay at home, and even wants to kick me out." Seeing her like this, his heart was screaming. "Zhang Ye, are you my boss?" He turned around in resignation. "Let's go." Seeing this, she asked happily, "Does that mean you agree to move back home with me?" He said nothing, remaining silent. She smiled to herself. She took out her phone and texted someone. First step of the plan, convincing him to come home. Successful. Was it that easy? "Zhang Ye, you're really good." Later, at the villa, a car slowly drove in. A line of maids stood there respectfully. "Welcome home, young master, young Mississippi, welcome home, young master, young miss." Then, the two of them got out of the car together. She looked around excitedly, exclaiming, "I'm finally home." She ran happily into the house. "Annie Zhang, I'm back. I missed you so much." "Oh, young Miss Ye is back." She ran over to hug Annie Zhang and whined, "Annie Zhang, I'm starving." "You poor child. Annie Zhang has made a lot of your favorite dishes." Afterwards, the three of them ate together. She and Annie Zhang chatted happily while eating. "Young Miss Ye, try this dish. It's your favorite." "Wow, Annie Zhang, your cooking skills are getting better and better." Ji Li Hong was completely and helplessly left out. "After studying abroad for so many years, you've gotten so thin. I don't like foreign food. I like Annie Zhang's cooking. I'm done eating. I'm going back to my room." He wiped his mouth and went straight to his room. The sound of rushing water came from the room. Just then, someone secretly opened the door and slipped into his room. He was in the shower, completely unaware. As he showered, he thought wearily, "I wonder what other tricks this little devil has up her sleeve." At this moment, he frowned, his gaze firm as he told himself, "In any case, it's best to stay away from her." Then he wrapped a towel around his waist and walked straight out. As he pushed the door open, the sound of a camera shutter and a flash of light went off. So bright he couldn't open his eyes, his expression dazed. "What's this trick?" he roared. "Zhang Ye," she said smugly. "The latest bath photos are in my hands. Haha." Just as she was about to run, he grabbed her by the wrist. "Damn it, what are you doing?" he questioned angrily. "What are you doing with the camera?" He was now in a thundering rage, threatening, "Give me the camera." She was dazed. She was a little panicked, swallowing hard, but her hand uncontrollably pressed the shutter again. Click. Zhang Ye was still taking pictures. Ji Li Hong pinned Zhang Ye straight to the floor. He growled angrily, "Zhang Ye, you're too reckless. Do you think I wouldn't dare do anything to you?" Zhang Ye frowned, huffing unhappily. "I just took a few pictures. Do you have to be so stingy?" At this moment, she squirmed a little shyly. "What are you looking at? Let me go." Ji Li Hong stared at her. At this moment, his face was also slightly flushed. "Damn it, I'm a normal man too." Zhang Ye shrieked in panic. What are you trying to do?" Ji Li Hong unconsciously lifted her face. "You brought all of this on yourself." Zhang Ye squeezed her eyes, shut in fear, and screamed. Just then, Ji Li Hong came to his senses and pulled his hand back. He stood up, his face dark. He said coldly, "Get out." Zhang Ye said, a little surprised, "Huh, that's it." Hearing this, he was so angry he cursed inwardly. What a nuisance. Then he pushed her straight out the door and slammed it shut with a bang. She angrily kicked the door and shouted, "Hey, you chickenhead, how dare you treat me like this?" She thought resentfully, "Humph, you chickenhead, sooner or later, I'll make you dazzled." In the room, Ji Li Hong walked unsteadily. He ran his hands through his hair in frustration, thinking, "Ji Li Hong, are you crazy? You can touch any woman except her." The next morning, at the company. "Morning, CEO G. Morning, CEO G." Seeing his expression today, everyone started gossiping. "CEO G doesn't look very happy today. Looks like he didn't have a good time last night." He heard these words and could only close his eyes helplessly, recalling the scene from last night. He had been tormented by Ye all night. She slept like a log, kicking him straight in the face, which woke him up in anger. He had to helplessly push her leg away. What kind of sleeping posture is this? She's already 17, but still acts like a child. Back in the present, his head was still throbbing as he complained helplessly. "Because of that little devil, I didn't get any sleep last night." Then there was a knock on the door. "Come in." "CEO G, your coffee." She walked over, placed the coffee cup down, and said, "I heard that girl is only 17. I wonder whose family she's from." Hearing this, he shot her a cold glance and said indifferently, "If you want to lose all your annual leave, I'd be more than happy to tell you." Hearing this, she awkwardly declined. My apologies, COG. I'll be leaving now." She quickly walked out, but the more she thought about it, the more interesting it became. I'm even more curious now. Who is that famous girl from the G family? At this moment, Ji Lihong's phone rang. "Hello." A sweet, cloying voice came from the other end. "My love, I'm back from New York. It's been a while. Have you forgotten about me? Do you want to have lunch with me today, my love?" Ji Lihong frowned, thinking in confusion. Who is this woman? I've been too busy lately. I can't remember. But he still replied smoothly, "My love, you know I've been very busy lately. How about you come to the company and have lunch with me?" "Okay, my love, see you later." After saying that, he hung up and called the person who had just brought him coffee. "Who was that on the phone just now?" "CEOG, the young lady who just called you is named AI Rong. She's a recently popular movie star who only became famous with the chairman's help." Hearing this, he rubbed his forehead helplessly and hung up. Hearing the phone disconnect, she said nonchalantly, "The chairman seems to be in a bad mood today." At this moment, at home, Ye was happily getting ready to get in the car. Annie Zhang smiled gently and reminded Ye, "Be careful. You two remember to come back for dinner." "Yes, Li Hong, and I'll be back on time." Later on the way, she sat there, thinking happily to herself, "Chicken Head, to thank you for taking care of me last night, I specially brought you some food." Next at the company, the sound of high heels approached Secretary Song. "Can I go in to see Li Hong?" Miss AI looked at her. Secretary Song frowned, thinking with disdain, "This woman sure is fast." Seeing that she didn't answer, AI Ronger spoke up. "Is he busy by any chance? Please wait in the reception room for a moment. I'll go inform CEOG." Hearing this, AI Ronger smiled happily and said, "Okay, thank you, Secretary Song." Then she turned and walked away, thinking smugly, "To get Ji Li Hong, I have to be sensible. AI Ronger won't be like other arrogant and bossy women. Only then can I become the chairman's wife and make all the women in S City jealous." Secretary Song watched her retreating back and sighed to herself. Why do all these women dream of becoming the chairman's wife? Just then, her desk phone rang again. "Hello, this is the chairman's office," Secretary Song speaking. "A young girl says she's pregnant with CEOG's child. She wants to see CEOG." Hearing this, Secretary Song replied with interest, "Just let her come up." She thought curiously, "She's here. I have to see what kind of girl is causing CEOG so much trouble." Not long after, the elevator doors opened. Yea walked over in a cute Lolita-style outfit. "Hello, Secretary Song." Seeing this, Secretary Song was full of confusion and surprise. Since when did Ji Li Hong's taste change? Is this Lolita style that popular recently? Then, she spoke up a little shyly. "You want to see CEOG? I'll go right away." Before she could finish, Ye held up a lunchbox and said pitifully, "No, I just wanted to taste the food I made. That would be enough for me." Seeing this, Secretary Song gently patted Ye's head and said, "Little girl, please wait in the reception room for a moment. I'll go tell CEO G right away." "Thank you, pretty sister." Then, Ye obediently turned and walked towards the reception room. Seeing this, Secretary Song smiled smugly to herself, thinking, "There's a good show to watch now." AI Ronger sat in the reception room, touching up her makeup. Just then, she heard a noise, turned her head, and saw a hand pushing the door open. She ran over excitedly, calling out, "Li Hong," but when she suddenly saw that it wasn't him who entered, her expression immediately changed. "Hey, who are you?" Ye was also surprised. "Oh, another woman came to find that chicken head." Ye smiled shyly and said, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lai, the image consultant for the G Group." Hearing this, AI Ronger asked suspiciously, "Image consultant? What are you doing here?" Ye mischievously had an idea and said cheerfully, "Miss, are you waiting for that chicken head?" I mean CEOG? While you wait, how about I do your makeup for you?" She proudly puffed out her chest and tempted her. "I'm great at makeup. I might look like a high school student, but I'm actually 28 years old. It's all thanks to my magical makeup skills." Hearing this, AI Ronger was a little tempted. "Fine, I'll let you do my makeup." Before starting the makeup, she smugly threatened, "If you don't do a good job, I'll have Li Hong fire you." Hearing this, Ye smiled shyly and said, "No problem, pretty sister. I'll make you the most beautiful woman in the world." Over here, Ji Li Hong's phone rang. "What is it?" He slammed his hand on the desk in anger. "What? Why'd you put those two in the same room?" Secretary Song chuckled softly and replied calmly, "Oh, well, you'll have to deal with your own romantic entanglements, COG." Just then, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Ji Li Hong heard it and guessed it came from the reception room. He quickly left his office and headed in that direction. At the door, he called out in alarm. Yeah, are you okay? Entering the room, he saw Yea laughing happily. Haha, while that AI Ronger was holding her face and screaming. Ah, my face. She couldn't accept it, angrily questioning Yea. How dare you draw on my face like this? Seeing Ji Li Hong appear, AI Ronger immediately threw herself into his arms, crying pitifully. Li Hong, you have to punish her. Looking at her current state, Ji Li Hong lightly covered his mouth, trying to suppress a laugh, and coughed twice. Yeah, hurry up and apologize. In his heart, he was overjoyed, thinking, this kid still loves to tease people like this. Yea pouted unwillingly. I'm fine. Yea lifted the hem of her skirt, curtsied slightly, and said, I'm sorry, old hag. Hearing this, AI Ronger was furious and screamed, You. She raised her hand and slapped Yea hard across the face. You bitch. Yea, completely caught off guard, was stunned. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong's brows furrowed in anger. The sound of the slap echoed through the room. Both Yea and Ji Li Hong were shocked. Ji Li Hong shouted in astonishment, You. At this moment, Yea let out a cold laugh, her eyes icy as she said, Cousin. Ji Li Hong tensed and stepped forward, pulling her into his arms. Seeing this scene, AI Ronger was dumbfounded. Ji Li Hong glared at her with a fierce look in his eyes, then ordered, Someone. Seeing this, AI Ronger was a little scared and said in a panic, Li Hong. Before she could say another word, Ji Li Hong coldly ordered, Cease all sponsorship for her, blacklist her completely. Starting now, I don't want to see any news about her on television. Any producer who wants to cast her is going against the G Group. Secretary Song listened with a serious face. Yes, CEO G. She thought to herself, since when did Ji Li Hong have a cousin? AI Ronger shrieked in panic. No, don't do this, Li Hong. She was immediately dragged away by security. I'm sorry, Li Hong. Afterwards, Ji Li Hong angrily questioned Yea. What are you doing here? You only know how to cause trouble. See, now you've gotten yourself slapped. Yea retorted aggrievedly. You're still scolding me? I brought you lunch. Yea's eyes filled with tears as she thought pitifully. He's so fierce with me, that chicken head. Ji Li Hong glanced at the lunchbox on the table. Come here, sit down. Huh? Ji Li Hong touched her cheek, saying worriedly, Your cheek is all swollen. Should I call an ambulance? Hearing this, Yea was stunned. Huh? She thought helplessly, what? An ambulance for a single slap? That's such an overreaction. She yelled angrily. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt at all. Have you eaten yet? I brought you food. He replied coolly. No, it's still swollen. Yea was adamant. She shouted in fear to scare him. I said I'm not going, and I'm not going. Just putting some medicine on it will be fine. I don't want to go to the hospital. If you keep nagging, I'll fly back to Australia to find Mom. She pulled his arm, shouting in protest nonstop, and even bit his arm. Ji Li Hong frowned and said, Are you crazy, Yea? She still shouted stubbornly. I don't care. I'm not going to the hospital. Seeing her react so violently, he understood. He chuckled softly and said, You're scared of hospitals, aren't you? Her secret exposed. Yea panicked and yelled, Nonsense. I'm not scared of anything. I'm not scared of hospitals. He chuckled, teasing her. Really? He found it amusing. She was such a child. All right, we won't go to the hospital, but you have to let go of me. I'll have someone bring medicine for you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. CEO G, the medicine is here. Seeing Yea sitting on the chair with her arms crossed and cheeks puffed out in anger, Secretary Song thought curiously, This kid is amazing. To make Ji Li Hong treat her like this. She doesn't seem like his relative. Could she be his fiancée? She placed the first aid box on the table, opened it, and said with a light smile, This might sting a little. Yeah, said fearfully. If it hurts, can I not put it on? A dissenting voice immediately rang out. No. Ji Li Hong picked up the medicine bottle and threatened her directly. The hospital or the medicine. You choose one. Yea crossed her arms and glared at him angrily, saying, I'm not choosing either. Seeing this, he became extremely angry. Yeah. She pointed at Secretary Song and said, I don't need you to put it on for me. Let the pretty sister do it. You're too clumsy. Ji Li Hong pulled Yea's hand over, lifted her chin, and threatened, Yea, if you keep being stubborn, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Although Yea resisted, she ultimately let Ji Li Hong obediently apply the medicine for her. Don't move. Ji Li Hong carefully applied the medicine for her, afraid of hurting her. Sitting so close to him, Yea was a little mesmerized, thinking to herself, so handsome. A man is indeed most attractive when he's serious. The medicine is applied. I'll have someone take you home. Hearing this, Yea was a little surprised and said aggrievedly, wait, you haven't eaten the food I brought yet. She immediately opened the lunchbox and said excitedly, the sushi I worked so hard to make. But actually, Annie Zhang made it. Ye put a piece of sushi in her mouth and ate it with satisfaction. So delicious. Seeing her like this, Ji Hong frowned and said, eat slowly. Why do you look like a refugee? Is the food at your university that bad? He suddenly realized and asked her suspiciously, did you really make this? Since when did you know how to cook? Her secret exposed. Yia's face fell slightly. Then she yelled angrily, chicken head, what kind of look is that? Then don't eat it. He reached out, snatched the half-eaten piece of sushi from her hand, and happily popped it into his mouth. Not bad. Yia was a little surprised. Hey, chicken head, didn't you say you didn't like it? There's so much sushi. Why are you fighting me for it? Suddenly, Ji Hong leaned in close to Yia with a wicked look and said, who said that? From this moment on, I like it too. Yia's cheeks immediately turned bright red, and she stammered. Just when it seemed a beautiful scene was about to unfold, the two of them started bickering. Don't fight me for it. Chicken head, get your stinky hand off. No way, it's all mine. You can't have it. Afterwards, both of them leaned back on the sofa, satisfied, so full. Ji Hong casually raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already 2:30. It's so late. He glanced at Ye and smiled dotingly. He was truly at his wit's end with this kid. Ji Hong gently patted Ye's shoulder and said, I have to go to a meeting. Are you sleepy? I'll have someone take you home. Hearing this, Ye immediately perked up and said decisively, no. She tugged at his sleeve pitifully and said, I told Annie Zhang would go home with you today. I have to keep my promise. Seeing this, he had no choice but to agree with her. All right, you can watch TV or play games here. Just don't run around. After saying that, he walked away. Suddenly, Ye shouted, wait. He turned his head, dazed. What is it? Ye walked over happily and gave his cheek a light lick. She smiled and pointed, saying, there's a bit of food here. Can't let go to waste, hee. Ji Hong was still too stunned to react, his face turning red with embarrassment. Night had fallen, and Ji Hong was still working in his study. A moment later, he thought wearily, what a long day. I should go to bed early. He returned to his room, pushed open the door, and was met with the sight of Ia sitting on his bed. She was hugging a teddy bear and called out, honey. She waved at him with a radiant smile. But Ji Hong was not happy at all. His face darkened as he thought, that smile again. If an angel and a devil could coexist, then Zhang Ye would be the embodiment of both. The first time they met, Ji Hong was 10 and Zhang Ye was only 3. Seeing him, the little girl toddled over to him. You're so handsome. I'm Ye, what's your name? He replied a bit shyly. Ji Hong. Hearing this, Ye tilted her head, looking puzzled. Ji, does that mean chicken? Are you brother chicken head? He explained in a panic. No, that's not the right word. The little girl, innocent and naive, didn't understand at all, excitedly turned to tell her mother, Mommy, he said his name is Chicken Head. When Ji Hong was 15, Zhang Ye was 8. In a room, Ji Hong pinned a girl down on the bed, saying excitedly, You're so beautiful, my darling. Just then, Ye stood outside the door, witnessing everything. The mischievous girl frowned, seemingly plotting something. A moment later, a bucket of water was suddenly and forcefully splashed on the two of them. Ji Hong's face darkened as he turned to the little girl. Yeah, however, said nonchalantly. Annie Zhang said if you see puppies fighting, you can splash water on them. When Ji Hong was 18, Zhang Ye was 11. Ye knelt on the ground, hugging his leg and crying loudly, making him feel utterly helpless. I'm just going to study abroad. You don't have to cry like this. The little girl cried her heart out, threatening him. Chicken Head, Annie Zhang, said to be careful when going abroad. Watch out for AIDS. But at that time, she didn't even know what AIDS meant. Thinking of the old memories he didn't want to recall, he sighed helplessly. I grew up in blood and tears. This mischievous little girl is truly terrifying. Back to reality. He rubbed his temples, patiently saying, What are you doing here? Go back to your room. Hearing this, the little girl pouted, asking discontentedly, Why? I want to sleep with you. He wearily held his forehead. Don't make me say it a second time. Yu hugged her teddy bear tightly, saying resentfully, No. The little girl shouted, Auntie Zhang. Li Hong won't let me sleep with him. The door immediately opened, and a kindly, smiling Annie Zhang appeared. Young master, the young miss is not in good health, and she's timid. She's scared to sleep alone, so just take care of her a little more. The Annie advised with a smile. Besides, the bed is so big, it won't be a problem. Hearing this, Yu happily chimed in. That's right, that's right. Ji Hong looked helpless. Annie Zhang. He wearily thought to himself, I have to sleep with this unruly girl again. Young master, it's getting late. You should get some sleep too. Good night. After saying that, Annie Zhang closed the door and left. In the room, Ji Li Hong was so angry he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Yu, however, happily patted the mattress and called to him. Come here. Ji Li Hong said coldly. You sleep here. I'll go sleep in the living room. Suddenly, a noise came from the corner of the door. Yu shouted an alarm. Hey, chicken head, wait. Immediately after, a giant dog rushed over, pinning Ji Li Hong to the ground and frantically licking his face. Ji Li Hong's face darkened. Seeing this, Yu burst out laughing, saying smugly, Forgot to tell you, I brought Xiao Ha along too. Afterwards, Xiao Ha ran to Yu's side, and she happily petted it. Ah, good boy. It's sleeping with us tonight. At this point, Ji Li Hong exhaustedly got to his feet. Yu and Xiao Ha were laughing and playing happily, sending feathers from the pillows flying everywhere. Ji Li Hong was so angry he yelled, Yu, get this dog away from me, or I'll find 100 female dogs to tire it to death. The next morning at the company, Ji Li Hong sat at his desk, rubbing his temples. It was all because of that restless night, which made his head throb. That annoying girl used every trick to take over his bed. How could he possibly sleep while holding her? I'm a normal man, after all. Just then, Secretary Song walked in and teased him. CEO G, you look so tired lately. Have you been having fun with a beauty every night? Hearing this, Ji Li Hong growled angrily. Secretary Song, all right, I'll leave you in peace. She chuckled to herself, thinking, who would have thought our high and mighty CEO G would be tormented in bed to this extent? Just then, his phone rang. Hello. A piercing scream came from the other end. Chickenhead, what's with your attitude? I just wanted to ask if you've had dinner. Why are you so impatient? He replied helplessly. I'm busy. I'm hanging up now. I have a lunch meeting with a client. You don't need to come to the company. After hanging up, he instructed Secretary Song. I want to rest this afternoon. If anyone comes looking for me, just say I'm not here. Yes, CEO G. But not long after, Yu cheerfully stepped out of the elevator, thinking to herself, I wonder what he's doing. She crouched down, sneaking in stealthily. Suddenly, Secretary Song was startled. Why are there bunny ears here? Yu happily peeked out. Secretary Song. Oh, Miss Jean. The little girl excitedly waved at Secretary Song, then whispered, I'm going in. Not only did Secretary Song not stop her, she was even more enthusiastic. Okay, I'll cover for you. Chickenhead would never expect Secretary Song to be on my side. Yu thought smugly, then pushed open the office door. Ji Li Hong, I'm here. Where are you? The little girl looked around, seeing nothing. He's not here. She looked towards the wall on the other side, thinking, is he resting? Seeing this, the little girl excitedly took out her camera. What a great opportunity. I have to strike a few sexy poses for photos to make those 3 girls die of jealousy. She tiptoed in. At this moment, Ji Li Hong was asleep on the bed. Yu was mesmerized, taking pictures of his sleeping form. He's so handsome. Even more handsome than the upperclassmen at school. I have to take some close-ups. The closer she got, the more interested she became, leaning down to observe him. Those long eyelashes are a masterpiece. She grew bolder, reaching out to unbutton 2 of his shirt buttons. Oh, why is this so hard to unbutton? Just as she was fumbling and couldn't get it undone, his hand directly grabbed hers, pinning her down. Yu cried out in alarm. Ji Li Hong, you're awake. She hit him once, but he didn't react at all, which greatly surprised her. What? He's still not awake. Then he just lay on top of her, and she, both helpless and angry, fell asleep again. He's so heavy. She tried to push him off. Chickenhead, wake up, let me go. But suddenly, he moved closer, kissing her while she was still asleep. Ji Li Hong gently kissed Yu's sweet lips. She opened her eyes wide to look at him, feeling like she was about to lose her breath. His lips just gently touched hers, leaving her utterly astonished. Yu shyly closed her eyes, her heart filled with anxiety. It's so hot. My heart is beating so fast. Ji Li Hong slowly touched Yu's soft body. She flinched, her eyes wide. She was a little scared, hastily pushing him away. Yu quickly reminded him, Chickenhead, what are you doing? He didn't say a word, then collapsed on top of her. Yu angrily looked at Ji Li Hong's adorable sleeping face. Asleep again. She gently gazed at his handsome features, her small hands carefully and gently pushing him away. A moment later, Yu Yu sat beside him, foolishly watching Ji Li Hong sleep soundly on the bed. She stared intently at his handsome face. She was a little pensive. Really? Suddenly, a look of shock flashed across her face. Wait a minute. Yu Yu's face paled, thinking suspiciously. Does he normally treat women like this? A flame of anger ignited in her heart. She clenched her fists. Absolutely not. My hunting plan must succeed. You will definitely be my prey. A while later, in Ji Li Hong's luxurious office, Yu Yu stared intently at his photos, praising them. This one is really beautiful. She smiled happily and said, this one is beautiful too. Suddenly, his phone rang, the screen displaying Darling Number 1. Yu Yu glanced at the phone, then picked it up, muttering discontentedly, Darling Number 1. He even numbers them. It seems Chickenhead has a lot of lovers. She excitedly pressed the phone. How can he handle so many girls? Let me help you reduce the number by a few. She cleared her throat seriously, then spoke into the phone. Hello. A sweet voice came from the other end. Darling, I miss you so much. After hearing this, Yu Yu's anger flared. She slammed her hand on the table, her face full of anger as she warned. No matter which number lover you are, I'm telling you, I am Li Hong's fiancé. Don't bother Li Hong anymore. He's already too tired of women. In Ji Li Hong's bedroom, a beautiful girl called him Li Hong. He doubtfully asked who it was. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, calling out again, Li Hong. He impatiently asked who was calling him. When he saw a naked girl in his arms, he was stunned. Ji Li Hong frowned. Who are you? Her beautiful hand gently caressed his cheek. Yu Yu said seductively, Li Hong, kiss me. When he saw clearly that it was Yu Yu, he was utterly shocked, roaring in annoyance. Yu Yu. Just then, Ji Li Hong woke up. He sat up awkwardly, lightly touching his lips, thinking to himself, was it a dream? He frowned in annoyance. Damn it, why would I dream about Yu Yu? At this moment, outside the window, the harsh sun shone brightly, illuminating the building. In the tidy office, Ji Li Hong was pensive. Why did that dream feel so real? It felt like I really held that annoying brat, my God. Why am I suddenly getting goosebumps? He made a call and asked, hello, did she come here this afternoon? Secretary Song replied with a laugh. I don't know which lady the CEO is referring to. Let me guess, is it Miss Sheena or Miss Vivian? Ji Li Hong replied sternly. You want to stay abroad for a few more months, don't you? Secretary Song provoked with great interest. CEO Ji, you don't trust me. I'm the senior you trust the most. Ji Li Hong's long legs shifted slightly. He stood up, thinking in frustration. She didn't come. But why did that dream feel so real? The sky gradually darkened, and the night lights illuminated the city. Ji Li Hong drove distractedly, thinking to himself, I have to go back and ask that annoying brat if she went to the company. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes. If Mom finds out what I did with Yu. He imagined his mother smiling as she ordered. Ji Li Hong, you have two choices. 1, marry that girl, or 2, kill yourself. You choose. Thinking of this, he shuddered, afraid he was a dead man. A moment later, the luxury car stopped in front of the lavish villa. Ji Li Hong entered the house and asked the maid, did the young miss go out today? The maid gently took his coat, hesitatingly replying, about that. Just then, the beautiful Yu came down from upstairs. She asked him cheerfully, were you looking for me, darling? Ji Li Hong looked at her appearance with exasperation, frowning as he reminded her, that outfit is really strange. Go change into something else. She asked sadly, why, brother Li Hong? Her sorrowful expression left him speechless. She said dejectedly, doesn't it suit me? Ji Li Hong thought angrily. She's pretending to be innocent, weak, and pitiful to gain sympathy again. He flared up in anger again, pointing at her, while she sat obediently. Ji Li Hong roared, look at yourself. Even your navel is showing. Aren't you cold? And your arms, chest, and thighs. Yu quickly stood up and hugged his arm. She said sadly, but the upperclassmen all say my figure isn't good, that no one likes me. Ji Li Hong frowned and asked, who said that? He blushed as he looked at her. She asked excitedly, what is it? He pretended to look away. It's nothing. Ji Li Hong reminded her with a serious face. By the way, you're only 17. Why do you want so many people to like you? Yu said cutely, I have an ID card. I'm an adult now. He explained helplessly, in my eyes, you're just a little girl who's just grown up. Go change your clothes. She refused, rushing forward to hug him, making Ji Li Hong blush. Her full chest pressed against his. Yu said shyly, does it look that bad? Ji Li Hong's cheeks were flushed. He stared at her, swallowed, and replied, you Yu Yu hugged him tightly, saying softly, "Does it look that bad?" Ji Li Hong shyly pushed her away slightly, bashfully turning his face away, slowly reminding her, "Go change into something else. I don't want to see it when I get back." Yu Yu's face showed a hint of sorrow. She asked in confusion, "Li Hong, where are you going? Aren't you going to have dinner?" He turned his head to look at her, replying, "I have plans tonight. You stay home." Hearing this, Yu Yu screamed internally, "Rotten Ji Li Hong. Damn Ji Li Hong. Bastard Ji Li Hong. You're leaving me home alone again." Outside, the bright moonlight illuminated the beautiful city. In the luxury car, Ji Li Hong was a little pensive, his cheeks flushed. He thought with some melancholy, "This annoying brat. She's not my type at all, but why is my heart beating so fast?" A moment later, he sat solemnly at dinner with a beauty, not saying a word, lost in a daze. Several beautiful girls were attracted by his charm. They scrambled to discuss him. "Who is that man over there? So handsome." "You don't know. He's Ji Li Hong, the CEO of the G Group. I heard he's the grandson of Ji Chong. Doesn't he look like a modern-day crown prince?" They stared at him intently. "Who is the woman having dinner with him?" "She'll keep it down. She's the young lady of the Luo family, Luo Shiyao." Just then, a male waiter approached the table, bringing food for Ji Li Hong and Luo Shiyao. He said attentively, "Sir, miss, please enjoy your meal." Luo Shiyao gently cut a large piece of steak. She said with a smile, "You seem like you're in a daze today." Hearing this, Ji Li Hong was startled and asked, "Huh?" She was a little curious. "Who are you thinking about?" He thought in astonishment, "Could it be that I haven't thought about that annoying brat at all?" Ji Li Hong replied gently, "How could I be distracted? I was just thinking about where we should go next." Luo Shiyao said with a smile, "Really?" She calculated inwardly. It seems there's something on his mind. She swirled her wine glass, looking at his pensive face, and said, "Li Hong, I'm very curious to know." Luo Shiyao asked provocatively, "Is there any woman in this world who can conquer you?" He smiled and replied, "There is." He said with a hint of naivety, "Perhaps she hasn't been born yet." A while later, the rain poured down and thunder rumbled, as if wanting to swallow the entire villa. The maid stood outside the door, knocking lightly and asking, "Miss, are you in there?" A little light shone from the room. The maid thoughtfully comforted her. The power suddenly went out. "Someone has gone to check it. It will be back on in a moment." Yu Yu sat pensively on the bed, replying. The sound of thunder made her shiver, and she let out a frightened cry. Yu Yu felt a little expectant in her heart. "Ji Li Hong, where are you? I'm so scared." Suddenly, a pair of long legs strode quickly. Ji Li Hong hurriedly opened the door, calling out worriedly, "Yu Yu, sorry, I'm late." Yu Yu was surprised. Li Hong. Outside the window, the wind and rain raged. Yu Yu shivered, huddled under a small blanket. Ji Li Hong called out in alarm. "Yu Yu." She slightly lifted the blanket and said, "Brother Li Hong." His gentle hand gently pulled the blanket off her. All the worries in her heart gradually dissipated at this moment. Yu Yu quickly threw herself into Ji Li Hong's arms, crying as she said, "I don't want to be home alone. I'm scared of thunder. I hate you." He stroked her head comfortingly. All right, aren't I back now?" She hugged his warm body tightly. Ji Li Hong asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Yu Yu's face showed a hint of sorrow. She replied sadly, "I haven't seen Dad in a long time, and he hasn't written to me in a long time either. Does he not want me anymore?" This sentence made Ji Li Hong pensive, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I forgot about this." He explained awkwardly, "Your dad is always busy. How long has it been since he wrote to you?" Yu Yu held up her fingers to count. She replied seriously, 1, 2, 3, 7 months and 18 days. Ji Li Hong was stunned, so precise. He gently hugged her and said, "Yu Yu, if you really miss your dad, then write him a letter. When we get his reply, we'll have his address. Then I'll forward the letter to you." Yu Yu asked blankly, "Really?" He said seriously, "Definitely." He and she hugged each other tightly. She said, "Thank you, you rotten Ji Li Hong." Ji Li Hong gently pushed her away, advising, "You should rest. I got caught in the rain. I need to take a shower." Yu Yu replied obediently, "Okay." In Ji Li Hong's magnificent room, she peeked at him undressing from outside. He frowned and asked, "Go to sleep. What are you still doing here?" Yu Yu asked curiously, "Who did you have dinner with tonight?" Ji Li Hong, who was unbuttoning his shirt, looked at her and thought, if she knew I had dinner with Shiyao, she would definitely go crazy. He stammered in reply, "It was someone you've never met." After hearing that, she got a little excited. Was it a man or a woman? Old or young? A pretty girl or a handsome guy? Yu Yu thought seriously, or maybe not. Did you have dinner with a transgender person? Ji Li Hong frowned, his voice rising. That's right, it was a transgender person, and a beautiful and charming one at that. After speaking, he quickly closed the door and went into the bathroom. Yu Yu thought angrily, that rotten chicken head. He won't even spare a transgender person. Over here, Luo Shuriao sat alone and sad, looking at the rain outside the window. The manager approached and reminded her, Miss Luo, the young master sent me to take you home. She replied thoughtfully, all right, thank you. I'll be home in a bit. She recalled the moment Ji Li Hong's hands were trembling. He stood up anxiously and said, sorry, Shuriao, I have something urgent. I have to go now. The driver will take you home. Luo Shuriao gently advised, wait, Li Hong. It's raining outside now, and there's thunder. Wait for the rain to stop before you go. Ji Li Hong paid no attention at all, leaving quickly. He turned his head and said, it's precisely because of this bad weather that I have to go home. Back to the present, Luo Shuriao gave a slightly mysterious smile, thinking to herself, Li Hong is rarely in such a hurry, unless it's something extremely important to him. But what could it be? Over here, Yu rested her chin on her pretty hands and thought, what kind of taste is this? He's even involved with a transgender person. Suddenly, her phone rang loudly. The screen displayed an incoming call. Rue, Rue. Yu slowly answered the phone. The loud shout from the other end startled her. My Yu, what are you doing? Yu replied softly, hello. She calmly listened as Rue asked, Yu, how's it going? My plan of the nightclub is going very smoothly. I've already hooked a few handsome guys on the 48th floor. Yu provoked cheerfully. So what? I will definitely conquer that rotten chicken head within a month. Rue quickly reminded her. You'd better hurry up. We made a bet. I have to go hunt for handsome guys by. Hearing this, she frowned and shouted, hey, damn you, Rue. I'm not finished talking. Yu seemed to be in thought, looking towards the window. Rue's business is going very smoothly. She crossed her arms, a smug smile on her face. Hunting handsome guys is no fun at all. I have to go hunt a transgender person. The next morning, at Ji Li Hong's spacious villa, Yu's loud shout woke him from his sleep. Chairman Ji Li Hong. Chairman Ji Li Hong. It is now 6:15 in the morning, Beijing time. It's time, Chairman Ji Li Hong. Get up quickly. He saw Yu lying happily beside him, a dazed expression on his face. He frowned and sat up abruptly. Ji Li Hong asked Yu in confusion, what are you doing? She replied with a smile, because you're late for work, I came to wake you up. His face flushed, speechless. He frowned and thought, you've got to be kidding me. It's only 6 o'clock. Yu slowly left the room. She gently turned her face to look at him, saying softly, since you're up, I'll go downstairs. Oh, right, I want to have lunch with that transgender sister today. Ji Li Hong was dazed, asking curiously, transgender sister. He roared angrily, damn it, there is no transgender sister. Yu, you'd better stop this for me. At noon, the harsh sunlight shone on the company building. Ji Li Hong looked at his watch, a little surprised. Damn it, it's almost 12. He tried to work, but his mind was on her. That little rascal, she must be coming soon. Where am I supposed to find a transgender person now? Suddenly, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Luo Shuriao. Speak of the devil. It must be that little rascal's trick. Without looking at the caller ID, Ji Li Hong hurriedly answered the phone and complained, my dear girl, there is absolutely no transgender person. I was just joking with you yesterday. On the other end of the line, Luo Shuriao said gently, CEO Ji, it's me. He replied in surprise, oh Shuriao, it's you. Ji Li Hong asked with a smile, young lady, what's the matter? She said excitedly, you left in such a hurry. I haven't been able to contact you since yesterday. Your phone has been off the whole time. What else could it be? He apologized attentively. Sorry, Shuriao. The battery must have died. Luo Shuriao was in a very good mood at this moment. She leisurely admired the view outside the window and made a small suggestion. All right, you now have a chance to make it up to me. Treat me to a meal. You left me all alone. I was very hurt. Ji Li Hong quickly agreed. It would be my honor. But can I bring someone else along? Luo Shuriao asked curiously, is it your new girlfriend? The one you had to go home to be with yesterday? Ji Li Hong stammered awkwardly in reply. No, there's no new girlfriend. He quickly explained, it's my cousin. Luo Shuriao was a little interested. Cousin, can I meet her? A moment later, Luo Shuriao sat calmly waiting for the two of them. She held a glass of red wine in her hand. I didn't know Ji Li Hong had a cousin. I wonder what she looks like. Suddenly, his voice rang out, and Luo Shuriao looked up in surprise. I told you to wait for me at home, that I would come pick you up. Yu hugged his arm tightly, replying with a smile, I just want to be by your side. Seeing Yu approach, Luo Shuriao blushed. What an adorable little girl. Yu happily ran up to Luo Shuriao, praising her profusely. Wow, so beautiful. Are you the transgender person who had dinner with Brother Li Hong the other day? Luo Shuriao asked blankly. Huh, transgender person. Ji Li Hong couldn't cover Yu Yu's mouth in time, shouting in panic. Zhan Yu Yu. She smiled back at Luo Shuriao. My cousin told me so. Luo Shuriao frowned at Ji Li Hong. He said, trembling, excuse me, I need to use the restroom for a moment. In the luxurious restroom, Ji Li Hong looked at himself in the mirror, his expression full of contemplation. I really shouldn't have brought this troublesome girl. He turned his head and thought to himself, I'd better find an excuse for this girl to leave. At the dining table, Luo Shuriao asked with a smile, so, you're Li Hong's cousin. I've never met you before. Zhan Yu pretended to be aggrieved and said, my cousin is very strict with me. He doesn't let me make eyes at anyone. But I want a boyfriend. Can you help me? After hearing this, Luo Shuriao was very surprised. Yu, how old are you? Zhan Yu replied with a smile, I'm only 17. But what young girl who's just fallen in love doesn't dream of a Prince Charming? Luo Shuriao suggested. How about this? Let's go to a party together. Maybe you can find your Prince Charming. Zhan Yu replied happily. Thank you so much. A moment later, Ji Li Hong returned to the dining table from the restroom, surprised to find that both girls had disappeared. Where are they? He quickly asked the waiter. Where did those two ladies go? The waiter bowed his head and replied, CEO Ji, this is the note the two ladies left for you. On the paper was a message from Luo Shuriao. Li Hong, your cousin has gone shopping with me. I'll bring her back before 10, don't worry. After reading it, he was furious. Isn't this enough? I've been stood up. The dignified CEO of a G group was stood up. Calm down, calm down. How ridiculous. No, why should I care? What kind of woman haven't I met? There's no need to pay too much attention to that brat. At the noisy party, the crowd was bustling, filled with cheerful laughter. Luo Shuriao and Zhan Yu slowly walked in. Luo Shuriao looked at Zhan Yu's proud and beautiful appearance and couldn't help but smile. The guests buzzed with discussion. Wow, these two are so beautiful. That's the young lady of the Luo family. Who's the one next to her? A young man walked over and asked, Miss Luo, this young lady is. Luo Shuriao looked up at Zhan Yu, seeing that Zhan Yu had taken off the mask on her face. Luo Shuriao thought for a moment and replied, Ah, she is a demoness from the Elf Kingdom. Her name is a secret. At the same time, at Ji Li Hong's luxurious villa, he sat intently on a chair reading a book, his hand gripping the book tightly. He anxiously thought about that detestable Zhan Yu. It was already 10 at night. Why wasn't that little demon back yet? Ji Li Hong was restless with worry. I really shouldn't have let her go see Luo Shuriao. I hope Luo Shuriao can handle her. Annie Zhang thoughtfully brought over a cup of tea. She gently placed it on the table, saying, Young master, have some ginseng tea. Ji Li Hong shot up to his feet, exclaiming, It's so late, and Ye still isn't back. Please God, don't let her cause any trouble. Auntie Zhang smiled and replied, Young master, Miss Ye is not a child anymore. She's 17. He frowned and replied, Oh, is that so? To me, she's only 7. No, I'd better make a phone call. Annie Zhang's advice made his face flush. Young master, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. The young miss will be back on time. Ji Li Hong listened to her, sat back down in his chair, and said, All right, I'll wait. A moment later, a female maid entered the room. Annie Zhang asked, What is it? The maid replied softly, The young miss is back. Annie Zhang smiled and said, Then the young master can rest assured. He shyly avoided her gaze, muttering, taking this long to come home. Zhan Yu cheerfully entered the house. I'm back. As she spoke, she gestured excitedly to Annie Zhang. Annie Zhang, look, this is the new dress that Sister Shuriao picked out for me. Annie Zhang praised her happily. Wow, you're so beautiful. You've truly become a graceful young lady. Ji Li Hong stole a glance from behind. He said, a bit pretentiously, Luckily, your development can be considered a success, not too unsightly. The girl turned her head, whispered something to him, and Ji Li Hong's face turned from pale to white, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Zhan Ye looked at Annie Zhang excitedly, smiling happily. She said to Annie Zhang, you were right, I've really grown up. She winked smugly. So from now on, I'll sleep by myself. Li Hong, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. He thought irritably, she's finally willing to sleep alone. But I hate this feeling of being used and then discarded. Zhan Ye said with a smile. Annie Zhang, I'm going to bed. Auntie Zhang replied gently. Okay, your bath is ready. Have a nice bath and a good night's sleep. Zhan Ye obediently replied. Yes, thank you, Annie Zhang. Zhan Ye walked away, humming a tune, her heart filled with joy. Ji Li Hong watched her go, a little puzzled. He swallowed unnaturally, his hand on his chin as he thought, What on earth happened when she went out shopping? I feel like something is strange. Suddenly, Auntie Zhang called out, "Young master." He was startled and turned to look at her. Auntie Zhang gently reminded him, "It's time for bed." Late at night, the villa was unusually quiet. A smug look appeared on Auntie Zhang's face. She was on the phone with someone on the other end. "Hello, madam." The young miss insisted on sleeping alone, and the young master agreed. For now, there doesn't seem to be any progress between them. The night was deep. A little light shone from Ji Li Hong's room. Inside, he sat on his bed, staring intently at an iPad. He couldn't stop thinking about Zhang Ye. That little demon must be asleep. I can finally enjoy an evening without her bothering me. He slowly walked towards her room, wanted to go in and check. Ji Li Hong slowly opened the door, cautiously peeking his head in to look at her. He saw that she was sleeping soundly and obediently. Ji Li Hong's face flushed red, and his nose even started to bleed a little. What kind of sleeping posture is this? So suggestive. He quickly pulled the blanket up to cover her completely. Looking at Zhang Ye now, wrapped in a blanket like an Egyptian mummy, Ji Li Hong silently praised his own actions. "I was just worried she'd get cold." He looked at her affectionately, then smiled softly. "She's still exactly the same as when she was little, not changed at all." Zhang Ye's sleeping face was so lovely. Ji Li Hong put his hand in his pocket, took out a letter, and placed it on her bedside table. A look of satisfaction was evident on his face. He gently stroked Zhang Ye's hair, then placed a sweet kiss on her forehead. "Sleep well, sweet dreams." The next morning, sunlight filled the villa. Ji Li Hong slowly walked downstairs and into the living room. Several maids greeted him in a loud voice. "Young master, good morning." He smiled faintly, then turned his head upon hearing Zhang Ye's voice. "I'm a little bee, a little bee." He walked closer to her. She seems to be in a very good mood. He was a little puzzled. "Why are you dressed like this again?" Zhang Ye replied excitedly, "Cousin, you're awake." She said happily, "I have good news to tell you." He asked curiously, "What good news?" Her face glowed with happiness as she replied gently, "Dad wrote me a letter." He immediately asked, "What did he say to you?" She replied cheerfully, "It's a secret." Hearing this, Ji Li Hong's face darkened. "Calm down, Ji Li Hong. You're an adult. You can't bicker with a child." Zhang Ye excitedly added, "All right, Li Hong, I'm going out with Sister Shuriao tonight, so I won't be having dinner with you." Ji Li Hong frowned. "Going out again? Where are you two going?" She answered smugly, "It's a secret, haha." Hearing this, Ji Li Hong was speechless. He waved his hand. All right, have fun, be safe." But Ji Li Hong had no idea the she-devil's revenge had only just begun. A week later, Ji Li Hong coaxed with wide eyes. "Yeah, there's a great restaurant. Do you want to go eat with me?" Zhang Ye quickly refused. "I can't. I have to go with Sister Shuriao." He continued to coax her. "We haven't gone out together in a long time. Please come." Zhang Ye said disdainfully, "No need, thanks. I have to go with Sister Shuriao." Ji Li Hong tried to plead. "Yeah," she replied bluntly. "Sorry, I have to go out with Sister Shuriao today." He thought angrily, "Calm down, Ji Li Hong. This unruly girl isn't bothering you. You should be happy." In reality, he was very sad. He collapsed onto the floor in utter misery. "No, I'm not happy at all." The next morning, at Ji Li Hong's corporation, he called her seriously. "Yeah, we haven't seen each other in days. We must have dinner together tonight, no matter what." On the other end of the line, Zhang Ye said smugly, "Sorry, Li Hong. I have a date with Shuriao. You should have dinner with your girlfriend." She hung up, making his face darken. He gritted his teeth. How dare she hang up on me? Suddenly, the phone rang again. He immediately answered. "Hello." A somewhat pretty girl said coquettishly, "Come to my place, Li Hong. You're so heartless. I miss you so much." Ji Li Hong irritably hung up the phone. He frowned and thought, "They're out all the time. What are they up to?" Ji Li Hong calculated. Maybe I should hire a private investigator to check it out. He slumped down sadly. "No, Ji Li Hong, you've already decided to get away from her." An employee bringing in tea saw this scene and thought with amusement, "So cute." Meanwhile, at a party, a few young men were chatting. "I wonder if Ye will come today. A lot of people are hoping she'll come, so she probably will." A small, slender hand pushed the door open. Zhang Ye entered wearing a mask, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. "She's here, the mysterious elf," a young man said. "She's as popular as ever. Many people don't dare to approach her." Zhang Ye was laughing and chatting happily with a handsome guy. On the other side, Luo Shuriao gently swirled her wine glass, thinking smugly, "It seems I have a reason to visit the Ji family." A young man suddenly asked, "Yeah, I wonder if I might have the honor of having dinner with you tonight." The other young men saw this and were extremely annoyed. Damn it. He beat us to it. Suddenly, more than a dozen young men rushed forward with invitations. You are my elf princess. I'm willing to be your knight. Please give me a chance. For your smile, I've booked this entire nightclub. I bought all the roses nearby, just for a chance to meet you. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and pointed to one in the middle. Then you. The chosen young man was ecstatic. Ah, the goddess has chosen me. He elegantly stepped forward and kissed the back of her hand. Thank you, Princess Yi, for giving me this opportunity. I will do my best to make you happy. The girls in the back whispered, wow, look at that. Zhang Yi looked up. They saw Ji Lihong hand in hand with a girl, and a buzz of discussion erupted. What? That's Ji Lihong. Why is he at Xionglan? Luo Shiyao saw this, and also thought curiously, why is Lihong here? That purple-haired girl was smiling at Ji Lihong. Luo Shiyao looked worriedly at Zhang Yi, a little scared. Yi is still here. If Lihong finds out I brought her, he'll be furious. The purple-haired girl said softly to Ji Lihong, honey, when you hung up on me, I thought you didn't want to date me anymore. Ji Lihong pretended to reply. How could that be? I haven't seen you in a while either. His mind was full of curiosity. I wonder where Shi Yao and that she-devil went. Zhang Yi saw Ji Lihong and crouched down in fear. So close. Why is that rotten Ji Lihong here? He saw a strange man talking to her and frowned. My princess, what's wrong? Are you all right? Suddenly, Ji Lihong realized something, and he was a little displeased. That's Zhang Yi. I can't be mistaken. Zhang Yi was startled. He recognized me. Unexpectedly, the purple-haired girl walked over and asked, Lihong, where are you going? Ji Lihong replied coldly. Something urgent came up. Go home by yourself. He quickly strode forward, grabbed Zhang Yi's slender wrist, and roared angrily. Zhang Yi, why are you here? She worriedly tried to think of a way to deal with this. She calmed herself and replied with a forced smile. I'm sorry, sir. You must have the wrong person. He shouted, shut up. I know it's you. Come home with me now. Ji Lihong gripped her hand tightly, pulling her outside. Zhang Yi cried out in pain. Let go. You're hurting me. It hurts so much. Are you listening to me? Let go. Her anger reached its peak. I told you to let go. Ji Lihong didn't answer, furiously dragging her into the car. Zhang Yi asked in confusion, what are you trying to do? He forcefully pushed her into the seat. She screamed in pain. He angrily slammed the car door shut, then drove off in silence. Ji Lihong stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. A moment later, Zhang Yi rushed into the house. Auntie Zhang said, young miss, you're back. Her face was gloomy, and she was in no mood to reply. Auntie Zhang asked doubtfully, what happened? Ji Lihong replied wearily, it's nothing. Auntie Zhang, leave us alone for a moment. A while later, he stood in front of her door, calling out loudly, Zhang Yi, I'm counting to 1. You have to open the door for me. 3, 2, 1. Hearing him say this, Zhang Yi was heartbroken. He said, don't you understand what you've done? You're only 17. Didn't you see the way those men looked at you? Don't you know what they would do to you? Stop acting like a child. She cried as she replied, so what? I don't care. I like being the center of attention. Everyone at Xionglan likes me. Unlike you, you never pay attention to me. You always treat me like a child. Her heart was filled with grievances. What do I have to do to make you understand my feelings? Ji Lihong said angrily, if you insist on doing things your way. He walked away while she wearily slid to the floor. He coldly declared, I won't interfere in your life anymore. The next morning, several employees in the company were buzzing with discussion. Did everyone see the news yesterday? What news? Another scandal about CEO G. This one's really hot. Everyone's guessing who that girl is. Really? Let me see. On the phone screen, the #1 search topic was the mysterious girl of Qionglan. #2 was CEO G of G Corporation and mysterious girl. #3 was CEO G's new girlfriend. Wow. He held her hand and led her away, so manly. Is the girl next to him a movie star? The secretary cleared his throat. Ahem. Ji Lihong entered the company with his staff. The gossiping girl saw him and became anxious. Oh no, did the CEO hear us talking? He frowned and ordered, if they chat during work hours again, fire them all. Also, contact the media and have that article taken down. The secretary replied respectfully, yes, CEO. Ji Lihong mused. We haven't spoken since our last fight. She must be waiting for me to make the first move. Meanwhile, in a quiet garden, Zhang Yi was training a puppy. She pointed and said, stand up, Xiao Ka. Shake, lie down. Xiao Ka didn't understand and just yawned widely. She shouted angrily, are you looking down on me, you little bear? Your name isn't Xiao Ka anymore. From now on, your name is Ji. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw Ji Lihong's luxury car returning home. Zhang Yi pretended to hide. Why is he back so early? When she saw a long-legged older sister get out of the car, she was stunned. A woman. At this moment, Ji Li Hong was sitting in the garden talking to the purple-haired girl. The purple-haired girl asked with a smile, Li Hong, you abandoned me for that girl the other day. Who is she? She's on the front page of all the papers. Are those papers exaggerating? I'm so sad. Ji Li Hong brought the teacup to his lips and replied thoughtfully, It's nothing, just baseless rumors. The purple-haired girl burst out laughing. Haha, really? Was I mistaken then? She leaned in curiously and whispered, People say that girl is the fiancé the Ji family chose for you. You took her away because you didn't want your fiancé to go to Cheongwon. Ji Li Hong recalled yesterday's scene, his brow furrowed and his anger flared. Ji Li Hong stood up and said in a loud voice, Which newspaper dares to make a joke out of me? Give me its name. I want to bankrupt by tomorrow. He sneered and said, She can never be my fiancé. No one is more stubborn than her. The purple-haired girl was a little surprised to hear this, really. But your expression doesn't look like it. Zhang Ye stood behind him, hearing these words, and was furious. She immediately picked up a glass of orange juice and suddenly poured it straight over Ji Li Hong's head. The purple-haired girl cried out in shock. Ah, Li Hong. He was so angry he cursed. Damn it. Ji Li Hong angrily turned around, about to lose his temper with her, but was shocked to find it was Zhang Ye. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she asked, bewildered, So, is that how you see me? Ji Li Hong pressed his lips together, his hands clenched into fists. Seeing this scene, the girl with him was extremely panicked. Is this maid crazy? Li Hong, you should fire her. Fire her immediately. However, Ji Li Hong decisively pushed her away, his face turning cold, terrifyingly grim. Ji Li Hong frowned and said, Get out, or you'll regret it. Hearing these words, the girl seemed to have been dealt a heavy blow, her whole body trembling. Li Hong, she thought to herself, he looks so scary. Did I say something wrong? On the other side, Zhang Ye stormed back to the villa. She was in a terrible mood. Zhang Ye shouted angrily, That chicken head. I never thought of becoming that chicken's fiancé. Even if I were chosen, I wouldn't want it. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, her rage reaching its peak. Nobody likes a stubborn girl like me. Nobody likes the most interesting joke in the world. Just then, Zhang Ye accidentally stepped on Xiao Ka's tail, making it yelp in pain. Only then did Zhang Ye notice it. She gently squatted down to comfort it. I'm sorry, Xiao Ka, I didn't do it on purpose. Suddenly, she saw Ji Li Hong walk in, and Zhang Ye immediately said, Chicken head, lie down. Ji Li Hong was a little confused. On the other side, Zhang Ye pretended to scold Xiao Ka. Take a look at yourself. Look in the mirror. You're hideous. Your fur is a mess, you stupid dog. All you do is bark all day. All you know is how to fool around with female dogs. Aren't you afraid of getting AIDS? This sudden change in her attitude left Xiao Ka bewildered. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. And Ji Li Hong on the other side had also figured out the words she was scolding Xiao Ka with were actually meant for him. Ji Li Hong asked in a stern voice, Who are you scolding? Zhang Ye immediately retorted, Not you. My Xiao Ka's surname is also Ji. I'm not making any indirect insults, especially not targeting young Master Ji Li Hong. Ji Li Hong was furious after hearing this. You really are a troublemaking child. With that, he turned and left. He didn't want to stay here for another second. As he went out the door, Ji Li Hong deliberately slammed it shut, making a loud noise. Seeing this, Zhang Ye's sad expression was finally revealed. A moment later, Zhang Ye was dragging a suitcase, about to leave. Auntie Zhang, I'm leaving. I have to go back. The summer break is over. I should have gone back sooner. Hearing this, Auntie Zhang hurried out. Young miss, why do you want to leave so suddenly? She gently came to her side to comfort her. What's wrong? Yeah, did you argue with the young master again? The young master cares about you the most. If you just leave quietly like this, he'll be very worried. Zhang Ye replied indifferently. He couldn't care less. He has plenty of girlfriends. Annie Zhang said with a smile, That's not true. The young master has already asked me to prepare for your 18th birthday party. We're going to throw a huge party for you. Zhang Ye was a little surprised to hear this, really. Seeing that her mood had softened, Auntie Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, Young master, this is all I can do to help you. At this moment, Zhang Ye happily ran off. I'm going to ask him. This was beyond Annie Zhang's expectations, making her a little flustered, young miss. She hurriedly called Ji Li Hong to inform him. I have to tell the young master about this. Just then, the phone rang. It quickly caught Annie Zhang's attention. Oh no, he left his phone at home. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was on the phone. Sister Shuriao, do you know where my cousin is? Her expression was a little disappointed. No, we didn't fight. I just can't reach him. and I have to go back to school soon. Zhang Ye smiled faintly. I want to see him one more time before I leave. In a shop, Zhang Ye happily hid behind a pillar, observing. Sister Shiryao was right. He really is here. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed. If you hadn't remembered my birthday, I wouldn't have forgiven you. She smiled, looking at the keychain on her school bag. Zhang Ye happily picked it up. Rotten Li Hong. On the other side, Ji Li Hong was drinking tea sullenly. The friend with him saw this and chuckled. What a rare guest. What wind blew CEO Ji to my place? Ji Li Hong held his forehead in frustration. Stop making fun of me. That friend continued with interest. What's up with you and that childhood sweetheart of yours? Tell me about it. Ji Li Hong was a little surprised. Your gossip radar is pretty sharp. He was silent for a moment. Who said she's my childhood sweetheart? My mother saw that her mother had passed away and she was abandoned by her father. So she took pity on her and let her move in with us. These words, every single one, were heard by Zhang Ye. Ji Li Hong continued. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with that little brat. At this moment, the friend also noticed Zhang Ye's presence. He looked at Ji Li Hong awkwardly, signaling him. Li Hong, it's still not too late to take back your words. But Ji Li Hong replied bluntly. That's what I mean. I'm just telling the truth. He frowned. I've had enough of that little fox's tricks. She even threw a whole glass of water on me. The friend smiled and said, it seems that now, one glass of water won't be enough. Just then, Zhang Ye spoke up. Are you done talking? Ji Li Hong was startled and whipped his head around. Zhang Ye, since when were you here? Zhang Ye clutched the keychain in her hand and said coldly, you're right, we were never childhood sweethearts. We're nothing to each other. She laughed bitterly. I'm just a child your family took in. Zhang Ye immediately emptied everything from her bag onto the table. These are the gifts you gave me. Now I'm returning them to you. She glared at him, and this too. Zhang Ye tore the chicken head doll to shreds without hesitation, leaving Ji Li Hong utterly shocked. After tearing it, Zhang Ye slammed it hard on the table. It's yours. With that, she turned to leave. Despite Ji Li Hong's attempt to stop her, stop. Zhang Ye replied coldly. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I will never forget the kindness of you and your family. At this moment, Zhang Ye unconsciously recalled a conversation with her mother. Mom, I feel like they don't like me. Back then, her mother had gently comforted her. How could that be? My Ye is so smart and lovely. Everyone adores you. Hearing these words, Zhang Ye became happy again. Really, Mom? Yes, I'm not lying to you. Ye deserves all the love in the world. Back in the present, Zhang Ye thought painfully, liar. She frowned. You lied to me. Zhang Ye stared blankly out the car window. Li Hong doesn't like me at all. Her gaze gradually dimmed. He never liked me. Zhang Ye could no longer hold back her tears and burst into sobs. At the international airport, passers-by were all extremely surprised. Why is the trash can ringing? It turned out Zhang Ye had just thrown her mobile phone away. At this moment, Ji Li Hong was extremely anxious. Damn it, she's not picking up. Auntie Zhang interjected. Try again. She frowned as she recalled. Ye said the young master has always hated her. That's why the young miss went back to school. I lied to the young miss that the young master cares a lot about her, that he always remembers her birthday. The young miss then happily went to see the young master, but now everything is ruined. Ji Li Hong was very surprised. Birthday? Auntie Zhang replied. This August 13th, Ye is turning 18. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong finally realized, my God, I actually forgot. He thought to himself, the important thing now is to find that stubborn girl. Thinking of this, Ji Li Hong immediately made a phone call. Hello, I want to know the location of a person. At the British Academy, Solomon Islands. The British Academy. Seeing the helicopter preparing to land, everyone was extremely excited. Is Princess Ye back? Where is she? I don't see her. At this moment, Hui Shouting was also looking around. Where did our little princess go? Everyone is waiting for her. Just then, he suddenly realized, is she still over there? A moment later, Hui Shouting also found Zhang Ye. My princess, everyone is waiting for you. What are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Zhang Ye smiled and greeted Hui Shouting. Don't you think our school looks more beautiful from here? Hui Xiaodang looked at her gently. Are you sad about something? He moved closer. Every time you have something on your mind, you come here. Why did you come back to school so early? Did something happen? Zhang Yi playfully twisted a lock of her hair. You didn't want to see me sooner. All right, the yacht is leaving. Let's get on. Hui Xiaodang forced a smile. Are you trying to get me beaten up by the whole school? He gently knelt on one knee and placed a kiss on her hand. Zhang Ye smiled. Hui Xiaodang continued. Forget what happened. Welcome back, princess. At the same time, at Ji Li Hong's company, the female secretary said, flight management records show that Miss Ye took the 7 p.m. flight to the Solomon Islands. Ji Li Hong was astonished. The Solomon Islands. The secretary continued, yes. If nothing has changed, she should have arrived at the British Academy by now. Ji Li Hong silently looked at the torn stuffed chicken. He thought to himself, everyone is looking for her. How could she go back to school all by herself? At this moment, the female secretary smiled and said, do you need me to book a plane ticket? Ji Li Hong firmly refused. No, I'll go alone. After the female secretary left, he sighed. He couldn't help but recall Zhang Ye's angry face. Are you done talking? Then came Aunt Zhang's words. Ye is actually very lonely and also very afraid of strangers. This child has no relatives at all. This is the stuffed chicken that Ye likes the most. Why is it torn like this? Thinking of this, Ji Li Hong became resolute. He immediately stood up and stopped the female secretary who was about to leave. Wait. Seeing this, the female secretary asked, CEO Ji, how can I help you? Ji Li Hong handed her the torn, stuffed chicken. Please help me sew it back together. He hesitated for a moment, then continued. Also, charter a plane to take me to the British Academy. Scene change. Zhang Ye gives a speech. The British Academy is a school with a long history of over 100 years. The Academy has achieved many accomplishments and has also produced many outstanding talents. Today, I am extremely honored to represent the entire student body to speak at the new school year's opening ceremony. At this time, Ji Li Hong was also in the audience. He smiled and thought, the speech isn't bad. A moment later, Zhang Ye sat on a chair, looking dejected. These procedures are so troublesome. She pouted, holding a teacup. Everything is dumped on me again. You really are a lazy commander. Hui Shouting laughed and replied, you are the spiritual pillar of our school. As the saying goes, he who wears the crown must bear its weight. Suddenly, someone came in to report. President Zhang Ye, there's a man who wants to see you. He pondered, trying to recall. A strange name. What was it? Gee, hang something. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was startled and spat out the mouthful of tea she had just drunk. She immediately flew into a rage and kicked him out. Zhang Ye strode forward aggressively and grabbed Ah Sheng by the collar. If you dare let him into the school, I'll kill you. Ah Sheng was bewildered, but he's already downstairs. Hui Xiaodang, watching from the side, understood the whole situation. He smiled and said, why are you reacting so strongly? Is he the bastard who made you sad? Zhang Ye loudly retorted, he's not. Ah Sheng was also extremely surprised. The bastard. At this point, Hui Xiaodang affirmed, it must be him. He then said to Ah Sheng, go and kick that bastard out. A moment later, Ji Li Hong said, puzzled, she refuses to see me. Ah Sheng replied, yes, it's better if you leave. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong sneered, what if I don't leave? Ah Sheng replied firmly, then you will be thrown out. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong, on the contrary, found it amusing. I'm so scared. At the same time, Zhang Ye was peeking through the window, watching the two of them talk. Seeing her like this, Hui Xiaodang advised, if you're so worried about him, then go see him for a moment. Zhang Ye flatly refused. I don't want to talk to him. I just want to know if he's left yet. Hui Xiaodang smiled and said, put your pride aside for a moment. Hearing this, Zhang Ye hesitated a little. She was so nervous that she unconsciously drew circles on the window pane. At this moment, Hui Xiaodang continued, I don't know what happened between you two, but look, he came all this way to see you. He must have something very important to say to you. If you keep avoiding him and miss that important thing, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Ye remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing this, Hui Xiaodang gently patted her head. Before it's too late, do the right thing. He looked out the window. He knew that some things require a lot of courage to say, and they must be extremely important matters. At this moment, Zhang Ye seemed to have been convinced, Brother Xiaodang. At the same time, Ah Sheng returned. I'm back. This made the other two extremely curious. Zhang Ye, what did he say? Did you knock him out? Ah Sheng held up a bag and said, he told me to give this to you. Zhang Ye quickly took it. My bag. She was a little surprised. This is. Hui Shouting couldn't contain his curiosity either and leaned closer to her. What's inside? Zhang Ye took out the stuffed chicken. She smiled, surprised to find that he had actually sewn it back together. At this moment, Hui Xiaodang asked Ah Sheng, did he say anything else? Ah Sheng replied with a serious expression, yes. Looking at him, Hui Xiaodang was extremely helpless. Ah Sheng, can't you say a few more words? However, Ah Sheng just gave cold grunt. On the other side, Zhang Ye's mood had softened a lot. Maybe I'll go a little easy on him. If he insists, I'll meet him once, but that doesn't mean I forgive him. But Ah Sheng said coldly. He said if Missy doesn't want to see him, he will leave. As soon as these words were spoken, both Hui Xiaodang and Zhang Ye were extremely shocked. Zhang Ye, what? He's just leaving like that? At this moment, Zhang Ye roared in anger. Ji Li Hong, don't you even think about begging me to see you again. She couldn't control her emotions and yelled to Hui Xiaodang, you're a liar. Didn't you say he came all the way to the school because he wanted to talk to me about something important? Liar. Ji Li Hong is a jerk, a scumbag. Seeing this, Hui Xiaodang was a little scared. All right, calm down. Zhang Ye angrily flipped the table. I'm so mad. Meanwhile, Hui Xiaodang dodged to the side, confused, muttering to himself, what's with this scumbag? Why isn't he following the script? A moment later, Zhang Ye started giving orders to Ah Sheng. If you see that bastard again, beat him half to death for me. Ah Sheng replied, yes. Hearing this, Zhang Ye turned to Hui Xiaodang. Xiaodang, go tell the school security that no one with the surname Ji is allowed to enter the school. Hui Xiaodang elegantly placed a hand on his chest. As you wish, Your Highness. At this moment, Zhang Ye's anger completely erupted. Ji Li Hong, if you ever appear in front of me again, I will definitely not let you off. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. Zhang Ye quickly answered. Ji Li Hong's voice came from the other end of the line. Yeah, let's get married. This left Zhang Ye completely stunned. But a few seconds later, she quickly regained her composure. Ji Li Hong? Ji Li Hong chuckled softly. It's me, did you miss me? Zhang Ye was now seething with anger. How can he be so shameless? How can he pretend like nothing happened? But she still replied calmly in a cold tone. COG, you don't have to be so sentimental. Why should I miss you? We have no relationship whatsoever. At the same time, Ji Li Hong and a group of people were heading toward Zhang Ye. Ji Li Hong, I think we shouldn't talk on the phone anymore, come out. Zhang Ye said smugly. There's no need to meet. I just issued a ban. Don't even think about setting foot in the school. Ji Li Hong let out a sneer. Is that so? At this moment, Ji Li Hong grabbed a male student and asked, hello, may I ask where Zhang Ye's room is? This scared the student out of his wits, who asked, trembling, you, who are you? On the other side, Zhang Ye looked at her phone, puzzled, strange, why is no one answering? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, making her turn her head in shock. Ji Li Hong walked in leisurely with a group of bodyguards. He smiled smugly. See, I got in. Your puny bodyguards are quite fierce. Good thing I brought my own men. Hearing these words, Ah Sheng felt humiliated and was furious. Meanwhile, Hui Xiaodang was gloating. At this moment, Zhang Ye thought to herself, this is the Ji family's strongest fighting force. Ah Sheng and the others are no match for them at all. We can't fight them now. Thinking of this, she spoke up. What do you want? Ji Li Hong answered seriously. Marry me. Zhang Ye said in astonishment. What did you say? Who will want to marry you? Ji Li Hong looked at her gently. I shouldn't have said those things. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. Hearing these words, Zhang Ye's earlier arrogance immediately vanished. But she still pretended to be angry and said, I accept your apology, but I will absolutely not marry you. Right at this moment, Ji Li Hong suddenly knelt on one knee. Please, say yes because... At this point, Ji Li Hong's expression darkened. My mother is very ill. Her condition is very bad. She wants to see you. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was extremely worried. Mother Yun. How is Mother Yun now? Welcome aboard this flight. The entire crew wishes you a pleasant journey. Inside the plane cabin, a flight attendant cheerfully approached them. CEO Ji, may I ask if you need any help? Ji Li Hong, no need, thank you. Seeing this, Zhang Ye, sitting next to him, teased softly. You really are a public lover. Didn't you see how infatuated that flight attendant was with you? Ji Li Hong replied bluntly, I'm not in the mood to argue with you. And so, the atmosphere between the two became extremely awkward. A moment later, Zhang Ye broke the awkward silence. What illness does Mother Yun have? A heart condition. If she gets too agitated, she might... He gently placed his hand on hers and said, therefore, we have to get married. She snatched her hand back in alarm. What does your mother's illness have to do with us getting married? Are you crazy? He frowned and explained, this is Mother's request. We should listen to her. Otherwise, she'll be upset, and it could even be life-threatening. Hearing this, she was a little dazed. In the silent air, a crisp slap suddenly rang out. Zhang Ye furiously questioned him. You rotten Ji Li Hong. I'm not an idiot. This is a complete fabrication. Do you think I'm still a child? I'm telling the truth. Besides, I know you're not a child anymore. So you're deliberately tricking an innocent and pure girl into marrying you. No, stop hitting me. We're on a plane. Be careful. Afterwards, the two finally arrived at the villa. The maid rushed in to inform the old madam. Madam, the young master is back. Please prepare yourself. The old madam, who was sitting on the bed with a face mask on, was shocked to hear this. Now, not long after, the door opened. Zhang Ye walked in worriedly. Mother Yun, I'm back. She sat down by the bed and asked caringly, Mother Yun, how are you feeling? Are you okay? The old madam, with a pale face, turned around and moaned, Oh, my heart hurts so much. Is that Yaya who's back? Oh, Yaya. She lamented in pain. Now that I see you, I can finally close my eyes in peace. I was so afraid I would die before I could see you two get married. Li Hong, this unfilial son, I've never stopped worrying about him. Being told off like that, Ji Li Hong could only stand helplessly to the side and sigh. Then he walked straight over, took Zhang Ye's hand, and announced, Mother, don't worry. Ye has already agreed to marry me. We will hold the wedding soon. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was a little flustered and said softly, Wait. At this moment, the old madam also asked, Really? Or are you two tricking me again? Of course it's true. Marriage is not a joke. Seeing this, the old madam directly took out an engagement agreement, then signed this engagement agreement. Seeing this, both of them were stunned, their faces full of helplessness. Mother, you had this prepared already, didn't you? Being asked this, the old madam started to tear up again, clutching her chest and wailing, Oh, you're breaking my heart. You're not my son anymore. You can't even grant me this one small request. Seeing the situation, Ji Li Hong hurriedly replied, All right, we'll sign. Zhang Ye was utterly horrified when she heard this. What? After leaving the room, she immediately confronted Ji Li Hong. You rotten Ji Li Hong. Why did you agree without asking me? We can't get married. I wouldn't marry you even if I died, she said with a determined frown. Mother Yun is just pretending to be sick, can't you see? Hearing this, Ji Li Hong's lips curled slightly as he replied nonchalantly, Oh, I can't see it. I just want to make Mother happy. We just need to pretend to be married. I'll take you back to school later. I promise. Don't worry. I won't marry you. She suddenly rushed forward and knocked the teacup out of his hand. She angrily grabbed his tie, pulled him down, and questioned loudly, Why do I have to appear by your side whenever you need me? What am I to you? Over here, the maid came to report to the old madam. Madam, the young master and Miss Ye are arguing in the living room. The old madam just smiled faintly and replied calmly, Li Hong always says one thing and means another. He's just afraid of being awkward. That's why I'm creating an opportunity for him to seize. As for Ye, we owe her too much. We can never repay her. Zhang Ye was still holding his tie tightly, questioning, Why do I have to follow your decisions? She yelled angrily, Ji Li Hong, who do you think I am? Her appearance left Ji Li Hong a little stunned. But then he let out a soft chuckle. Seeing him like this, she became even angrier and snapped, What are you laughing at? Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pushed her down onto the sofa. The two stared at each other at close range. Ji Li Hong said with great interest, Although I signed the agreement without asking you, you don't want to marry me either, right? So I never intended to follow the terms of the contract. But why do I feel that there's a little bit of disappointment here? You actually really want to marry me, don't you? My dear fiancé. Hearing this, she turned her face away, a little embarrassed. Who would want to marry you? Don't be so narcissistic. The term is for my 4 years of university. We will play the part of a married couple in front of your mother. 4 years later, we will have nothing to do with each other anymore. Hearing this, she snorted smugly. Are you begging me to act with you? Why should I do that? Ji Li Hong leaned close to her ear and whispered, In exchange, you can make one request of me as long as I can do it. She shyly pushed him away. All right, don't get so close to me. Can you talk to me from a distance? Fine. Ji Li Hong immediately backed away. Zhang Ye also quickly sat up, hugging herself tightly. She cursed in frustration. Pervert. She pursed her lips, her expression darkening as she thought to herself, First he hurts me, then he tricks me into coming here. Now I have to pretend to be his fiancé in front of his mother, and I even had to sign a marriage agreement. I'm always being tricked by him. I've really had enough. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, looking at his neck as if she had thought of something. Zhang Ye, why are you biting me? The next day, he arrived at the G Corporation building. CEO G, welcome back. MHM. As he walked past, the staff at the door stared with wide, horrified eyes. Even the receptionist was no exception. Welcome back, CEO G. MHM. As he walked by, she didn't hide the look of horror on her face. Then he walked into the office. Secretary Song greeted him cheerfully. CEO G, you're finally back. There are a lot of contracts waiting for you to sign. I'll sign them right away. Seeing the bite mark exposed on his neck, she was horrified. Is that a hickey? She spoke up doubtfully. CEO G, your neck. He touched his neck and replied awkwardly, bitten by a stray cat, it's nothing. Secretary Song looked unconvinced. Really? My goodness, those are clearly human teeth marks. You must have had a passionate night with some girl yesterday. At this point, she spoke directly. CEO G, as your personal secretary, it's my responsibility to record your schedule for the past few days. I'm afraid I should also know which young lady you were with. He signed a contract and replied casually, not a girlfriend. Hearing this, she exclaimed in shock. Was a man? He rubbed his head in surprise and said angrily, that last sentence of yours just cost you this month's bonus. Hearing this, she could only whimper, please don't, I was wrong. Then she continued her report. Miss Dyla from the Dorsai Group has been waiting for you for several days. She said she won't leave until she sees you. Our cooperation with the Dorsai Group is quite important. You should meet with her. I know, have her come in right away. Then, Dyla sashayed in. Li Hong, it's so hard to get a meeting with you. Dyla leaned against Ji Li Hong's desk. CEO Ji, what have you been busy with these past few days? I haven't been able to see you at all. She caressed the mark on his neck. Look at this hickey. You must have been tied up with some girl, so you even forgot about our contract. Then Ji Li Hong pushed her hand away. I can forget anything, but never contract. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. He thought to himself, this perfume smells awful, but he had no choice but to endure it, forcing a smile. I hate having to deal with different women. Is this the suffering the heir of the G family must endure? In another development, Zhang Yiya was staring intently at something. I love Mother Yun so much. She gave me a private jet, so I can go back and see what that rotten chicken head is up to any time. Suddenly, she saw someone wait. She chased after him to the elevator and caught up. The man in the elevator saw her, his face filled with disgust as he tried to push her out. But Zhang Yiya still stepped inside. The man said coldly, I hate standing too close to other people. Yiya smiled. You're a strange one. If you hate it, you can take the stairs. Then Yiya reached out and pressed the close button. If you're not getting out, then don't waste my time. Seeing this, Kim became furious. How dare you speak to me in that tone? Yiya casually crossed her arms and said, who do you think you are? Are you about to say, hey girl, you're trying to get my attention, aren't you? Then the elevator announced the 15th floor. Yiya immediately ran out without looking back. I'm here. You can stay in there by yourself. I advise you to read fewer of those trashy novels, or you'll become an idiot. Ken, in the elevator, gritted his teeth in anger. You. Then he started following behind Yiya again. Yiya noticed and suddenly turned around. Stop. Don't follow me, you pervert. Hearing this, Ken could only remain silent. Yiya walked to the door of an office and warned him. Stop. Where you're standing is the door to the CEO's office of the G Group. If you dare come any closer, I'll call security. She pushed open the door and suddenly saw Ji Li Hong and Dyla being intimate. Li Hong, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Hearing this, Yiya glared at Ji Li Hong. You dare to fool around with another woman. She kicked the door wide open. Dyla, red with anger, turned her head and asked, who are you? How audacious. Before she could finish, a shoe flew straight at her face. Ji Li Hong chuckled to himself. This scene is so familiar. Dyla, having been hit, gritted her teeth and advanced. You dare to throw a shoe at me. Do you know who I am? Seeing this, Yiya stuck out her tongue and made a face. Why are you asking me? If you've forgotten who you are, you should go see a doctor. Dyla was so angry, she gritted her teeth and raised her hand. You. Ji Li Hong immediately stopped her. Stop. Zhang Yiya immediately pretended to be pitiful. Rotten chicken head, save me. Yiya narrowed her eyes and saw Ken run over and grab Dyla's hand. Dyla said angrily, let go of me. I have to teach her a lesson. Ken ignored her and just turned to ask Yiya, are you alright? Zhang Yiya looked at him blankly. He's the pervert I just met. Ken reminded Dyla, Dyla, watch your words and actions. Dyla stubbornly said, brother, don't stop me. Hearing this, Zhang Yiya was shocked. Brother. Then Ken introduced himself. I'm the CEO of the Dorsai Group. My name is Ken Dorsai. You can just call me Ken. Then he pointed at Dyla. This is my younger sister, Dyla Dorsai. Seeing this, Zhang Yiya thought to herself, this weirdo is a CEO? I really shouldn't have told him he watches too many trashy romance novels. Ken sat at the dining table opposite Li Hong. I originally came today to discuss the contract with CEO G. I didn't expect my sister to arrive before me and even express her feelings for CEO G. She also offended this young lady. I apologize to you on my sister's behalf. But Zhang Yiya said nothing. Ken asked again, I wonder how I should address this young lady. Ji Li Hong, sitting beside her, immediately answered. Her name is Zhang Yiya. She is. Before he could finish, Yiya cut him off. She said with a smile, me? I am Ji Li Hong's fiancé. Then Yiya moved closer and intimately linked her arm with Ji Li Hong's dearest husband. Li Hong put some food in his mouth, then ignored her. Seeing this, Ken raised his wine glass. I never thought CEO Ji would have such a young and clever fiancé. I truly admire you. Dyla, however, let out a sneer. Fiancé. So that means you two aren't married yet. Miss Jean, for you to call CEO Ji your husband now, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. Jean Ye retorted upon hearing this. We're getting married sooner or later anyway. What's the difference between calling him husband now and calling him that later? Dyla let out an annoyed "oh" after hearing that. Then Ye even winked at Li Hong. Right, my dearest husband? Li Hong immediately avoided her gaze, which instantly dampened Ye's spirits. Seeing this, Dyla taunted, your husband is really cold towards you, being so unloved. I'm really worried about your life after marriage. Ye was boiling with rage from the taunt. She glared at Li Hong, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat him alive. You rotten, chicken-headed bastard. You dare to make me lose face. Just you watch how I deal with you. She tightened her grip on the dinner knife. Stupid contract. When I get home, I'll tell Mother Yun to terminate it. Let's see what you do then. As soon as the thought finished, Ye's finger was cut and started bleeding. Li Hong was alarmed. What's wrong? Let me see. Ye's eyes welled up with tears. My hand got cut by the knife. It hurts so much. Li Hong looked at the wound on her finger. It's nothing serious, just a small cut. Then he brought Ye's finger to his mouth and licked away the blood. You're so careless, my dear wife. Hearing this, Ye was so surprised she blushed. I'll be more careful next time. He licked my hand on purpose. That rotten chicken head. He's quite the actor when it comes to playing a loving couple. Then she chided him, you got your saliva on my hand. It's so disgusting. Li Hong immediately explained, saliva can disinfect it. The guest sitting opposite found this sight to be an eyesore. It seems now is not a suitable time to discuss the contract. CEO G, perhaps you should bandage Miss Jean's wound first. Then he placed a business card on the table. I'm hosting a party in my house tonight. Why don't we continue our discussion about the contract there? This is the invitation. If CEO G can grace us with his presence, we would be greatly honored. Then Ji Li Hong also stood up to leave. Then we'll be leaving first. See you tonight. Ken and the others agreed. But Dyla watched his departing figure, looking sad and unhappy. Brother, are you just going to let Ji Li Hong go so easily? Ken said, you ruined the original plan for a little girl. Aren't you going to say anything? Dyla replied, just give me a little more time. It's almost done. I'm about to find out. The two continued their discussion. You're too impetuous and competitive. This isn't a good habit. We've prepared for so long. We can't let all our efforts go down the drain. I've arranged everything for tonight. You'll have a chance to get close to Ji Li Hong. Ji Li Hong and Zhang Ye returned to the room after bandaging her wound. All right, it's all bandaged up. He said smugly, I'm pretty good, right? Ye stared at the bandaged wound. It's just a small cut. You bandaged it as if my finger was broken. Are you an idiot? Ji Li Hong then prepared to leave. All right, go back to school. Don't skip class anymore. Hearing this, Ye immediately retorted, who said I'm skipping class. I don't have any classes today. Li Hong was surprised. Today is Wednesday. You don't have classes at 9, 10, and 11 in the morning. How do you know so clearly? Ye asked in return, why do you know my class schedule? She hugged him from behind. Tell me, do you have a secret crush on me? Li Hong was getting something from the cabinet. I'm your guardian. It's perfectly normal for me to know your schedule. Let go, I have to change my clothes. Seeing this, Ye was surprised. Why do you have to dress so formally? Are you dressing up so nicely for those big-chested girls to see? Ye angrily slammed a book on the table. All men are lechers. You only like big chests. Ji Li Hong said helplessly, stop fooling around. It's for work. Ye questioned him. Although we're just a contract husband and wife, you're openly dating other women like this. Do you think you can fool Mother Yin? I don't care at all. I'm just simply afraid that the contract you begged me to sign in the first place will become invalid. If Mother Yin gets sick again, I won't help you anymore. There are other worries too. Seeing this, Li Hong thought to himself, she really does care about it. All right, say no more. Seeing his tired expression, Ye said, I think you finally realize how serious this is. Then Li Hong approached her, cornering her and saying, if you're unhappy, I promise to keep my distance from other women, especially Dyla. Having a fiancé as a shield is a good way to avoid those troublesome women. How about that? Ye seemed to have calmed down a bit. You have to promise I'm not forcing you. Pinky promise. Then the two of them made a pinky promise. All right, we've made a pinky promise. We have to keep our word. Can you take me to the party tonight? Li Hong disagreed. No way. Go back to school and study for me. Ye shouted in frustration, ah, chicken head. That evening, Ye also dressed up beautifully and went to the party. Stinky chicken head. Without you, I can get in by myself. She secretly glanced at Li Hong, very good. That big-chested girl isn't here. He's just talking business. Li Hong's conversation with Ken and the others didn't seem very pleasant. What do you people mean? All the goods on this list are prohibited goods. How could we possibly get them? Ken raised his wine glass. The G Corporation is very capable. I don't think this will be a problem for you. This business deal has a huge profit margin. Ji Li Hong immediately said, if I take this order, I'd have to spend the rest of my life in prison. The G Corporation is indeed powerful, but I never get involved in illegal transactions. I won't do it. Goodbye. Ken asked once more. You won't reconsider. Ji Li Hong resolutely turned and left. You can find another business partner. Then Daila approached Ji Li Hong. Are you planning to leave now? Stay. Even if you don't agree to my brother's proposal, please don't go. I have something important to tell you. Ji Li Hong rejected Miss Daila. I have an urgent matter at home. I have to go back right away. As he walked, he thought to himself, something's not right here. Tonight's party isn't simple. I have to leave immediately. Zhang Ye, standing to one side, saw this and thought angrily. Ji Li Hong, you promised me you would stay away from other women. I'm going to kill you. Ken suddenly saw her and greeted her. Oh, Miss Zhang, how are you? But Ye said coldly, get out of my way. Ken glanced at Daila and Ji Li Hong. Daila was being intimate with Ji Li Hong over there. It wasn't a good time to disturb them. Daila said to Ji Li Hong, I've liked you for a long time. I really like you. Suddenly, the power in the building went out. Everyone was in a panic. What's going on? The host announced, esteemed guests, please do not panic. This is a special feature of tonight's party, 30 seconds of excitement in the dark. During these 30 dark seconds, you can do whatever you want without being seen by others. Feel free to unleash yourselves. Daila thought to herself, the time to act is now. The host stood on stage and introduced, esteemed guests, forget all moral constraints. Enjoy these 30 seconds in the dark. I wish you all a wonderful night. The people below also began to act. Honey, stay right there. Let me give you a kiss. Haha, this party is really interesting. Unexpectedly, Ye bumped into Ken. He caught her in the dark. Ye asked, who are you? He replied, it's me, Ken. Don't move, or you'll get bumped into by someone else. On another side, Daila was approaching Ji Li Hong. Li Hong, I'm so scared. She fumbled for the hem of his shirt. Hold me. But Ji Li Hong said coldly, what are you doing? Daila pressed even closer to him. You're so mean to me. I'm scared. I found it. It's right here. Suddenly, the entire room was brightly lit. The lights are on. Did 30 seconds pass that quickly? Ye squinted one eye, still not used to such bright light. Then, she suddenly saw the scene of him and Daila together. Ji Li Hong, you lied to me. You're flirting with other women again. At that moment, Ji Li Hong turned his head. He panicked. Yeah, I'm screwed. Ye suddenly fell silent. You're a liar. I'll never believe you again. Then she turned and kissed Ken, but her tears couldn't help but fall. Ji Li Hong saw this scene, his heart aching. Zhang Ye. She turned back to look at him, her face tear-streaked. Why can you flirt with women, but I can't go find a man? Ji Li Hong was stunned for a moment. Ye misunderstood me. This party is a bit strange. I have to get her out of here immediately. Then he grabbed Ye's hand, intending to leave. Ye shouted in a panic. Ji Li Hong, let go of me. But he said firmly, come with me. Daila walked over to Ken's side. They're gone. Ken was still watching their departing figures. Ji Li Hong already suspected tonight's party. His mind is very sharp. No wonder he could become the CEO of the G Corporation. Daila said, that little brat ruined my plan. How dare she kiss you? I'm going to kill her, brother. Don't you hate being touched by strangers? If someone touches you, don't you get a rash? Are you okay? Ken touched his skin, surprised to find that nothing had happened this time. Now tell me, did you find anything? Hearing this, Daila finally said, he's wearing a ring around his neck. He's the one we're looking for. Ken speculated. Although he refused my business proposal, I'm sure he's connected to the underworld, which is how the G Corporation could develop so quickly in just 10 years. The Yin Emperor Empire controls half of the underworld's power, and the Yin Emperor is the supreme leader. It's said that the Yin Emperor has retired, handing over the entire empire to his only son to manage. No one knows who they are. The Yin Emperor ring is the symbol of their identity. The gemstone on the Yin Emperor ring is made from a precious stone, known as emerald by day, ruby by night. It's priceless, and you can't even find a second one. Ji Li Hong, CEO of the G Corporation, a descendant of Ji Chong from the Western Zhou dynasty, an outstanding talent in the business world. His father died young, and he took over the G Corporation at only 14. What kind of relationship does he have? Is the ring on his neck the Yin Emperor ring? Ji Li Hong, our game has just begun. On the other side, Ji Li Hong was taking Ye home. Why didn't you go back to school? Yia sat in the back seat. If I'd gone back, wouldn't I have missed your wonderful performance today? Ji Li Hong, you're really charming. Ji Li Hong explained, you misunderstood me. Ken and his sister have some issues. They were just testing me. Yia said angrily, I think the one with the problem is you. A woman just casually tests you a little, and you fall in her arms so easily. Hearing this, Li Hong stopped her. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's hard for me to explain it clearly to you in a short time. It's late now. Let's go home first. I'll take you to school tomorrow. After arriving home, Ji Li Hong still tried to pull her back. Yeah, I can explain. But Yia opened the car door and said, I'm tired. I want to go to sleep now. Ji Li Hong, I do love you, but you're not my only choice. She then went into the house and closed the door. Ji Li Hong stood disappointedly outside the door, thinking she must be very angry right now. Then he went to his room. He sat and called his mother. That's what happened tonight. I guess Ken investigated that man, and now he's traced the clues back to me. Mom, you have to be careful. On the other end of the line, his mother said, that man, you still won't forgive him. Why can't you just call him father? Ji Li Hong seemed very angry. What kind of father is he worthy of being? He faked his death just to escape the underworld, and I was forced to take over the company at only 14. Did he ever care about my feelings? Is he worthy of being a father? Hearing this, his mother comforted him. All right, let bygones be bygones. I believe you can handle everything well, but I have to remind you of a few things. You absolutely must not let Yia know about the Yin Emperor ring, nor can you let her get involved in these family troubles. You must protect her with your life. Ji Li Hong looked at the ring hanging around his neck. Mom, I've always wondered, why do we have to protect Yia, to treat her like this? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ji Li Hong asked cautiously, who is it? Zhang Yia pushed the door open, holding a stuffed rabbit. It's lonely sleeping alone. I don't want to sleep alone, Mommy. I want to sleep with Mommy. Then she snuggled against him. Ji Li Hong thought to himself, her eyes are closed. Could she be sleepwalking? She's this old and still sleepwalking. He pushed her away, helping her stand up straight. They say you shouldn't wake a sleepwalker. What should I do? It's too dangerous for her to wander around alone at night. I should take her to my room to be safe. But Zhang Yia nuzzled her head against him again. Don't leave me alone. I promise I'll be good. Don't leave me alone. Ji Li Hong stood still, letting her snuggle. Even though she's sleepwalking, it seems she can still hear me. It's so magical. Yeah, shall we go lie on the bed? That sounds weird. Zhang Yia immediately agreed. Yes, let's go to sleep together. Hearing her say that, Ji Li Hong felt that this gentle side of her was completely different from when she's awake, and his mood lightened a bit. Then he picked her up. Zhang Yia was still mumbling in her sleep. I'll be good. I'll be a good baby. After placing Zhang Yia on the bed, Ji Li Hong gazed at her sleeping form. Silly Yia, will you answer anything I ask? Who do you hate the most? Zhang Yia was sleeping soundly, but still answered. Chicken head. Ji Li Hong thought smugly. Very good, I knew it. He brushed her hair back again. Then who do you like the most? Is it Ken? Zhang Yia, her eyes still tightly shut, replied. Chicken head. Hearing that, Ji Li Hong was stunned. Then she tugged at his sleeve. He asked, what is it? Zhang Yia said drowsily. Mommy, don't go, I'm scared. Ji Li Hong replied to her. Okay. Then he got on the bed and lay down, holding her. I'll be here with you. Sleep well. I'll take good care of you. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's hand touched the ring on his neck, and then she gripped it tightly. The next morning, Ji Li Hong was sleeping soundly in bed, then slowly opened his eyes. He sat up with a start, looking around. What happened? Where did the little demoness go? She woke up before me. That's a rare sight. There was a letter left for him. I'm going back to school. Ji Li Hong, I will never forgive you. Zhang Ye. Then Ji Li Hong went downstairs and saw Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang, has Yia gone back to school? Auntie Zhang said, Yia left in a huff early this morning. Young master, one has been waiting for you in the living room for a long time. Ji Li Hong entered the living room when Guanyin was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. When Guanyin, why are you here? When Guanyin looked at him, smiling, and said, it seems you just woke up. You don't know what's happened, do you? Your name is on all the front pages, and reporters are blocking the door outside, waiting to interview you. On the newspaper he was reading, there were headlines, relationship gone public. This is a marriage between two major corporations. CEO G involved with a minor. Ji Li Hong wasn't very surprised. Actually, I'm used to seeing my name on the front page. But when Guanyin wagged his finger in disagreement, this time is different. CEO G of G Corp in a secret romance with a young lady of Datsai Corporation. Are Are they preparing to get married? And this one, suspected romance between him and Miss Dyla. CEO G tricked a minor into marrying him. Is this talking about you and yeah? Look at this one. This article is the most spectacular. CEO embroiled in love scandal. Rumored secret lover is a young man with a nice butt. When Guanyin mused, a young man with a nice butt. We've known each other for so many years, and you never told me you were gay. Are we even friends? They're all saying you're three-timing. You're not just the talk of the newspapers. You're all over the internet too, my friend. You've become an internet celebrity. Hearing these words, Ji Lihong said angrily to Wen Guanyun, men shouldn't be so gossipy. Then he made a phone call, saying irritably, who wrote these trashy articles? Delete them all for me and fire those reporters. In one, Guanyun's hand was still the newspaper with the hot headline. The private life of a famous corporate CEO is actually like this. Then he asked curiously, why did Zhang Yi get mad at you and leave? What happened between you two? Seeing this, Ji Lihong finally said dejectedly, last time, it was all my fault. Her family and my family have been close friends for generations. Our mothers were best friends. Yeye's mother died in a car accident while protecting her. Her father went missing on his way back. We investigated for several years, but found nothing. We thought he had passed away, but no one told Yeye because she was too young at the time. So we lied and said her father went traveling. Every month, I write letters to her in her father's name. Hearing this, Wen Guanyin also felt sympathetic. What a poor little girl. Suddenly, Ji Lihong remembered, oh no, this month's letter is still in my bedroom. I have to send it to Yeye right away, or she'll get worried. Wen Guanyin also urged him, hurry up. At that moment, in the room upstairs, Yeye was tiptoeing into the room. I must have been sleepwalking last night. That's why I ran into that stinky chicken head's room. How embarrassing. The little girl hugged her stuffed rabbit. I was so angry this morning, I rushed out and forgot to bring my little rabbit. I have no other way to get it back. If that stinky chicken head sees me here, I'll die of embarrassment. The little girl opened the closet to look for her rabbit. Where's my little rabbit? Suddenly, she saw a photo frame placed at the bottom. There's a photo frame in the stinky chicken head's closet. She took out to look. It was a group photo of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. It must be a photo that he took in college. Who is this woman? Just then, Lihong opened the door to the room. Yeye, why are you here? Didn't you go back to school? Yeye jumped in fright. The photo frame suddenly slipped from her hand, falling and shattering. Yeye was horrified. Lihong looked very angry. Zhan Yeye, Ji Lihong said angrily. Zhan Yeye, look what you've done. Yeye immediately felt guilty. Don't yell at me. I broke the frame because you scared me. The little girl squatted down to pick up the pieces. It's just a photo frame. I'll buy you a new one. The photo isn't damaged either. Yeye picked up the photo. On the back was written, I'm sorry, Jiyu. The little girl was shocked. Jiyu. Yeye held up the photo and asked Lihong, who is Jiyu? Why do you have to apologize to her? Seeing this, Ji Lihong immediately snatched the photo. Zhan Yeye, this is my private matter. Hearing this, Yeye stammered. I'm your fiancé. I have the right to check your things, to see if you're faithful to me. Lihong pressed his lips together. Fiancé, that's fake. You actually thought it was real. You always pretend to be cute and innocent in front of people who like you. They're fooled by you, but I'm not. You should know, you're an adult now. You're 18. Stop being so foolish and unreasonable. You only make yourself more and more detestable by doing this. Do you understand? Hearing these words, Yeye looked as if she had been deeply wounded. Why would he say that? He's never been angry with me, no matter how mischievous I was. Even when he was angry, he never used this tone to talk to me. He seems to have lost all his patience. It's as if he really hates me. So unfamiliar. Is he still the Ji Lihong I know? Or is this his true self? Remembering how he had hurt her before. Zhan Yeye, why are you still expecting him to be nice to you? Then, Yeye stood up in a daze. Ji Lihong thought to himself. Logically, she would have retorted my words long ago. Why is she so quiet today? Did I really make her that angry? Yeye, he had just started to speak. Suddenly, Yeye let out a cold laugh, then slapped his hand away. Get your hands off me. You're right. I'm unreasonable. I pretend to be cute and innocent. I only do what I want. I'm your burden. I'm just that detestable. Get out of my way. I want to go back to school. Then, Yeye turned to leave and stepped on a piece of glass. Lihong hurriedly caught her. Damn it, you're so careless. How many times have I told you, you have to wear slippers at home, but you always run around barefoot? You never fix those bad habits. Is it bleeding? Let me see. Hearing these words, Yeye looked utterly devastated. Ji Lihong, get away from me. She slapped his hand away. Even if I bleed to death, it has nothing to do with you. I don't need your concern. Do you hear me? Lihong immediately said to Yeye, I am your legal guardian. If I don't take care of you, who will? Hearing this, Ye retorted to Ji Li Hong. You say you're my guardian? Don't you find that ridiculous? There's no relationship between us at all. Li Hong cut her off. You don't have the right to decide our relationship. Then he wrapped his arm around her waist and swept her up into his arms. Your foot is injured, so now this is my business. I'm taking you to the hospital. Ye was still stubborn. Ji Li Hong, put me down. I'm not going to the hospital. The little girl struggled. Let me go. Ji Li Hong held her tightly, helpless. Stop fooling around. If the glass is still in there, your foot will get infected. We have to go to the hospital. Ye was sad, her eyes welling with tears. I'd rather lose this foot than go to the hospital. The little girl covered her face and sobbed. I'm begging you, don't take me to the hospital. Seeing this, Li Hong thought to himself, ever since her mother died in that car accident, this girl has been afraid of hospitals. I didn't expect her to still not have overcome that fear. All right, we won't go to the hospital. Stop crying. Then he took out the first aid kit and began a treat her wound. Because of you, we're using this first aid kit more and more often. He disinfected Ye's wound. He saw her trembling nonstop. Does it hurt a lot? Ye was silent. Seeing this, Li Hong thought to himself, normally, this girl would have been crying and making a fuss long ago. Is she pretending to be calm to get back at me for calling her foolish? Then he stood up and said with a smile, right, if the wound gets worse, I'll call a doctor to the house to check on you, okay? Oh, your dad sent you a letter. After he went to get it, Zhang Ye held the letter in her hand without any joy, just saying listlessly, thanks. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong scratched his head. Why is this girl still unhappy? Isn't she always excited whenever she hears news from her dad? Then he suddenly remembered. That's right, Zhang Ye, do you want to eat some fruit jam? I remember that's your favorite. When you're sad, don't you always eat a lot of fruit jam? Hearing this, Zhang Ye immediately replied, fruit jam is for kids. You said I'm 18 now. I can't be like a child anymore. Ji Li Hong was helpless. My God, this girl actually remembers every word I said. Ji Li Hong. Oh, Ji Li Hong, you shouldn't have said those things. He then explained, eating has nothing to do with age, as long as you're happy. I'll go buy some for you. Then he left. I'm going now. Rest well at home. Don't run around, okay? Afterward, Ji Li Hong went to the supermarket. He walked in to choose, which flavor does Zhang Ye like? Then he took one jar of each kind, startling the cashier at checkout. Sir, are you buying this much fruit jam for your girlfriend? Ji Li Hong said, no, it's for my younger sister. I don't know which kind she likes best, so I'm buying a bit of everything to take home. Hearing this, the cashier covered her mouth and laughed at him. How can you not know your own sister's preferences? It seems you're quite a thoughtless older brother. Hearing these words, Ji Li Hong thought to himself, I thought I understood her, but in reality, I don't know what she likes at all. I always treat her like a child, but I hate her childishness. She remembers every word I say, but I've never paid attention to what she says. Can I even be considered a qualified guardian? A moment later, Ji Li Hong returned home. Zhang Ye, I'm back. Suddenly, he found the room empty. Where did that little demoness run off to now? Outside, the maid came to greet her. Welcome home, madam. La Yin returned with a dark expression. Ji Li Hong saw her and said in surprise, Mom, what are you doing home? La Yin approached him. If I weren't here, who would manage you? Have you seen the papers? Where is Zhang Ye? Ji Li Hong replied. Zhang Ye, I don't know where she is. Hearing this, La Yin immediately slapped him hard across the face. Fool. This slap is to remind you for daring to associate with those low-class girls. Go find Zhang Ye and bring her back here now. Ji Li Hong rubbed his slapped cheek. I've always wanted to know, why does our family have to treat Zhang Ye so well? You do everything just to make Zhang Ye happy. Just because I didn't protect her well, you hit me without even giving me a chance to explain. He asked angrily, who is your real child, anyway? Hearing this, Luo Yin replied, I can't tell you why right now, but if you don't find Zhang Yu and bring her back, I will disown you as my son. Outside, the rain began to pour down like a waterfall. Zhang Yu arrived at the cemetery and stood before her mother's grave. The name Lu Yi was carved on the tombstone. Zhang Yu saw it and said cheerfully, Mom, I'm here. The little girl took out a letter to show off. Look, Mom, Dad wrote to me again. But last time it was just a postcard. How could Dad just send me a postcard with a few cursory sentences? Doesn't he have anything he wants to say to me? He must know I miss him a lot, right? Has he abandoned me? The little girl caressed her mother's photo. Mom, you left me here all alone, and now Dad has abandoned me too, and so has Ji Li Hong. Mom, I didn't mean to peek at that ugly chicken head photo. I just wanted to understand him better. I wish I wasn't a child anymore. I want to grow up. Please don't hate me. Just then, Ji Li Hong walked over, holding a baby rabbit. Zhang Yu, I found your rabbit. Don't cry anymore. Zhang Yu took the rabbit. Mom has left me, hasn't she? What about my dad? Does he not want me anymore either? Ji Lihong immediately replied, from now on, my mother and I will always be by your side. My mother is your mother too. Then he wiped away her tears. Don't cry anymore. I will protect you. An umbrella was held over her head, and Zhang Yu turned around in surprise. Ji? She thought it was Ji Lihong, but it was Ken. He said in surprise, Miss Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was also startled. Ken stepped forward to shield Zhang Yu with the umbrella. Miss Zhang Yu, why are you out here alone in the rain? Zhang Yu turned her face in surprise. Ken. Afterward, she got in the car with him to head back. It's such a coincidence meeting you here. Have some warm water. I hope you don't catch a cold. Zhang Yu took the cup of water, but said listlessly, thank you. Ken said, before I met you, I had just gone to visit my parents. Hearing this, Zhang Yu asked in surprise, your parents? Ken then recounted, my father's company went bankrupt. He owed a huge amount of money, and creditors were constantly looking for him. In the end, unable to bear the immense pressure, he committed suicide, and then my mother followed him. Everything happened so suddenly, my parents left my siblings and me behind, and at that time, we didn't know what to do. I'm sorry. Does bringing this up make you uncomfortable? It's okay. That was all many years ago. Now, tell me about yourself. Didn't CEO G come with you? Hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately said dejectedly, of course he didn't come. After all, I'm not his fiancé. I'm just making this farce worse and worse. I have no relationship with the G family at all. After hearing this, Ken asked, now that you're no longer involved with CEO G, can I pursue you? Hearing this, Zhang Yu was flustered, then blushed shyly. Pursue me. Why? Ken immediately said, you don't need a reason to like someone. Zhang Yu thought to herself, does he like me because of that kiss at the party? Oh, Zhang Yu, you've gotten yourself into trouble again. Afterward, Ken took her to the main hall. I'll see you off here. Will you be all right going back to school alone? Yu replied, yes, thank you for taking me to the airport. You and I? He interrupted, you don't have to answer me right now. Think it over carefully when you get back to school. Yu said hurriedly, let me finish. I'm very sorry about what happened at the party, and that kiss, He flicked her forehead lightly. Yu opened one eye in surprise. Ouch. He chuckled. This is your punishment for using me. All right, you should go. The plane is about to take off. Give me an answer the next time we meet. Then Yu turned around and smiled brightly at him. He's so nice. I'll explain it to him next time. After she left, he revealed his true colors. He called Dyla. Investigate Zhang Yu for me. That's right. She's very suspicious. There must be a reason why the G family treats her so well, even though she's not a relative. Perhaps she's the one we're looking for. Ji Lihong's weakness. Outside, the traffic was congested, and the traffic light was red. The pedestrian light turned green, and a crowd of people bustled across the crosswalk. Ji Lihong sat in his car, feeling anxious. Damn it, why a red light right now? I still have to catch Yu's flight. Suddenly, he saw a woman crossing the street. He thought to himself, could it be? He immediately opened the car door, hurriedly chased after the girl, and called out loudly, Jieyu. But in an instant, her figure disappeared into the crowd. Did I see wrong, or did she just vanish? Elsewhere, heart stopped, pupils dilated, no need for further resuscitation. She lost too much blood before arriving at the hospital. We did our best. The resuscitation attempt lasted 2 hours and 55 minutes. The patient passed away at 10:48. We're very sorry. Yu cried out in a daze, Mom. Yu's eyes flew open. It turned out she was dreaming. Yu sat up. I had that dream again. The alarm clock on the bedside table rang. Oh no, I'm going to be late for class. At school, Yu walked happily in her uniform. Great, I'm still on time. Suddenly, she felt a bit of discomfort. I ran too fast. It seems my wound has opened up again. Just then, Xiaotang also arrived. If you had woken up a little earlier, you wouldn't have had to rush to school like this. Hearing this, Yu smiled. Brother Xiaotang. Senior Xiaotang reminded her, you've been absent from school all semester, and you're always late. If this keeps up, you might get expelled. Yu scratched her head. Why are you scolding me the moment you see me? Then he smiled and said, by the way, the British Academy is about to hold its star selection. Aren't you afraid of being eliminated? Every year, the most popular student is chosen as the star of the British Academy. That person is considered the school's idol and receives special privileges from the school to pursue higher education. Hearing this, Yu said cockily, I win every year. Don't worry, Brother Xiaotang. Xiaotang said again, but you have a very strong competitor this year. After hearing this, Yu's anger flared. Who dares to compete with me? Xiaotang pointed to one side. He's over there. That's Shang Jinghao, a senior 1 year above you. His family is incredibly wealthy and powerful, but he never shows off. He just transferred to our school and has already become the school's Prince Charming thanks to his intelligence and kindness. Yu looked at him and pouted. He looks like a bookworm. Then she smirked to herself. Just you wait, I'll give him a surprise. Xiao Tang saw Yu's mischievous smile and worried inwardly. What is this little devil planning now? After that, Yu approached Senior Shang Zhenghao. Hearing his name called, he turned his head. Yu smiled and introduced herself. I'm Zhan Yu, your junior. Can we be friends? Hearing this, Shang Zhenghao was stunned. Yu, do you have a boyfriend? Yu and everyone else present were stunned to hear him ask that. What's wrong with him? Hearing that question, the surrounding crowd immediately started buzzing. He's so direct. Is Shang Zhenghao confessing? Shang Zhenghao stood to the side, his face bright red, thinking to himself, why did I say what was on my mind like that? I shouldn't ask a girl that the first time we meet. At this moment, Zhan Yu couldn't help but think. I just started teasing him. How did he confess first? I have to win. Thinking of this, she winked at Shang Zhenghao. You want to pursue me? Go ahead. Hearing these words, Shang Zhenghao was ecstatic. She agreed. She's so cute. Hearing this, the people around also began to discuss animatedly. Genius girl Zhan Yu versus Prince Charming Shang Zhenghao. The prince has someone he likes. I'm heartbroken. This is definitely front page news. I ship this couple. At the same time, teacher Jie walked by, looking puzzled at the gathered crowd. It's time for class. Why haven't you all gone in yet? She smiled gently and asked, what are you all talking about? Hearing this, everyone quickly dispersed. The teacher's here. Let's go to class. At this moment, teacher Jie walked up to Zhan Yu. You're Zhan Yu, right? She smiled and said, I'm your class's new homeroom teacher. My surname is Lee. You can call me Miss Jessica. I heard that because you're not used to living in the dorms, you've rented an apartment off campus. Is that right? In that case, you must take good care of yourself and come to school on time. Hearing these words, Zhan Yu was immediately captivated. What a gentle and beautiful teacher. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. When school let out, everyone began to leave. So tiring, school's finally over. Zhan Yu was also walking unsteadily, a sad look on her face. She thought to herself, my leg hurts again, but I still have to go home. Suddenly, she bumped into someone. Zhan Yu hurriedly apologized. Looking closely at the person in front of her, she was a little surprised. Ah, it's Shang Zhenghao. He smiled at her. You should be more careful when you walk. Zhan Yu smiled back. Senior Shang, I didn't expect you to be here. At this moment, Shang Zhenghao suggested, your leg hurts, doesn't it? How about I take you home? Hearing this, Zhan Yu suddenly understood. She shyly covered her mouth with her hand. Let me guess, were you waiting here for me because you planned to take me home? Shang Zhenghao didn't deny it. Yes. Seeing him like this, Zhan Yu thought to herself, he's blushing, what an innocent bookworm. Thinking of this, she replied gently, then, will you take me back to my apartment now, senior? This sentence made Shang Zhenghao's heart beat faster. She's so cute. Every time I'm with her, my heart beats so fast. He quickly got on his bicycle. Where do you want to sit? The back or the front? Zhan Yu smiled. She moved closer to tease him. Senior Shang, where do you want me to sit? Shang Zhenghao looked away shyly. You should probably sit in the back. Seeing this, Zhan Yu burst out laughing. Senior Shang, you're so cute. At the same time, Ji Li Hong, in the distance, witnessed everything. He shouted angrily, Zhan Yu. This made Zhan Yu a little suspicious. Ji Li Hong. She chuckled to herself. Why is that stinky chicken head here? He must miss me a lot, but I still have to scold him for being late. Ji Li Hong quickly walked over. School's out. Why aren't you going home? Zhan Yu retorted, what are you doing here? Shang Zhenghao also spoke up. Yu, who is this? Seeing him, Ji Li Hong was a little displeased. At this moment, Zhan Yu thought to herself, how should I introduce Ji Li Hong? I can't say he's my fiancé. I'm still mad at him. After all, I have to say something else. Thinking of this, she smiled and replied, he's my cousin. Her words left Ji Li Hong momentarily speechless. But Shang Zhenghao was overjoyed. He proactively extended his hand to greet Ji Li Hong. Hello, my name is Shang Zhenghao. I'm Yu senior, 1 year above her. However, Ji Li Hong ignored Shang Zhenghao's handshake. He said, I'm her fiancé. Hearing this, Zhan Yu was extremely surprised. So is Shang Zhenghao. What did you just say? Ji Li Hong repeated sternly. I'll say it again. I am her fiancé. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. Huh. Shang Jinghao was also completely stunned. Without waiting for her to react, Ji Lihong grabbed her hand. Yu, come home with me. With that, Ji Lihong pulled her and started running. This caught Zhang Yu a bit off guard. Ji Lihong slowed down a bit. Zhang Yu said, my leg still hurts. Don't make me run so fast. Hearing this, Ji Lihong remembered, damn it, I forgot about her injury. He looked at her worriedly. How is it now? Let me see. However, Zhang Yu ignored him. Get away. Don't touch me. She frowned. Why did you say you're my fiancé? Ji Lihong retorted. Then why did you say I'm your cousin? Neither of them would back down, and they both fell silent. After a moment, Zhang Yu gave in and spoke first. Ji Lihong, what on earth do you want? She asked seriously. Was I wrong to say that? You were the one who told me not to call myself your fiancé. So why did you just say you're my fiancé? She frowned and said sadly, you're always changing so much that I can't guess what you're thinking. Ji Lihong replied sternly, don't you have a brain? That guy just now is no good. I had to say I'm your fiancé to make him go away. Hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately became sharp. He's not a bad person. Do you think everyone is like you? She clenched her fists firmly. Even if Senior wants to pursue me, so what? Saying this, Zhang Yu stepped closer to Ji Lihong. You said I'm not a child anymore. I have the right to live as I want, to get to know other people. She boldly grabbed his collar. Are you jealous? Zhang Yu stood on her tiptoes. Why can't I meet other boys? I want to date someone else, and I will. She brought her face close to his and asked seriously, are you jealous? You don't want me to be with another man, right? Ji Lihong guiltily turned his face away. Jealous? Ridiculous. He said coldly, if you want to date someone, I'll pick a perfect one for you. You'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately grabbed Ji Lihong's shoulders. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked at him. Ji Lihong, look me in the eye and say that again. Ji Lihong hesitated. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I don't want her to date another man. At this moment, Ji Lihong unconsciously recalled the moments he spent with Zhang Yu. Brother Lihong, the little princess I've doted on since she was a child will eventually grow up. Stinky chicken head, I'm in college now. She will become someone else's wife. She will share her love with someone else. She will no longer follow me around calling me stinky chicken head like when she was little. Every time I think about these things, I'm really about to go crazy. Thinking of this, Ji Lihong gradually became resolute. But I can't allow myself to love her. She and I can only ever be like brother and sister. Thinking of this, he decisively pushed Zhang Yu away and said sternly, I won't object to you dating someone, but I will choose the best person for you. I'd be worried if you were deceived by someone else. Hearing this, Zhang Yu took a step back. She lowered her head, her expression darkening. Are you that eager to push me away? In that moment, Zhang Yu's heart felt like it was breaking. Ji Lihong, she thought sorrowfully. I love you so much. Why can't you love me? Do you know how much I've longed to grow up, just to be closer to you? Thinking of this, her tears fell unconsciously. I don't believe I mean nothing to you. Or am I just a pitiful little creature you took in and saved? I tried so hard. I tried to act strong, to be wild, just to get your attention. Ji Lihong, even though you've hurt me so many times, I still can't stop loving you. I tried my best. Why do you still hate me? Zhang Yu blurted out. Ji Lihong, why do you hate me? Ji Lihong sighed. Who told you that? He gently placed his hands on her shoulders. I only hate how stubborn you are. If you were a little more obedient, less willful, I would like you more. Not only would I like you, but others would too, understand. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt a lump in her throat. Suddenly, her stomach rumbled, leaving Ji Lihong a bit helpless. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, hurriedly covered her face with her hands. This is so embarrassing. Why did my stomach have to get hungry at such a sensitive moment? Seeing this, Ji Lihong chuckled softly. Stop crying. Let's get something to eat. Hearing that, Zhang Yu scratched her head in embarrassment. I was in a hurry to get to school this morning and forgot to eat breakfast. Now my stomach won't stop growling. Really? She thought dejectedly. How can I face him after this? At this moment, Ji Lihong looked at her gently. What do you want to eat? I'll take you. Zhang Yu stubbornly crossed her arms. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not hungry. But her stomach rumbled again. Zhang Yu clutched her stomach in embarrassment. I'm really not hungry. Ji Lihong smiled. All right, let's go eat. Seeing this, Zhang Yu turned and walked away in a huff. I don't want to talk to you. I'm leaving. Just then, Ji Li Hong grabbed her hand. Wait, he managed to stop Zhang Yu. Ji Li Hong swept her up into his arms. Your leg is injured. Stop running around. If your leg isn't better in a week, you're staying in bed. Zhang Yu was so helpless she blushed. You're so domineering. Ji Li Hong replied nonchalantly. I'm a CEO, right? Of course I have to be domineering. Zhang Yu feigned disgust. Who says? You're just a rogue. At this point, her mood had also stabilized. Stinky chicken head. I want to eat sushi. Okay, Zhang Yu said excitedly. And ice cream. Ji Li Hong replied. You can have whatever you want. In a restaurant, looking at the table full of dishes, Zhang Yu's eyes widened. This looks so delicious. And it's so pretty. She smiled happily and said, Amazing. I'm so happy. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yu eagerly began to enjoy the delicious food. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong looked at her with a doting gaze. Don't gobble it down like that. Your stomach can't hold that much. He rested his chin on his hand, watching her without blinking. You're living alone, your habits aren't good, and you don't eat on time. I'll hire a few maids for you, one to cook, one to clean. Is there anything else you want? Saying this, Ji Li Hong slowly picked up some food. Remember to call me before you go to bed. Be safe. Lock the doors carefully. Don't open the door for strangers. If a burglar breaks in, don't provoke them. You should. Zhang Yu interrupted. Stop. Can you be quiet for a moment? You talk more than Aunt Zhang. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong stood up and pinched her cheek. I'm worried about you. Why are you blaming me? Zhang Yu rubbed her face. I want a new bed. My bed is too hard. It's hard to sleep. Ji Li Hong smiled and replied, I'll buy you a new one. Don't worry. At this moment, Zhang Yu asked happily, Can I make friends? You won't object, will you? Ji Li Hong replied unhappily, I won't. Seeing this, Zhang Yu burst out laughing. Your expression says otherwise. At this moment, Ji Li Hong asked hesitantly, Yu, have you seen a jade ring? I can't find it. Maybe that night you. As he spoke, Ji Li Hong realized Zhang Yu was no longer in front of him. He looked to the side, and Zhang Yu was fast asleep. She's really something to be able to fall asleep in a restaurant. She must be very tired today. Ji Li Hong gently stroked her hair. Zhang Yu mumbled in her sleep, I'm not hungry. Ji Li Hong said gently, My little imp, being with you, I completely turn into a fool. The next morning, at Zhang Yu's house, Miss, Zhang Yu lay uncomfortably in bed, so noisy. The voice continued, Miss Yu, it's time to get up. The maid beside her said worriedly, Miss Yu, you're going to be late for school. Get up quickly. At this moment, Zhang Yu was still yawning, so noisy. Opening her eyes to get a better look, Zhang Yu was startled. Who are you people? What are you doing in my house? The maid forced a smile. CEO Ji sent us to take care of you. At the same time, Zhang Yu's phone rang. She answered irritably, Stinky chicken head. Why did you send so many people to my house? Ji Li Hong on the other end of the line laughed and replied, I hired professional caregivers for you. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for school. Zhang Yu was a little unhappy. Stinky chicken head. Ji Li Hong continued, I'll allow you to hang out with boys from school, but you can't bring them home, and you can't let them bring you to the door. That's not an unreasonable request, is it? He said seriously, think carefully before you go out with them. Can you do that? Zhang Yu replied sweetly, Yes. I have to go to school now, goodbye. She thought to herself, could it be that Stinky is concerned about me? Witnessing this scene, the two maids were instantly frozen. What's wrong with these two? Did we come all this way just to watch them be affectionate? A moment later, Zhang Yu rushed to school. I'm going to be late. Suddenly, a voice called out, Yu. Zhang Yu turned around. Shang Jinghao walked over with a smile. It's great to see you again. Is your leg better? Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Senior. She quickly replied, I feel much better. Thank you for your concern. At this moment, Shang Jinghao asked a little shyly, who was that man yesterday? Hearing this, Zhang Yu dodged his question. Senior Shang, I don't know where the history department building is. What should I do? Shang Jinghao forced a smile. All right, I'll take you there. He thought to himself, I should respect her privacy. Thinking of this, Shang Jinghao pointed the way, this way. Zhang Yu glanced at him secretly as she walked. He's so smart. She suddenly smiled and said, Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Hearing this, Shang Jinghao took the opportunity to say, Then can we have lunch together today? Zhang Yu was surprised. She thought to herself, I didn't expect him to say that. At this moment, Shang Jinghao felt extremely embarrassed. Does you think I'm being too hasty? But I really want to ask her. Thinking of this, he continued, Are you busy with something? Zhang Yu forced a smile. No, but my leg hurts a lot. I probably can't walk far. Shang Jinghao looked at her gently. It's okay. We can eat at the school cafeteria. A moment later, the two of them arrived. Zhang Yu smiled and waved goodbye. My class is about to start. I'll see you at lunch, senior. Goodbye. Shang Jinghao waved. Okay, I'll come pick you up at noon. After Zhang Yu left, Shang Jinghao couldn't help but smile. He sighed and placed a hand on his chest. Will she like me? Meanwhile, at Ji Lihong's company, he shot an arrow right into the bullseye. Ji Lihong smiled smugly. At the same time, his secretary walked in. Why do you look so happy? Did something good happen? Or do you have a new girlfriend again? Ji Lihong ignored her words. Did you send the new bed to Yu? The secretary smiled and said, I've already chosen the best one for her. Ji Lihong, are you trying to develop a relationship with your little cousin? Is that why you're treating her so well? Ji Lihong replied seriously, No, she's just my sister. Hearing this, the secretary was a little surprised. You still can't forget Jieyu. She gently comforted him. She died in that accident. It wasn't your fault. No one can blame you. Don't be so hard on yourself. So many years have passed. You should let go. Ji Lihong was silent. Let go. Meanwhile, in Zhang Yu's classroom, everyone in the class was listless. So boring. It's this teacher again. Meanwhile, the teacher on the podium was still passionately lecturing. King Yu of Zhou, in his desire to make Bao Si smile, lit the beacon towers to fool the feudal lords, causing chaos among the troops. This incident led to the downfall of a dynasty. That is why there is the saying, a beautiful woman is a calamity. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was extremely indignant. She immediately raised her hand to speak. Professor, I have a different opinion. She quickly stood up. Zhang Yu expressed her views in a firm tone. Why do people always blame women for mistakes they didn't cause? Why don't they consider what the monarch did wrong? If anyone is to blame, it can only be the monarch for being too infatuated with beauty, stubbornly refusing to see reason. What did Bao Si do wrong? Did she have to smile? No one made a rule that someone must smile. Not all beautiful women are calamities. Professor, please don't jump to conclusions like that. Modern women can also achieve great things. Hearing this, the teacher also didn't know how to explain, but the students below were very interested in Zhang Yu's opinion. Well said. That's amazing. Everyone was curious about her. Who is she? You don't know? She's Zhang Yu, the one who's been repeatedly voted the star of the British Academy. A moment later, the teacher's voice rang out. Class is over. You're dismissed. Seeing this, a group of male students immediately approached Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, can we have lunch together? Zhang Yu replied politely, Sorry, I have plans this afternoon. Hearing this, those people were a little disappointed. What a pity. I wonder if we'll be lucky enough to have dinner with her. Zhang Yu is so popular, everyone wants to be with her. A moment later, Shang Jinghao waved and ran over. Yu, I'm here. Sorry, I'm late. I had to prepare some things. Zhang Yu replied, It's okay, my class just ended anyway. At the school cafeteria, Shang Jinghao politely invited Zhang Yu to enter first. I hope you don't mind eating at the school cafeteria. Zhang Yu replied gently, Don't worry, the food in the cafeteria is quite good. As she stepped inside, a quiet and empty scene appeared before her eyes. Exquisite dishes were already laid out. The chef and the butler stood on either side, bowing to them. Young master, everything has been prepared according to your request. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yu was so shocked her jaw dropped. What is going on? Did I come to the wrong place? Is this the school cafeteria? Shang Jinghao shyly raised a hand to his mouth. I was afraid you wouldn't like the cafeteria food, so I brought my family chef over. It's just you and me in the cafeteria today. Zhang Yu smiled. Even though Senior Shang rides a bicycle and eats in the school cafeteria, there's no denying he's very wealthy. His humility is shown in a different way. A moment later, the two were seated at the dining table. Zhang Yu said with a smile, Senior Shang, we are friends, but I still have to tell you, I won't give up on the star selection competition. Shang Jinghao replied gently, If you really want it, I'll withdraw. Shang Jinghao suddenly stood up. But I have one condition. He looked at her, blushing. From now on, don't call me senior anymore, okay? It sounds too distant. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was a little confused. You're really a strange person. The scene changes. A woman walks to the door. Her painful past also came flooding back. To expand his influence and eliminate those who disobeyed, Yin massacred the Dorsai family, who were also members of the underworld. Fresh blood stained the entire clan. Qin fled with his younger sister. Don't let Yin find you. When you grow up, you must avenge me. In a small corner, 2 children were hiding. The younger sister's limbs trembled. Brother, I'm so scared. Although the older brother was also very scared, he had to remain calm and be a pillar of support for his sister. Don't be afraid. I'm here. My brother and I narrowly escaped death. At the same time, in the office, Ji Lihang was a bit surprised. Di-La, why are you here? Yin, does he think that by washing his hands of his past deeds and letting his son legitimize the company, he can erase what he did back then? Seeing that she didn't answer, Ji Li Hang lost his patience. If you want to discuss cooperation, you can leave now. Dila let out a sneer. I didn't come here this time for cooperation. She thought to herself, I've applied a deadly poison to my fingernails. If I just scratch a bit of Ji Li Hang's skin, he will surely die. Dila revealed a terrifying expression and said, I came here because I miss you very much. Indeed, a blood debt must be paid in blood. I will make your son die a horrible death. At the same time, Zhang Yu also arrived at the company. She looked around, a little confused. It's so strange today. Are all the company's security guards off? Even Secretary Song isn't here. Zhang Yu stood in front of the office door. The voices of Ji Li Hang and Di La came from inside. Di La said, Ji Li Hang, don't even think about escaping from my grasp today. This left her utterly shocked. Zhang Yu immediately kicked the door open. The fire of anger in her heart blazed. It really is her. This shameless woman dares to seduce Ji Li Hang. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Dila was furious. This brat ruined my plan again. I could have killed him just now. With a witness here, how can I continue? Thinking this, she turned to leave. I'll spare you this time. Li Hang, I'll come play with you again next time. Zhang Yu angrily pointed at her. Scared, are you? Trying to run? Don't let me see you again. At the same time, Ji Li Hang was still shaken. Dila really wanted to kill me just now. Luckily Yu arrived, otherwise I'd be. The Dorsai siblings are indeed here for the matter of the Yendi ring. Thinking of this, Ji Li Hang couldn't stop coughing. Zhang Yu looked at him curiously. Rotten chicken head, are you okay? Ji Li Hang was sweating. I'm fine. Next time you come to the company, don't come without telling me first. He thought to himself, I can't let you know about this. I absolutely cannot get her involved. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was a little angry. Why? Is it because I ruined your good time? Ji Li Hang stood up coldly. There's no why. I'll have someone take you away from here immediately. Don't come here again. Zhang Yu shouted loudly at Ji Li Hang. She gritted her teeth. I've had enough. I've really had enough. She walked towards Ji Li Hang step by step, grabbing him by the collar. Zhang Yu directly kissed Ji Li Hang on the lips, leaving him too surprised to react. She continued to gently touch Ji Li Hang's hand, slowly lifting it, and then held it tightly. Only then did Zhang Yu pull away from his lips. Ji Li Hang, I like you. It's this kind of feeling. She looked at him shyly. I'm grown up now. Don't treat me like a child anymore. I don't want to be your little sister. I want to be your bride. Ji Li Hang hugged Zhang Yu. Yu, listen to me. Zhang Yu replied heartbrokenly. I don't want to listen. Ji Li Hang tried to explain. Your feelings for me might not be what you think they are. Zhang Yu shouted, I don't want to listen. I know my own feelings very well. Ji Li Hang looked at her sadly. How can I make her understand? He then said, I will always love and dote on you. But I already have someone I like. Zhang Yu said with a smile, the person you like is me, right? Ji Li Hang drew a clear line. I like you, but it's not romantic love. It's the love between a brother and a sister. You can only see me as an older brother. Zhang Yu still tried to be optimistic and replied, don't worry. You'll fall in love with me eventually. I'm grown up now. I'll try my best to graduate from college, and by then, maybe you'll have fallen in love with me. Ji Li Hang said, I'm already in love with another girl. She still looked at him with expectant eyes. Ji Li Hang continued, but that person isn't you. Zhang Yu clenched her hands in front of her chest. The person you love isn't me. Her expression darkened. Ji Li Hang you. Then she smiled and waved her hand. You think I'll believe you just because you say that? Come on, stop using that excuse to fool me. I don't believe you. Zhang Yu hugged Ji Li Hang tightly. I've scared away all the women around you. Besides me, who else could you love? Ji Li Hang replied coldly, believe it or not. But I'm not kidding. Zhang Yu hugged him even tighter. It's okay. There's still plenty of time. I'll stick to you every single day. That way, you'll get used to having me around. If I want to leave, you won't want to let me go. Ji Li Hang didn't answer. Zhang Yu slowly let go and turned around. I have something to do at school. I won't have dinner with you tonight. Goodbye. She turned, her heart filled with anticipation. Ji Li Hang, hurry up and call me back. Say something. A smile remained on her lips. You have to think of me every day. But her heart ached. I'm begging you. Do you really not understand my heart? Zhang Yu tried to hold the elevator door open a little longer. I'm waiting for you to come after me. Why aren't you coming after me? Her tears flowed like a stream. How embarrassing. My first serious confession, and this is the response I get. I will try to seize every opportunity to be by your side. But you already like another girl. What do I have to do to become the one in your heart? Shang Zhenghao said to the driver, you can go back first. I want to take a walk. After saying that, Shang Zhenghao started walking with Zhang Yu. He asked her, Yu, it's getting dark. Where are you going? Your eyes are so red. Were you just crying? Zhang Yu sighed. She quickly forced a smile. Just some dust in my eye. I'm hungry. Wait for me to change. Senior, let's go get something to eat. Shang Zheng Hao gently pushed up his glasses and asked a bit shyly right now. He was secretly overjoyed. Does this count as a date? This is great. The two started strolling through the streets. Zhang Yu was excited. Owner, give me 10 of these skewers. I want to eat this. Shang Zheng Hao said, a night market? You want to eat here? Zhang Yu replied cheerfully, I know a super delicious place. It's your treat today. I'm going to eat until you run out of money. Shang Zhenghao said with a laugh, I'm so scared. Can I go home? You dare. Shang Zhenghao immediately replied, I would be more than happy to treat Miss Zhang Yu to all the delicious food here. So feel free to eat. Then the two quickly sat down at a small roadside stall. Zhang Yu immediately ordered, Ma'am, 10 skewers of everything and 2 more bottles of beer. No problem. A moment later, the owner brought the food over. Here's your order. Shang Zhenghao said worriedly, you can't drink this. Zhang Yu replied with a smile, I'll only drink half a glass. I promise I won't get drunk. Shang Zhenghao asked again, half a glass. How about 1/3 of a glass? Hearing him say that, she agreed to drink 1/3 of a glass. Don't drink too much. She must be sad about something. Zhang Yu raised her glass. Senior, cheers. A moment later, Shang Zhenghao was frantic. You're drunk. Afterwards, Shang Zhenghao had no choice but to carry her home on his back. Zhang Yu slurred drunkenly. Why is it so bright? I miss my mom. I miss my mom. Shang Zhenghao struggled to use his phone. Just 1 glass, no? She passed out after 1/3 of a glass. If you can't drink, you shouldn't force it. It seems best to call the butler to pick us up. Zhang Yu said dreamily. Little Hao, you're so nice. Where are we going next? Shang Zhenghao said with a red face. You can't drink anymore. You're drunk. I'm taking you home. Then he hung up the phone, thinking to himself, I wish time could stop. I wish this road had no end. That way, I could be with you a little longer. In front of the villa, Ji Lihang was already waiting. He looked at the two of them in shock. Ji Lihang stepped forward. Let me take you home. Shang Zhenghao thought to himself, it's that man from the other day. He must be Yu's relative. It should be fine to hand her over to him, but I'm really not willing to let her go. Ji Lihang picked up Zhang Yu and turned to leave. Shang Zhenghao immediately asked, you're the one who hurt her, aren't you? Ji Lihang stopped in his tracks after hearing that. What's it to you? Then, he carried Zhang Yu inside. The maid saw them and asked, CEO Ji, why are you here? Ji Lihang said coldly, everyone get out. No one is allowed to stay. Zhang Yu drunkenly rambled, I want to drink more. Don't stop me. I can still drink. Ji Lihang looked at her. I can't believe you dared to go drinking with another man. You dare to treat my words like the wind. Just wait until you're sober and see how I deal with you. Zhang Yu suddenly sat up and grabbed him. I want to drink. You think you can control me? Let me go, let me drink. All right, let go of me first. With that, Ji Lihang placed Zhang Yu on the bed. He rubbed his pinched, red cheek. You're such a little imp. My face hurts. Ji Lihang gently tucked her in. Sleep well. I have to go. Zhang Yu immediately grabbed the hem of his shirt. Why do you have to go? You don't like me anymore? Even little Hao doesn't like me. He wants to leave me too. Ji Lihang immediately asked, you like him? You mistook me for that guy, calling me little Hao. Zhang Yu said in anguish, everyone wants to abandon me. Everyone has left me. I'm all alone. Ji Lihang hurriedly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'll stay with you. Ji Lihang looked at the ring on her necklace. That's the Yin Di ring. Yu took it, so she's been wearing it all this time. Yu can't wear something so dangerous. Thinking this, he reached out to take the ring. Zhang Yu immediately screamed, you're a pervert. The maids outside heard the commotion and couldn't help but be curious. What are they doing in there? Another maid shouted, don't ask. Ji Lihang tried to explain. You can't wear this ring. Can you give it to me? Zhang Yu looked at the ring. This is the only thing I have from that rotten chicken head. I stole it while he was sleeping. Ji Lihang was lost in thought. At that moment, Zhang Yu slapped him hard across the face. So I'm not giving it to you, you pervert. Don't even think about taking it. The noise carried outside. I'm gonna beat you to death. Don't. Stop. At that moment, Jae-yu came and asked, excuse me, is this Zhang Yu's house? The maid immediately said, who are you? CEO G has instructed that no one is allowed in. Jae-yu was stunned. CEO G, could I have remembered wrong? Isn't this Yu's house? The next morning, Ji Lihang woke up by the bed. I stayed here watching her all night before she finally fell asleep. What a stubborn girl. Zhang Yu's hand was still clutching that ring. I'm afraid I won't be able to get this ring back. If Yu keeps wearing it like this, no one will probably find out, right? He continued, if you like it, then just keep it. At that moment, the maid opened the door. CEO G, yesterday a lady named Jia Yu came to visit Miss Yu. We didn't let her in, so she left. As soon as he heard this name, Ji Lihang became anxious. Who did you say came? The scene shifts to a childhood memory of the two. Ji Li Hang's mother said with a smile, "You come here, this is Annie Yun's son, Ji Li Hang." Zhang Yu peeked out shyly. Yu is a shy little girl. "Li Hang, you have to take good care of your little sister." Yu, why are you crying? Did someone bully you?" Zhang Yu said sadly. "Brother Li Hang, at kindergarten, no one wants to play with me. They say my mom died because of me." Ji Li Hang immediately comforted her. "Don't listen to their nonsense. They're just jealous that you're prettier than them. Yu is the most adorable princess, and I will protect you." At that moment, Shang Zhenghao kept calling her, Yu. Zhang Yu mumbled in her sleep, "Rotten chicken head." Shang Zhenghao woke her up. "Yu, it's me, Shang Zhenghao." Zhang Yu sat up. "Senior Shang, why is it you? My head hurts so much." Shang Zhenghao brought her a bowl of hot soup. "You drank too much yesterday." "Well, not that much actually. You were drunk yesterday, so you have a headache this morning, right? You should drink some soup. It'll make you feel better." Zhang Yu asked immediately, "Senior, was it you who brought me home and took care of me all night?" Hearing this, Shang Zhenghao immediately changed the subject. "You should eat quickly. We still have to submit our proposal to Ms. Jessica later." Zhang Yu said with a smile, "Okay, thank you, Senior." So it was Senior Shang who took care of me all night. But why do I have a feeling it was Ji Li Hang? Then the two went to school. Zhang Yu asked immediately, "Senior, did I say anything strange yesterday?" Shang Zhenghao thought for a moment, then replied, "No, you were too drunk. You slept like a log." Zhang Yu walked forward, saying, "But when I was sleeping." At that moment, a piercing scream was heard. Zhang Yu turned her head. What was that sound? It seems to be coming from Ms. Jessica's office. She immediately ran over. "Ms. Jessica, what's wrong?" In the room, Ji Li Hang was holding Jie tightly. Looking at the things scattered on the floor, Jie frantically tidied up. "I'm so sorry. My place is such a mess. There have been a lot of school activities lately, and so many student proposals have been submitted that I haven't had time to organize them. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Ji Li Hang said, "It's okay. You've worked hard. You've changed so much over the years. I almost didn't recognize you." Jie replied coldly, "Just a change of hairstyle, a change of mood." Ji Li Hang picked up the photo on the table. "You kept this photo too?" Jie replied while organizing her books. "Yeah, after all, it's the only photo of the three of us from back then." Jie hesitated for a moment. "If I could go back to that time, I would be willing to do anything." Memories of the three of them flooded back. Ji Li Hang said with a smile, "Jie, I like you. I want to compete fairly with a Tuesday. A two. Let's settle this with a race." Jie anxiously tried to stop them. "What? Wait, that's dangerous. You two shouldn't go." A loud crash was heard. Only the sound of Jie crying out for a two remained. Back in the present, she blamed herself sorrowfully. "If only I could have stopped them then. Maybe... Forget it. Let's not talk about it. It's all in the past." Jie asked with a smile, "Li Hang, would you like something to drink? I'll go get it for you." Ji Li Hang replied, "No need to trouble yourself." At that moment, Jie accidentally twisted her ankle, and a stack of documents fell to the ground. Ji Li Hang worriedly caught her. "Jie, be careful. Are you okay?" Jie replied, "I think I twisted my ankle." Just then, Zhang Yu pushed the door open and walked in. "Ms. Jessica, what's wrong?" The other two quickly let go of each other. Zhang Yu was stunned. "You two? Why are you two? Why is Rotten Chicken Head here? And hugging Ms. Jessica? What on earth is going on?" Ji Li Hang immediately spoke up. Yu, don't get agitated. Let me explain. Jie is my friend from college." Jie also spoke up. "Yu, I thought it was just a coincidence of having the same name. In college, he often mentioned he had a stubborn little sister at home. It turns out it was really you." Zhang Yu was shocked. "Ms. Jie. Ms. Jessica. Her name is Li Jie." Zhang Yu's memory flashback. On the card were written 4 words. "Sorry, Jie." She immediately asked Ji Li Hang, "Jie, who is this Jie? Why did you apologize to her?" She's the woman in that photo." Ji Li Hang snatched the card. Yu, this is my private matter." Jie smiled and introduced herself. "I'm the new homeroom teacher. My surname is Li. You can call me Ms. Jessica." Ji Li Hang's words came back to her. "I love a girl, but that person isn't you." Zhang Yu was heartbroken, so it was Ms. Jie. So it was all because he doesn't love me. Rotten Chicken Head wasn't lying. He rejected me every time. So I was just being sentimental. I was wrong, so that's how it is. Zhang Yu trembled all over and slowly walked forward. Ji Li Hang quickly stood in front of Jie to protect her. Yu, what are you trying to do? Are you planning to drive Jie away like you did with Dila?" Zhang Yu said in anguish. "What do you think I want to do? In your heart, am I just a shrew who makes trouble for no reason?" Ji Li Hang said, "Calm down, Yu, let's talk this out." Zhang Yu cut him off. "Stay where you are. Tell me, the person you like is her, isn't it?" Just as Jie was about to explain, "Yu, you've misunderstood." Ji Li Hang quickly interrupted. "Yes. Then he looked towards Jiayu. It's her. Zhang Yu's eyes filled with tears. Li Hang, you're a bastard. I never want to see you again. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Seeing this, Jiayu quickly said, Li Hang, I'm fine. You should hurry and explain things to Yu. Ji Li Hang just replied coldly, I can't give her the kind of love she wants. She'll grow up eventually. I can't be with her for the rest of her life. As for Zhang Yu, she ran straight outside, then hid in a corner by a wall. Will he come after me? In the past, no matter how much I angered him, he would always come and comfort me in the end. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Zhang Yu called out happily, You. Shang Zhenghao rushed over. Yu, she said, disappointed. Why is it you? Shang Zhenghao didn't know how to answer and just gently patted her head. Zhang Yu then asked, I don't want you here. Why are you here? Shang Zhenghao pulled her into a comforting hug. Yu, if you want to cry, just cry. Zhang Yu sobbed silently. Why is it you? Where is Ji Li Hang? Shang Zhenghao continued to comfort her. It's okay. You'll feel better after you cry. Zhang Yu said through her tears, Senior, why do you like me? I'm not worthy of your feelings. Shang Zhenghao gently wiped her tears. Then why do you like Ji Li Hang? Shang Zhenghao continued, Are you really happy when you're with Ji Li Hang? You're crying so heartbrokenly. Does he feel any remorse for you? What do you like about him? Zhang Yu stammered, Aye. She recalled the past. Since I was 6, I've lived at the Ji family's house, without a single friend. They said I was the one who caused my mother's death. Only Rotten Chicken Head protected me, comforted me. Everything in my subconscious is about him. Annie Yin said if I liked Rotten Chicken Head, I could marry him when I grow up. Yu, do you like Li Hang? If you like that boy, when you grow up, marry him and be my daughter-in-law, okay? Zhang Yu immediately nodded. Yes, I like him. I like him. I really like him. But it was all a lie. I was like a fool. I overestimated his feelings for me. Then she pushed Shang Zhenghao's hand away. There's no reason. I just like him. I want to be with him, can't I? Is it so hard to win his affection? Shang Zhenghao looked at her with a smile, gently hugging her to comfort her. Of course you can. No one said you can't. No one hates you. Everyone likes you very much. Even if you don't try to get attention, they will still cherish you. Zhang Yi heard this and asked in surprise, How do you know me? Shang Zhenghao said, You want to become the star of the academy. You want to bask in the spotlight because you want more people to like you. I know, you're a good girl. Everyone will like you. But even if you don't do that, I will still love you. Zhang Yi was stunned. Senior. She suddenly took a step back. I'm doing this so that Stinky Chicken Head will like me more, so he won't see me as a child anymore. Shang Zhenghao immediately said, Maybe you don't like him that much, but you're afraid he'll abandon you. That's not love. Zhang Yi was astonished. It's not love? Mom said liking is a little bit of love, and love is liking a lot. So why not actually like Stinky Chicken Head? What on earth is love? At this moment, on Ji Li Hong's side, he was driving. Has this desolate place turned into an industrial park? To be stuck in traffic like this at this hour. Jiayu, sitting beside him, saw Ji Li Hong's expression and said, You haven't said a word the whole way. Are you worried about Yaya? Ji Li Hong felt a little guilty. Sorry, she's like a child. I can't help but worry. Jiayu continued, You're still the same as you were in college. Every week, someone would report her affairs to you. Sometimes you'd be angry. Sometimes you'd be happy. I often thought that I would never see that side of Ji Li Hong again. But I didn't expect that after so many years, you're still the same. She looked out the car window. Everything has changed so much. Only you're still the same. Ji Li Hong was silent. I'm sorry about Atu's matter. Yeah, Jiayu immediately cut him off. Let what's past be past. You two are the most important people in my life. I've already lost one. I don't want to lose another. After Atu passed away, he asked you to take care of me. You'll still keep that promise, won't you, Li Hong? Zhang Yi looked up at the sky. The moon is beautiful tonight. Shang Zhenghao added, Did you know? Natsum once translated the phrase, I love you as the moon is beautiful tonight. Zhang Yi was surprised. Really? Shang Zhenghao explained. Because he believed that when you are with the woman you love most, the moon is at its most beautiful. It's just a subtle way of expressing affection. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then quickly explained, I didn't mean it that way just now. Shang Zhenghao chuckled. Zhang Yi quickly said, Senior, thank you for comforting me and cheering me up. Shang Zhenghao then said, You used to always lock yourself in a cage. That cage is Ji Li Hong. If you're willing to step out, you'll discover the world is very big. Life isn't just about Ji Li Hong. Then he took her hand. You like Ji Li Hong because you've never known anyone else before. Now you've stepped out of that cage. Can you give me a chance? Zhang Yi was flustered. Senior, he makes a lot of sense. Shang Zhenghao continued his advance. People say holding the hand of someone you like feels like an electric shock. Miss Zhang Yi, What do you feel right now? Zhang Yi said in confusion. I don't feel anything. My face isn't red. My heart isn't racing. Then she answered foolishly, my palm is sweaty, and it's also very hot. Shang Jinghao's whole body trembled. Zhang Yi panicked. Did I say something wrong? Sorry. Senior is probably angry. I shouldn't have been such a killjoy. What should I do now? At this moment, Shang Jinghao suddenly burst out laughing. Zhang Yi was a little angry. You dare to tease me. Shang Jinghao replied, you're so adorable. Zhang Yi was furious. Senior, how could you tease me? Watch me punch you. Shang Jinghao said while laughing. Sorry. Spare my life, young mistress. You stand right there for me. You're dead meat. Afterwards, Shang Jinghao took Zhang Yi home. All right, we're home. Thank you for taking me home. Zhang Yi had only taken a few steps when Shang Jinghao called her back. Wait. He gently kissed her forehead. See you tomorrow. Good night. Zhang Yi's heart was filled with guilt. He treats me so well. Why don't I feel even a little spark? If I get together with him, can I forget Ji Li Hong? The moment she thought of Stinky Chicken Head, her heart began to ache again. Then, Shang Jinghao left. We'll meet again soon. Ji Li Hong, having just driven back, witnessed everything. He then went to find Shang Jinghao. Shang Jinghao seemed to have expected it. I knew you would come. Jiayu's words appeared in his mind. Li Hong, will you keep your promise? Ji Li Hong replied, of course, I will take care of you in Atu's place, so you can have a happy life. Jiayu immediately said, but what I want isn't that kind of care. She lifted Ji Li Hong's chin, then gently kissed his cheek. Only by being with you can I be happy. Can you be my boyfriend, Li Hong? Ji Li Hong returned to reality. Shang Jinghao said, I knew you would come. Where is Ye? Ji Li Hong replied, I've taken her home. I came here to see you. Shang Jinghao immediately asked, why did you want to see me? Ji Li Hong clenched his fists. I've investigated you. You are the heir to the Shang Corporation, the grandson of a big shot in the political world. You come from a prestigious family, so I agree. I agree to let you pursue Ye to be with her. But you must know, if you make Ye sad, I will absolutely not let you off. Hearing this, Shang Jinghao felt stunned. Then he smiled and said, are you trying to pressure me in your capacity as her guardian? What good cousin. You don't need to tell me these things, because my feelings for Ye are genuine. If the one who makes Ye sad is you and not me, what will you do then? Ji Li Hong remained silent. After Shang Jinghao left, Ji Li Hong stood downstairs from the villa, looking up. Did I hurt your feelings? I just want you to have a good life. But why do I feel so sad? The next morning, rumors of them dating had spread everywhere. Hey, have you heard? Zhang Yi and Shang Jinghao have started dating. What? So fast? Shoo, quiet down. Here they come. Shang Jinghao said gently, why are you staring at your phone so early in the morning? Zhang Yi replied coldly, it's nothing. Stinky Chicken Head didn't come to see me last night, nor did he call or text. Then she said to Shang Jinghao, Senior Shang, you go on ahead. I want to go see Jiayu for a bit. In the office, Jiayu said in surprise, Yeah, why are you here? Zhang Yi immediately said, Miss Jiayu, I want to know the relationship between you and my cousin. Jiayu turned away. You shouldn't know about these things. Zhang Yi continued, this is very important to me. Hearing this, Jiayu began to recount. Li Hong and I were university classmates. Back then, he too and I were close friends. Both of them wanted to pursue me. I didn't want to ruin their relationship, so I didn't respond to either of them. But Li Hong wasn't patient enough. He insisted on racing to decide the winner. Zhang Yi didn't understand. A car race. Jiayu continued. In that race, Atu died because of car malfunction. That's what happened. Jiayu turned back, smiling and said, it's all in the past. Luckily, Li Hong and I have opened our hearts to each other and are together now. Since you're Li Hong's cousin, we're family now. After hearing this, Zhang Yi was dazed and distraught. What did you say? You two are together now? That night, Ji Li Hong hadn't actually agreed to be with Jiayu, saying he needed to think it over carefully. That woman immediately retorted, don't tell me you've actually fallen for that cousin of yours. Back in college, you even got into a fight just because someone teased you about raising a child bride at home. If you get together with that brat now, you'll be a laughingstock. Ji Li Hong said, answering you now would indeed be a bit hasty. Can you give me some time? Jiayu continued, Li Hong and I have started dating. I've missed out many times before. I don't want to miss this chance now. He's a man who keeps his promises. A man like him is the ideal type for many people. I heard you're with Jinghao now. That's great. Li Hong and I are both very happy to see you happy. Zhang Yi was heartbroken. Together. You too. Why? Why is my mind so blank? Does Stinky Chicken Head really not want me anymore? She ran to the rooftop in anguish. At this moment, Shang Jinghao arrived with food. Yeah, why are you on the rooftop? It's very windy up here. You ate so little, so I had the chef make you a few dishes. They're still hot. Hurry up and eat. Zhan, you didn't even glance at the food container. I don't want to eat. Shang Jinghao asked worriedly. It's not to your taste? What do you want to eat? I'll have them make it. Zhan Ye replied. I like canned fruit. Shang Jinghao said, canned fruit have a lot of preservatives. It's not good for your health. Is there anything else you like? Zhan Ye then asked, Senior, are we considered to have started dating? Shang Jinghao blushed. Why are you asking that? He answered shyly. If you think so, then let's say we are. Zhan Ye continued. Senior, you're very good to me. You're incredibly gentle and considerate. The time I got drunk, you took care of me all night. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Shang Jinghao said, I did it all willingly. Zhan Ye continued, but I still want to thank you for taking care of me. I've had a few bad habits since I was little. I like to talk in my sleep, kick off my blanket, and sometimes I even sleepwalk. I'm sorry, Senior. I can't accept you. I can't date you. There are many other delicious things in the world, but right now, I only want to eat canned fruit. Hearing these words, Shang Jinghao was stunned. I'm not a person who likes to lie, but to win her heart, I made up lies. I was too conceited, thinking she didn't know, but in fact, she knew everything. False words cannot be exchanged for true feelings. Ye left me just like that, and I had no right to hold on. Afterwards, Zhan Ye went to her mother's grave. Mom, I've come to see you again. What should I do now? That stinky chicken head has started dating my teacher. They're in love. I don't even have a chance. Everyone has abandoned me. Why do I still have to stay in this world? She looked at the stars in the sky. Mom, is that you? Have you come to take me away? At this moment, Zhan Ye felt a wave of dizziness and fell down. It was an ordinary afternoon. The sun was bright gold. The sky was blue with white clouds. Zhan Ye chased after Ji Lihong. Lihong, wait for me. Ji Lihong said, Yeah, I have to go to school. Stop chasing me. Zhan Ye still clung to Ji Lihong's sleeve. I want to go to school with you. You can't go home now. Just then, a car came speeding towards them. Zhan Ye's mother saw it and rushed out. Yeah, Lihong, run. My life was turned upside down from that moment. In that instant, she fell. Ji Lihong screamed, Aunt Lu. From then on, my world was plunged into darkness. I wish for my mother to come back. At this moment, Zhan Ye woke up. My head hurts so much. Where am I? Ji Lihong said irritably in the underworld. Zhan Ye was startled. Stinky chicken head. What are you doing here? Ji Lihong roared angrily. You didn't eat all day, you caught a cold, and had a fever of 39 degrees. If I hadn't arrived in time, you wouldn't be sitting here now. Hurry up and take your medicine. Zhan Ye pouted. What nonsense are you talking, you idiot? She smiled to herself. So Stinky Chicken Head was still secretly following me. He still cares about me. Then she asked, What are you cooking? It smells so good. Ji Lihong smiled and looked over, only to see Jieyu walk out. Lihong, the porridge is ready. Is Ye awake yet? Zhan Ye was stunned. Why is she here? Ji Lihong said, Yeah, don't be like this. She's your teacher. Zhan Ye immediately lay down, pulling the blanket over her head. Ji Lihong said to Jieyu, I'll go get some porridge for Ye. You talk to her for a bit. Jieyu smiled and said, Okay, leave it to me. Then she said enthusiastically, I heard you were sick, so I came specially to make porridge for you. In the past, when Lihong had a cold, he would get better quickly after eating my porridge. Zhan Ye said sadly, Thank you, but I don't want to eat porridge. I'm just your student. You don't need to do these things for me. You also don't need to do these things to prove anything to Lihong. I'm not that important to him. Jieyu was momentarily flustered, not knowing how to reply. At this moment, Ji Lihong returned. Yeah, get up and eat some porridge. Jieyu's expression immediately changed. She said, sobbing, Yeah, if you don't want to see me this much, then I'll leave first. Take care of yourself. Then she immediately rushed out. Sorry, I have to go. Seeing this, Ji Lihong hurriedly called out, Jieyu, what's wrong? Zhan Ye immediately said, Stop. She threw off the blanket. Don't you dare chase after her. If you step out of this room, we will never see each other again. Zhan Ye shouted loudly at Ji Lihong, I forbid you from chasing after her. Ji Lihong looked at her angrily. What on earth did you say that made Jieyu leave in anger? Zhan Ye said aggrievedly, I didn't say anything. Ji Lihong said coldly, She left after you said nothing? Jieyu was kind enough to come and make porridge for you. Is this how you treat her? How did you become like this? Zhan Ye cut him off in frustration. What have I become? She frowned. I don't need her to visit. I don't need her to make me porridge. And I don't need her hypocritical concern. I didn't ask her to do it. She did it willingly. Don't I even have the right to refuse others? Ji Lihong pursed his lips, reaching out to place the bowl of porridge on the table. He said sternly, "You do. You have a right to refuse others. But couldn't you be a little more tactful? Do you know how to respect others? I feel like I can't manage you anymore." After speaking, Ji Li Hong turned to leave. "Have I spoiled you too much? Is that why you've become like this?" Seeing this, Zhang Ye, who had her head down, suddenly spoke up. "Wait." She looked at him seriously. "We had an agreement before. Do you remember?" At this moment, memories flooded her mind. Ji Li Hong had once said, "Let's use your 4 years of university as the term. During this time, in front of my mother, we have to cooperate well, playing the part of an engaged couple." At that time, she was very surprised. "You want me to cooperate with you? On what ground should I help you?" Ji Li Hong then leaned in and whispered in her ear, "I'll promise you one condition. As long as it's something I can do, I will help you accomplish it." Back to the present, Zhang Ye said, "My condition is you are not allowed to pursue her. You have to stay by my side." Ji Li Hong was silent. Zhang Ye, he walked straight to the door. "For you to make such a condition, it really disappoints me." After speaking, he slammed the door shut in front of a stunned Zhang Ye. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and her hands trembled. "Wait, don't go. Don't abandon me." Zhang Ye hurriedly got out of bed and ran towards the door. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so willful. I shouldn't have used the condition to threaten you, to force you. I will grow up. I will be more mature. I don't want to give him up to Jieyu. How could I give him up to someone else?" Zhang Ye ran, tears streaming down her face. "I must catch up to Ji Li Hong. I want to tell him I was wrong. Can you please not abandon me? Can you please not leave me?" Zhang Ye finally caught up to Ji Li Hong. She hesitantly called out to him, "Ji Li." Suddenly, Zhang Ye saw that Jieyu was also there, and she was hugging Ji Li Hong right in front of her. Zhang Ye was momentarily speechless, looking at them in anguish. Just then, a mysterious man appeared behind Zhang Ye. "Miss Zhang." Zhang Ye turned around in shock, asking fearfully, "Who are you?" Ji Li Hong had hurriedly chased after Jieyu, finally catching up to her. Jieyu looked at him sadly, saying softly, "Doesn't want to see me, so it's fine if I just leave. Don't let me affect the relationship between you two." Ji Li Hong replied gently, "Sorry, I want to apologize to you." Jieyu clenched her fists. "Sorry for what? You're always saying sorry. For Atu's death, I'm sorry. For Ye's willfulness, I'm also sorry. For everything, all I know is to say sorry." She frowned, reached out towards Ji Li Hong, and then hugged him tightly. Jieyu sobbed, "I'm really so jealous of Ye. Jealous that she can bravely pursue her own happiness. Jealous that she has your concern. Li Hong, I have nothing left, only you." At the same time, Zhang Ye also arrived and witnessed this scene. Then, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Ji Li Hong abruptly turned his head. "That's Ye's voice. What's wrong?" He rushed back to the villa. As soon as he saw the maid, Ji Li Hong immediately asked, "Where did the young miss go?" The maid stammered in reply, "The young miss, she." Just then, Luo Yun and 2 bodyguards appeared. Seeing her, Ji Li Hong was extremely surprised, "Mom." Luo Yun crossed her arms with a stern voice. "Don't call me Mom. I don't have a son like you. I've already taken Ye away. From now on, you don't need to worry about her affairs." Ji Li Hong was instantly anxious. "Taking her away? She still has a high fever. How could you take her away?" "Mom, what are you trying to do?" Luo Yun didn't answer. She glanced at Jieyu behind him. "Miss Li Jieyu, we meet again. Have you forgotten the advice I gave you back then? The entire Ji family has already accepted Ye. No matter how much you want to climb the social ladder, you won't have a chance. I'll let you finish university smoothly and find a job. You promised me, once you took the money, you would leave Li Hong. Why have you gone back on your word now?" Jieyu didn't dare to speak. She could only lower her head. At this moment, Ji Li Hong looked at her, confused. "What's social climbing? What on earth is going on?" Jieyu burst into tears. "Li Hong, I'm sorry. I really needed the money at that time." The more she spoke, the more she cried. "Madam came to me, gave me a sum of money, and told me to leave you, and I agreed. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Li Hong, please forgive me." Hearing these words, Ji Li Hong looked at Luo Yun angrily. "Mom, how could you do something like this?" Luo Yun replied nonchalantly, "I didn't force her. I just gave her a choice. She chose to take the money and leave you herself." Luo Yun's face was impassive. This kind of person was never worthy of being a daughter-in-law of our Ji family. However, if you and Ye no longer have any relationship, then you can do whatever you want. Ji Li Hong showed his displeasure. "Ye, it's Zhang Ye again. In order for Ye to marry me, you use these tactics against Jieyu?" Luo Yin turned away coldly. "This is what our family owes her. I originally thought you would treat her well. I didn't expect you to be so unmotivated, failing to live up to my painstaking efforts." Ji Li Hong frowned. What exactly does our family owe her, Mom? You must explain it clearly to me today. Hearing these words, Luo Yun calmed down and said, I originally planned to hide this from you for a lifetime, but fine, if you want to know, I'll tell you. She turned back sternly. The car accident back then was not an accident. Ye's mother died, saving you. Luo Yun recalled. Back then, your father was the Yama of the underworld. He had no shortage of enemies. Someone deliberately sought revenge. They couldn't get to your father, so naturally they would target you. Fragments of old memories surfaced in Ji Li Hong's mind. A red-haired woman driving a car, speeding towards him. At that time, Ji Li Hong was too scared to even dodge. That car was deliberately aimed at you. Just then, Zhang Yi's mother noticed something was wrong with the car. Li Hong, yeah, run. Back to the present. A trace of sorrow crossed Luo Yun's face. If it weren't for Yi's mother being there to save you too, I'm afraid the consequences would have been unimaginable. She is your lifesaver. This debt of gratitude our Ji family owes the Zhang family. We can never repay it. Ji Li Hong's brows furrowed tightly. How could this be? Where is Ye? Mom, where did you take Ye? Luo Yun replied coldly. I've had someone take Ye away. From now on, she and you will no longer have any relationship. Where she goes, you don't need to concern yourself. After a panic, Zhang Yi was escorted by 2 bodyguards to another place. Zhang Yi applied to study abroad and did not return to school. But she topped the charts in every exam, unmatched by anyone, and from then on became a legend at the school. Half a year later, Shang Jinghao graduated early, following in his father's and grandfather's footsteps into politics. Ji Li Hong tried every means to find news of Zhang Ye, but it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. A year later, a car drove into the main gate, and a girl in white high heels stepped out. It was Zhang Ye. She had now matured, her appearance even more beautiful than before. Seeing her, the servant happily ran out to greet her. Madam, Miss Ye is back. Zhang Ye immediately ran to Luo Yun's side. Mother Yun, I missed you so much. Luo Yun happily reached out to receive her. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Come here. Let Mother Yun have a good look at you. She looked at Zhang Ye affectionately, saying with emotion, in the blink of an eye, our little princess has grown so big. Zhang Ye's eyes crinkled into a smile. How is it that after so many years, Mother Yun is still so young? Hearing this, Luo Yun shyly touched her face. Not at all, this child. You really know how to talk. She continued with a laugh. It was hard to graduate. You two should go and have fun. That other matter is not urgent. Luo Yun frowned. That matter? It was Li Hong who wronged you. If you regret it. Zhang Ye interrupted Mother Yun. Mother Yun, don't worry, I'm fine. I won't let you down. I am Zhang Ye, nothing could stop me. However, Luo Yun couldn't help but worry about her. She forced a smile, gently placing her hand on Zhang Ye's shoulder. If that's the case, then go for it, my good Ye. I will always be your strongest support. The next day, at Ji Li Hong's company, the employees began to whisper among themselves. Have you heard? Mrs. Ji specially chose a secretary for President Ji. They say she's a candidate for the position of the chairman's wife. Another person asked curiously, is that true or false? As soon as Zhang Ye entered the company, countless wary eyes fell upon her. It's that girl. Looking at the outfit Zhang Ye was wearing, everyone sneered in unison. What is she doing? Dressed so provincially. Someone like that can be the president's secretary? What era is this that someone still dresses like that? It's hideously ugly. And she's a candidate for the chairman's wife. How could President Ji possibly take a liking to her? A moment later, at Ji Li Hong's office, Zhang Ye knocked on the door. At this moment, Ji Li Hong was buried in a mountain of documents on his desk, saying, Secretary Song, are the documents for today's meeting ready? Zhang Ye smiled faintly. President Ji, Secretary Song has resigned because she's getting married. I will prepare the meeting documents for you. Ji Li Hong was a little surprised. Resigned? Why didn't I know? You are. Zhang Ye smiled and replied, Hello, President Ji. I'm the new assistant. My name is Zhang Ye. Please give me your guidance. She slowly approached, her face glowing with unprecedented confidence. Hello, President Ji. I'm very happy to be your assistant. I will do my best to complete my tasks well, and I hope you'll be satisfied. Ji Li Hong was stunned. Yeah, why is it you? At that moment, Zhang Ye picked up a file from the side and said in a steady tone, I have carefully reviewed the issues related to the company's operations. I wonder if President Ji has any personal matters he needs to instruct me on. She showed a hint of shyness, smiled, and added, for example, which girlfriend's calls can be transferred and whose cannot. Hearing these words, Ji Li Hong let out a soft laugh. Why are you using this tone to talk to me? It's not like you at all. Zhang Yi suddenly turned cold. Then may I ask, what tone should I use to speak with President Ji? Ji Lihong was extremely surprised. He immediately grabbed her arm tightly, his face showing a pained expression as he asked, "This past year, where on earth did you go? I looked for you everywhere for a very long time, but there was no news of you at all." Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "I didn't go anywhere. It's just that there was nothing important, so I didn't contact you." Suddenly, Ji Lihong reached out and took the glasses off Zhang Yi's face, looking at her sternly. "Who let you dress like this? It's hideous." Zhang Yi said in a provocative tone, "Can you control me? I like dressing like this." She quickly snatched her glasses back. "What does a man like you know about aesthetics? Give me back my glasses. I still have work to do." Zhang Yi seriously put her glasses back on. Seeing this, Ji Lihong had to give in to her. "What are you thinking in that head of yours again? Anyway, when did you get back? Why didn't you come find me first?" Zhang Yi turned to leave. "You're too busy. I was afraid of bothering you." Hearing this, Ji Lihong was a little surprised. "Since when did our little devil become so well-behaved?" Zhang Yi replied coldly. "Fine then. Let's just say I was too busy, all right?" Ji Lihong frowned. What could you possibly be busy with? He thought to himself. This time, Ye has returned as if she's a completely different person. At that moment, Zhang Yi rested her chin on her hand, thinking, "I just graduated, found a job. I need to find a house quickly. I can't keep staying in a hotel." Ji Lihong immediately became worried. "What? You're staying in a hotel alone? No way. Move back home immediately." Zhang Yi chuckled softly. "I don't want to go back to the Ji family home. It's too far from the company. I plan to rent a place. I just haven't found a suitable one yet." Ji Lihong said firmly, "Then come stay at my apartment. It's dangerous for a girl like you to live alone outside." Zhang Yi gave a sly smile. She laughed, crossing her arms over her chest. "You want me to live with you?" That night in the bathroom, Zhang Yi was blissfully enjoying the hot water. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Outside, Ji Lihong walked over holding some clothes. Yeah, I don't have any women's clothes. You can wear one of my shirts for now. I've left it outside the door." Just then, Zhang Yi's voice came from inside. "I'm done showering, you can come in." Hearing this, Ji Lihong cracked the door open. "Then I'm coming in." As soon as he looked inside, he was stunned by the sight before him. Zhang Yi was soaking wet, with only a thin towel wrapped around her body. Ji Lihong quickly covered his eyes. "Zhang Yi, get dressed right now." After speaking, he frantically shut the door. At this moment, Zhang Yi was a little confused. "I'm clearly the one who was seen. What's he yelling about? Do we get the scripts mixed up?" A moment later, she walked out nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? Weren't we like this when we were kids?" Ji Lihong blushed with embarrassment. "Childhood was childhood. How old are you now?" Zhang Yi laughed, leaning gently against him. "I'm only 3. I don't know anything yet. I'll still have to trouble you to dry my hair, Lihong." Ji Lihong replied shyly, Then he took a towel and started drying Zhang Yi's hair. He thought to himself, "Yi smells so good, and she's gotten taller." Ji Lihong subconsciously glanced down at her chest. At this thought, he quickly backed away. "No, Ji Lihong, are you a beast? How did you think about this?" Seeing this, Zhang Yi turned around, confused. By now, Ji Lihong was standing far away from her. Zhang Yi looked at him curiously. "Why is your face so red?" Ji Lihong stammered in reply. "It's too hot in the room." "Too hot. I'll go turn on the air conditioner." After Ji Lihong turned on the AC, Zhang Yi asked him in a serious voice, "Where is she?" Ji Lihong was bewildered. "Who?" Zhang Yi scoffed. "Don't play dumb with me." Hearing this, Ji Lihong gently resumed drying her hair. "Are you talking about Jieyu? She was sent to Germany by the school. She won't be back until next week." At this, Zhang Yi's face showed a hint of disappointment. "Have you two?" Ji Lihong cut her off. "Have we what?" "Don't misunderstand. We're just friends. I was just asked to take care of her." Zhang Yi was surprised. "Really?" Ji Lihong replied softly. "Real or not, why would I lie to you? All right, your hair is dry." With that, he handed the towel to Zhang Yi. "Here you go." Seeing this, Zhang Yi gave a sharp tug, pulling him closer to her. "Thank you, Lihong." She gave him a gentle kiss. "This is a thank you gift." Seeing this, Ji Lihong was extremely surprised. His soul and body felt as if they had split in two. His soul said, "You can't do this, let go quickly." This is Zhang Yi, the one woman you absolutely shouldn't touch. But his body wouldn't listen, craving the fresh scent from her lips, lingering on the warmth of her skin. "What's wrong with me?" At this thought, he pushed Zhang Yi away, but couldn't stop himself from actively kissing her. The self-control he had always been proud of suddenly became so weak. This can't go on. Ji Lihong made up his mind, frowning. He gently pushed Zhang Yi away. At this, Ji Li Hong left in embarrassment. It's late. Go to sleep. You have to work tomorrow. Suddenly, he stopped, turning his head back gently. Good night. After saying that, Ji Li Hong immediately went into his room. Seeing this, Zhang Ye smiled smugly. This is the first time he's ever returned my kiss. Should I be happy? A moment later, Zhang Ye happily picked up her phone. The chat history of the H4 Princess group appeared. Yeah, how did it go? Did her method work? Was he completely captivated by you? Zhang Ye quickly replied. His attitude toward me today was really different from before. Seeing this, the H4 Princess group started buzzing. To conquer a man, playing hard to get is the most important thing. The less attainable, the better. Go for it, yeah. We're your solid backup, plotting and scheming for you. That stinky chicken head will be yours sooner or later. This is our hunting plan. Don't let him look down on our H4 princess. Zhang Ye looked at the messages smugly. Calling it a hunting plan is too common. How about we call it the perfect husband training plan? The next morning, at the company, the female employees were still excitedly gossiping about Zhang Ye. Did you guys notice anything different about Secretary Zhang? Another asked curiously. She looks the same. What's up? Did she turn into a fairy in one day? This person replied, oh my god, didn't you see her arrive at the company with President G? President G drove her here. Just then, one of them gestured. She's here. Keep your voices down. Looking closely at Zhang Ye, everyone showed a disdainful expression. Dressing so plainly, she's really an embarrassment to the company. Look, she's still wearing yesterday's outfit. A sharp-eyed person noticed, who normally buys 2 identical sets of clothes. She clearly didn't change. Someone was a little shocked. Could it be that Secretary Zhang didn't go home yesterday, and she was with President G? That's why she didn't have new clothes to wear to work. This news is too hot. In the office, Zhang Ye knocked and entered. She brought a cup of coffee over. President G, your coffee. At that moment, Ji Li Hong was reading the newspaper. Just leave it there. He asked shyly, what do you want to eat tonight? Zhang Ye was surprised me. Ji Li Hong lowered his head. Is there a second person here? Zhang Ye smiled. I have a dinner date with Shang Jinghao tonight. You don't need to worry about me. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong was extremely surprised. Shang Jinghao, he contacted you? I forbid you to go. Zhang Ye said firmly, President Ji, tonight is not working hours. This is my private matter. You can't control me. Ji Li Hong frowned. Why can't I control you? I am. At this point, Ji Li Hong was suddenly at a loss for words. Ye is grown up now. She no longer needs a guardian. So what is he? In what capacity can he order her around? At this moment, a lump formed in his throat. If it's possible, if he could enter her life in a different capacity, could he continue to keep her by his side? That night, the rain poured down, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds filled the sky, showing no sign of stopping. Ji Li Hong stood anxiously by the window. He was lost in thought. There's thunder. Ji Li Hong stared nervously at his phone. He must be having dinner with Shang Jinghao right now. The rain outside was still heavy, and Ji Li Hong grew more worried. He subconsciously recalled Zhang Ye's words. In what capacity are you stopping me from seeing Shang Jinghao? Ji Li Hong was silent. Is it really impossible to say? Ji Li Hong, you're such a coward. You'll never be able to realize your own feelings. After staring at Zhang Ye's phone number for a long time, Ji Li Hong finally mustered the courage to call. He asked anxiously, yeah, why aren't you back yet? Zhang Ye, where are you? Zhang Ye replied fearfully, I don't know. There's thunder. I'm so scared. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong immediately lost his composure. What do you mean you don't know? How can you not know where you are? Zhang Ye frowned. It's raining. I can't get a car. I'm outside. I'm so scared. Hurry and come get me. Ji Li Hong replied hastily. Send me your location. Stay put and don't go anywhere. I'll come get you right away. Hearing this, Zhang Ye crouched down, huddled. Okay, I won't run around. Please hurry. I'm really scared. I don't think I can take it anymore. At this moment, Zhang Ye subconsciously recalled her childhood. Whenever she was scared, her father would always comfort her gently. Is Ye that's scared of thunder? So scared you can't even move your feet? Zhang Ye burst into tears. It's really scary. Zhang Ye's father would then hug her. It's okay. Let Daddy hold you. Daddy's here to protect Ye, so Ye doesn't have to be scared. Returning to the present, Zhang Ye's tears wouldn't stop falling. Ji Li Hong, hurry up and come. I'll be right here. I won't go anywhere. Hurry and find me. Hurry and pick me up. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. A person rushed through the rain, holding a conspicuous yellow umbrella, his face full of anxiety, out of breath. The person quickly stood in front of Zhang Ye. At this moment, Zhang Ye subconsciously looked up. It was Ji Li Hong. He looked at her worriedly. Yeah, are you okay? Ji Li Hong helped her up. What happened? Weren't you having dinner with Shang Jinghao? He scolded her in a serious tone. And why are you so silly? Don't you know to take shelter in a nearby supermarket when it rains? Look at the state you're in now. Zhang Yi's tears welled up. Ji Li Hong. She leaned into his arms, sobbing, "You're finally here. You found me." Ji Li Hong was silent, gently hugging her. "I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm late. Don't be scared. I'm here now. You don't have to be scared anymore." At this moment, in the rain, a man watched them quietly from a distance. Shang Jinghao lowered his head sadly. 3 hours earlier, at a fancy restaurant, Zhang Ye rested her chin on her hand and asked curiously, "Senior Shang, why do you keep staring at me?" Shang Jinghao looked at her without blinking. "Yeah, it's only been a year, but you've changed so much." Hearing this, Zhang Ye asked playfully, "Oh, how have I changed? For the better or for the worse?" Shang Jinghao said hesitantly, "Not your appearance. I don't know how to put it." Yeah, why did you come back to find Ji Li Hong?" He clearly, Zhang Ye cut him off. "Senior, I don't want to lie to you. In my heart, there's only him. It was like that before, and it's still like that now. I think you should understand this clearly." Shang Jinghao continued gently, "But he doesn't like you, and he always tramples on your feelings." Zhang Ye stood up resolutely. "I will make him like me." Her action surprised Shang Jinghao slightly. Zhang Ye quickly realized it too, and she frowned, explaining, "I'm sorry, Senior. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. I'm feeling a little unwell. I want to go home first." Back to the present. The rain was pouring, showing no signs of stopping. Shang Jinghao watched Zhang Ye quietly, his heart aching with disappointment. "When you were at your most desperate, you were calling Ji Li Hong's name. Am I really no match for him?" A while later, Ji Li Hong and Zhang Ye arrived home. Ji Li Hong sat worriedly by the bed, looking at her. "You got caught in the rain. You have a slight fever. Don't go to work tomorrow. Stay home and rest well." Zhang Ye was immediately happy. "A day off? Is President Ji generously giving me leave?" Ji Li Hong teased her. "I'll deduct 1 day's pay." Zhang Ye pretended to cry. "Mean boss." At that moment, a clap of thunder sounded from outside the window. Zhang Ye quickly covered her ears' fators. "It's happening again." Seeing this, Ji Li Hong gently pulled her into his arms. "Don't be scared." He slowly lifted the blanket and lay down beside her. "I'll sleep with you tonight." Zhang Ye looked at him affectionately. "You stinky chicken head. Can I hold your hand while I sleep?" Ji Li Hong smiled and replied, "Of course you can." He thought to himself, Ye has changed so much since she came back. Looking at her sleeping peacefully, he thought, this girl used to be so arrogant and willful, always ordering me around loudly for whatever she wanted. Now she's become more understanding and adorable. She's really grown up. He looked at her helplessly, but her sleeping posture is still not well-behaved at all. Suddenly, Zhang Ye forcefully pressed herself on top of him. This made Ji Li Hong feel subconsciously embarrassed. Ye smells so good. He blushed, and his body reacted. Ji Li Hong tossed and turned restlessly, closing his eyes. Why is my body reacting? He squeezed his eyes shut, his forehead starting to sweat. In any case, I can't let Ye find out. I'll sneak away and figure out later. At this thought, Ji Li Hong covered his eyes with his hand, trying to calm himself. I'll take a cold shower to clear my head. With that thought, he slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Ye was now staring at him without blinking. This made Ji Li Hong feel like he'd been caught red-handed. Yeah, why are you awake? Zhang Ye replied nonchalantly. You were tossing and turning like that. It'd be strange if I didn't wake up. Besides, the rain has stopped. Zhang Ye moved closer to Ji Li Hong and asked, You're not sleeping. What are you doing? Ji Li Hong forced a smile. I feel a bit hot. I was going to turn on the air conditioner. Zhang Ye couldn't help but be surprised. Hot? It just rained. It's obviously very cool. She was about to touch Ji Li Hong's forehead. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever too? Ji Li Hong quickly stopped her. Don't come any closer. Zhang Ye was a little surprised. Huh? Why? At this moment, Ji Li Hong thought embarrassedly, if she gets any closer, I really won't be able to take it. I'm a normal man, after all. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Ji Li Hong quickly sat up. There's a call. He walked over to pick up the phone, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. This call came at the perfect time. Looking closely, the caller was Jieyu. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong hesitated for a moment, but finally pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end of the line came through. Li Hong, am I disturbing you? Sorry, I forgot about the time difference. Ji Li Hong replied, It's okay. I'm not asleep yet. What's up? I got it. At this moment, Zhang Ye also sat up. She asked seriously, Was that Jieyu? What did she say? Ji Li Hong forced a smile. She said she's coming back soon. It's getting late. You should sleep by yourself. Zhang Ye sadly tried to stop him. Wait. But Ji Li Hong still left. Zhang Ye's mood immediately sank. She bit her lip, stopping herself from crying. Did he not sleep with me because he got a call from Jieyu? Didn't he say they were just friends? Zhang Ye thought sadly. Why? Could it be that he's still not willing to give up? At the same time, Ji Li Hong was in the bathroom. He closed his eyes, repeatedly calling Ye's name. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye woke up. That stinky chicken head has gone to work. I'm the only one left at home. She slapped her cheeks hard. Wake up, wake up. Get it together, Zhang Ye. You can't get discouraged by a small setback. Ye stretched. I'll make a sumptuous lunch for that stinky chicken head. When he comes home, he'll definitely be surprised. Then she started getting ingredients from the kitchen. Carrots, potatoes. The beef needs to be cut into small pieces. How do I cut it? Whatever, I'll just cut it randomly. Heat the pan, add a little oil. How much is a little? Ye cooked while looking at the recipe. Cook for 5 minutes. Add a suitable amount of salt. What's a suitable amount? How much? Ugh, why is this recipe so vague? What am I supposed to do? The food in the pot started to bubble and then overflowed. It's boiling over. What do I do? Half an hour later, she was finally done. Chef Zhang Ye's lunch of love, curry rice. It might not look great, but it probably doesn't taste too bad. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The stinky chicken head is back. She ran to open the door. Coming, Ye shouted excitedly. Stinky chicken head, you. However, Ye was stunned. Ye, why is it you? Jie was also surprised. Jie pulled her suitcase, then took off her shoes and entered the house. When did you get back, Ye? Why didn't I know? Ye, are you cooking? Let me change, and I'll come help you. Wait for me a moment. Seeing this, Ye thought to herself, why is she acting like she's the mistress of this house? And she's so familiar with this place. She clenched her fists. Could it be that everything the stinky chicken head told me before was a lie? A moment later, Jiyu came out after changing her clothes. Li Hong is really something, not telling me a thing. I haven't even prepared a gift for you. Ye was suddenly stunned. Before, when I was showering, the stinky chicken head said there were no women's clothes in the house, so I always wore his white shirts. Ji Li Hong had once given a shirt to Zhang Ye. There are no women's clothes for you to change into. Just wear my shirt. I left it outside the door. Then Ye was shocked again. But Jiyu just came out of the stinky chicken head's room, wearing a matching couple's outfit identical to his. Ji Li Hong, did you lie to me again? Jiyu then walked into the kitchen and picked up the plate of curry rice to look at it. Ye, is this the rice you cooked? It's all burnt. You can't eat it. Before Ye could stop her, Jiyu had already thrown the plate of rice away. I'll throw it out. Let me make another one. Seeing this, Ye was furious. Jiyu, I spent the whole morning working hard on this. Why do you have to throw my food away? Just then, Ji Li Hong came back, pushing the door open. I'm back. Jiyu immediately played the victim. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll make another portion right away. I saw that the rice you cooked was all burnt. I thought you were going to throw it away too. Hearing this, Ye looked at Jiyu in astonishment. Ji Li Hong then asked, what's going on? Jiyu quickly explained, I was helping Ye cook, but I didn't expect her to dislike it and get angry at me. I'll remake it right away. Yeah, don't be angry, it's all my fault. Hearing these words, Li Hong said, you just got back. You don't need to work so hard. Let's go out to eat. But Jiyu still forced a smile. It's okay. I'm a fast cook, but I have to clean up Zhang Ye's battlefield first. Just wait a moment. The two of them started chatting intimately in front of Zhang Ye. When did you get back? Why didn't you tell me? I could have sent someone to pick you up. Jiyu said gently, I did it to surprise you. I came to find you as soon as I got off the plane. Zhang Ye was furious seeing this. That's enough. You two haven't seen each other in a long time. I won't be a third wheel. You can cook and eat by yourselves. I'll be leaving. Then she ran off. Ji Li Hong immediately chased after her. Wait. Jiyu saw this and said smugly, Zhang Ye really hasn't changed at all, still with that childish temper, getting angry at the drop of a hat. I'm really at a loss with her. But then again, she should at least eat before leaving. Ji Li Hong turned his head and said to her, if she runs out like this, I'm afraid it could be dangerous. I'll go check on her. Then he ran out. Yeah, wait for me. Jiyu didn't even have a chance to say anything to him. Ji Li Hong, he's changed. Zhang Ye entered the elevator, and Ji Li Hong rushed over. Zhang Ye didn't listen and immediately pressed the close button. Ji Li Hong quickly put his hand out to block the elevator door. Zhang Ye said coldly again, get out of the way. I don't want to see you right now. Ji Li Hong asked, weren't things fine just before? Why are you suddenly throwing a tantrum at me? Hearing this, Zhang Ye said angrily, suddenly? Again, with the suddenly? In your eyes, I'm just a child who throws tantrums, right? Fine, I can't win, but can't I run away? I'll just go far away, will that do? Ji Li Hong said in surprise. Did you eat gunpowder? Why are you so fierce? Where are you going? Zhang Yiya said, It's none of your business where I go. I have no relationship with you. Why are you being so nosy? Ji Li Hong blocked the door with his hand. You are my most important person. How can I not care about you? Hearing this, Zhang Yiya was completely stunned, and Ji Li Hong quickly covered his mouth. It was a slip of the tongue. Zhang Yiya thought in a daze. Most important person. What does that mean? Ji Li Hong stammered. Yeah, actually I... Zhang Yiya immediately pressed him. Actually what? Suddenly, the elevator sounded an alarm, and the door closed. Zhang Yiya was startled. Wait. Then she stood alone in the elevator in a daze, before slumping to the floor. Damn it. What did he say? I didn't hear it clearly. Afterward, Zhang Yiya wandered the streets. Shang Jinghao appeared, waving at her. Yeah, I'm here. Then the two of them got in the car. You must be hungry, right? What do you want to eat? Zhang Yiya sadly opened the car door and replied, Anything is fine. I'll eat anything. I just want to drink right now. Shang Jinghao was driving and was very surprised to hear this. Drink? At the restaurant. Boss, another bottle of wine. Seeing Zhang Yiya drinking nonstop, Shang Jinghao reminded her, Yeah, you're not a good drinker. Drink slowly. Zhang Yiya's face was already flushed, as if she was drunk. She heavily put down her wine glass. Who says I'm not a good drinker? I'm a great drinker. I can still drink more. Shang Jinghao quickly stopped her. That's enough. Yeah, don't drink anymore. Zhang Yiya let out a faint laugh. Don't they say you can forget all your sorrows when you're drunk? What a lie. Seeing this, Shang Jinghao asked her, You suddenly call me to pick you up? Is it because of him again? Did he bully you again? Zhang Yiya said painfully, It's not because of him. It's because I can't let go of liking him. That's why I'm in so much pain. She lowered her head to look at her wine glass. Liking someone should be a happy thing. Why am I so miserable? That sentence I didn't hear clearly. What was it? Afterward, Zhang Yiya was completely drunk and slumped onto the table. Ji Li Hong, you bastard. A moment later, at the hotel, Shang Jinghao helped her walk. Don't drink so much in the future. Then he placed Zhang Yiya on the bed. And don't get drunk in front of any man. It's very dangerous. Hearing this, Zhang Yiya suddenly opened her eyes, smiled, and said, Because Senior is a good person, I feel very safe. Shang Jinghao stared at her blankly, then kissed her on the lips. Now, do you still feel safe with me? Zhang Yiya called out dreamily. Senior. Shang Jinghao asked her again, Do you still feel safe with me now? Then he kissed Zhang Yiya's neck again, even leaving a mark. Yeah, I'm not as good as you think. Zhang Yiya was still fast asleep, only murmuring, Don't. Then she opened her eyes again. Senior, why are you treating me like this? Her eyes welled up with tears. I clearly trusted you so much. Shang Jinghao stared at her. What am I doing? How could I treat Yiya like this? Looking at Zhang Yi's sorrowful face and a few hickeys on her neck. Yiya should be the person I cherish and love the most. Yet I took advantage of her being drunk to bully her. I must have lost my mind. Then, he immediately helped Zhang Yiya up and hugged her. Yiya, I'm sorry. I scared you. It's my fault. I won't touch you again. You can sleep peacefully. I will forever be your knight, loving you, protecting you. Good night, Your Highness, the princess. The next day, Zhang Yiya woke up in a daze, rubbing her eyes. She sat up and looked out the window. Why am I in a hotel? What happened? My head hurts so much. Is this what being drunk feels like? I got drunk yesterday, and Senior brought me back. My clothes are still intact. It seems nothing happened. Oh no, I'm doomed. I have to go work today. I'm going to be late. The internet began to be flooded with news. Yesterday, the sole heir of the Shang Group, Shang Jinghao, and Secretary Zhang booked a hotel room, and it's now a top trending topic. Everyone looked at Zhang Yiya and gossiped. This girl is really something. She seduced CEO Ji before, and now she's climbing up to the Shang family. You really can't tell. Excuse me. She's so rustic. Who would even notice her? I bet no one would want her even if she was free. Today in a locker room, I saw her changing into her work uniform. It seems she's not bad looking at all. Or maybe she's actually a great beauty, but deliberately dresses like that. The person next to her said, You're overthinking it. What woman would deliberately make herself look ugly? Elsewhere, Zhang Yiya walked over carrying a cup of coffee. CEO Ji, I'm sorry I'm late. You can just deduct it from my salary. Ji Li Hong stared at her intently and asked, Where did you go yesterday? He froze. What's that on your neck? Zhang Yiya was also startled. My neck? What's wrong with my neck? Ji Li Hong angrily slammed the table. That's clearly a hickey. Last night, she and that guy named Shang. Could it be that the news reports are true? How could you casually get into bed with another man? Don't you know a girl should have some self-respect? Zhang Yiya angrily clenched her fists. Ji Li Hong, can you not speak so harshly? I didn't. Just as she was about to speak, Zhanya suddenly thought to herself, no, Zhanya, you must stay calm. Don't get angry. The past lessons have been more than enough. Every argument only leads to conflict. Ji Lihong will never apologize to you. Princess Society's H4 Hottie rules. Rule number 8. Do not argue with the target. It will only make you seem like you're unreasonably picking a fight. You should use a gentle approach to overcome hardness. Zhanya took a deep breath, then exhaled, after which she smiled and said, COG, it's working hours now. No superior would ask their subordinates such things, right? Ji Lihong said, I'm not using my capacity as your superior right now. Zhang Yi asked back, then in what capacity? As a guardian? That was only in the past. A non-blood related brother. Or an important person. Important? How important? Important enough to trample on my feelings and push me to someone else? Because I'm close to someone else, you get angry and criticize me, calling me casual and promiscuous? Who I'm with is my freedom. You have no right to interfere in my private matters. Can I be close to my boyfriend before getting married? In that case, the one who needs to take a good look at himself is you. You said you weren't with Jieyu, so why are her clothes in your room? Hearing these words, Ji Lihong was stunned. Clothes? Jieyu's clothes? Why would her clothes be in my room? Zhang Yi turned away in disappointment. Forget it. No need to explain. If CEO G has nothing else, I'll be leaving first. I wasn't interested in CEO G's private life before, and I hope CEO G won't interfere with my freedom to date either. But Ji Lihong grabbed her hand as she was about to leave. Zhang Yi, don't see him anymore. Don't let him touch you, kiss you, not even hold your hand. Do you hear me? Hearing this, Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. Ji Lihong, don't you find this ridiculous? On what grounds do you forbid me from doing this and that? On what grounds do you demand I listen to you? What right do you have? Ji Lihong said, Shang Zhenghao is not right for you. Zhang Yi immediately shook his hand off. Weren't you the one who was so eager for me to find a boyfriend quickly before? Now that I've found one, you're against it. Don't you think you're more fickle than a woman? Sorry, there's nothing more to say. Goodbye, CEO G. Ji Lihong watched Zhang Yi leave in a daze. Even though I've never believed in intuition before, this time I have a strong feeling. If she walks out that door today, she will never come back to my side again. He recalled how Zhang Yi used to cling to him as a child. Every time, she would call him Brother Lihong. When she ran towards him, she would also call him Lihong. When she was sad, she would also call him Brother Lihong. Then, Ji Lihong chased after her and no. He hugged her tightly from behind. Don't go, Iya, don't go. I was wrong. Please don't go. Ji Lihong ran up and hugged Zhang Yi tightly from behind. I'm sorry. I take back what I said. Zhang Yi managed to ask, which part? Ji Lihong still held her tightly. You are not a casual girl. In my eyes, you have never been. Hearing these words, Zhang Yi thought to herself, he apologized to me. Ji Lihong, who never bows his head, actually apologized to me. No, Zhang Yi, you can't forgive him so easily. Can a simple apology smooth everything over? Then she pushed him away. You've apologized, so you can let go now, right? But Ji Lihong still held her hand tightly. I won't let go again. I won't push you to someone else again. Yeah, move back home. Move back in with me. Ji Lihong lifted her face. I don't want to see someone else have you. I can't stand it when someone else has you. Actually, just then, the door opened. An employee ran in frantically. CEO G, why haven't you gone to the meeting yet? The shareholders are all waiting for you. Then she saw the intimate posture of the two and screamed. Ji Lihong's face turned red with anger. Don't you know how to knock before entering? Then she said fearfully, I, and hurriedly closed the door. Sorry, I didn't see anything. Zhang Yi and Ji Lihong stood there, looking at each other awkwardly. What were you about to say? Ji Lihong cleared his throat. Let's talk about it next time. You don't need to go to work today. Go home, pack your things, and move into my apartment. I'm going to the meeting. I'll be back after work. Wait for me at home. Afterward, Zhang Yi arrived at Ji Lihong's house. The room was decorated like a princess's room. Two maids bowed to her. Welcome home, Mississippi. Your room has been rearranged. Are you satisfied with it, miss? Zhang Yi was startled when she saw it. This bed is a bit over the top, and she lay down on it so soft. She recalled Ji Lihong's hesitant expression from earlier. That sentence he didn't finish. What was in the end? Could it be that Ji Lihong, It was already dark, and Zhang Yi suddenly woke up. How'd I fall asleep like this? It's so late. Why isn't Ji Lihong back yet? I'll call him then. On the other end of the line, Ji Li Hong's phone was answered. Hello, is that Ye? Zhang Ye was immediately stunned. Jieyu? Why are you answering the phone? Jieyu was recalling her past. I was born into an unfortunate family. My father was a hopeless alcoholic, my mother a gambling addict. When she and her brother went to find their mother, they were immediately scolded. Didn't I tell you not to bother me while I'm playing cards unless it's important? Jieyu said tearfully, but Mom, my little brother is sick. Her mother immediately cursed at them. What's the use of finding me? Where's your damn father? If he doesn't care, I don't care either. You two might as well just die. Passers-by saw the two siblings. Mom, she looks so pitiful. The other mother immediately reminded her child, don't stare, just mind your own business. Another couple walked by, pointing, look, she looks like a beggar, so filthy. Jieyu thought in anguish. No one helped us. No one cared if we lived or died. She once knelt and begged, please save my little brother. I'll do anything, just save him. Poverty forced me to wander the streets, to live by begging. I've had enough. I've really had enough. I must seize every opportunity to escape this home. I need money. I crave money. I want to live the life of the rich. She soaked herself in a bathtub full of water. Using a razor blade, she slit her wrist, fresh blood dyeing the water red. Ji Li Hong once told her, Jieyu, I like you. I want to compete fairly with the two. Jieyu then remembered Ji Li Hong. Actually, back then, I'd already made a choice. He confessed his love to me. I really wanted to say yes, but I couldn't. Ji Li Hong's mother, Luo Yun, came to see Jieyu. I know you're working part-time while studying. You also have a frail, sick younger brother at home. You need money very much. I'll give you 50 million. Please stay away from my son. Otherwise, you'll lose both the person and the money. Jieyu soaked in the blood-stained bathtub. Money. It's always about money. For money, parents can abandon their children. For money, I can live without self-respect. For money, I have to give up my own happiness. The phone next to her rang. Hello, Jieyu, what's wrong with you? Li Hong, I don't want to lose you. Ji Li Hong was banging on the door from outside. Jieyu, open the door. Open the door now. Jieyu reached her hand out towards Ji Li Hong. He immediately ran towards Jieyu, but her hand suddenly slipped down. Forgive me, this is the only way I can keep you. Ji Li Hong approached her. Jieyu, why are you so foolish? Jieyu passed out. Li Hong, I regret it. Can you come back to me now? On the other end of the line, Zhang Ye was frantic. Jieyu, why are you answering the phone? This is Ji Li Hong's phone. Jieyu said on the other end. Of course it's because he's with me. That's why I can answer his phone. Ji Li Hong said from outside the room. Jieyu, your mood is unstable right now. Let me make you a cup of calming tea. Jieyu replied to him, but still held the phone. Okay, sorry to trouble you, Li Hong. Then she said to Zhang Ye, did you hear that? He's very busy right now. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Zhang Ye said angrily, I'm not talking to you. Tell Ji Li Hong to answer the phone. Hearing this, Jieyu also became harsh. Zhang Ye, don't be so rude. Don't always raise your voice at me. I'm older than you, not your subordinate. You need to watch your attitude. Zhang Ye, I really hate you. You're already so happy, yet you always act pitiful, as if the whole world owes you something. Hearing these words, Zhang Ye was stunned. Jieyu continued, you've never experienced hardship. You have parents who love you. You have that madam who unconditionally dotes on you. And you have Shang Zhenghao who loves you. No matter what unreasonable demands you make, they will satisfy you. So what about me? I have nothing. All I have left is Ji Li Hong. That madam wanted to break us up, and it was because of you. You stole my only happiness. You want to say you and he are childhood sweethearts? But he never thought of marrying you. In his heart, you're nothing more than a little sister. If I can't have him, you can't have him either. Just then, Ji Li Hong brought tea into Jieyu's room. Did someone call me? Jieyu smiled and held up the phone. It was a spam message. I deleted it for you. Li Hong, can you stay with me tonight? Jieyu said worriedly. Li Hong, I'm scared. Stay with me tonight, okay? But Ji Li Hong immediately refused. I have something to do tonight. I'll call the housekeeper to take care of you later, okay? Then he sat down beside her. Don't overthink it. Drink the tea, get some sleep, and everything will pass. Hearing these words, Jieyu immediately threw her arms around him. Li Hong, I will definitely pay back your mother's money. Please don't abandon me because of this. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Li Hong. I need you. Please don't leave me. If you leave me, I'd rather die. Ji Li Hong immediately said, I don't blame you. You had no choice. So don't talk about dying. If you die, how will I explain it to a two in the afterlife? Jieyu hugged Ji Li Hong tightly. You clearly liked me before, but now you. Li Hong, stay with me. Even just for tonight, okay? Hearing these words, Ji Li Hong thought to himself, if I really leave, Jieyu will do something foolish. Then he said, all right, I'll sleep in the living room. Call me if you need anything. That night, Ji Li Hong slept in the living room, fiddling with his phone. Why hasn't this girl even given me a single call? He was about to call back, but stopped his hand. Forget it. It's so late. She's probably asleep. I'll explain tomorrow. Strange. Why do I have such an uneasy feeling in my heart? Early the next morning, Li Hong's phone rang loudly. He woke with a start and quickly answered. Hello, is that yeah? A voice came from the other end. Yeah this, yeah that, it's your mother. Ji Li Hong sighed. Mom, what's the matter calling so early in the morning? Luo Yun said, yeah is getting engaged, did you know? Hearing this, Ji Li Hong's face darkened. Mom, what did you say? Luo Yun said, at 3 o'clock this afternoon at the Central City Church. That girl is getting engaged to Shang Zhenghao. Li Hong was shocked. Impossible. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Yesterday, she was still. Luo Yun interrupted him. Li Hong, she's grown up. Since you didn't choose her, she has the right to choose someone else. I've decided to give her half of the Ji family's assets as her dowry. Li Hong, I know you too well. When it comes to feelings, you're always hesitant and indecisive, hurting Yeye's feelings for you time and time again. You just take for granted that Yeye likes you, thinking she'll never leave you. But you have to know, a person's endurance has its limits. When disappointment accumulates day by day, there will come a day when she quietly leaves you without a word of goodbye. Li Hong, she's about to leave you. Li Hong suddenly fell silent. Hello, Li Hong, are you still listening? That afternoon, the engagement ceremony was underway. The priest read the vows. On this auspicious day, a new couple will solemnly declare to you all their vows of responsibility and love for each other. Marriage is the sublimation of love and trust. It not only requires both parties to love each other for a lifetime, but also requires them to trust each other. Elsewhere, Li Hong was stepping on the gas, racing his car, and in the chapel, they will become a part of each other, facing life together, sharing dreams together, becoming loyal and equal partners, and going through their future lives together. Ji Li Hong rushed over, pushed open the door, and burst in. He said in a loud voice, I object. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Who is this person? He seems to be the CEO of the G Corporation. Is this a play? A wedding crashing? The bride's ex-lover? This is so exciting. Then, Ji Li Hong walked inside. Yeah. Yeye turned her head and asked, Stinky Chicken Head, what are you doing? Ji Li Hong stepped forward and took her hand. Yeye, come with me. Yeye was flustered. You? What nonsense are you talking about? Li Hong said sadly. Yeye, I know I let you down before. Please give me another chance. Okay. Then he hugged her tightly. If you must get engaged, then get engaged to me. Actually, I don't want to be your brother, because I like you, Jean Yeye. Yeye said shyly, You said you like me. Ji Li Hong held her hand tightly. I like you. I can say it as many times as you want. Yeah, come with me, okay? Yeye stammered. I can't go. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong asked in surprise. Why? Yeah, I know my weakness hurt you in the past, but this time, I'm serious. I won't hesitate anymore. I won't abandon you anymore. Yeah, please believe me. At this moment, the priest stepped forward and asked, Will this engagement ceremony continue? Ji Li Hong immediately replied, If the groom isn't me, then there's no need to get engaged. The priest was shocked, but, yeah, cleared her throat. Priest, don't listen to his nonsense. Please continue. Hearing this, Li Hong said in disappointment, Is it because I hurt you too deeply? So now you can't easily trust me, right? Then he clenched his fists and swept her up into his arms. Then I have no other choice. Yeye cried out in alarm. Stinky Chicken Head, what are you doing? Put me down, Li Hong said, crashing the wedding. Everyone was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. I'm dying of laughter. What a great show. It was really worth coming today. Li Hong held Yeye, but he was dazed. What's going on? Yeye reminded him. Before you crash the wedding, can you please figure out the situation first? She pointed to the bride and groom on the other side. The bride isn't me. I'm just here as a bridesmaid. The groom, seeing this, asked in surprise, What is going on? And the bride said excitedly, I don't know, but I find this so thrilling. The media quickly began to report Ji Li Hong, the sole heir of the Ji Corporation, a descendant of Emperor Ji Chong of the Western Zhou, who has never tasted failure, can be said to be a winner in life, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Today, for the first time, I want to find a hole to crawl into. Yeye explained to him. The bride is Shang Zhenghao's older sister. I just came to help as a bridesmaid. Can't you see I'm wearing a bridesmaid's dress? Ji Li Hong's face fell. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ye replied. You didn't give me a chance to explain. Who on earth told you I was getting engaged today? Ji Lihong covered his face in shame. It was Mom, the expert at sabotaging her own son. Luo Yun, at home on her bed, let out a loud sneeze. Annie Zhang said worriedly, Madam, is the air conditioning too cold? Luo Yun said, that brat Ji Lihong must be cursing his mother. On the other side, Li Hong wailed, my mom is going to be the death of me. The groom said dejectedly, what bad karma did I accumulate to have my engagement ceremony run into this? And the bride also said dejectedly, exactly, and he didn't even come to steal me. I'm so sad. The groom was shocked. Honey, snap out of it. The bride said, you blockhead, how would you understand a young girl's heart? Every girl hopes that when she gets married, a Prince Charming will come to steal her away. People began to whisper, isn't that Ji Lihong, the so-called modern-day crown prince? What a huge misunderstanding. Today's headlines will be about him again. Did he get the shot? Got it. I'll post it online later. Ji Lihong knelt helplessly and wailed. Who even am I? A lifetime of fame, gone in a flash. And Ye laughed at him, saying he deserved it. Who told you to stand me up and not even call me? Then Li Hong said, what's done is done. There's no use regretting it here. Then he grabbed her hand tightly. Ye was startled. What are you trying to do? Li Hong replied, I said I was crashing the wedding. So of course I'm taking a bride home. Ye was thrown over Li Hong's shoulder. She was embarrassed. Hey. Li Hong carried her to a room, opened the door, and walked in. Ye struggled. Put me down, stinky chicken head. Then she was thrown onto the bed. You hurt me, Li Hong then said. You embarrass me so much. You deserve to suffer a little, Ye. I have something to show you. Then Li Hong took out a box. Ye asked, is this the letter Dad gave me? Li Hong said, no, this is a letter I wrote that year. Back then you asked if your dad had passed away. To comfort you, I don't want to treat you like a child anymore. So I decided to tell you the truth. Sorry for hiding it from you for so long. He clutched the letter tightly. Suddenly, Ye threw herself into his arms. Don't say it, stinky chicken head. Don't say any more, I don't want to hear it. Do the words you said to me at home today still count? Li Hong replied, they still count. Today is our engagement day. Then he pushed her down onto the bed. Can I kiss my bride now? Ye looked into his eyes, her heart pounding. What did you say? Ji Lihong leaned close to her ear. Is that okay? Ye trembled shyly, looking at him with moist eyes. Then he coaxed her gently. Don't be afraid. Then he lifted her chin. From now on, no one can hurt you, including me. I will be very gentle. Trust me. Ye trembled and shed a tear, clutching him tightly. Be gentle. The two of them were entangled on the bed. Yeah, I love you. You only love me, right? I will never let you go again. You're mine. The next day, at the company, several female employees at the company greeted cheerfully. Good morning. Morning, sis. Why are you wearing a work uniform today? This style is trendy now. A male employee walked by and said, didn't you all say Secretary Jean looked very rustic in this style before? She pointed at him and said, what do you know? For Secretary Jean to make both young Master Shang and CEO Ji like her, it proves that this style of dress is very outstanding. Very charming. Yes. I'm much prettier than Secretary Jean. CEO Ji will definitely like me. The female colleague next to her said, so shameless. I'm obviously the prettiest one. Ye walked over in a princess dress. Good morning. Everyone was stunned. Is that Secretary Jean? It turns out she's so beautiful. In CEO G's office, he complained, no, you can't wear this to work. It's not right. You shouldn't even come to the company to work anymore. Ye said, you used to complain that I dressed ugly. Now that I'm dressed a little nicer, you're not happy? I didn't do anything wrong, and you still want to fire me? Hearing this, Li Hong walked over and placed his hands on her shoulders. Do you want me to fire all the male employees in the company? This beautiful appearance of yours, only I am allowed to see it. Besides, you were so tired last night, I wanted to give you a day off. Ye said shyly, you shut up, you pervert. You're not allowed to mention last night again. Then Li Hong took her hand. In short, your job today is not to work here, but to go on a date with me. Ye then said to Ji Li Hong, date? I still have a pile of work to finish. Li Hong let out a soft laugh. You don't need to worry about that. I'll just find you an assistant. Just then, there was a knock on the door. An employee peeked her head in. CEO G, may I come in? My name is Kai Xiao Kuei. I just graduated this year and have no experience. I hope to learn a lot from you. Xiao Kuei saw that Yu was also there and exclaimed in surprise. It's Senior Jean, isn't it? I'm so happy to see you. Yu asked in surprise. Do you know me? Xiao Kuei suddenly hugged her tightly. Senior Jean, we went to the same school. I admired you so much back then, but you were too outstanding, so I never had the chance to talk to you. I can't believe I get to work with you now. It's like a dream. Yu forced a smile. Hello, Junior. Xiao Kuei continued to cling to her. I'm your biggest fan. I want to learn everything from you. See, even the clothes I'm wearing are inspired by you. Yu said, you don't really need to learn this. Xiao Kuei remained enthusiastic. Senior, I'll be your assistant from now on. I'll definitely work hard. Yu played along. Keep it up. Xiao Kuei asked again. Senior, you're so gentle. Can we have lunch together from now on? Yu readily agreed. Sure. Seeing this, Li Hong seemed displeased. He immediately pulled Yu back and said no. From now on, Secretary Jean will only have lunch with me. If you have nothing to do, don't bother Secretary Jean. Your job is to share Secretary Jean's workload, not to get close and friendly with her. She is mine. Hearing this, Yu shouted in alarm. Stinky chicken head. What's so great about being jealous of a young girl? Li Hong immediately said, forget a girl. Even if it were a dog, I'd still be jealous. Yu shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up, you pervert. Then Li Hong let her out. He reminded Xiao Kuei, Secretary Jean, and I have to go out. You go and get briefed on your work. Xiao Kuei went to open the door. Yes, CEOG. CEOG, Senior, take care. After the two of them left, Xiao Kuei took out her mobile phone and sent a text to young Masterkin. I have successfully approached the target. He replied, good. Don't reveal your identity. Continue monitoring. The car was driving on the road. The phone kept receiving urgent messages. What to prepare for a first date? It's urgent. Oh, Yu's going on a date? Things are moving fast. Why did they sleep together before even dating? Isn't the order a bit wrong? Ha ha ha. Yu must be nervous as hell right now. Yu was so nervous she was going crazy. Li Hong, driving in front, asked, Yu, who are you texting? Yu said nervously, no one. Just focus on driving. Why do you suddenly want to go on a date with me? Li Hong replied, I've always felt I owed you too much. Now I want to make up for everything I owe you. Hearing that, Yu asked, so are we going now? Don't be impatient. We're almost there. Then he took her to a place. There was a large bunch of balloons. Do you remember this place? Yu said in amazement. This is the amusement park I used to visit as a child. As a child, Yu was once brought to this park. This giant Ferris wheel. Does he like the Ferris wheel? Yu looked up at the Ferris wheel and said fearfully, wow, it's so high. Yu is a little scared. Her father held her hand and said, Mom and Dad are here with you. There's no need to be afraid. Legend has it that when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, you can make a wish. If the gods see that you're a good child, your wish will come true. After hearing this, Yu exclaimed in amazement, wow, then what should I wish for? Until now, when Li Hong brought Yu here, she said, afterwards, I always wish for the gods to bring my parents back to me. Adults always like to lie to children. Li Hong looked at her thoughtfully, then patted her head. This is our first date. Cheer up. Yu waved her hand away. Don't pat my head. You're messing up my hair. Then Li Hong took her hand and led her away. All right, let's go. Let's ride the Ferris wheel. Afterwards, the two of them got on the Ferris wheel. Yu said, stinky chicken head, so you still remember my childhood stories. Li Hong replied, I've always remembered. We grew up together. How could I not remember things about you? But because we both took those things for granted, we felt they weren't important before. The Ferris will carry them higher. We've reached the highest point. Whatever you want to do in the future, I will be by your side. You will never be alone again. Hearing this, Yu is a little flustered, stinky chicken head. Li Hong said, if I pray now, will the gods hear my voice? Then, I love Zhan Yu. I hope to be with you, hold Yu's hand, until we grow old together with no regrets in this life. After hearing this, Yu's heart beat faster. Is this what you want to wish for? She smiled, wrapped her arms around him, and kissed his lips. All right, the angel has decided to grant your wish. That night, the two of them watched the brilliant fireworks in the sky together. Li Hong pulled Yu's hand. Yu looked quickly. She exclaimed in amazement, the fireworks are so beautiful. We're so lucky today. I didn't expect to see a fireworks show. Earlier, Li Hong had instructed his assistant, by that amusement park, set off a fireworks display tonight to liven things up. The assistant immediately went to do it. Yes, CEOG, no problem. Li Hong smiled happily. It's just your good luck. Yu suddenly ran off. Wait here for a moment. Hold my phone for me. I want to go buy something. Li Hong asked, what do you want to buy? Yu replied, it's a secret. Li Hong watched her run off. It's so crowded. What if she gets lost? Never mind. She's my person anyway. Huh, a message. He took out the phone to look. This is... Li Hong was holding Yu's phone, and a message appeared on it. Yu, how's it going? Did you two kiss on the Ferris wheel yet? With strong support like us, what man wouldn't be tamed? Let him know how formidable our H4 Princess Club is. Who told him to play around with so many girls before? This is Karma, the scumbag. Li Hong was shocked. What is this? He swiped the screen, reading the messages. The ultimate guide to seducing men. Hello, CEOG. I'm your new assistant. My name is Zhan Yu. please guide me. Role-playing game. Excerpt from The Ultimate Guide to Seducing Men. First, dress ugly to win the other person's sincerity, then restore your beautiful appearance. Ugly first, then beautiful. Such a contrast will make the other person feel you are 1,000 times more beautiful than before. The Hunter's Guide to Playing Hard to Get. Sometimes be enthusiastic with him, other times be cold, making him unable to guess. Make him see but not touch, making him unable to leave her. You, aren't you afraid of thunder? Use your weakness to make him pity you, to make him truly love you. I'm sorry, Yu. Sorry, I'm late. Ji Li Hong read these messages on Yu's phone, his heart in turmoil. So, I was just a target in a game. A moment later, Yu returned. Stinky chicken head, I'm back. Yu was holding 2 ice creams. Look, this is the ice cream we loved most as kids. I can't believe they still sell it. Say something nice, and this young lady will reward you with one. At this moment, Li Hong's whole body was trembling. Yu asked, what's wrong, stinky chicken head? Are you feeling unwell? Li Hong immediately asked, what trick is this with the ice cream? Reminiscing about childhood? Reminiscing about our wonderful childhood sweetheart days to make me love you even more? Yu said in surprise, stinky chicken head, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Hong then took out the phone, the screen displaying a new message. The next mission is to dump Li Hong. That's right, dump him. Li Hong laughed coldly. When were you planning to dump me? Huh, Yu? Yu still didn't understand. What on earth are you talking about? What's this about dumping or not dumping? Li Hong then showed her the message. At this point, you still want to play dumb to feign innocence? Yu is flustered. That is, she clenched her fists, my phone. No. It's not like that. Let me explain. Li Hong asked, what else is there to explain? Yu tried to justify. It's not what you think, Seeing her like this, Li Hong questioned, did you make a bet with him? Yu then hesitantly admitted, yes. The fireworks were still blooming in the sky. The fireworks tonight were beautiful and also cruel. Such brilliant fireworks, yet so fleeting. Just like her love. Li Hong said in disappointment, Yu, you're so full of tricks. I underestimated you. That night, Yu returned to her room. Yu was in extreme torment. Li Hong, what are you trying to do? Stop. He pushed her onto the bed, gripping her hands tightly. Yu, you really are scheming. He pinched her cheek. Yu said, it's not what you think. I didn't deceive you. I just wanted you to love me. Li Hong asked in surprise, love me? And then get dumped by you? You want to take revenge on me like this, right? Yu with tears in her eyes, no, it's not like that. I love you, I won't leave you. Hearing this, Li Hong let out a cold laugh. Then prove it to me. He then ripped open the buttons on her shirt. Yu panicked. What are you doing? Then he bit her neck. Yu pleaded, Li Hong, don't be like this. Li Hong tore Yu's clothes even more. Don't. Didn't you say you love me? Is this all your love amounts to? Yu gripped the bed sheet tightly. Li Hong, stop. But Li Hong didn't stop. He took off his own shirt. You dare treat my feelings as a game. In that case, this game can only end when I declare my withdrawal. In the company, rumors spread quickly. Why haven't we seen Secretary Zhang these past few days? She's become the CEO's wife. Of course, she's at home, enjoying life. Who would still come to work? That's not for sure. I've seen CEO G's face these past few days. He looks like he could eat someone alive. Could it be they fought and broke up? A breakup would be good. That way I'd have a chance to become the CEO's wife. Xiao Kuei knocked and entered timidly. CEO G, this document needs your signature. But CEO G said coldly, I don't want to sign it now, just leave it there. Xiao Kuei complied. Yes, CEO G. Senior hasn't been at work for a few days. I have a few questions for her. Li Hong immediately replied, solve them yourself. She's not free. Xiao Kuei was frightened. I'm sorry. She thought to herself, Li Hong's tone and expression are both off, and there's no news of Yu either. There must be something more to this. I have to report to young Master Ken. Li Hong stared into the distance. He recalled in anguish, everything Yu said was a lie. I'm only 3, I don't know anything. Brother Li Hong, help me comb my hair. Your face is so red. Do you have a fever too? Don't get too close to me. It was all fake. I'll be very gentle. Trust me, thinking of these things, I must have been possessed to be played with by Yu like this. Since you schemed with my feelings, then you should pay the price. At Ken's residence, Dyla approached him. What have you been hiding from me? I know you had someone follow Yu. Why Yu? Isn't our target Li Hong? Did you find something out and hide it from me? He just turned to glance at her and said, you don't need to get involved in this anymore. Leave it to me to handle. Dyla kept pressing. What exactly are you planning to do? The wind whistled past her ears. Her heart tightened. I can't believe it's come to this. Another place. CEO G, you're finally back. Li Hong stood outside the door and asked the housekeeper, what's the situation now? The housekeeper said, the young lady hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this goes on, I'm afraid her body won't be able to take it. Li Hong scolded angrily. A bunch of useless people. 2 bodyguards stood guard outside the door. Yu sat sadly on the bed. Li Hong walked up to her and asked, what's wrong? The housekeeper said worriedly, young lady, the porridge is getting cold. Please have a little. Then CEO G spoke up, give me the porridge. You can go out first. The housekeeper obeyed and left. Yes. Li Hong took the bowl of porridge and offered it to Yu. Eat the porridge. But Yu stubbornly retorted, you have no right to imprison me. Let me go. Li Hong said, so you're using a hunger strike to protest. Since when did you become so childish? Yu also stubbornly turned her face away. Then you could just keep me locked up. But whether I eat or not is my business. He suddenly grabbed her chin. Li Hong's face darkened. This is not for you to decide. I don't have much patience for you right now. Yu frowned from the pressure. If you don't eat, I'll feed you mouth to mouth. Yu cursed. Li Hong, you're disgusting. Li Hong asked once more, are you going to eat or not? Or do you want me to feed you mouth to mouth? Outside the window, rain was pattering. Jie was lying on the bed, on her phone. The other end of the line picked up. Hello, my dear sister. You finally remembered you have this little brother. Why the sudden call? Jie said, it's nothing. I just missed you. Her brother asked her worriedly, sis, why does your voice sound strange? Are you crying? Is Li Hong not treating you well? Jie tried to explain. Li Hong, he treats me very well. I'm just worried about your health. Little brother, are you doing well abroad? Her brother replied, I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry. I'll come back to visit you after I finish the work I have on hand. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jie ran to open the door. Coming, who is it? Outside the door were 2 strange men with fierce expressions. You missed Jie, right? Jie stammered in fear. Yes. Yes. Who are you? Jie was immediately gagged and taken away. Come with us. Then one of them made a call to report, Big Brother, mission number 1 is complete. Jie's phone was still connected. Sis, what happened? Sis, at Li Hong's apartment. Are you going to eat it yourself, or should I feed you? Pick one. Li Hong said. Yu remained stubborn. Let go of me. I'll eat it myself. Li Hong let out a cold laugh. Wouldn't it have been fine if you'd just been obedient from the start? Yu was so angry she clenched her fists. You're pushing people too far. She bit down on Li Hong's arm, hard enough to draw blood. Li Hong didn't even make a sound, just asked, are you done being angry? Then, Yu said sadly, get out. Seeing you makes me nauseous. I can't eat. Li Hong complied and left, adding, if you don't finish this bowl of porridge, don't blame me. Then, he ordered the housekeeper, watch the young lady, and make sure she finishes that porridge. If there's a single drop left, I'll hold you responsible. After he left, 2 people stood guard outside. Yu thought to herself, how can I get out of here? She tiptoed to the window. If I escape from this window, Yu looked down from the window. It was too high. There was no way to climb down. But what if I tie the bed sheets into a rope? Suddenly, Li Hong appeared, leaning on the window with both hands. What are you thinking about? Yu was startled. When did you come in? Li Hong immediately told her. This window is made of the best anti-theft material, crystal iron glass. Even bullets can't get through it. Then he pointed to the control button and said, to open the window, you need my fingerprint. If you want to escape, I advise you to give up. Yu weakly asked Li Hong, what exactly do you want? Li Hong asked her, do you still remember the fairy tale we read together as children? You admired the princess who could live in a magnificent castle and wear beautiful dresses. You said you wanted to be a princess too. This is the sturdy castle I built for you. You can live here and be the princess you want to be, but you're never allowed to go outside. Yu suddenly backed away. You want to lock me up here forever? You're crazy. Li Hong, you must be crazy. Then he pulled her hand again. Come here. Yu asked suspiciously. Li Hong, what are you trying to do? On the table were a pen and a piece of paper. Yu have to promise me you'll never betray me. Yu saw it and stammered. This is a marriage agreement. Li Hong explained. Didn't you want to marry me? Hurry up and sign it. Once you sign, you'll be my wife. But by signing this marriage agreement, you can never leave me. Hearing this, Yu immediately refused. I won't sign. Li Hong lifted her chin. Since you were a child, you've always been so willful, treating others like prey. Do you find it fun? Or do you enjoy playing with the feelings of a bunch of men? Young Master Bei of the Bei family, and Sheng of the Yin group, or Shang Zhenghao of the Shang family? Are they all your honored guests? Sorry, judging by your expression, the term honored guest might be a bit harsh. Let's put it another way. How about close male friends? Your methods are very sophisticated. You can make men fight and get jealous over you. Yu said in despair, let me go and we'll be even. Li Hong's face darkened. Be even? You play with my feelings, and now you want to wash your hands of it? I can't let you go. You can only love me. Sign it. You is in extreme anguish. How do we end up like this? It was clearly just a simple crush at first. Why? Why are you being so cruel to me? Why won't you believe me? I'll sign. Yu suddenly collapsed onto the floor, covering her face in pain and saying to Li Hong, I truly regret falling in love with you. Hearing this, Li Hong was stunned. You regret it? Loving you is the biggest regret of my life. At the apartment, Xiao Kuei came to visit Yu. I'm CEO G's secretary. Xiao Kuei, I want to see Miss Zhang. The two bodyguards looked at each other, then replied, We haven't received any orders from CEO G. No one is allowed in. Xiao Kuei took out a lunchbox. I'm here on CEO G's orders to bring food to Miss Zhang. If you delay the young lady's meal, can you bear the responsibility? The housekeeper inside cracked open the door and said, The young lady is sleeping. What's all the noise about? Xiao Kuei immediately said, I'm here to bring food for Miss Zhang. The housekeeper said, The young lady's appetite has indeed been poor these past few days. All right, you can come in. But the young lady's health isn't good. She needs to rest, so don't be too loud. Xiao Kuei then asked, What's wrong with her? Xiao Kuei saw you sleeping soundly on the bed. The housekeeper said, Because she's in a bad mood. The young lady hasn't eaten much these past few days. Her body is very weak now. Xiao Kuei approached her worriedly. How did this happen? It's only been 10 days. How did you become so haggard? Senior, wake up. It's me, Xiao Kuei. I'm here to see you. Then you woke up. Xiao Kuei, why are you here? Xiao Kuei took out the lunchbox. I brought your favorite food. Then the food was laid out on the table. You must eat slowly. Yu sat up in a daze. Xiao Kuei handed her a bowl of soup. It's a bit hot. Drink it slowly. But the hand holding the soup bowl didn't let go. Yu thought to herself, What's going on? It seems like Xiao Kuei is deliberately trying to stop me from eating this porridge. Then she pointed to the maid beside her, motioning for her to come closer, which startled the maid. Me? Yu asked her. I like sweet porridge. Can you taste this for me and see if it's sweet or savory? The maid agreed upon hearing this. Yes, of course. Then she scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool it, and then put it in her mouth to taste. Young lady, this porridge is... Suddenly, the maid swayed. Her face turned pale, and she collapsed. Xiao Kuei stepped forward to catch her, then let out a cold laugh. Yu was horrified when she saw this. This porridge. Xiao Kuei crouched on the ground in fear. Senior, don't misunderstand. She's not dead. She just fell asleep. Senior, I'm here to rescue you. Yu was very surprised to hear this. Rescue me? The windows are all locked, and there are guards outside the door. How can we get out? Xiao Kuei then said, We can use her to get out. Afterwards, Xiao Kuei opened the door and said to the bodyguards, The young lady said she wants to eat preserved plums. We're going out to buy some for her. She wants to sleep for a while now. Don't disturb her. Let her rest. The bodyguard said, We understand. Yu, dressed in a maid's clothes, slipped out. But one of the bodyguards seemed to have noticed something. This maid looks different from before. The person next to him yelled, What are you looking at? You dare to eye the young lady? That guy stammered you. What nonsense are you talking about? I wasn't. The two argued endlessly. What are you shouting for? You little brat, are you still talking nonsense? You wanted to hit you? Yu heard this from a distance and let out a cold laugh. Outside, the streets were bustling with people. Yu took off her wig and looked at herself in the mirror. I finally escaped. Xiao Kuei said to her, Senior, I've calculated it. This commercial street is crowded with people. They won't be able to find us here within the next half hour. But to make sure we don't run into them, we should still move to a safer place. Yu said, Xiao Kuei, thank you so much. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Hearing this, Xiao Kuei smiled and said, It's because you're amazing. You were able to understand my signal right away. You're so smart. Yu got closer to Xiao Kuei. You're the amazing one. You're so resourceful. You even prepared clothes and a wig for me. You're not at all like a recent graduate. Hearing this, Xiao Kuei said guiltily, You're too kind. I'm just happy I could help you. Yu said, Then let me ask you a question. Who are you really? Hearing Yu say this, Xiao Kuei immediately felt guilty. Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I am Kai Xiao Kuei. Yu said coldly, I want to know what your real identity is. Who sent you? Then she reached out and took off Xiao Kuei's glasses. Take off the disguise. An ordinary person could never have rescued me from Li Hong's grasp. Xiao Kuei said in fear. Yu continued to question her. Who are you really? Suddenly, someone quietly approached from behind and knocked her unconscious. He caught Yu. Kai Xiao Kuei, you idiot. I can't believe you exposed your identity in front of the target. Xiao Kuei put her glasses back on. I didn't expect her to be so smart. She's truly worthy of being one of the H4 princesses. Lu Renjia, why are you here? Lu Renjia said, Zhang Yu is our second target. I was just wondering how to complete the mission, and you helped me out. I have to hand her over to Miss Daila. After speaking, he picked Yu up and left. Seeing this, Xiao Kuei asked in a panic, where are you taking her? Zhang Yu is my mission. Lu Renjia said, so what? You can't snatch her from me anyway. Xiao Kuei was furious but helpless. Then Lu Renjia left. You're just a useless thing, a disgrace to the world of assassins. That night, Qin and Daila were on the phone. Your people have taken Zhang Yu away. What on earth is going on? Daila said over the phone, brother, you keep hesitating to make a move. I've lost my patience. Qin said angrily, don't act rashly. Don't let Yu get hurt. Daila looked at the bound Yu and Jieyu in front of her and replied to Qin with a cold laugh. Zhang Yu, huh? You've really developed feelings for that girl. It's because of that girl that you keep hesitating, isn't it? Have you forgotten what the Ji family did to us back then? As long as it's someone Li Hang cares about, I will destroy them all. Qin said hurriedly, I haven't forgotten, Daila. Let me explain. But Daila hung up. This looks like trouble. At the same time, Li Hang returned home, his face murderous. Where is the young miss? A bunch of you can't even watch over one girl. What kind of work do you do? Are you that stupid? The two bodyguards in front trembled. President Ji, it was your secretary who took her away. Li Hang asked doubtfully, my secretary. Kai Xiao Kuei. Suddenly, his phone received a text message. Li Hang, your most important thing is in my hands. If you want it back, come alone to the scrap processing plant in Dongjiao. Li Hang exclaimed in shock, Daila. Then he roared in anger. How dare you touch my person? I'll let the Datsai family know what happens when you mess with the Yin Emperor. At the company, Shang Zhenghao arrived. This must be the place. He went to the reception desk and asked, hello, may I ask if your company Zhang Yu came to work today? I haven't been able to contact her for a few days. I'm a little worried. The receptionist whispered to him, Secretary Zhang hasn't been to work for a long time, but I heard a rumor within the company. Shang Zhenghao asked impatiently, what is it? She just said, it seems she's been kidnapped. Meanwhile, Li Hang was on his way to the factory. He stepped on the gas like a madman, the car horn echoing through the air. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the way. I have no grudge with the Datsai family. Why do those two siblings hate me to the bone? He gripped the steering wheel tightly. From the very beginning, they deliberately tested to see if I was wearing the Yin Emperor's ring. Daila pressed herself against him, caressing his chest. Why so fierce? You're scaring me. Then they lure me into getting involved in underworld business. Qin said to Li Hang, the G Group's eyes and ears are everywhere. This small matter shouldn't be a problem for President Ji, right? This is a big deal. After finding out my identity as the Yin Emperor's son, they immediately wanted to assassinate me. Daila came to his office. Daila, why are you here? Every trap was meticulously set with the main purpose of making me walk into my own death. The Datsai family is deliberately targeting the newly established Yin Emperor Nation. He took out his phone and called, hello, you damn old man. Your enemy has kidnapped your daughter-in-law. However many men you have, send them all over to me. A moment later, at a wastewater treatment plant, Yu woke up and heard crying. She was lying on the ground, her hands tied. Who's crying? She looked around. Where is this? Yu struggled to sit up. It hurts so much. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Who is it? Yu was surprised to see Jieyu sitting there crying alone. Jieyu, why are you here? Where's this place? Jieyu was crying a river of tears. How would I know? I just want to go home now. Somebody save me. Take me home. Sobi. Yu thought to herself, this woman is so useless. It seems I can only rely on myself. My hands and feet are tied. It looks like we're in an abandoned building. I've probably been kidnapped, and they also took Jieyu. They must want to use us as hostages, so our lives probably aren't in danger for now. I remember, before I passed out, I was questioning Xiao Kuei, and just then someone came. Oh, I didn't expect you both to be awake. Daila approached the two of them. Well then, let the good show begin. Jieyu's crying grew louder, echoing throughout the building. Yu said angrily, so annoying. Can you stop crying? What's the use of crying? Yu looked at her with disgust. If you have time to cry, you might as well think of a way to escape. Daila walked over. Escape? Where can you escape to? Yu recognized her. Daila, why is it her? Daila said, Zhang Yu, you bitch, you've finally fallen into my hands. Jie cried and shouted. Your grudge is with Zhang Yu. Go settle it with her yourself. What does it have to do with me? Let me go home. I don't know you. Why did you capture me? Dyla said bluntly. Neither of you will escape. Then, Dyla ordered the assassin. Take them both to the rooftop. Lu Renjia acknowledged the order. Yes. Then he dragged Yu away. Jie struggled as she was dragged along. Don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Sobi. Dyla found it annoying and waved her hand impatiently. So noisy. Gag her. I don't want to hear another word from her. A moment later, Li Hang arrived. Lu Renjia observed from above, then called to report. Dyla, Li Hang has entered the abandoned building. He came alone. Dyla answered the phone. I know. You guys can take your time entertaining him. Whether he can make it to the rooftop would depend on his abilities. Yu and Jie were tied tightly together. You crazy woman. What on earth do you want? Dyla replied. Don't be hasty. You'll find out soon enough. Li Hang walked in slowly. Suddenly someone ran past, and he quickly hid behind a wall. The opponent has a gun. From the sound of it, there seem to be many people. I'm afraid it's the underworld force cultivated by the Datsai family. He suddenly drew his gun and unbuttoned his shirt, even though I once swore never to get involved with the underworld again. But Li Hang still drew his gun and moved forward. Yu, don't be afraid. I'm willing to risk my life to save you. Gunshots echoed throughout the building. Yu heard the sound. Is that a gunshot? Dyla came closer and said, Zhang Yu, you are Li Hang's fiancé. He must like you a lot, right? Or perhaps. She looked over at Jie. He likes her more. Yu suddenly fell silent. It's all right. We'll know the answer soon enough. The gun in Li Hang's hand made a clicking sound. It was out of bullets. Several blood-soaked people lay on the floor, but luckily, he had dealt with all of them. Dyla walked up to Li Hang. Li Hang, you're still alive? That's truly surprising. Worthy of being the Yin Emperor's son. Li Hang was covered in blood. As expected, your target is the Yin Emperor Nation. Hearing this, Dyla said, your father destroyed the Datsai family's century-old foundation just for a personal grudge. My brother and I were still young then. Ken, quickly take your sister and hide. Don't let the Yin Emperor find you. When you grow up, you must avenge us. The feud of exterminating our clan, we will never forget it in this lifetime. Today, I will claim this debt from his son. I also want you to taste what it's like to lose the most important person. Seeing Yu and Jie tied up, Li Hang said in surprise, why is Jie here too? Dyla said, I only captured 2 people. Consider a bargain for you. Li Hang immediately said, Dyla, if you have a problem, just come after me. Let them go. Dyla picked up a coin. Of course I'll come after you. But before that, let's play a game. Heads is Zhang Yu, tails is Jie. You guess heads or tails. If you guess correctly, I'll let the person go. Li Hang asked back, what if I guess wrong? Dyla said, then I'll have to kill one of them. Li Hang said angrily, I can't believe you're gambling with people's lives. What kind of absurd game is this? I'm not guessing. With that, he stepped forward. Seeing this, Dyla warned, I advise you not to act rashly. She pulled a gun from her leg. Otherwise, both of them will die immediately. She placed the coin on her hand. The game begins. Then Dyla tossed the coin up. The coin fell. All 3 were stunned. Jie hurriedly ran towards him. Li Hang, save me. Dyla let out a cold laugh. Foolish. Li Hang shouted in panic. Jie, don't run around. The coin landed, and suddenly blood splattered. Yu saw this and was terrified. Jie. Yeah, Jie screamed. On my leg. A large wound appeared on Jieyu's leg, fresh blood pouring out. Dyla raised her gun, still dare to run. You think I don't dare to shoot? So naive. Next time you dare to run around like that, it won't be just a leg. She walked over and stepped on the coin. You've ruined the good atmosphere. I'll have to toss it again. This time it won't be so complicated. You all must listen obediently. Seeing this, Yu and Li Hang both thought to themselves, she's crazy. She's definitely crazy. We have to stop her. Dyla said, listen carefully to the rules this time. Li Hang, say the name of the girl you like the most. I can spare her life. On the other hand, the one you don't care much about will be dealt with by me as I see fit. Yu suddenly stood up. Li Hang. Dyla immediately pointed the gun at her head. Be quiet, or your fate will be worse than Jieyu's. Yu was extremely worried, thinking to herself, we can't let Dyla get her way. Do you understand my signal? Li Hang speculated, thinking to himself, Dyla wants to see me tormented and in pain. No matter who I choose, she won't spare anyone. He clenched his fists. If I choose Yu, she might do the opposite and harm Yu. But if I don't choose Yu, I can't gamble with the odds. Dyla was pointing the gun at Yu. Li Hang, my patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. Yu looked at him, signaling with her eyes. Li Hang. This is Dyla's trap. She started counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yu signaled with her eyes. Li Hang, you must choose Jieyu. Dyla said to Yu, you seem very nervous. Afraid Li Hang won't choose you. Yu angrily scolded Daila. You won't get your way. Daila continued counting. Point 6. Jiayu pleaded. Li Hang, save me. Time ticked by. Point 7, 8, 9. Li Hang shouted in panic. Wait, I choose Jiayu. After hearing this, Daila said in surprise, Oh, isn't Zhang Yu your fiancé? I thought you would choose her. Yu said, I'm not his fiancé. We've already broken up. He's the person I least want to see again in this life. Li Hang also suppressed his pain and said, Zhang Yu, did you think I would choose you? Of course I'll choose Jiayu. She's 100 times better than you. I've seen through you. You're an extremely fake woman. He said this, but his heart ached terribly, thinking to himself, Yu, I'm sorry, I just want to protect you. Hearing this, Yu laughed bleakly. Haha, you hate me that much. How could you possibly save me? Even if I die, you won't be sad. You won't shed a single tear for me, right? Li Hang forced himself to answer, Of course. Why would I shed tears for you? Hearing this, Yu thought to herself, even though it's just an act to fool Daila, why does my heart hurt so much? Why can't my tears stop falling? Good, very good. I'm telling you, I will never be sad for you. I will never shed tears for you again. Hearing these words, Li Hang stammered her name, Yu. Daila laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. What a great show. I thought you liked Zhang Yu more. Even if you don't like her, you shouldn't be so heartless towards her. After all, you owe her mother a life. Yet you won't save the last of the Zhang family's bloodline. When Yu heard this, she was stunned and dazed. Oh, a life? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Li Hang immediately raised his gun. Daila, shut up. Daila laughed coldly. Li Hang, you don't need to scare me. If your gun was loaded, you would have shot long ago. Why wait until now? So Zhang Yu still doesn't know. You G family people are truly vicious. Now I find her quite pitiful. The car accident back then wasn't an accident at all. The real purpose was to run over and kill Li Hang. Your pitiful mother became Li Hang's substitute. Otherwise, why do you think the G family would adopt you, letting you have whatever you want? Ha 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 ha. Do you really think you're some beloved little princess? Zhang Yu, in fact, the G family is the indirect culprit who killed your mother. You said in pain, no? I don't believe it. This isn't true. Haha, you must be lying to me. Li Hang, you tell me, is this true? Li Hang asked. We've always kept this a secret, Daila. How do you know? Hearing these words, Yu was stunned. Li Hang. Daila recounted. Back then, the Yin Emperor wiped out the entire Datsai clan. Except for my brother and me, my mother also escaped. In order to get revenge, she decided to drive a car to kill the G family's son, but she failed and implicated an innocent person. After suffering one blow after another, she died of grief. The G family has done many evil things, implicating countless innocent lives from two great families. Outside the abandoned building, Shang Zheng Hao had arrived. He thought to himself, this must be the place. But this place is so big, how am I supposed to find them? He looked to one side. Why would someone drive a car to a place like this? Qin appeared, seeing Shang Zheng Hao was also there. Who are you? Why are you here? Shang Zheng Hao said, I should be the one asking you that. Just then, a piercing scream came from the rooftop. Both were shocked. Could that voice be? Then they rushed up to the rooftop. Li Hang said, Daila, let you go. I'll agree to anything you want. Daila helped you up. I want the G family to know no peace. I want you to suffer the utmost pain. I want you to wish you were dead. I had a lot of fun playing this game. Now it's time to put a perfect end to it. The three of you don't even think about leaving here alive. Suddenly, several helicopters appeared in the sky. You are surrounded. Drop your weapon. Do not harm the hostage. I repeat, drop your weapon. Don't resist futilely. Daila was panicked. What? Li Hang complained. You're so slow. The people in the helicopter began to raise their guns. Release the hostage. Otherwise, we will not be lenient with you. Li Hang said, you're so slow. His subordinates had surrounded them. Sorry, young master. Then he said to Daila, let them go. Perhaps I can let you live. The helicopter warned again. Drop your weapon. Don't resist futilely anymore. Daila saw it clearly. It's Yao, the Yin Emperor's strongest combat unit. Two nurses helped Jia Yu walk away slowly. A little slower. Li Hang stood in front of his subordinate and said to Daila, let you go, and I might still let you live. Otherwise, I'll shoot, and this time the gun is loaded. Yu suddenly spoke. Li Hang, you saved me. Is it because you love me, or because you feel you owe me? We grew up together since we were little. Mom, and also Aunt Yun both love me very much. Although on the surface you always acted like you hated me and found me troublesome, you were actually always protecting me. Every time we fought, you treated me badly, yelled at me, ignored me. I always thought that stinky chicken head is just a bit childish, but deep down he's always liked me. It's my fault. I was too willful. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have provoked you. But now, Li Hang, why? Why did you hide it from me? Did you really? Did you ever have a shred of sincerity for me? That day, in front of your mother, you held me and promised to protect me for a lifetime. Was it because you felt guilty, because you felt you owed me? Hearing these words, Li Hang reassured her, Yu, once you're safe, I'll explain everything clearly to you, okay? The gun was still pointed at Yu. Then Yu said, Dyla, shoot. Maybe I shouldn't have existed in this world from the beginning. Dyla was panicked. Yu, do you know what you're saying? The moment I shoot, all the snipers will shoot me dead. So I only have one chance to shoot. The subordinate said to Li Hang. The two of them are standing very close. If we shoot, we might injure the young miss. It's best if we can divert Dyla's attention. Then Li Hang said, leave it to me. You guys find a chance to save Yu. After speaking, he threw his gun away. Then he spread his arms wide. Dyla, your target is me. Why bother with Zhang Yu? If you want to shoot, shoot me. The Solo K family was destroyed by the Yin Emperor Nation. If you kill Zhang Yu, what kind of revenge is that? I, Li Hang, the only son of the Ji family, am the current person in power of the Yin Emperor Nation. Seeing this, the subordinate behind him reminded, young master, it's dangerous. Don't provoke her. She'll shoot. Li Hang said to him in a low voice, the moment she shoots at me, save Yu immediately. Then he turned back to Dyla. I'm standing right here. What are you waiting for, Dyla? Or are you afraid to shoot? Hearing these words, Dyla became furious, pointed the gun at him, and pulled the trigger. Li Hang, go to hell. The bullet flew towards him. Li Hang slowly closed his eyes. Then the bullet grazed his arm. At the same time Dyla fired, Li Hang's subordinate also shot at her. She was shot in the chest. Li Hang shouted, Yu, get out of the way. Then he fell. The subordinate ran over worriedly. Young master, your wound. But Li Hang only cared about Yu. Yu stood there, her eyes staring blankly into the distance. Why did you lie to me time and time again? Why did you hide everything from me? Were you afraid I would resent you? So you didn't even tell me the truth about my mother's death. Seeing her still standing there dazed, Li Hang said, Why? Why aren't you running, Yu? Are you trying to disregard your own life? Dyla fell to the ground injured, but still mumbled, I won't let you go. Then she grabbed the gun. Let's go to hell together. Dyla aimed at Yu. Li Hang was horrified. Yu. But Yu only felt darkness before her eyes. Why should I cling to a love like this? Maybe I should have given up long ago, Li Hang. You're like a shackle, locking up my childhood, locking up my years, and also locking up this heart. You locked me up, making it impossible for me to love anyone else. You locked me up so tightly my heart is in agony. Let all this absurdity come to an end. Just then, Dyla fired. But at that moment, Shang Zhenghao ran over. Yu, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Shang Zhenghao had taken the bullet for her. Why? Why is it you? Why? Why? She touched him, trembling. So much blood. So much blood. Quick, stop the bleeding. Shang Zhenghao. He was already unconscious. At the same time, Qin and the others had also arrived. Dyla, I'm here to help you. Yu, why didn't you listen? I told you, you don't need to worry about this. Dyla, dying, opened her eyes to look at him. Brother, you're here. Qin comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll definitely save you. But Dyla looked at him and said, I didn't listen. Brother, do you hate me a lot? You won't love me anymore, right? Dyla clutched his shirt tightly. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin said in pain, you're my only family. How could I not love you? My sister, Dyla. Then she closed her eyes. Brother, I'm not resigned. I hate them so much. I really hate them. Brother, promise me. You must get revenge. After speaking, her hand fell limp. Qin and the others shouted in despair. Dyla. The sky also began to pour with rain. Yu was beside Shang Zhenghao. Why? Why won't the blood stop? Senior, you have to be okay. Shang Zhenghao smiled at her. Yu, can you? Call me by my name. Yu's tears fell like rain. Zhenghao, why you? Why? Why did you take the bullet from me? Shang Zhenghao said word by word, his breath weak. Because I want you to live well. Because I love you. Then he raised his hand to caress her tear-stained face. Don't cry. If there's a next life, I still want to meet you. Just then, the doctor ran over. Quick. Respiration is getting weaker. The patient is in a coma. The patient is in shock. Arrhythmia. He must be taken to the hospital for surgery immediately. Yu clasped her hands, praying like she did as a child. Heart has stopped. Pupils constricted. Stop resuscitation. Excessive blood loss. It's too late. We did our best. Resuscitation lasted for 2 hours and 55 minutes. Time of death, 10:48. Please accept our condolences. You couldn't accept this reality. No, don't. Don't leave me. I don't want to lose anyone else. I really don't want to lose anyone else. She sat slumped in the middle of the rain. The ambulance gradually drove away. Yu screamed in despair. Shang Zhenghao, Li Heng, covered in blood, looked at her with a pained heart. Yu glanced at him coldly. It's you. He approached her, knelt down, and held out his hand. It's raining. Let's go home. Yu said indifferently. Home? I'm an orphan. Where would I have a home? Li Heng slowly untied her ropes. What nonsense are you talking about? You still have me. I am your family. You, I, and everyone else. Didn't want to tell you, in the hopes that you could grow up happily. The G family doesn't dare to hope for your forgiveness. From now on, I will try my best to make it up to you. I will treat you well. You can do whatever you want. As he spoke, he pulled her into his arms. Yu said coldly, I don't hate you. Li Heng was momentarily happy. Really? Yu, you're so good. Yu pushed Li Heng away, but I will absolutely not forgive your concealment and deception. Li Heng said, Yu, I know you hate me, and you hate the G family. I will wait for you. I will wait for you to change your mind. Yu took something out of her pocket, her hand trembling slightly. I'm returning it to you. Then she turned to leave. From now on, we have no relationship whatsoever. We'll never see each other again. Li Heng hurriedly called after her. Yu, I will wait for you. No matter how many years it takes, I will wait for you to come back. The scene changes to Shang Zhenghao's funeral. Everyone felt sorry for him. So young, to suddenly pass away so early. Life is truly unpredictable. So young, to suddenly pass away so early. Life is truly unpredictable. I heard that the young master of the Shang family was shot and killed. But the Shang family has blocked all news, only telling the public it was a sudden death. The white-haired sending off the black-haired. Who could accept that? Mrs. Shang only has this one son. Shang Zhenghao's father was trying to comfort his mother. Honey. Shang Zhenghao's sister was sobbing. Who is this? This is the young master's biological sister. I think her name is Shang Shuman. The two siblings were very close since childhood, and now. At this moment, Yu walked over holding a bouquet of flowers. Who is this now? Shang Zhenghao's mother asked. Excuse me, you are? Yu stammered. I'm a friend of Shang Zhenghao. I wanted to come and see him off. Shang Shuman, standing behind, saw her and asked, Yu, your sister Yu, right? Yu turned her head and asked, Who are you? How do you know me? Shang Shuman said, That's true. It's been so many years. We only met once. It's normal that you don't remember me. Back then, I was being bullied by a group of boys, and you were the one who saved me. Shang Shuman recalled her childhood. She was cornered against a wall, terrified. What do you guys want? One of the boys replied, Little sister, are you alone? Want us uncles to play with you. You're dressed quite nicely. You must be from a rich family, right? Come with us. We'll take you to play something fun. Shang Shuman dodged. I don't know you. Don't come near me. Help. Just then, Yu appeared. Stop. Kidnapping a child carries a sentence of at least 5 years in prison. I've already called the police. You have 1 minute. Get lost now. Shang Shuman's memory returned to Shang Zhenghao. Brother. Shang Zhenghao then asked, Shuman, what's wrong? The little girl pouted and turned away. You don't listen to what I say at all. I'm ignoring you now. You mean brother. Shang Zhenghao said, You were saved by a very cool older sister, right? You've told this story 800 times. My ears are about to grow calluses. Does such a person really exist? You weren't dreaming, were you? Shang Shuman said fiercely, It wasn't a dream. I've asked around. She was wearing the uniform of the British Academy. She must be a student there. When I grow up, I'm going to get into that school to find her and thank her in person. Shang Zhenghao said, By the time you grow up, she won't be at that school anymore. Shang Shuman hugged Shang Zhenghao. Then you go bring her back to be my sister-in-law. Shang Zhenghao was speechless. What nonsense is this little brat spouting? Shang Shuman continued to plead. Brother, please. I'm really at my wit's end with you. Fragments of past memories kept flooding back. My name is Yu. I'm your junior. I wonder if I could have the honor of being your friend. Brother, I'm sure you'll fall in love with her at first sight. Whispers arose. Who is that? Daring to pursue my goddess Yu. You don't know him. That's Shang Zhenghao, the new transfer student. He was doing very well at his old school. No one knows why he suddenly transferred. He confessed to Yu as soon as he arrived. But on the rooftop, Yu rejected him. Senior, I'm sorry. I can't accept. Knowing her brother was rejected, Shang Shuman constantly encouraged him. Brother, why don't you try a little harder? As long as you pursue her, she'll definitely agree. She is a free wind. I don't want to tie her down. I hope she can be happy. In the hallway, Shang Jinghao's father told him, "We've already arranged an engagement for you. The other party is a rich young lady. Don't be thinking about someone else now." Shang Jinghao immediately said, "How can you decide my feelings on your own? I already have someone I like. I won't marry her." Shang's father angrily scolded, "You scoundrel. You do as your parents say. Is it your place to decide? You still dare to leave? Go. If you go, don't ever come back." Returning to the present, Shang Shuman was sobbing silently. "My brother has been missing for 3 days. Everyone was waiting for him to come back, but instead, we received news of his death." Yu immediately said, "After he ran away from home, he was probably trying to find me, so that's why." She looked at the portrait in front of her. "So, Jinghao knew me long ago. So our meeting wasn't a coincidence, but you deliberately came to find me. You ran away from home to find me. Was there something you wanted to tell me? I no longer have the chance to hear it. I'm the one who harmed you. Jinghao, you were so sincere with me, yet I rejected you so many times." Yu asked in anguish, "Did Jinghao have any last wishes?" Shang Shuman was about to answer, "His last wishes." Shang's mother screamed at this moment, "So it was you who killed my son. How dare you show your face to him?" Shang's father advised from the side, "My dear, calm down." Shang's mother immediately called for people. "Someone, throw her out for me." Yu was dragged away. "Miss, please leave." She struggled. Shang Shuman said, "My brother's last wish was to see the aurora in Antarctica." Yu said through her tears, "I will go for him. I will fulfill his last wish for him." Night fell on the Ji family villa. Li Hong lay drunk on the bed, a few empty wine bottles scattered beside him. Yu, I could protect your body, but I couldn't protect your heart. Shang Jinghao, he will become an indelible scar and pain in your life. What can I do to win you back? How should I love you? How long will it take to heal the wound in your heart? If I could have held your hand, I would never have let go. Can we start over? His trembling hand clutched the bedsheet. "Do you know, no matter how long it takes, I won't give up. I will wait for you to come back." The scene changes to the islands. 2 children are playing. "Wait for me. You're too slow. Hurry up." Just then, the little boy ran to knock on the door. "Fairy sister, may I come in?" A voice echoed from inside. "Come in." Yu was sitting by the window. "Don't call me fairy sister. My surname is Jean. Just call me Sister Jean." The 2 children said shyly, "Yes, yes." The little girl immediately held out a flower wreath. "Sister Jean, this is for you. I hope you like it." Yu took the wreath. "This wreath is so beautiful. Did you make it yourself?" The little boy said with a blush, "They're just plastic flowers. It's too cold here. Real flowers can't survive." Yu said, "You wanted to wear it on my head, right?" Then she put it on. "Is it beautiful? A fairy has descended to earth." Just then, the little girl said, "Sister, if you want to stay here, you need the chieftain's permission. Everything here belongs to the Brand clan. This place is guarded by the elders. They have countless treasures and livestock, but he doesn't like outsiders. So if you want to stay, you have to pay a different price." Yu said, "I will sincerely ask him. I must stay here." The 2 children looked at Yu. "Why does she look so sad?" The little girl asked again, "Sister, why do you want to stay here? What's so good about this icy and snowy place?" Yu smiled and replied, "It's a secret." At that moment, a figure walked in. "What if I want to know?" The 2 children said in fear, "You're here." Anthony said, "We don't welcome outsiders. You're an outsider with an unknown background. Tell me your purpose, or I'll throw you out into the snow to freeze to death." Anthony immediately asked, "An outsider of unknown origin, what is your purpose for coming here?" She smiled and said, "I am Yu. This person is so fierce." She thought to herself, "I should tease him a bit." Anthony continued to ask, and then, Yu blinked. "You already know my name. Now I'm no longer a person of unknown origin." Anthony roared in anger, "You dare to play games with me? I can't believe you dare to tease me." The 2 children also trembled with fear. "Sister, you can't talk to him like that. He's the son of the elder duke." Yu was startled to hear this. "A duke?" She bowed respectfully. "So it is your grace the duke. My apologies for my rudeness. I will go apologize to him now." Anthony looked at her in shock. "Your face." In his memory, the image of a woman appeared. Yu was confused. "Your Grace the Duke, is there something wrong with my face?" Anthony was silent, then stepped closer. "There's a very big problem with your face." Yu was bewildered. "Huh?" Anthony grabbed her hand. "Follow me." Wait, let go of me. Where are you taking me?" Yu said as she was being dragged. "Even if you're a duke, you need a reason to arrest me. I just tease you a little. Do you have to be so angry? Let go of me." Hearing these words, he let go of her hand. Yu rubbed her wrist. "You hurt me." Anthony said calmly, "I'm taking you to see the elder. If you act so casually in front of him, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Yu asked in confusion, "Why? Just follow me quietly. don't ask so many whys. She felt a little scared in her heart. This person's temper is so unpredictable. Never mind, I wanted to see the elder to ask to stay anyway. But why was he so agitated when he saw me? Very quickly, Anthony stopped in front of a large door. We're here. A servant immediately announced, Elder, His Grace the Duke has returned. A voice came from inside. Come in, my son. Yu was a bit nervous. The atmosphere is so heavy. If I want to stay here, I must pay a price. I wonder what kind of request the elder will make of me. The large door opened. The elder sat on a chair and asked Anthony, The girl behind you, which family's daughter is she? Why have I never seen her? Anthony bowed. Father, I ask you to immediately execute this woman of unknown origin from the outside. Please execute the woman behind me. Yu's face was filled with horror. What? She quickly spoke up. Why do you want to execute me? Anthony said coldly, You are of unknown origin, and you won't state your purpose. You must be a spy sent by another country. Moreover, this face of yours, this face. At this moment, the king shouted, Enough. That outsider woman, come closer. Let me see your face clearly. Yu bowed and replied, Yes. The king saw her face and was immediately stunned. Yu placed her hands crossed over her chest, greeting the elder. She smiled and introduced herself. I am Yu. I hope the elder can allow me to stay here. The old chieftain then asked, Where are you from? Why do you want to stay in this country? Yu replied, I come from a very distant place. I want to stay here because I want to see the aurora. I had someone very important, but he has already left me. Only after losing him did I feel regret. I wanted to make it up to him, but it was too late. His last wish was to see the aurora. Therefore, I want to fulfill this wish for him. She bowed her head again. Please allow me to stay. I'm not a spy. Once I see the aurora, I will leave this place. The old chieftain said, What a pitiful child. But if you want to stay here, you must pay a price. To stay here, you must never leave. Are you willing? Yu replied, To fulfill his wish, I am willing. The old chieftain said, Good. In the name of the Brand clan, I permit you to stay here. Hearing the old chieftain's words, Anthony reacted strongly. Father. At this moment, Yu touched her face and boldly asked a question. Is there something wrong with my face? The old chieftain was silent for a moment. Your face only reminds me of an old acquaintance. That's all. There's nothing wrong. You may leave. Although Yu didn't understand, she complied, and then she left. Anthony watched her leave. Father, how could you let her stay just like that? This woman is strange all over. We know nothing about her. Now is a critical moment for annexing other forces. You can't just because she looks like... At this point, Anthony fell silent. Looks like, the old chieftain then said, Because that child looks like my daughter, your sister, I let her stay. That's what you think, right? Yes. The moment I saw that child, I thought heaven had brought my daughter back to this land of ice and snow of ours, to bloom that pure white flower. I am old, and the older one gets, the more one wants to hold on to things of the past. But I am not yet senile. That child is a bit strange. It's still better to investigate carefully. Anthony, have someone investigate that child's background. If she's truly a spy, kill her without mercy. Yes. In the evening, Yu stood silently in thought, gazing at a large painting on the wall. She stepped closer and was about to touch it when the Duke arrived. He shouted, Stop. Yu jumped in fright. Your Grace the Duke. He then said, This is the portrait gallery of the clan members. Although you have my father's permission, that doesn't mean you can freely enter and exit any place you please. Yu quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. I just wanted to confirm something. The Duke's face darkened as he asked, Confirm what? What do you think you are? How can we tolerate such casual behavior from you? Yu interrupted him. Your Grace the Duke, do I look very much like an old acquaintance of yours? The Duke suddenly grabbed her. Looking at his expression, it seems I guessed right. The Duke said angrily, How presumptuous. Yu guessed. Could it be that I look like an enemy of yours? Yu, if I really looked like an enemy, I wouldn't have been able to stay here. The moment you saw me, you immediately took me to see the elder. I guess I must look like a relative of yours, right? Only for a relative would you show such a pained and shocked expression. Hearing this, the Duke was silent. This girl is indeed very smart. Yu wondered, but there's no portrait of her here. Or perhaps her portrait was taken down. Why is that? Shouldn't you care more about this person? Why take down her painting? The Duke spoke up because she betrayed us. The person you're talking about is my older sister. He recalled his childhood. Sister, what are you looking at? She was sitting by the window. Anthony, look at this. These are real flowers. She showed him the glass vase containing the flowers. It's sealed in crystal to preserve its appearance, as if it were just picked. Anthony was very clear-headed. That man from the outside gave it to you, didn't he? Sister, don't be enchanted by him. His sister stared intently at the crystal. He is a brilliant and talented man with profound knowledge. He has told me many stories about the outside world. He said, the outside world has a small stream full of blooming flowers in spring, a misty and rainy Jiangnan with green mountains and clear waters. Spring is like bathing, summer like washing, autumn like being drunk, winter like jade. He said he wants to take me to see it all. She looked out the window. This place is winter all year round. It's either ice or snow, so cold. I want to go see the outside world. Anthony, don't worry, I will come back. The Duke recalled, his anger flaring. For an outsider, she abandoned her clan, abandoned our father and me. She said she would come back, but in all these years, she has never returned even once. She was once our pride, the white rose, the never-fading symbol of our clan. But she betrayed us, so she became the disgrace of the entire clan, permanently excommunicated. Hearing this, Yu Yu was extremely surprised. Even so, why are you crying? Your Grace the Duke, were you just crying? The Duke wiped his tears and shouted, shut up. Yu Yu could only reply playfully, yes. So she asked, Your Grace the Duke, how old are you? He immediately said, old enough to be your uncle. Yu Yu exclaimed in surprise, that old? You look so young. Hearing this, the Duke said angrily, are you looking for death? Yu Yu quickly smiled appeasingly. Sorry. I just feel you're a little short of being my older brother. I was complimenting you on being young. It's morning, right? You said you came to see the aurora to fulfill a wish. I'm afraid that won't happen. After my sister left, the aurora no longer appears here. Hearing these words, Yu Yu replied, I can wait. I'll wait until I see it. I can't go anywhere else anyway. Then Yu Yu sat down on the chair. I'll just sit here and wait. The view from this position is very clear. The Duke turned to leave, as you wish. If you like waiting, then wait. Yu Yu immediately invited, Your Grace the Duke, if you're not busy, could you sit and talk with me for a while? It's quite boring being alone. She patted the spot next to her. Come on, sit. The Duke was surprised. You little brat, you're too casual. Why should I talk to you? Yu Yu made a pitiful, pleading face. Then he said, what a pain. Then he still walked over and sat down with her. Only 10 minutes. Yu Yu smiled to herself. Then he said again, let's make a bet. How about it? Yu Yu asked curiously, what does Your Grace the Duke want to bet on? He said, if you see the aurora today, I will grant you one wish. If you don't, you have to agree to one thing for me. Hearing this, Yu Yu agreed. All right, we'll just wait here until sunset and see if there's an aurora tonight. In Ji Li Hong's house, wine bottles were scattered on the table. Ji Li Hong lay drunk on the bed. Yu Yu, I was wrong. Can you come back? Suddenly, someone pushed open the door to the room. He shot up. Yu Yu, is that you? You're back. But it was Wen Guanyun. It's me, Wen Guanyun. Sorry to disappoint you. Wen Guanyun, Ji Li Hong's best friend. Ji Li Hong said in disappointment. Why is it you? He slumped back onto the bed. What are you here for? Seeing this, Wen Guanyun was extremely helpless. This guy. Then, Wen Guanyun grabbed him by the collar. Ji Li Hong. Let me tell you, if I were Yu Yu, I wouldn't come back either. Look at the state you're in now. If you're still a man, if you still want to wait for her, still love her, then sober up for me. Let me tell you, no one will sympathize with you in this state. Because you brought this on yourself, you deserve it. Hearing these words, Ji Li Hong let out a cold laugh. Yes, I deserve it. It was me who didn't cherish her. I thought she was playing with me. I always felt she would abandon me. So, I impulsively did that despicable thing. It was me who didn't cherish her. It's too late to say anything now. When Guanyin questioned, it's too late, isn't it? In that case, I don't need to tell you use news, do I? Hearing that, Ji Li Hong hurriedly asked, you have news of her. Where is she? When Guanyin took out his phone, her exact location is unclear. We only know she went to Antarctica. After that, the trail went cold. It's possible someone deliberately blocked the investigation. It wasn't easy to trace this far with my connections. Ji Li Hong said, keep investigating. I won't give up on finding her. I want her to know my determination until I die in Antarctica. Yu suddenly opened her eyes. She was startled to find her arm linked with the Duke's, and she was leaning against him. What's going on? I remember after we made a bet on whether the aurora would appear, did I just fall asleep leaning on his shoulder? Could it be that he held this position all night just for me to lean on? Why didn't he wake me up? Then he said, if you're awake, get up. I'm tired too. Yu quickly sat up and turned her face away. So sorry. Your Grace the Duke. The Duke said, you waited for a while last night and then fell asleep, making me wait here alone. Yu was surprised. What? You didn't sleep all night. The Duke said, the aurora didn't appear. You lost. Now you have to agree to one thing for me. Yu smiled and said, what does your Grace the Duke want to know? Anthony said, I want to hear your story. Where did you come from? Who is in your family? Hearing this, Yu became sad again. I'm an orphan. I have no home. I can only wander everywhere. Yu's hands clenched together. After hearing this, Anthony felt a little guilty. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Just pretend I never asked. After returning to his father's side, Anthony heard a subordinate report. Yu, her father is Jean E. Her mother is Lu E. Her mother died early. Her father is missing, so she was sent to be raised by the G family. The G family has a gangster background. They hid her identity very well. If they hadn't brought her to us, it would have been very difficult for us to find her. The elder was shocked. The child's mother is already dead. The subordinate reported, yes. It said it was to save the only son of the G family. Hearing this, Anthony was startled. What? She is dead. Then, the elder ordered, I know, you may leave. Anthony, stay. He thought in pain, my daughter is no longer in this world. Anthony gritted his teeth in hatred. The G family. I will definitely make you pay with blood. The elder was lost in thought, his eyes red. All these years, my child has suffered so much outside. I couldn't even see her one last time before she died. Anthony speculated. The other information all matches. I'm afraid Lu, it was the name my sister used outside, and Yu is her daughter's name. It's unbelievable. How could things be so coincidental? Then, the elder said, bring Yu here. It's time to tell her the truth. A moment later, Yu walked in and asked, Elder, Your Grace the Duke, what do you need from me? Anthony said to her, didn't you want to know what the person in the removed portrait looked like? Behind this curtain is that person's portrait. See for yourself. Hearing this, Yu was surprised. Huh, yes. Then Yu pulled the curtain. Strange, why are they suddenly showing me the painting? She began to pull the curtain down, and then was suddenly stunned. This is Mom. The elder said, this is my most beloved daughter. 20 years ago, she left this place with a man named Jean E., and there has been no news of her since. Yu turned around and said, Jean E. is my father. Then you are. The elder replied, I am your maternal grandfather, your blood relative. Yu, don't be afraid, you're home. Seeing this, Yu still couldn't believe it. I'm home. How? Elsewhere, Ji Li Hong was angrily slamming the table. Useless fools. Why can't you find any news of Yu? A young girl. Could she have just vanished from the face of the earth? How can the Yin Emperor have such useless people like you? His subordinate bowed his head. Young master, we are truly sorry. We have tried our best. The place she went to is beyond the scope of our influence. Although the Yin Emperor's sphere of influence is large, it can only control Asia, including East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central Asia, West Asia, along with North Africa and the Sub-Saharan Desert region. But Miss Yu went to Antarctica. The forces there are extremely complex. We couldn't find out any news. Moreover, the other party has discovered that we are investigating. Ji Li Hong asked impatiently, then how can we find news of Yu? The subordinate replied, if she were traveling as an ordinary person, it would be impossible for us not to find her. There's only one possibility now. Her information has been concealed by some underworld force. And the largest underworld force in Antarctica is the Brand Clan. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong was shocked. The Brand Clan. His subordinate explained, the Brand Clan's sphere of influence is extremely vast. Antarctica is just a part of their territory. If the young master appears in his capacity as the Yin Emperor, he might be able to ask for news of Miss Jean. But haven't you always hated getting involved with underworld forces, young master? Ji Li Hong immediately said, no, I'm willing to go. From today on, I will officially take over the Yin Emperor Empire. Until I find Yu, I will absolutely not give up. If I could ask the wind to tell you how much I love you, but can you ask the wind to reply to me? When will you return? In Antarctica, Yu stood on a high place, gazing into the distance. Anthony walked over. Why are you standing here all alone in a daze? Yu was startled and turned around. Your Grace the Duke, you are. Anthony reminded her. At a time like this, you're still calling me that. Hearing this, Yu called out a little shyly, Uncle. He smiled and said, that's more like it. Yu said emotionally, my parents died early. I thought I was an orphan. Suddenly, I have a family, a grandfather, an uncle. It feels so unreal, just like a dream. She looked at her hands. I'm afraid I'll wake up in the next second. Hearing these words, Anthony thought to himself, how much hardship has this child been through to be so melancholic at such a young age? He asked, do you remember the bet we made last time? If you had won, what would you have wanted? Yu suddenly became pensive. My wish is just to see the aurora. But you said the aurora hasn't appeared for many years. This is like a prophecy signaling that I can't fulfill my wish. Thinking of Shang Zheng Hao, I wonder if he hates me terribly. Will he not forgive me? Yu shed tears. What should I do? Seeing this, Anthony patted her head. Lift your head. Like this. How can you attend the banquet tonight? Hearing this, Yu asked in surprise, a banquet. He then explained, Grandfather wants to hold an investiture ceremony for you to celebrate your return. You will become the most noble princess of the Brand family. Hearing Anthony's words, Yu panicked. Wait, a princess? An investiture ceremony? A banquet? Anthony was surprised. It seems you don't know anything at all. Yu said, because no one told me about this. Anthony reminded her, oh, well now you know. Remember to prepare well. Yu immediately refused. I refuse. I don't want to be any princess. Besides, I don't even know what to prepare. Hearing this, Anthony told her, you don't need to worry about this. Someone will come and teach you etiquette. Hearing this, Yu was terrified. I still have to learn etiquette. That's even more worrying. Afterward, Yu lay on the bed, burying her face in the pillow, distressed. Everything feels like a dream. I have a family. I'm no longer an orphan, and I'm also a princess. She screamed, This is so embarrassing. What do I do? Next, 2 rows of servants respectfully said to her, Your Highness the Princess, good morning. We're the ones responsible for teaching you etiquette, teaching you how to become a true princess. First, Yu began to feel tense and scared. Yu lay on the bed with a face mask on, getting a massage. Please don't worry. We will apply a face mask for you first, then give you a full-body massage to help you feel comfortable. You seem to be enjoying it very much. Is that all? Being a princess is so simple. Hearing this, the servant laughed inwardly, so naive. Then a thick stack of books was brought over. Next, before the banquet begins, you must be able to recognize all the members of the family. To avoid being impolite, you need to memorize their names. The Brand family is a large clan with complex branches, so there are many people. A qualified princess must have outstanding temperament, speech, and mannerisms. At the same time, she also needs to be multi-talented. You need to practice painting. Also, we still have to learn. Yu is forced to practice the piano, painting, and many other things, causing her to scream. This is torture. Being a princess is so tiring. It's even harder than the college entrance exams. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Then, Anthony walked over. How are the lessons going? Yu turned her face, crying, Uncle, save me. I don't want to learn etiquette anymore. Anthony replied, Your etiquette still needs to be reinforced. Study well. Yu quickly said, That's not true. I think I'm already very outstanding now. Anthony scoffed. A sleeping princess wouldn't drool on others. Hearing this, Yu was both angry and embarrassed. I didn't. Uncle. The servant beside them smiled and said, Your Highness, it's time for your dance lesson. Yu looked at Anthony with pleading eyes. Uncle, save me. But he avoided her gaze. Then Yu was led away. Anthony, I want to sever our family ties. The servant reminded her, Your Highness, stop making a scene. Let's hurry and learn. Anthony, standing outside, heard these things, feeling a bit helpless, then smiled. It's good to see you've regained your spirit. 10 days later, the banquet was held, crowded like a sea of people. I heard the elder found his long-lost granddaughter. I heard she looks a lot like the eldest young miss. It's really something to look forward to. Then, the large doors opened, and the inside immediately fell silent. Yu walked in, wearing a magnificent princess gown. People began to whisper, Is she the princess? Yu looked inside, also stunned. So many people, what do I do? Anthony followed behind her. Silly girl, what are you standing there dazed for? Yu stammered, Uncle, Uncle. Then he pointed inside. Let's go in together. Yu thought to herself, You look so handsome dressed so formally today. Then, she took his arm and walked in. The people around them discussed. She really looks like her mother. She truly has the same air. Yu whispered to Anthony, How is it, Uncle? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Hearing this, Anthony replied, It's all thanks to the good genes of the Brand family. If you had inherited even a tenth of her genes, you wouldn't be this bad. Hearing this, Yu pouted. A moment ago you said I was beautiful like my mother. Now you're criticizing me. Really? The elder, standing at the front, spoke. Come here, my granddaughter. It's time to introduce you to everyone. Today, the Brand family welcomes another new member. This is my precious gem who was lost in the East. This child is my maternal granddaughter, Yu. Today, as the patriarch of the Brand family, I declare my granddaughter is officially invested and bestowed the name Brand Jean Yu. From now on, she will be a member of the Brand family, Princess Jean Yu. Pay your respects to the princess. Then, everyone bowed. An elder spoke in gratitude. Thank heavens for bringing the princess back. Yu's eyes turned red, and she hugged him tightly. Grandfather, my good child. Everyone, that's right. Clapping, smiling. So touching. Yes. The evening banquet began. Yu once again went outside alone to gaze into the distance, a lonely figure. Anthony approached her. There are many powerful people over there who want to get to know you, to connect with you. Why are you hiding here alone? Yu just stared intently out the window. There's no aurora tonight either. Anthony said, I've been reading recently and learned a saying from your country. Yu was curious. What saying? Anthony replied, it's all up to human effort. Right after, fireworks suddenly lit up, blooming across the sky. Yu was surprised and delighted. It's fireworks. So beautiful. Anthony said to her, both shine brightly in the night sky. What's the difference between fireworks and the aurora? The person in your heart. You just need to cherish them in your heart. Don't let that person hold you back in the present. Besides, you being so sad is not what that person would want to see, understand. You seem to be in thought. Yu pondered, thank you, uncle. But fireworks are, in the end, just fireworks. Someone once set off a sky full of fireworks for me, but it was just a fleeting beauty, followed by endless darkness. Anthony was surprised. So that's why you want to hide here. Hearing this, Yu was startled. Uncle, how did you know? Anthony continued, your past, you don't want to talk about it, so I won't ask, but I can guess some of it. Recently, people from the Yin Empire have been constantly inquiring about you, but your grandfather has blocked them. Hearing these words, Yu pondered, inquiring about me. What for? The same old trick, apologize to me, then persuade me to go back. I don't know anyone from the Yin Empire, not a single person. Anthony said, silly girl. The children of the Brand family have clear loves and hates. They dare to act and dare to bear the consequences. A debt of love must be repaid. The pain must be borne tenfold. Hearing this, Yu was stunned. Uncle, you wanted to take revenge, but I promised I would never leave the Brand family. Anthony laughed loudly. If the place you're going to is the Brand family's territory, how can it be called leaving? Your mother died to save the G family, so everything the G family owns should also belong to you. I hope you can become the next heir of the Brand family, reclaim the Yin Empire's domain, and take back everything that originally belonged to you. The evening banquet is in full swing. The fireworks that His Highness Anthony gifted to the princess seem to light up the entire night sky. What a beautiful night. Suddenly, people panicked. Wait, that doesn't look like fireworks. Everyone gathered to look up. What is that? What's happening? Yu was standing with Anthony. Uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. She said heartbrokenly, I never thought about taking revenge. You can call me weak, you can call me useless, but I don't want to see that person again. I just want to stay here for the rest of my life. I don't want to be found by him. The farther away from him, the better. After speaking, she turned and left. Anthony called out from behind her, Yu, are you really content with this? Yu walked into the main hall and suddenly heard people murmuring. Look, what is that? It's the aurora. The aurora has appeared. After so many years, I can't believe I can still see the aurora. Yu abruptly stopped, then turned around and rushed towards Anthony. Uncle. Anthony was also extremely surprised. It really is the aurora. Yu looked at the aurora, tears streaming down. Zheng Hao, is that you? Have you forgiven me? Then she covered her face and sobbed. But I can't forgive myself. I'm the one who caused your death. I'm sorry. Anthony comforted her. He would understand. He would forgive you. He's always watching over you from heaven. If you waste your whole life hiding, perhaps the person he can't forgive the most is himself. This aurora, perhaps it's a sign for you that you should go and face the things you need to face. Hearing this, Yu pondered for a moment, then said, Uncle, I agree. I agree to become the heir of the Brand family. I swear, I will definitely make Ji Lihang pay for everything he has done. 5 years later, the plane is taking off. The airport is bustling with people coming and going. An assistant is anxiously looking around. Why isn't she here yet? This is the right flight. Is the information accurate? Oh, the CEO is here. Someone said in surprise. CEO, why did you come in person? You could have just left this small matter to us. The CEO scolded. What do you know? The person arriving today is no ordinary figure. Behind her is the financial backing of the 10 largest banks in the world. To be able to mobilize so many banks at once, there are only 2 major financial groups. One is the G Corporation in S City. The other is the Brand family on that archipelago. Today's mysterious figure, her real name is Branjan Yu, known as Guru, which means master. In just 5 short years, she has become the new heir of the Brand family. The people who want to get close to her could form a line from the Brand family all the way to S City. You tell me, how could I not come in person? Even if I come in person, I might not even be able to connect with her. Hearing this, the assistant exclaimed in shock, she's that amazing. Is there any doubt? On the other side, in a black car, the driver in the front seat. The young miss is no ordinary person. You can't just meet her whenever you want. Miss, let's just let those fools wait at the airport. Shall we go to the hotel first? You sat in the back seat, not to the hotel yet. The driver asked, then where would you like to go, miss? Yu rested her chin on her hand, looking out the window, then said, the church. To the church gate. She got out of the car. Brother Zheng Hao, I've come to see you. Yu came to his grave. I saw the aurora. It was truly beautiful. They say the aurora appears to guide the deceased. I don't know if there's a heaven in this world. If there is, then the aurora must have guided you to heaven, right? Yu hugged the bouquet, tears streaming down. It's been 5 years. You've been resting here for 5 years. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for only coming to see you now. I've finally returned to face everything. Afterward, Yu walked alone in the church. Suddenly, someone called her from behind. Yu, is that you? Yu turned her head in surprise, seeing Jieyu in a nun's habit. You don't recognize me anymore. I'm Li Jieyu. Hearing this, Yu was startled. You're Li Jieyu. Then the two of them walked and talked. I never thought you'd choose to become a nun. Have you been well all these years? Jieyu said, there's nothing unwell about it. Yu, I'm sorry. For all these years, I've been repenting my sins to God. I was too selfish back then. All these years, I've wronged you, wronged Shang Zheng Hao, and also. Yu said coldly, what's past is past. Jieyu said, Li Hang is also very worried about you. He's been looking for you all this time. It's good that you're back. I wish you two happiness. Hearing this, Yu stopped walking. I don't know any Li Hang. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm the future heir of the Brand family, Zhan Yu. Please don't pair me up with others. Hearing this, Jieyu looked at her in surprise, then smiled and said, all right, I understand what you mean, Miss Zhan Yu. Miss Zhan Yu, you can call me Sister Maria. It's a pleasure to get reacquainted with you. Just then, another nun came to report. Sister Maria, CEO Li Hang of the G Corporation, is outside the church. He said he wants to visit a grave. Would you like to go and see him? Jieyu looked at Yu hesitantly. This. Yu asked back. You said Li Hang is outside. Outside, Li Hang walked in, holding a bouquet of flowers. He walked to Shang Zheng Hao's grave. Zheng Hao, today is the anniversary of your death. I've come to see you. Then he exclaimed in surprise, huh, what's this? White chrysanthemums. It seems someone has already been here. The tombstone has also been wiped clean. He hurriedly looked around. Yu, is that you? You're back. Where have you been? I've had such a hard time looking for you. Don't leave again. I know it's definitely you. Come out quickly. Come out, Yu. Yu hid behind a wall. Jieyu spoke up and asked Yu, are you really not going to see him? Yu replied with disgust. So noisy. What's the point of seeing him? Just let him scream there by himself. I have things to do. I'm leaving. Afterward, Yu got in the car and left. Miss, this is the list of items at the auction. His Highness Anthony hopes to acquire these. Yu took the list. So many items. Tell my uncle I'll handle it. Assistantly said, this auction is not simple. His Highness Anthony is very worried about your safety. Mississippi Yu was surprised. Safety. Then he explained, this auction is held once every 5 years. It's the largest scale on the market, lasting 2 days and 1 night. Most of the auction items have unclear origins, so it must be held alternately in different secret sea regions. The people who come here from high-ranking nobles to lowly gangsters, a mix of both the righteous and the criminal underworld. His Highness is extremely worried about your safety, miss, and has instructed me to protect you throughout the entire process. Hearing this, Yu rested her chin on her hand and smiled. No need to follow me so obviously. That would be even less safe. I'll be fine going alone. I don't need anyone to follow me. All right, stop the car. Everyone wait for me outside. I want to take a walk alone to relax a bit. Yu walked and pondered. I need to make a splash at the auction. I really do need a capable assistant. But where can I find one now? She looked to the side. Oh, a gorgeous dress. This dress is so beautiful. It's perfect to wear to the auction. The shop assistant immediately came forward to greet her. You have excellent taste, miss. This is our store's treasure, a masterpiece by the genius designer Alette, and it's the only one. Yu quickly took out her VIP card. I love it. I'll buy it no matter the price. The assistant refused again. I'm sorry, miss. This dress is not for sale. Alette once said, for the faded person, it's free. For the unfaded, it's not for sale even for 1,000 pieces of gold. Yu asked back, then what is considered faded? She said, please guess the name of this dress. If you guess correctly, we will gift this dress to you. Yu smiled. There's such a thing. How interesting. Yu also thought seriously. I don't know much about fashion design, but this dress is elegant, soft, magnificent without being ostentatious, like a beauty under the moonlight. The assistant was extremely surprised after hearing this. You're amazing, miss. This dress is named Celine. It's been here for a long time, but you're the first person to guess it correctly. That's wonderful. Yu pondered. Celine is the moon goddess in Greek mythology, born with wings, a halo on her head, often riding a divine chariot across the night sky, disappearing at dawn. That employee exclaimed happily, "Congratulations on guessing correctly. According to the rules, this dress will be gifted to you for free." Yu was very happy. Then she left with the dress. Please come again. We welcome you back to Alette S. shop next time. Your Celine has found its owner. Alette then appeared. I've been watching from behind, thinking about you. Clearly an outsider who knows nothing about fashion design. Yet she could guess the name of Celine based on intuition. One interesting girl. I hope to see her again. Could she be my goddess of light? The sky was clear, with flocks of seagulls flying. Boats were sailing steadily on the sea. On the deck, the crowd was bustling and lively. Wen Guanyin was standing with Ji Li Hang. So you're sure she's back just based on a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. And you even guessed she would attend this auction. Li Hang said, you don't understand. She and I grew up together. I know her too well. This is the tacit understanding between us. Suddenly, when Guan Yun retched, to be honest, I'm seasick. I really shouldn't have come here with you. Seeing this, Li Hang asked in a panic, when Guan Yun, are you okay? On another side, CEO Yu of the Yu Corporation was standing and talking with his daughter, Yu Yi. Quite a few big shots have come this year. Yu Yi, who do you recognize? Yu Yi stood beside him, respectfully replying, yes, father. That red-haired man is kin of the Datsai family. I heard he secretly deals with the underworld, which is why his company has been growing so much in the past 2 years. And the one leaning against the railing is the famous Ji Li Hang of the Ji Financial Group, a modern-day crown prince. Huh, CEO Yu asked. Then that girl, do you know her? Yui looked over, extremely surprised. That's an unfamiliar face I've never seen before. Who is she? Yu was wearing that gorgeous dress from the other day. Then, the host began to introduce. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction at Kivala Island. The auction will now begin. Please don't mind the gazes of others. Feel free to bid. First is the first item, the golden jade pearl of the ancient Yin Empire. Starting price is 5 million. Please begin bidding. I'll bid 6 million. 6 million. This gentleman bids 6 million. Is there a higher bid? 8 million. Oh, 8 million. This gentleman in yellow bids 8 million. You just said coldly, double it. The host announced, this young lady bids double, 16 million. Is there any higher bid? Seeing this, everyone murmured, such a strong presence, so decisive. Hearing this, Ji Li Hang realized it was, the host was still calling out the price. 16 million going once, 16 million going twice, 16 million going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this young lady. Ji Li Hang had recognized that she was Yu. The host continued, next is our second item. Night fell, and everyone was attending the banquet. Miss, please stop. Wait a moment, miss. 2 young men approached Yu. What's your name, miss? Miss, can we get to know you? Don't be a stranger. Let's have a drink together. Yu shyly refused. I'm sorry. Please make way. I have something to do. I have to go. Yu thought to herself, when will this finally end? I have to get out of here quickly. I can't let Ji Li Hang find me. I'd better get back to my room. Just have to hide for tonight, and I'll be fine. But someone was standing ahead, waiting for her. It was Ji Li Hang. He called out Zhang Yu's name. Why are you hiding from me? Yu came face to face with Li Hang. It's truly a small world for enemies. Why did I still run into him? This gentleman, you've got the wrong person. Please step aside. I have to go back to my room. Yu tried to walk past him, but he grabbed her shoulder and pushed her against the wall. Don't think you can fool me just by wearing a veil. For the past 5 years, there hasn't been a single moment I haven't thought of you. Your voice, your silhouette, I could never mistake them. Ji Li Hang gently called Yu's name, Zhan Yu. Yu, still wearing the veil. You really have the wrong person. Li Hang pressed her against the wall. I'm not mistaken. Do you dare to look me in the eye and say you're not Zhan Yu? Yu immediately turned her face away, not daring to look at him. I had clearly prepared myself mentally before coming, but why am I still so flustered upon meeting him? Ji Li Hang. He holds the broken pieces of my childhood. So many things in my life, I don't dare to look back on our memories of him by my side. At the same time, he is also the one who brought me the most pain. Every time I remember, the pain is unbearable. I can't make the same mistake again. She pushed Li Hang's hand away. This gentleman, I don't know what you're talking about. Please have some self-respect. Li Hang still tried to hold on to her. Yu, stop messing around. Let's talk properly, okay? But Yu didn't agree. Let go of me. I don't know you. If you keep this up, I'll call for help. Just then, someone walked towards them. This gentleman, treating a lady so roughly. I'm afraid that's not very appropriate. Hearing this, Li Hang frowned. This is between her and me. It has nothing to do with you. The person came closer. How does it not have anything to do with me? This young lady is my dance partner. Li Hang was surprised. Your dance partner. The person approached Yu, smiled, and said, I've been looking all over for you, so you were here. Let's go. The ball is about to start. Yu was a bit confused, but still agreed. Okay. A completely unfamiliar face. He even smiled at her, asking, are you all right? Yu thought to herself, who is he? Why is he helping me? Then she replied coldly, I'm fine. Whatever. The urgent matter is to avoid getting entangled with Ji Li Hang first. Seeing this, Ji Li Hang was very unhappy. You know him. Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This gentleman, I already told you that you have the wrong person. I'm not some Yu. Why don't you believe me? My friend has come to find me. I'll be going now. Then, Yu turned to the man from before. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Shall we dance? Ji Li Hang saw them holding hands. His face turned pale with anger. Yu, why won't you acknowledge me? The person hiding behind and peeking at her thought, is that Zhang Yu? At the ball, Yu was still with that man. Thank you for helping me out of that situation. He then said, seeing a lady in trouble, any gentleman would do the same. I had my own purpose for helping you out. Hearing this, Yu said in surprise, Then he said, I help you out, so you would be grateful, and then when I ask you to dance, you would agree. Beautiful lady, would you be willing to share a dance with me? After speaking, he bowed. Yu hesitated slightly, but he said hurriedly, please don't refuse me. Otherwise, I'll lose face. Yu had no choice but to agree. All right. Hearing this, he smiled happily and said, you truly are a kind and beautiful girl. Everyone was still engrossed in dancing to the music. He complimented Yu. You dance beautifully, Miss Branjan Yu. Yu was very surprised to hear this. He knows my identity. You know who I am. You approached me on purpose, didn't you? He replied immediately, with surprising frankness. That's right. To be more precise, you approached me first. Yu was taken aback. What do you mean by that? He stopped walking. I haven't had a chance to introduce myself yet. My name is Ji Haixin. You can also call me Let. Yu thought to herself, Let, that name sound familiar. Let said, the gown you're wearing was designed by me. How could you not remember my name? Only then did Yu react. So it's you. Thank you for giving me this gown. It's very beautiful. Let looked at her intently and said, across mountains and rivers, we meet as kindred spirits. This gown was always meant for you. Wearing this gown, you look like a moon goddess descended to earth. If you were to disappear at dawn, then I hope the night will never end. The moon is beautiful tonight. Did you know? When Natsum Soseki translated, I love you, he rendered it as, the moon is beautiful tonight. It's because when you're with someone you like, you feel that the moon is especially beautiful. It's a way of expressing affection. Yu suddenly remembered Zheng Hao's smile. Ji Haixin said in surprise, you don't look well. Did I say something wrong? Yu said sadly, it's nothing. I just remembered an old friend. Yu immediately let go of Let's hand and took a step back. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired and want to go back to my room to rest. Let said hurriedly, let me walk you back, in case you run into that person from before again. But Yu refused. There's no need. I can get back on my own. Let had no choice but to agree. All right, if you need help, feel free to find me anytime. Yu left, but her heart was still uneasy as she thought. This person gives me a very familiar feeling. No one can replace Zheng Hao's place in my heart. If I go back this way, I probably won't run into Ji Li Hang. Suddenly, a voice spoke from beside her. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu was startled. Yu asked in surprise, who are you? Yu approached Yu. I am Yu, daughter of CEO Yu Qianqing of the Yu Group, the young lady who spent money like water at the auction. I wonder if I might have the honor of getting to know you. Yu also said amicably, Miss Yu, a pleasure. My name is Branjan Yu. Hearing this, Yu's eyes suddenly widened as she said in astonishment, so you're the heiress of the Brand family. I've long admired you. Let me treat you to a drink. After speaking, she handed a glass of wine to Yu. Yu reached out to take it. You're too kind, Miss Yu. I appreciate the gesture, but I'm not much of a drinker. Yu forced a smile. This wine has a very low alcohol content. It's made especially for women. Don't worry. Yu had to say, all right then. Then she raised the glass to her lips. This wine tastes strange. Suddenly, Yu swayed. Yu asked, Miss Zhang, what's wrong? Yu replied, I'm fine, just a little unwell. I'll be fine after a night's rest in my room. Yu said, then let me take you back. Yu suddenly realized, wait, what did you just call me? Miss Jean? Yu, having slipped up, said hastily, you're drunk. You must have misheard. Yu said in a panic, I definitely didn't mishear. It was you. You drugged the wine. Yu staggered. Seeing this, Yu let out a cold laugh. You're quite a handful, aren't you? Yu fell to the floor. Good thing the drug is strong enough. The floor is so cold. How about I take you to a room, Jean Yu? After he helped Yu onto the bed. A waiter happened to arrive with a delivery. Miss Yu, this is the room of President Long Baiching of the Longsheng Group. He's known for being a lecher. Yui cut him off. Less nonsense, just do your job. Why ask so many questions? Do you have a death wish? The waiter said fearfully, yes. I'm sorry. Then he handed him a glass of wine. Take this glass to Long Baiching, and you must watch him drink all of it. He asked worriedly, Miss, can you tell me what's in this wine so I can deliver it properly? What if it leads to a murder? He laughed coldly. It's just a little aphrodisiac. It won't kill him. What's there to be afraid of? I just want a noble Miss Jean to get a taste of what it's like to be bullied. At the banquet, Long Baiching was dancing with a young woman. What perfume are you wearing today? It smells so good. The girl said coquettishly, I'm not wearing any perfume. He leaned in close to her. Really? Let me have a sniff. The girl said fearfully, President Long, a lot of people are watching. You should mind your image. Just then, the waiter from before brought the wine over. President Long, here is your wine. Long Baiching immediately flew into a rage. Are you blind? Get lost. The waiter, terrified, kept saying, yes, sir. Then Long Baiching said in surprise, oh, isn't this President Ji? What a coincidence. Long Baiching ran up to Ji Li Hong. Well, if it isn't our President Ji, I didn't expect to see you here. It must be fate. Ji Li Hong was surprised. Long Baiching said obsequiously, I didn't expect President Ji to still remember me. What an honor. Allow me to toast you. Ji Li Hong immediately refused. Some other time, I'm not in the mood to drink right now. But Long Baiching insisted. One drink won't hurt, President Ji. If you don't drink, you're not giving me face. That waiter came over again. President Long, how about I get you a different glass of wine? Long Baiching got angry again. Get lost. What's it to you? Who do you think you are to interfere? Then he turned his head back, speaking fawningly to Ji Li Hong. President Ji, please give me some face. Ji Li Hong thought to himself, it seems if I don't drink, he won't let me go. Fine, I'll drink. Then he raised his glass and downed it in one go. Yu watched from a distance, thinking to herself, damn it, that idiot. After Ji Li Hong finished drinking, his head felt dizzy. Why is this wine so strong? Then he staggered and then collapsed. Long Baiching panicked. President Ji, what's wrong with you? Someone, get over here. President Ji is drunk. Quickly help him to my room to rest. The waiter ran over to support Ji Li Hong. President Long, perhaps it would be better if I took President Ji back to his own room. But Long Baiching immediately said, how can I pass up such a good opportunity to curry favor with President Ji? What nonsense is this brat spouting? That waiter wanted to cry, but had no tears. But Miss Yu is in there. My God, what kind of mess have I gotten into? Forget it. This is a battle between bosses. I dare not ask, and I dare not interfere. I'll just do as I'm told. President Ji was then taken to the room. When he came to, he felt very uncomfortable. So hot. My head is spinning. I only had one drink. How did I get this drunk? Suddenly, he heard a woman's moan and thought in astonishment. Who? Is there someone else in this room? She said, so hot. Ji Li Hong immediately recognized it as Yu's voice. Am I dreaming? Yu, why is Yu here? Yu lay listlessly on the bed. So hot. So uncomfortable. Ji Li Hong approached her. Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so uncomfortable? Are you hurt? Yu writhed uncomfortably on the bed. Ji Li Hong said, Yu, don't be afraid. I will always protect you. He held her tightly. I'm here. Don't be afraid of anything. Yu was not in her right mind at this moment. She just cried out, so hot, so thirsty. Ji Li Hong also tried to restrain himself. You're thirsty? I'll go get you some water. But Yu grabbed his hand. Don't go. She stopped Ji Li Hong, then kissed him on the lips. Yu said softly, help me. I want. Ji Li Hong was utterly shocked, taking a sharp breath. This is going to be the death of me. Then he pushed her down onto the bed. Ji Li Hong was panting all over. He had taken off his outer jacket. Yu then pinned Yu's hands down, holding them tightly. Yu called out gently, Li Hong. A while later, Long Baiching appeared, waking him up. President Ji, you're awake. Ji Li Hong slowly opened his eyes. Long Baiqing gave a forced smile. President Ji, hello. Ji Li Hong sat up naked on the bed, a dazed look on his face, and he screamed, the scream echoing throughout the ship. Long Baiqing immediately said, President Ji, don't be afraid. It's me, Long Baiqing. Ji Li Hong said in a panic, it's precisely because it's you that I'm screaming. Why am I sleeping in your bed? Only then did he start to remember. Don't you remember, President Ji? You were drunk last night, so I helped you back to my room to rest. Ji Li Hong asked worriedly. Then, the person who slept with me last night was... Long Baiqing was still clueless. Slept together? Slept together with what? Ji Li Hong immediately changed the subject. Nothing. Then, when Guanyin arrived. Li Hong, the auction is over. The ship has docked. How long are you planning to sleep? When Guanyin had been asleep for a whole day and night due to seasickness, Long Baiqing went to dress Ji Li Hong. President Ji, please put on your clothes. Seeing this scene, when Guanyin was scared out of his wits. Holy crap. What is this situation? Did you two sleep together? Ji Li Hong angrily yelled at Wen Guanyin. Get your filthy thoughts out of here. After hearing the whole story, Wen Guanyin said in astonishment, so you got drunk last night, and then you dreamed you slept with a woman. Not just any woman, but you. Ji Li Hong said, it didn't feel like a dream, it was too real. Wen Guanyin and Ji Li Hong sat together drinking tea. Hasn't you always hated you and avoided you? How could she spend a night of passion with you? Could be you saw a ghost? It could also just be a wet dream. You haven't been with any other women these past few years, so it's normal to have such physiological needs. Ji Li Hong raised his teacup, pausing for a moment. Could it be it really was just a wet dream? 5 hours earlier, the ship was still at sea. Yu woke up. My head hurts. She sat up and looked out the window. Where am I? She turned around and was shocked to see Ji Li Hong sleeping beside her. Yu panicked. Oh my god, what happened? To her, this was truly a bolt from the blue. Why is Ji Li Hong here? Why am I here? Last night what happened? Her mind was in chaos, as if struck by lightning. Who am I? Where's this? Did I fall asleep? Yu clutched her head in fear. Oh my god, what have I done? Then she carefully picked up her gown and put it on. Whatever, I have to get out of here first. I must be careful not to wake Ji Li Hong up. Ji Li Hong was still fast asleep, talking in his sleep. Yu, I'm sorry. Don't go. Hearing this, Yu froze. But she still opened the door and left. The ship is about to dock. Yu stood on the deck, looking into the distance. We're about to dock. What happened with Ji Li Hong last night? Let's just consider it an accident. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from inside. Let me go. Let me go. Yu was startled when she heard it. It was a girl's voice. Shang Shuman was being forced by Long Baiqing. She screamed, let go. Help. Long Baiqing held her tightly. We're about to get married. What are you being shy for? Come on, let me give you a kiss. She struggled, crying for help. Help me. Somebody help me. Yu was horrified. That's Shang Shuman. Yu immediately shouted, stop. Seeing this, Long Baiqing said angrily, who the hell are you? Shang Shuman cried out in fear. Zhan Yu, your sister Yu, right? She immediately pushed Long Baiqing away and ran to Yu's side. Sister Yu, save me. Yu supported Shang Shuman. Shuman, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can bully you. Long Baiqing became furious when he saw this. Where did this little brat come from? Don't you know who I am, daring to ruin my fun? Yu stood in front of Shang Shuman. Who the hell are you? Daring to assault a decent girl in broad daylight. Long Baiqing sneered. That girl is my fiancée. What's wrong with me teaching her a lesson? What business is it of yours to meddle in our husband and wife affairs? Shang Shuman cried beside Yu. That's not true. I didn't agree to marry him. I'd rather die than marry him. Long Baiqing said, what's the use of you not agreeing? As long as your parents agree, that's enough. Take a closer look. This little girl is quite pretty, isn't she? You're so eager. Do you want to marry me as a concubine too? Yu glared at him. Just then, Kin appeared. A little brat like her as your concubine. I'm afraid that would tarnish President Long's status. If it were me instead, I wonder if President Long would be satisfied. Kin asked Long Baiqing. I wonder if I am worthy of President Long's status. Long Baiqing was stunned. Kin. He laughed out loud. Young Master Kin, you must be joking. He thought to himself, this guy is not to be trifled with. It's best to stay away. Kin said coldly. So, if I'm not joking with you, will you accept? Long Baiqing hastily and frantically refused. No, young Master Kin. Why would you say that? We can discuss anything calmly. Then he hurriedly excused himself. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. See you on deck. Kin walked over to talk to Yu. It's been 5 years in a flash. I didn't expect to see you here, Miss Zhan Yu. I have so much I want to say to you. Yu hesitated again, emphasizing, are young Master Kin and I that close? Kin said sadly, about my sister, Dyla. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to me. It's my fault for spoiling her too much since we were young. And your mother's death. Yu immediately cut him off. That's enough. I don't want to hear it. After that, Yu supported Shang Shuman. Shuman, let's go. Kin still held her back. Ms. Zhang Yu, I know you want to save Shang Zhenghao's sister. But the Shang family is in dire straits right now. You can't change the situation on your own. I can help you. I don't want to live with guilt and regret for the rest of my life. Just consider me making up for the mistakes the Datsai family has made. Please let me help you. If you take her away now, you're just running away. Long Baiqing won't let her go. Hearing this, Yu stopped in her tracks. Shang Shuman asked timidly, Sister Yu, who is he? Yu turned around. Then tell me, how can we save Shuman? That night, Yu took Shang Shuman home. Shang Shuman was exhausted and fell asleep on the bed. Get some good rest, Shuman. Then, Yu stepped outside and closed the door. Kim was waiting for her outside. Is Shuman asleep? Yu came to his side. Yes. What exactly happened to the Shang family? Why does she have to marry that kind of scoundrel? Shuman is only 16. That bastard old man is old enough to be her father. Ken explained to her, the Shang family is just an empty shell now. Their political standing has been declining. Their investment projects in recent years have all been unsuccessful, with continuous losses, so now they are heavily in debt. More dangerously, they owe the Longcheng group tens of millions. That Long Baiqing is a nouveau riche who wants to marry into a family with status to enhance his own image, which is why he targeted Shang Shuman. The Shang family had no other choice. After hearing this, Yu clenched her fists in anger. If Zheng Hao were still alive, he would never have let the Shang family suffer this humiliation. Qin said, therefore, to save Shang Shuman, we must first solve the Shang family's difficulties. That's the only way to solve the problem at its root. As far as I know, Long Baiqing has a valuable real estate contract. If it's signed successfully, his power will be even more consolidated, and it will be even harder for Shang Shuman to escape this fate. And that contract is with the Ji Corporation. If Ji Lihong refuses, we'll have a chance. Hearing this, Yu seemed a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Qin said, you don't need to worry. I will go find Ji Lihong and persuade him not to sign the contract with Long Baiqing. But Yu said, no, let me go. This is a matter between me and Ji Lihong, and only the two of us can resolve it. Shuman is Zheng Hao's only sister, the person he loved the most. To save her, I will go and beg Ji Lihong not to sign that contract. Ji Lihong was playing golf at the golf course. Just as he finished a swing, Long Baiqing next to him started flattering. Great shot. President Ji's technique is getting more and more superb. An ordinary person could never reach this level even if they studied. Truly amazing. The last ball rolled near the hole and stopped. Ji Lihong didn't sink it. Long Baiqing smiled a little awkwardly, but still tried to flatter. President Ji is so mighty. Even the little ball was scared and stopped immediately. President Ji is truly amazing. Just then, a girl walked over. The staff immediately stopped her. Miss, please stop. This is a private club. You can't enter. Yu said coldly, move. Long Baiqing heard the commotion outside and said angrily, what's going on outside? Who dares to cause trouble here? The two guards at the door said to Yu, without President Long's order, no one is allowed in. Yu said sternly, then call that man, surnamed Long, out to see me. At this moment, Long Baiqing also walked out. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the little brat from last time. Do you know where this is? Who the hell do you think you are to barge in? He grabbed her wrist. Could it be that the beauty has really taken a liking to me, and that's why she's come to my door? Yu cursed. Let go of your filthy hands. I'm not here to see you. Long Baiqing sneered. The beauty says one thing, but means another. If you're not here to see me, who else could you be here for? Just then, Ji Lihong walked over. She's here to see me, Long Baiqing. The person whose hand you're holding is my fiancé. Hearing this, Long Baiqing turned his head with difficulty and looked in horror at the murderous-looking Ji Lihong. Long Baiqing dropped to his knees with a thud in front of him, kowtowing repeatedly. President Ji, I was wrong, I was wrong. Ji Lihong gestured for him to get lost. Afterward, he and Yu stood together talking. We haven't seen each other for 5 years, and President Ji's face has gotten quite a bit thicker. Who is your fiancé? Lying without blushing. It's truly admirable. Ji Lihong's eyes seem to be full of unspoken thoughts. This sharp, sarcastic mouth of yours. It seems it's time to teach it a lesson. After speaking, he pinned her against the wall. Yu panicked. What are you trying to do? Ji Lihong pulled her close, held her tightly, and then gave her a deep, passionate kiss. You try to struggle. You're crazy. Ji Hong, you're really crazy. I want to get away from him, but I have no strength left. To be lost in his kiss is me. Am I crazy too? Then, Yu pushed Ji Hong away. Ji Hong, you're insane. Ji Hong asked, not pretending to be strangers anymore. This is the punishment for you not acknowledging me last time. Aren't you the one who came to me on your own initiative now? Yu said angrily. He immediately gripped her wrist tightly. What about me? You want to say I'm shameless? Perverted? I've discovered that reasoning with you is useless. I can only use forceful measures. Yu said sullenly. Let me go. He still held her hand tightly. Tell me, why did you come to find me? Then, how should I let you go? Yu replied, fine, you let me go. Hearing this, Ji Hong smiled. You agreed so quickly. I thought you'd be stubborn to the end. He pulled her closer. You weren't like this before, Yu. You've changed so much. Ji Hong pressed close to her, then bit her on the neck. Yu let out a cry. He then said, I still like hearing you cry out. Yu slumped down weakly. Ji Hong, have you had enough fun? Ji Hong took her hand and took out a handkerchief to wipe it. Seeing this, Yu was surprised. What are you doing? He then said, that long baiching touched you. It's disgusting. Yu immediately pulled her hand back. All right, no need to wipe it anymore. Then he asked, now tell me, what did you come here for? Yu's eyes were complex, filled with unspoken thoughts. I came to beg you not to sign the contract with Long Baiching. Hearing these words, Ji Hong took a step back. Why? For the Shang family, right? Do you want to help the Shang family pay off their tens of millions in debt? Or do you want to help the Shang family get back on their feet? Yu just lowered her head and said, you already know, yet you still ask. Ji Hong said to her seriously, Yu, I'm not asking about the Shang family owing Long Baiching tens of millions. I want to ask, when on earth will you finally let go of Shang Zhenghao's death? Yu's eyes filled with tears. He still held her hand tightly. For 5 years, I had no news of you. I've been looking for you for 5 years, and you've been hiding from me for 5 years. Now you come to me on your own initiative, just to beg me to save the Shang family? Have you ever thought about me? What do you take me for? The two of them continued to stand and talk. Ji Hong seemed extremely disappointed. You disappeared for 5 years, without a single word. You didn't even give me a chance to explain, to apologize. Even a criminal should have a chance to defend themselves. Did you just sentence me to death like that? It's been 5 years. You have no idea how happy I was to see you again. And what about you? You avoided me like the plague, even pretending not to know me. Now, to save the Shang family, you come to me on your own initiative to beg me. What do you take me for? A piece of trash that can be thrown away at any time? You throw me away when you want and pick me up when you want? Ji Hong tightened his grip on Yu's hand. Yu, how can you provoke me so easily? Snap out of it. Shang Zhenghao is dead. He's been dead for 5 years. 5 years have passed. You should move on from that shadow. Yu was choked up, unable to speak. She clutched her collar. She wanted to curse Ji Hong, to curse him for betraying her feelings, to curse him for being indifferent to Shang Zhenghao's death. But for some reason, the moment she opened her mouth, what came out was a choked sob. Ji Hong asked. She tried to hold back her tears. She didn't understand why she wanted to cry. Now is not the time to cry. Why couldn't she stop her tears? She trembled and lowered her head. Ji Hong asked, Yu, are you crying? He reached out to wipe her tears, but she slapped his hand away. Don't look at me. I don't want you to see me in this pathetic state. Ji Hong said, but right now, I really want to see your face. He lifted her chin, and she immediately screamed. No. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Perhaps she wasn't as strong as she thought. Then, she burst into tears. She had lost. All the grievances, the pain, the hurt from the past 5 years, all poured out in this moment. Ji Hong immediately pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry. I was too harsh on you. Don't cry anymore. At first, I noticed Dila's strange behavior, but I didn't pay it any mind. If I had been able to resolve things properly with the Dorsey family back then, Dila wouldn't have kidnapped you, and Shang Zhenghao wouldn't have died. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. I know you blame me, you hate me, but I really don't want you to torture yourself over Shang Zhenghao's death. It's all my fault. Yu, can you forgive me? She was silent for a moment, then said, let go of me first. 5 years ago, this Zhan Yu truly hated you. Now, I accept your apology on her behalf. But the Zhan Yu of 5 years later is a different person. My heart is dead. There is no resentment and no hatred. I don't love anyone. She turned to leave. The Shang family is innocent. If you truly feel guilty towards the Shang family, then don't sign the contract with Long Baiching. She walked to the door. I'm leaving. Ji Li Hong said, "All right then, so be it." But then Ji Li Hong called out to her again, "Yu Yu." She stopped. He asked, "Tell me, who does Zhang Yu Yu resent?" She lowered her eyes, her expression pained. The person she resents is herself. She hates herself. When Ji Li Hong heard her words, it felt as if his whole world was collapsing. If Yu Yu resented him, it would be easier to handle. But the person she resents is herself. What should he do? How could he possibly save her from that abyss? For the first time in his life, he felt lost, and he quickly strode to her side. "Yu Yu, don't go." He held her by the shoulders. "Come back to my side. I'll save the Shang family." But she immediately pushed his hand away. "Ji Li Hong, are you threatening me?" Ji Li Hong replied, "That's right, I am threatening you." Then he pulled her into a tight embrace. She was flustered. He held her tightly and said, "Come back to me, stay by my side, don't go anywhere. I know I'm taking advantage of a bad situation, but I don't want to let you go like this. For a moment just now, I thought you no longer cared about me. If you disappear again like you did 5 years ago, what will I do? So, even if you hate me for this, I have to keep you by my side. This time, I will never let go." 3 days later, Long Baiqing stood before everyone at the party, holding a wine glass to give a speech. "I'm very happy that you all took the precious time to attend my party. I also thank the G Corporation for giving me this great opportunity. On this occasion, I want to thank CEO G. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to sign the bid for this construction land project. Thank you, CEO G." Everyone began to whisper among themselves. "I heard Long Baiqing wants to marry the Shang family's daughter. What is the Shang family thinking, marrying their daughter to him? What else could it be? Long Baiqing is an old man with one foot in the grave. The young lady of the Shang family just returned from studying abroad, as beautiful as a flower. Do they owe Long Baiqing money? Otherwise, who would be willing to marry such a beautiful daughter to a decrepit old man? My God, isn't this just selling their daughter?" Long Baiqing said on stage. As the saying goes, double happiness has descended. On this occasion, I want to announce one more thing. That is my marriage to the young lady of the Shang family, Shang Shuman. Shang Shuman covered her face, sobbing, while her father tried to console her. "Shuman, your grandfather and I have no other choice. Just bear with it for a little while, make a small sacrifice. Long Baiqing is old, and after he dies, his empire will be yours. Sigh, it's my fault. It's because your father is useless." Just then, Yu Yu pushed the door open and walked in. "Shang Shuman will not marry you." Everyone turned to look at her in astonishment, not knowing who she was. Yu Yu and Qin Dorsey walked in together. Yu Yu said, "Long Baiqing, you're an old man. Have you no shame?" Shuman's father said in shock, "That's Qin Dorsey and Zhan Yu Yu." Seeing Yu Yu, Shuman cried out in delight, "Sister Yu Yu." Yu Yu walked closer and said, "Mr. Shang, you are Shuman's father. Don't you wish for happiness? Or do you want to choose a marriage of convenience, marrying her off to Long Baiqing? If Zheng Hao's spirit in heaven saw such an outcome, he wouldn't want to see it either." Mr. Shang said angrily to Zhan Yu Yu, "You still dare to mention Zheng Hao." Long Baiqing immediately said unhappily to Mr. Shang, "Old Shang, what trick are you playing? You owe me tens of millions, and now that it's come to this, you want to change your mind?" Mr. Shang immediately said, "I don't know them. This has nothing to do with me. If Shuman doesn't marry Long Baiqing, is she supposed to marry into the Dorsey family that caused her brother's death? Zhan Yu Yu, stop your hypocritical act. Even if my Shang family is at its wit's end, we will not be indebted to the two of you." Long Baiqing said angrily, "I think you deliberately came to ruin me, disrupting my good fortune time and time again. I can't tolerate you anymore. Someone, throw her out." Just then, Ji Li Hong appeared. "Who dares to touch her? Yu Yu is my woman. I'd like to see who dares to lay a hand on her." Ji Li Hong said to CEO Long, "The debt the Shang family owes, just add it all to the G Corporation's account. I believe Mr. Shang won't refuse my help, will he?" Hearing this, Mr. Shang was too shocked to speak. CEO G. Then Ji Li Hong continued, "As for the real estate contract with CEO Long, I'll have to think it over. There's no rush to sign today." Long Baiqing anxiously pleaded, "No, CEO G. How can you say that?" Yu Yu stood to one side, observing, then said to her people, "Listen up, take Shuman away first. I'm going to the restroom for a moment." Her people immediately replied, "Yes, Sister Yu Yu, be careful. Long Baicheng was still trying to persuade Ji Li Hong. CEO Ji, let's discuss the contract again. Ji Li Hong said, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Don't even think about signing this contract. In the restroom, Yu walked in, the sound of running water filling the air as she stood there lost in thought. Ji Li Hong hugged her from behind. What are you thinking about? Yu was startled. Ji Li Hong. This is the women's restroom. Ji Li Hong reassured her. Don't worry, no one will see. Why are you hiding from me? Yu stammered. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong was a little displeased. Then, while she was still in shock, he kissed her on the lips. He held her tightly and kissed her. A moment later, Yu pushed Ji Li Hong away. Ji Li Hong. You let me go. He moved closer to her again. I want to hear you call me Brother Li Hong. Then he pressed close to Yu's neck. You won't say it? Have you forgotten our agreement? You have to listen to me now. I helped you save the Shang family. You have to come back to my side. What? You want to go back on your word now? Yu said sadly, those tens of millions for the Shang family, I'll consider it a loan from you. I will pay you back. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong lifted her chin. You can also repay the debt with your body. Seeing this, Yu said angrily, what do you take me for? A secret mistress? To sell my body? To repay a debt? Ji Li Hong pulled her closer, speaking intimately. What kind of secret mistress is so disobedient? Then he bit her shoulder lightly. Call me Brother Li Hong. Yu had no choice but to obey Brother Li Hong. Ji Li Hong continued to tease her. Say it again. The way you say Brother Li Hong sounds so nice. Keep going. Let me become even more interested in you. Yu immediately shouted at him in anger. Stop it. Don't make me hate you. Hearing this, Ji Li Hong stopped. I can't stand it when you say you hate me. Don't worry. Unless you take the initiative to say you want me, I won't force you. Ji Li Hong grasped her hand tightly again, but I will use every method to make you say it. A little bit every day. You will never be able to leave me again. Yu's eyes were filled with displeasure. He used his finger to lift her chin. Women have desires too. Your body is much more honest than you are, and much cuter than you are. Shang Shuman stood outside and overheard their conversation. You wait. I won't let you have your happiness so easily. 3 days later, at a villa complex. This place was not just a high-end villa area, but also a symbol of status. This was the most famous garden villa here, also known as the Octagon Villa. A staff member was giving Yu a tour and an introduction. This villa was once the luxurious residence of a top politician. They later went bankrupt and had to sell it. CEO G bought it and gifted it to you. It shows how much CEO G cares for Miss Sean. This expensive villa, I heard it used to be the private property of a merchant's only son, Shang Zhenghao. This young master was talented and had a boundless future. Who would have thought he would pass away suddenly 5 years ago? What a pity. Hearing this, Yu felt sorrowful and guilty. Did Ji Li Hong buy Zhenghao's house to please me, to comfort me? Suddenly, a snowflake fell on her shoulder, making her look up in surprise. It's snowing. She looked at the bare, dry branches covered only by snow. Time flies so fast. Do Ji Li Hong and I have to maintain this ambiguous relationship forever? I haven't called my uncle in a long time. I wonder how they are now. Suddenly, the phone in her coat pocket rang. Yu took out to answer. Hello, Ji Li Hong. What's up? Ji Li Hong said on the other end. Why so cold? Do you like the gift I gave you? Yu let out a cold laugh. Gifting a house and then a car. Are you keeping a mistress? Or should I kneel down and thank you? The other end replied. It's not that serious, but I do have something I need your help with. My mother misses you a lot. She said she wants to have a meal with you. Miss Sean must give me some face. At the same time, the sound of footsteps approached. Yu said unhappily, is it your mother who wants to see me, or is it you who wants to see me? Don't use your mother as an excuse. Ji Li Hong said on the phone, you've wronged me. It's really my mother who wants to see you. You were gone for 5 years, and now that you're back, how can you not come and greet her? Yu immediately replied, I don't want to go. To be honest, I don't want to see anyone from the G family, whether it's her or you. Just then, a man walked over and snatched the phone from Yu's hand. She turned her head, saying in shock, who? Anthony. He immediately gestured for her to be quiet. She'll go, you guys just get ready. Then he hung up the phone for her. Yu was overjoyed to see him. Uncle, why are you here? Anthony said, you've been out for too long. Grandfather was worried, so he told me to come find you. Did that rotten brat from the G family bully you? He must have a death wish. Yu quickly explained, Uncle, you don't understand the situation. Don't say that. I just didn't want to go to that dinner. Then Anthony said, don't worry, I'll go with you. He took off his scarf and wrapped it around Yu. With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of. At the G residence, the car slowly drove in. Yu and Anthony arrived together, his arm around her shoulder. Yu asked awkwardly, "Uncle, do we really have to stay like this when we go in?" Yu struggled. "Your hug is too tight. I can barely breathe." Anthony reminded her, "Be quiet. This is how we show them how close we are." Then the car door opened, and Mrs. Luo Yun stood at the entrance to welcome Yu. "My child, you're finally back. Do you know how much Annie Yun has missed you?" Yu called out emotionally, "Annie Yun." Hearing Yu call her that, Mrs. Luo Yun supported her, thinking to herself, "What did this child just call me? She's usually so distant with me. But anyway, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." At this moment, Anthony stepped beside her and greeted Mrs. Luo Yun. "Hello, I'm Anthony, Yu's boyfriend." Mrs. Luo Yun was shocked. Boyfriend. Yu was even more flustered when she heard that. Boyfriend. She quickly tried to explain. No, he's actually... Anthony immediately stepped on her foot and covered her mouth. "She's a bit shy. She doesn't dare to admit it. Please don't mind her." Hearing this, Mrs. Luo Yun gradually believed it. "Is that so? Come in quickly. Don't just stand at the door." Mrs. Luo Yun walked in and called out, "Li Hong, come out quickly. Yu is here." Meanwhile, Yu was angry at Anthony, feeling sorry for her new shoes. Anthony thought to himself, "I didn't even step on it that hard, and she's already mad." Yu glanced at him, her eyes asking, "Uncle, what are you up to?" Anthony mouthed back to her, "Cooperate with me. There's a big surprise for you." Li Hong was in the living room. Mrs. Luo Yun went forward to introduce them. "Li Hong, come meet Anthony, Yu's boyfriend." "Anthony, this is my son, Li Hong." Mrs. Luo Yun was furious inside. "You goddamn son, you idiot, letting another man steal Yu." Li Hong was surprised. "Boyfriend." The atmosphere between the two men immediately became tense. Anthony spoke first to greet him. "Oh, so you're Yu's cousin, Li Hong, right?" Mrs. Luo Yun quickly said, "Don't just stand there, sit down and talk." Yu followed behind, anxious. "Oh my god, I can't bear to watch." At the dinner table, Mrs. Luo Yun asked, "Mr. Anthony, how long have you and Yu known each other?" Anthony smiled and replied, "Annie, you could just call me Anthony. We've been together for 5 years." As Yu ate, she thought to herself, "This fake smile is so professional. Why didn't I ever realize my uncle had such a cunning side, lying without batting an eye? I've also never seen him speak so gently. Is this really my uncle?" Hearing what Anthony said, Mrs. Luo Yun was extremely surprised. "You two live together? Are you cohabiting?" Yu is cohabiting with another man. Li Hong's face darkened, and he stopped what he was doing. Anthony let out a soft laugh. "Yes. Annie, we live together. Is there a problem?" Anthony said to Mrs. Luo Yun, Yu and I have been living together for 5 years. Yu was also startled to hear this. Living together. She looked at Anthony, confused. "Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about?" Anthony also replied with his eyes. "We've lived together for 5 years. What's wrong with that?" "Kid, don't get the wrong idea." Yu thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. She really couldn't refute it. Hearing these words, Li Hong pondered. The 5 years she was missing. Could it be that she was living with this man? The reason I couldn't find any news about her was also because of him. He must be from the Brand family. This time Yu returned, she also used the Brand family's name. He gripped the fork in his hand tightly. Living together, have they become that intimate? Li Hong's entire body radiated a murderous aura, his anger blazing. Seeing this, Mrs. Luo Yun smiled to herself. "You rotten kid, you know how to be jealous now, huh? Regretting it now, aren't you?" Then she asked Anthony, "Anthony, I see you don't look very Asian. What country are you from? What does your family do for a living?" Anthony replied, "Annie, I'm from Northern Europe. My family just runs a small business." Hearing this, Yu's head was full of dark lines as she thought. Is a mafia-like force considered a small family business? No, I can't let my uncle keep talking nonsense. Maybe it's better to tell the truth. But Mrs. Luo Yun's face was beaming. Yu is really something. Finding such a perfect partner and not telling Annie Yun. Were you afraid Annie Yun wouldn't bless you two? How did you two meet? Yu was about to tell the truth. Actually, but Anthony quickly grabbed her hand. Yu hasn't told everyone yet. Yu is a gift from God to me. It was divine guidance that brought us together. Yu was cut off by him and could only laugh awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. Then she deliberately reminded him, "Uncle, be careful or you'll be struck by lightning." Anthony smiled back with a happy expression. "You dare to ruin my fun, you'll be dead first." As soon as the words were out, there was the sound of a glass breaking. Li Hong's face was grim. "Sorry, my hand slipped." Anthony seemed to see through Li Hong's thoughts and said to him, "It's all right, just be more careful next time." "I thought I had made you angry." "You're not angry, are you?" Li Hong replied, "Of course not. Why would I be angry?" Anthony sat opposite him. That's good then. The two men looked at each other, sparks flying. Mrs. Luo Yun asked again, "You've been together for 5 years. It seems your relationship is very good. When do you plan to get married?" Anthony put his hand on Yu Yu's shoulder. "For the rest of our lives, I will take good care of her. You all don't need to worry." Yu Yu could only force a smile, thinking to herself, "My uncle's eloquence deserves a 10 out of 10. Every sentence is the truth, but makes people misunderstand." Hearing these words, Ji Li Hong immediately stood up angrily. "I'm full. Please enjoy your meal." Seeing this, Mrs. Luo Yun laughed mockingly. "Haha, don't mind him. My son has a bit of a temper. Let's continue eating." Afterwards, Anthony and Yu Yu finished their meal and left. Ji Li Hong stood alone, and his mother walked in. "Have they left?" Mrs. Luo Yun asked. "Why did you look so terrible just now? Didn't you say before that you didn't like Yu Yu?" Ji Li Hong seemed to have a lot on his mind. "Mom, let me ask you, didn't you always want me to marry Yu Yu before? Why are you blessing them now?" His mother said, "As long as it's someone Yu Yu likes, it's fine. So no matter who it is, I will accept them. That child found such a good person. I'm truly happy for her. I think he's a great person." Li Hong stood beside her, looking out the window. "I think he's just average." Then Luo Yun asked, "Then tell me, who is the most ideal marriage partner for Yu Yu?" He answered immediately, "Me. I love Yu Yu, no matter how you ask." Li Hong turned to face her and said, "Besides her, I won't marry anyone else." Hearing Ji Li Hong say this, Luo Yun thought to herself, "You rotten kid, you're finally willing to admit it. But I'm afraid you don't have a chance anymore." Li Hong was flustered. What kind of mother ruins her own son's chances like this? Meanwhile, Anthony and Yu Yu were still in the car on their way back. Yu Yu asked him, confused, "Uncle, why did you say you were my boyfriend?" He replied, "It's nothing. I just wanted to provoke that Ji Li Hong guy. I get annoyed just looking at him. That kind of indecisive man doesn't deserve you." Hearing this, Yu Yu was touched. "Uncle, although I think what you did was quite childish, I'm still moved." Anthony said angrily, "You little brat, you dare call your uncle childish. Then you got a flick on the head." "Ouch, that hurts." Anthony reminded her, "Don't frown like an old lady all the time. You'll get wrinkles quickly." Yu Yu burst out laughing. "I didn't expect you to care about wrinkles too." Anthony looked at her intently. "Smiling like this is more like a girl. Cheer up a bit. Ever since I first met you, you've been gloomy all the time. There aren't that many troubles in this world. Even if there are, I'll help you solve them." Hearing this, Yu Yu asked again, "Really? I have one more problem. I still owe Ji Li Hong tens of millions. I'm about to be sleeping on the streets. Can you perform a scene of selling your body to bury your uncle to help me pay off the debt?" And she got flicked on the head again. "Ouch, you and me again. Such a trickster." Upon arriving at her residence, 2 men and 2 women bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Miss Yu Yu." Yu Yu was surprised. "What is this all about?" A woman stepped out from behind and said, "This is a letter from Anthony for you." Yu Yu opened the letter and read, "I've returned to buy you a company. If you want to pay off your debt, then run the business well. Work hard to earn money and pay off your debt. If you can acquire the G Corporation's assets, that would be even better." Yu Yu smiled. "This is more like my uncle's style." In another place, 2 employees were chatting as they walked. "Have you heard? A newly established company has received the full support of 11 banks, including the Royal Anna Bank of Northern Europe and Switzerland. How is that possible? What company has such great power?" Then one of them said, "It's called the Four Gods Group. The power behind it is no small matter. I heard the chairman is a woman, but no one has ever met her." The girl next to her was amazed. "What's her background? It's so mysterious." Just then, the director came over and scolded them, still standing there gossiping. "We're about to start shooting. Get over here now." The 2 of them then hurriedly said, "Yes, director." The director began to announce, "Today we'll be shooting the ad for the latest Mace series lipstick. The theme is In the Enemy's Arms. Have you chosen the model yet?" A woman said, "We have, but she said something came up at home. She'll be here in 3 hours. Lester appeared. "Wow, what big shot model is this?" Making everyone wait for her alone for 3 hours. When everyone saw him, they all swooned. "Ah, it's the designer Lester. So handsome." A moment later, Yu Yu arrived. "It's such an honor for Miss Yu Yu to take the time to inspect our work." Yu Yu replied, "Not at all. You're too kind." The blonde girl from before introduced to her, "This is the shooting location for the fashion magazine. Today we're shooting the ad for the new lipstick model." Yu Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to another direction. "Huh, isn't that?" The girl explained, "That's the designer Lester, specially invited by our company. Does Miss Yu Yu know him?" Lester saw Yu and immediately waved a greeting. Miss Jean Yu, I didn't expect to see you here. The host was surprised. You really know each other? What a coincidence. Then Lester approached Yu. You came at just the right time. There's something I'd like to trouble you with. Our model can't make it. Is Miss Jean Yu interested in trying? Yu was surprised. A model. The staff member beside them heard this and panicked. Lester, stop joking. This is Miss Yu. Miss Yu, please don't mind him. Lester has always been like this. Lester put his hands together and begged Yu with a smile. Please, Miss Jean Yu, please agree. Lester pleaded with Yu. I'm begging you, Miss Jean Yu. A moment later, Yu had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll consider it as repaying you for saving me on the boat last time. The director on the other side was angry. Are we shooting or not? Where is everyone? The assistant standing by said, don't be anxious. The model is changing. A moment later, Yu came out after changing. How do I look? The guys in the technical crew couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Lester stroked his chin, smiled, and thought to himself, as expected, she's very beautiful. My eye for talent is not wrong. The director said, all right, everyone get ready. Let's start shooting. Just then, Yui ran over. She was panting and out of breath. Wait, I'm here. The assistant asked, Yui, what's wrong with you? You made everyone wait for a long time. Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you're a rich young lady. The director just coldly held the script. We found a replacement. You can go home. Yui approached him, bowing her head in apology. I'm sorry, director. Something came up at home, so I delayed everyone's time. Please give me another chance. Yu happily ran over and said, Director, I was just here to help out. The actress is here now, so you probably don't need me anymore, right? Yu suddenly realized, wait a minute, this woman is the one who drugged me that day. Then the director's tone also changed. All right, go get your makeup done. Don't make everyone wait another 3 hours. Yu quickly hurried over. Yes, thank you, director. A staff member was doing her makeup. Why do you have so many bruises? The foundation can't even cover them all. Yu just said, sorry, I fell accidentally. Please try to apply more powder. A little later, Yu was posing for the photos. The director said, stop shooting. This expression is not right. I need a feeling that is both innocent and seductive. Your smile is too forced. Let the girl from before do the shoot. Then Yu replaced Yu, and through the lens, the director praised her endlessly. So beautiful. This is exactly the feeling I want. Yes. That's the expression. Change to another pose. Good, that's it. Yu stood to the side watching, her face green with anger. Try knack, just you wait. I won't let you get what you want. Then, the director announced a change of set. Go clean this place up. Where's Let? Let, it's your turn. Prepare the props for the model. Get ready to shoot. Let stood under the crystal chandelier. Wow, it would be heartbreaking if this teardrop-shaped crystal chandelier were to fall. The director replied to him, I just want to break the tense atmosphere here. Let, stop talking nonsense and shoot. Knack walked over, asking in surprise, I have to shoot with you? Let smiled and said, don't be nervous. Just pretend I'm the only one here. Right now, I am your enemy. Take this sharp crystal shard and stab me straight in the chest. Suddenly, a staff member ran in to announce, an esteemed guest has arrived. Come out to greet them quickly. The assistant hurried out. They're here. Ko Lap Hang was walking over. CEO Ko, for you to personally visit our editorial office is a great honor. Suddenly, Ko Laping looked to the side and saw a familiar female figure standing intimately with Let. It was Knack, and he was immediately displeased. Ko Laping said in surprise, Knack. The assistant said, CEO Ko, they're shooting a commercial for the latest lipstick model over there. Is there a problem? He immediately said, no problem. The assistant asked, you don't look too well. Should I tell him to stop? Ko Laping sat down on a chair. No need. Go to your work first. I'll watch for a little longer. The director looked at the two actors shooting together, very exasperated. What are you two doing? Can you act a little more hostile? You need to try a little harder. Meanwhile, Let and Knack were just gazing at each other, smiling happily. Let said, don't be nervous. You just need to act like you hate me to the bone. Knack said shyly, you're so gentle. I can't bring myself to hate you. Let took Knack's hand, which was holding the crystal shard. You can use the prop to stab me. Knack said, but that would hurt you. Let smiled and said, right now, I'm about to be wounded by your cuteness. He lifted Knack's chin. Like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist kissing you. Seeing this scene, Ko Laping angrily shot to his feet. He strode over and pulled Knack away. Knack said in surprise, Ko Laping, Why is it you? Kolap Hang said coldly. No more shooting. The director said in a panic. Don't move. Hold it. This is the state. This is the atmosphere, this attitude. It's perfect. Let this gentleman be the model. Kolap Hang revealed a domineering look. If you want to shoot, you can only shoot with me. Then he wrapped his arm around Nak Nak's waist. The director carefully instructed from aside. Embrace him. Remember that you're in the arms of your enemy now. You need to show a bit of a fierce attitude. Nak Nak was actually very angry. Kolap Hang, why are you here? Kolap Hang said, I should be the one asking you that question. Why didn't you answer my calls? The director was extremely satisfied. Yes, this is exactly the tense atmosphere. On the other side, Yugi stood seething with rage. Try Nak Nak. Just how many more things do you want to steal from me? Go to hell. In the studio, the crystal chandelier was swaying, about to fall. Nak Nak, I've had enough. Why is it that every time you... Suddenly, there was a piercing scream. Watch out. Kolap Hang turned his head. The wire holding the crystal chandelier on the ceiling had snapped. Hearing this, Kolap Hang immediately pushed Nak Nak down, then covered her with his body to shield her. The crystal shards rained down, embedding into Kolap Hang's back. Nak Nak panicked. Kolap Hang, are you okay? Kolap Hang's face was stained with blood, but he still smiled and said he was fine. Nak Nak said worriedly, You're bleeding so much. How can you be okay? The film crew were all in a panic. How did the wire suddenly snap like that? CEO company. CEO Nak, are you two okay? Come here quickly. Call for first aid. Quick, call an ambulance. Nak Nak supported Kolap Hang, crying as she said, You damn Kolap Hang. You're not allowed to die. Kolap Hang said, Moved. It's been a long time since I heard you call me that. I really miss it when you call me that. Nak Nak, don't hate me. Don't avoid me. Can you forgive me? Nak Nak said with tears welling in her eyes. Okay, I forgive you. Don't talk anymore. The doctor is coming soon. Hearing this, Kolap Hang grabbed her hand and asked, You really forgive me? Do you promise? Nak Nak's eyes were filled with tears. I promise. As long as you get better, I'll forgive you for everything. Suddenly, Kolap Hang sat up. You have to keep your word. You can't go back on it. Seeing this, Nak Nak let out a surprised then said angrily, Kolap Hang, I can't believe you dare to trick me. That evening, Kolap Hang stood outside Nak Nak's door. Nak Nak, open the door. Nak Nak was still sitting angrily inside. This is my house. If you want to sleep, go back to your own house and sleep. Kolap Hang remained outside the door. I know you're still mad at me. I didn't mean to trick you. I saw you were so tense, so I couldn't help but tease you a little. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry anymore. Since yesterday, it's been 13 hours and 46 minutes since I last saw you. I miss you so much. I was really injured too. I have cuts on my back and my face. Those glass shards really hurt when they hit me. You clearly promised to forgive me. Why are you going back on your word now? Please open the door. Then Nak Nak came and opened the door. She said dizzily, Stop mumbling in front of my door. I forgive you, you can go now. But Kolap Hang gave a forced smile and said, I didn't bring my keys. I have nowhere to go tonight. Can you let me stay for one night? If you've really forgiven me, then please let me stay here for one night. Nak Nak looked a bit suspicious. Seeing this, Kolap Hang raised his hand. I swear, I absolutely will not do anything that crosses the line. Nak Nak just silently turned and walked inside. Not coming in? Are you waiting for a formal invitation? Seeing this, Kolap Hang said happily, Nak Nak, you're the best. Once in the living room, he asked, Where do I sleep? The living room? The sofa? Or perhaps, do I have the honor of sharing a bed and pillow with you? Nak Nak let out a cold laugh. I'm sorry, this entire villa only has one bedroom, one bed, and that's where I sleep. The only other place to sleep in the house is the floor. If you feel wronged, you can go to a hotel and rent the presidential suite. The main door is over there. Be my guest. Kolap Hang frowned. Even if there's no spare bed, isn't there still a sofa? Why make me sleep on the floor? Nak Nak pointed to the side of the sofa. That's where the rabbit sleeps. Kolap Hang was speechless. A rabbit. Then he said, I'm not sleeping on the floor. I want to sleep on the bed with you. Your bed is so big. It's big enough for me. Nak Nak said, I only agreed to let you stay for one night, not to let you sleep with me. Then she walked over and threw a blanket to Kolap Hang. Nak Nak said sternly, Either sleep on the floor or get out of my house. All right, it's getting late. You figure it out. Then she slammed the door shut. Nak Nak was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Why is it so quiet outside? She rolled over and over. Did Kolap Hang really leave? No, I have to go out and check. Thinking this, she shot up and opened the door. Nak Nak jumped in fright. Ko Lap Hang, why are you sleeping here? Are you trying to scare me to death? Ko Lap Hang smiled and replied, you told me to sleep on the floor. I thought about it, and it's better to sleep at your door a little closer to you, and I can also protect you. Why aren't you asleep yet? It's not that your conscience is bothering you, and you want to invite me to share the bed, is it? Nak Nak quickly retorted, in your dreams. Then she slammed the door shut again. Ko Lap Hang asked from outside, Nak Nak, are you asleep? A voice came from inside. Shut up. So annoying. Are you going to let me sleep or not? Ko Lap Hang said, let's talk for a bit. It's been a long time since I got to talk to you. Then he asked her, today when I was hit by the glass, did you think I was going to die? I thought you hated me so much you wished I would just die. But seeing how worried you were, I started to think maybe you still care about me. You still love me, right? Ko Lap Hang heard no reply and stood up. Nak Nak, are you asleep? It was still silent inside. Oh well, whether you like me or not, I still like you. In the room, Nak Nak was still sitting against the door. The two of them just sat there silently in the dark. At Ko Lap Hang's company, everyone was gossiping. Did everyone notice that Boss Ko is very strange today? It feels like he's lost his soul. He was distracted during the meeting too. He didn't hear a word anyone was saying. Is he in love? Are all people in love like this? Is that right? But shouldn't people in love have a radiant face? Boss Ko doesn't seem to be like that. Then he's heartbroken. Hey, that's just wild speculation. At that moment, in the office, Ko Lap Hang sat quietly looking at his phone, sighing deeply. Why? Why isn't Nak Nak texting me? Didn't we already make up? What is she doing? Is she so busy she doesn't have time to text? What is Nak Nak doing right now? Is she still mad at me? In the end, Ko Lap Hang couldn't resist and texted, are you still mad? Then he deleted it. What if she's not angry anymore and I send this and she gets angry again? Besides, is texting first too forward? She let me stay over last night, so she must have calmed down. But she made me sleep on the floor, which means she's still angry. What is it then? A woman's mind is so hard to guess. I'll just call on Quan Van and ask. Thinking this, he immediately dialed the number. Hello, on Quan Van, I have something I want to ask you. On Quan Van immediately started complaining. I'm begging you. You're asking me about this too? I'm very busy. Your problems, you figure them out yourself. Ko Lap Hang was helpless, on the verge of breakdown. This is so frustrating. Can anyone help me? At this moment, someone reported, Boss Ko, a lady who calls herself Yugi, says she has something important to see you about. Show her in. Yugi walked in. Boss Ko, I'm Yugi. I'm here to help you solve your troubles. Scene changed to Nak Nak's house. An employee handed her a file. CEO Nak, this document needs your signature. All right, I'll take a look. At this moment, a woman walked over. Sorry to bother you. Nak Nak was bewildered. You are? Yugi said arrogantly. Someone as noble as CEO Nak is so forgetful. You don't recognize me already? Nak Nak waved her hand. You may leave first. Then she looked coldly at the other woman. Miss, you please sit. This woman has shown malicious intent towards me since our first meeting. She drugged me at the auction and cut the chandelier wire at the film set. I clearly have no grudge against her. Why on earth would she do that? Yugi sat down on the sofa and said, it seems your company's business is going very well. Even I have to admit, you are truly formidable. Whether it was 5 years ago or now, you can make so many men fall head over heels for you. I don't know which high branch you climbed to suddenly transform into Nak Nak of the brand family, to become CEO Nak. Nak Nak asked suspiciously, 5 years ago? It seems you know me. Who are you? Yugi said, me? My name is Yugi, but if you want to ask about my identity, then I am Chin Hao's fiancé, the person who loves him most in this world. After hearing this, Nak Nak stammered a little. You can't be. How could Chin Hao? Nak Nak remembered, that's right, Chin Hao ran away from home that year to escape an arranged marriage. Chin Hao's fiancé at the time, it seems, was from the Yu family. The woman before her was indeed Chin Hao's fiancé. Yugi continued, you can bewitch so many men. Why did you have to seduce Chin Hao too? He wasn't some playboy, nor is he a rich catch. Why did you insist on going after him? You used Chin Hao's life in exchange for your current wealth and glory. A woman as supremely selfish as you. You only have eyes for yourself. After speaking, she stood up and closed in on Nak Nak. Now you've returned and even become the CEO of the Four Gods Financial Group. I really admire you, Nak Nak. Did you think changing your name could shake off the past and forget everything? Do you want to forget that you were the one who caused Chin Hao's death? I'm very curious. Do you sleep well every night? Nak Nak said in a panic, I never forgot. Chin Hao has always been in my heart. Besides, Yugi shouted, cutting her off. Shut up. She grabbed Nak Nak by the collar and pushed her to the ground. Yugi, I heard you caused your own mother's death, and your father also disappeared without a trace. Then you caused Chin Hao's death. You're like a bottle of poison, always emitting a deadly toxic gas into the air. The people around you, not a single one has a good ending. Nak Nak said sorrowfully. Yugi added, it was all your fault. Nak Nak said, dazed, it was my fault. No, it wasn't. It wasn't like that. Yugi picked up the glass of water on the table. And yet for the past 5 years, you've eaten and slept well. And now you're fantasizing about starting over with the CEO? Yugi threw the glass of water straight into Nak Nak's face. Let me tell you, don't have such fanciful dreams. I absolutely will not let you be happy. Goodbye, CEO Nak. After speaking, Yugi turned and left. Nak Nak knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I didn't forget. How could I ever forget? Chin Hao, I'm sorry. Scene change. On Quan Van's house. On Quan Van said, do you really see me as a relationship counselor? What's up with you and Nak Nak again? It's rare to see you this gloomy. What happened? Ko Lap Hang said hesitantly, me and Nak Nak. He recalled Yugi's words. Do you think Nak Nak really loves you? Do you want to test if she truly loves you? How about you try dating me? I'll teach you how to verify it. On Quan Van immediately asked, huh? So you agreed? Ko Lap Hang replied, of course not. The feelings between me and Nak Nak do not allow anyone to interfere. On Quan Van replied, I guess you're still clear-headed. Ko Lap Hang said glumly, but Nak Nak is ignoring me now. What should I do? On Quan Van smiled and said, then I'll be a good person to the end and help you this once. Scene change, a coffee shop. On Quan Van said, it's been a year since we last met, hasn't it? The last time I saw you, you were still a little girl. I didn't expect you to have matured so much now. You've probably forgotten me. Let me introduce myself. I'm On Quan Van, Ko Lap Hang's best friend. We've met before, that time at the clubhouse. You even threw a glass of water on Ko Lap Hang. Anyway, let's not talk about the past. Nak Nak immediately asked, Vice President On, I remember you. Why did you ask me to meet you here? On Quan Van said, you're so different from before now. But well, people grow up eventually. Ko Lap Hang used to always say you'd never grow up. Now that you've changed, if he knew, he would surely be very happy. But I came to find you today just to say a few words to you. If you have time, go visit him. He's sick. Hearing this, Nak Nak replied calmly, sick? Then he should go to the hospital. I'm not a doctor. On Quan Van thought to himself, if it were before, she would have jumped out of her seat long ago, but now she's so calm. He continued, you'll know if you go see for yourself. Time is truly a frightening thing. It can change a person to the point where they are completely different from before. Nak Nak, now recalling Yugi's words, became even more resolute. I'm not going anywhere. If he's sick, he can go to the hospital himself. On Quan Van had no choice but to stand up. Whether you go or not is your business. In any case, I just came to let you know. Sorry to have bothered you, CEO Nak. He then left. On Quan Van took a few steps, then turned back and said, there are some illnesses that doctors can't cure. I'm in no position to comment on who's right or wrong between you two, but you probably know his temper better than I do. He's still waiting for you. On Ko Lap Hang's side, he angrily swept all the documents off his desk. Get out. All of you, get out from me. Everyone, get out. The employees were confused. What's with CEO Ko today? Did he eat dynamite? Such a huge temper tantrum. He's already yelled at and fired 3 assistants today. Ko Lap Hang was slumped over his desk. Hearing footsteps, he roared, didn't you hear what I said? Get out now. Nak Nak quietly picked up the scattered documents, her tone sounding very healthy. It seems you're not sick at all. You really did lie to me. Nak Nak continued. What kind of patient can still scold people with such vigor? Ko Lap Hang asked hesitantly, did you come here because you still care about me? Nak Nak clenched her fists. You're overthinking it. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Ko Lap Hang smiled, but I've always wanted to confirm this. Nak Nak then threw down the file she had just picked up. I don't have time to play house with CEO Ko here. Goodbye. She turned to leave. At that moment, Ko Lap Hang suddenly fainted. Nak Nak turned back in shock. Ko Lap Hang. She worriedly went closer to check. Stop acting. I won't fall for it a second time. She touched his forehead. So hot. Are you really sick? Nak Nak helped Ko Lap Hang up. Get up for me. We're going to the hospital. Ko Lap Hang woke up in a daze. You know, the person I need isn't a doctor. Nak Nak looked at him. He immediately grabbed her hand tightly, pinning her against the wall. Give me a reason, for example, that you actually still love me a little. Nak Nak was stunned. Her trembling hand pushed Ko Lap Hang away. You're sick. I'm taking you to the hospital. Ko Lap Hang wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her. Nak Nak didn't have time to react. What's with this guy? He's sick and still like this. She yelled, let go of me. Stop being so clingy. Ko Lap Hang said sadly, stay by my side. Don't go. Then he slumped onto her shoulder and passed out. Nak Nak panicked. Ko Lap Hang, Is anyone there? He's fainted. At the hospital, Ko Lap Hang was still holding Nak Nak's hand tightly. The nurse spoke up. Miss, if he keeps holding your hand like this, we can't administer the 4-drip. Nak Nak thought for a moment, then leaned close to Ko Lap Hang's ear and whispered a few words. Only then did he slowly let go of her hand. The nurse saw this and asked, you really have a way with him. What did you say that made him let go? Why is your face so red? Nak Nak stammered, I'm fine. Please give him the 4-drip. Nak Nak sat waiting outside the hospital room. At this moment, On Quan Van rushed over. I came as soon as I got the call. How is he? Nak Nak replied. The hospital is treating him. He should be fine. On Quan Van breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down next to Nak Nak. Sometimes I really admire you. Ko Lap Hang is such an arrogant person, yet you can so easily bring him to his knees. How about you just keep him by your side? Consider it taking pity on him. Nak Nak remained silent. At this moment, the doctor came out. The patient's fever has gone down. He's currently on an 4-drip. You two can go in and see him. On Quan Van smiled. It seems he's fine. I have something else to do. I'll be leaving first. I'll trouble you to take care of him. Nak Nak looked at him. He's doing this on purpose. Then she walked into the hospital room, looking at Ko Lap Hang lying on the bed, his eyes twitching restlessly, unable to sleep peacefully. Nak Nak reached out to smooth his brow. She leaned close to his lips. I don't want to cause you pain, but I can't forget what happened before. Hearing this, Ko Lap Hang trembled and clenched his fists. Nak Nak sat by the hospital bed. I'm sorry, it's better if you stay away from me. It will be better that way. By evening, Ko Lap Hang opened his eyes. How much longer until you can forget? Let me stay by your side, okay? The next morning, the two of them were lying on the same bed. Nak Nak opened her eyes, and Ko Lap Hang was already smiling, saying, good morning. Nak Nak quickly sat up. How did I end up? Ko Lap Hang propped his chin on his hand. I carried you up here. Nak Nak cleared her throat. Since you're awake, I'll be going. Ko Lap Hang immediately grabbed her hand. You promised to keep me by your side? Why are you trying to run away after tricking me into the hospital? Nak Nak replied, there's a lot of work at the company. Ko Lap Hang pulled her closer, then hugged her tightly. Sleep with me. I'm so sleepy. Nak Nak struggled. Let go of me. At this moment, Ko Lap Hang's 4-drip was affected. Nak Nak said worriedly, don't move. The blood is flowing back. Ko Lap Hang pleaded with her pitifully. Then, can you not go? Nak Nak then said, Ko Lap Hang, how old are you? Stop acting like a child, throwing a tantrum over a small illness. He hugged her even tighter. Then who was it that told me if I just let go, she would agree to my request? Nak Nak blushed. You heard that? Ko Lap Hang smiled. I heard it, and I heard it very clearly. But don't worry, I won't do anything here. I'm exhausted, so sleepy. Sleep with me a little longer. At this moment, On Quan Van knocked on the door. Ko Lap Hang, are you awake? I'm here to visit you. Witnessing the scene of the two embracing, On Quan Van quickly covered his eyes. This is a hospital room. Can't you two restrain yourselves a little? Nak Nak sat up, blushing. It's not like that. You take care of him. I have some things to do at the company. She then left. Afterwards, On Quan Van asked, are you satisfied this time? Ko Lap Hang replied, how could I be? It's far from enough. On Nak Nak's side, she was working diligently. An employee said, Boss Trine, someone is here to interview for your assistant position. They say they're an acquaintance of yours. Nak Nak was puzzled. An acquaintance? At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Miss Trine, long time no see. The two found a coffee shop to talk. Nak Nak immediately asked Tai Chiu Kui, what are you doing here? She replied, young Master Ken heard that Miss Trine was looking for an assistant, so he sent me to assist you. Nak Nak asked, you're one of young Master Ken's people? Then the kidnapping back then, was Ken also involved? Thinking of Thuong Chin Hao's death, she immediately stood up. You can go. I don't need your help. Tai Chiu Kui then said, young Master Ken didn't know about the kidnapping. He only wanted to get revenge on you. He had no intention of harming you. Who owes whom? It's impossible to calculate clearly now. Nak Nak turned away. I won't take revenge on Ken, but I don't want his help either. You should go back. Tai Chiu Kui then asked, Miss Tryon, do you still remember why you came back? Nak Nak said sadly, for what purpose? My child, go, and take back what belongs to your mother and the glory of the Brand family. I am willing to become the heir of the Brand family. I swear, I will definitely make Ko Lap Hang pay for everything he has done. Then Nak Nak said, go to the HR department to register. Tai Chiu Kui replied happily, yes, Boss Nak Nak. At the company, Tai Chiu Kui handed Nak Nak a stack of documents. Boss Nak Nak, these are the reports and documents sent from the prime ministers of several countries. She smiled and said, looking at the data, the financial operations were carried out very well. The results are extremely clear. Nak Nak then asked, what's the situation in Southeast Asia? Tai Chiu Kui replied, Brunei is the most important country in Southeast Asia. The Sultan of Brunei is very stubborn. He does not agree to let the Four Gods group enter the market. Nak Nak looked at the document and said, I heard that the little princess whom the Sultan dotes on the most is also here. Tai Chiu Kui then asked, the royal family is having a party tonight. The little princess will also be there. Does Boss Nak Nak want to go? Nak Nak stood up. Arrange it for me. I want to meet this little princess. Night fell, and Yu Yu arrived at the party. She wondered if the little princess had arrived yet. Just then, she noticed Ji Li Hong in the crowd. Why is he here too? The two locked eyes. You just can't get rid of him. Yu Yu spoke first. It's rare to see CEO Ji in the mood for a party like this. Ji Li Hong smiled and replied, just because of someone's promise when I was sick. Yu Yu scoffed, then said, while CEO Ji was hospitalized this time, the Four Gods Corporation successfully seized the G Corporation's market, with our market share increasing by 26.3%. I really have you to thank for that. Ji Li Hong was confused. What's this about? This tone. He then asked, Yu Yu, what's wrong with you? Yu Yu said coldly, I am not Zhang Yu Yu. Besides, the Zhang Yu Yu from back then spoke to you, but she was still missing a half. Ji Li Hong was confused. What are you talking about? Was it that time? Ji Li Hong recalled the moment Zhang Yu Yu returned the ring. Here, take this back. Let's not contact each other anymore. Zhang Yu Yu turned and walked away. The other half was, she would never look back. Ji Li Hong swallowed. No, you didn't look back. How much of it was because I deceived you? And how much was because of Shang Zhenghao's death? Yu Yu replied, Zhenghao never died. He will live in my heart forever. Ji Li Hong quickly stepped in front of her. I can change. Whether it's being domineering, arrogant, or anything else, I can change it all. I'm not forcing you to forget Shang Zhenghao. You can always remember him, but don't be so cold to me, okay? Just then, a man appeared. What bad timing. Don't tell me I have to play the hero saving the damsel in distress again. Both of them turned to look. It's you again. Yu Yu was also surprised. He stepped forward. That's right, it's me again. Then he pushed away Ji Li Hong's hand that was holding Yu Yu's. Sir, it's not very polite to keep pestering a young lady like this. Ji Li Hong shoved his hand away. Who are you? What is your relationship with Yu Yu? He smiled and said, who I am, you'll find out soon enough. At that moment, someone came to announce, excuse me for interrupting, the princess invites you to the room for a chat. Please follow me. The three arrived in front of the princess's room. Please come in. The princess sat on the sofa, holding a glass of wine. You're Zhang Yu Yu, aren't you? I've heard so much about you. Yu Yu smiled and replied, you flatter me, princess. The princess looked Yu Yu up and down, seeing that Yu Yu was not only no less impressive than her, a princess, but also had two handsome men escorting her, each one superior to her own man. The princess was furious. Yu Yu then asked, does the princess know me? The princess replied, your Four Gods Corporation has been trying every way to cooperate with the royal family of Brunei. How could I not have heard of the great reputation of Boss Yu Yu? But if you're here to discuss business with me, then forget it. I'm not interested in business. Yu Yu smiled and said, of course not. Your Highness is not familiar with that city, so I wanted to be a free tour guide and show your Highness around. The princess looked at her. Is that so? Then she pointed at Ji Li Hong and then have these two male pets of yours take me. The other two, male pets. What is this princess talking about? Ji Li Hong immediately said, what male pets? I'm her fiancé. Standing beside them, immediately interjected, why do I recall Ms. Zhang still being single? Ji Li Hong retorted, we had an engagement before. Not to be outdone, countered, where's the engagement? Why don't you take it out for us to see? CEO G. The princess, watching the drama unfold from the side, said, hey, then leaned close to Yu Yu's ear and whispered, tell me quietly, how do you tame these two male pets? I want to be like that too. Yu Yu was speechless. This person's brain must be short-circuited. Seeing Yu Yu's silence, the princess said, why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that you, like those commoners, think I'm shameless? Yu Yu raised her wine glass. Who says only men have the right to have a woman on each arm? As long as we like it, nothing is impossible. The princess smiled and said, you're quite interesting. But Miss Jean, please take care of your private matters first today. Come find me in Brunei to hang out next time. After speaking, the princess waved her hand and left. Ji Li Hong immediately said, Yu Yu, I have something to tell you. Yu Yu said, you two can play by yourselves. I'm leaving. At that moment, Ji Li Hong's phone rang. Hello, Mom? It's so late. Is something wrong? Hearing the other person's reply, Ji Li Hong was alarmed. What? Ji Li Hong stopped the car in front of Villa. What his mother said on the phone was unclear, only making it clear that he had to bring this man home. Ji Haixin then mocked Ji Li Hong. To own such a large estate in a place like S City, where every inch of land is gold, the Ji family is truly wealthy. The two walked in, and Ji Li Hong immediately asked, Mom, what on earth happened? Why did you call this person over too? He glanced behind him. The old man is home today too? Luo Yun said, You're finally willing to come home. Ji Li Hong was confused. I came home yesterday too. Ji Haixin, from behind, smiled faintly. I am willing to set foot in this place. Ji Li Hong looked at him, confused. Ji Haixin stepped forward and sat down on the sofa. I just want to tell everyone one thing. I want to marry Zhang Yuyu. Ji Li Hong's face darkened. Enough. Who on earth are you? Ji Haixin glanced at him. Why don't you ask them? At this point, old Master Ji finally spoke. All right, both of you sit down. Haixin is your half-brother. Ji Li Hong was as if struck by lightning. Dad, what did you say? Luo Yun, with a sorrowful expression, spoke. Haixin, we are very happy that you are willing to come back. As for marrying Zhang Yuyu, that girl has her own choices. We can't control this matter. How can matters of the heart be certain? Ji Haixin said coldly, You are not qualified to speak to me. In this world, you, Luo Yun, are the least qualified person to talk to me about feelings. Luo Yun choked up. Her hand clenched tightly. Father Ji immediately stood up to support her. Madam, what's wrong? Ji Li Hong also rushed over, Mom. Annie Zhang, call the doctor quickly. Luo Yun with tears in her eyes. It was my fault. I wronged your mother. I wronged Ayin. Ji Haixin said contemptuously, You did wrong her. She considered you her best friend, but what about you? When she was 6 months pregnant, you stole the person she loved most. Ji Jingao roared, Enough. Don't say any more. It was my fault. I wronged your mother. Ji Haixin said scornfully, It's good that you admit it. Ji Jingao, you're not worthy of being my father. Then he turned to Luo Yun and said, Luo Yun, do you know what my mother said before she died? She said the biggest regret of her life was knowing you and falling in love with this man. All right, I've said everything I wanted to say. Stop acting, both of you, and calm down. After saying that, he turned and left. As he passed by Ji Li Hong, Ji Haixin added, You are not worthy of Zhang Yuyu. Give up. After Ji Haixin left, Ji Li Hong had a gloomy expression. Now you know everything. Luo Yun shed tears. Li Hong, your mother and Su Yin were good friends. I knew she was in love at the time, but she didn't tell me who it was. Later, by chance, I met your father. After we got together, I found out that the person Su Yin loved was also your father. I was filled with regret. After that, Su Yin left without a word. None of us knew she was pregnant when she left. By the time I heard news of Su Yin again, she had already passed away, leaving behind a son named Haixin. Your father and I both hope to make it up to Haixin. Ji Li Hong interrupted. So you're saying, why should our generation have to bear the mistakes of the previous one? Scene changed to a church. From a distance, someone called, Haixin. Ji Haixin walked over. Sister, do you regret acknowledging me as your brother? Jieyu said, Back then, you were so thin and small, and you always secretly followed us. I saw that you had no ill intentions, and you didn't seem like you were teasing others, so I found a way to talk to you. Jieyu smiled. You're clearly older than me, yet you never said so, and kept calling me sister. Ji Haixin said, Sister, you saved me. I followed you secretly because I was jealous of Ji Li Hong. We are both sons of the Ji family, so why did he get to live in the sun while I had to live in the shadows? You weren't like those people. You were very good, very gentle, always encouraging me to pursue my dreams. That period was the happiest time of my life. Later, you and Ji Li Hong broke up, and we could finally escape the Ji family and start our own lives. But after you returned to the country and met Ji Li Hong again, you got entangled with him again. Jieyu tilted her head and said, Haixin, I've already given up. Don't interfere in this matter anymore, okay? Ji Haixuan's eyes darkened. Sister, you still don't understand. I have already fallen into the abyss. Kai Xiao Kuei asked, Boss Yu, why did you call for me? Zhang Yuyu said, Go investigate where Miss Yu E is right now and report to me immediately. Some things you can't escape from. Sooner or later, you have to face them. Not long after, the results were delivered. Boss Yu, Miss Yu goes to the art gallery every day. As usual, she should be at the gallery right now. The address is number 39, Section 1, Sheeting Road. Zhang Yuyu then ordered a car to be prepared. Kai Xiao Kuei said worriedly, Boss Yu, are you going alone? Do you need to take a few people with you? Or how about I go with you? I feel like that woman is not mentally stable. I'm scared for you to go alone. Zhang Yu stood up and left. My personal matters, I'll handle them myself. I'm leaving the company to you. Boss Yu quickly arrived at the art gallery. He said angrily. Zhang Yu, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Zhang Yu said, I was just passing by. Excuse me, may I come in and talk for a moment? He said angrily. If you have something to say it quickly. After you're done, get out of here. Zhang Yu walked in. Are you painting? Is this painting of Zheng Hao? What is he looking at? He replied sadly. I don't know what he's looking at either. The sun is so bright, it could hurt his eyes, but he still won't stop looking, just keeps looking. I told him not to stare at the sun, but he wouldn't listen to me. He never once looked directly at me. He was chasing the sun in his heart, and I was chasing him. Zhang Yu said in pain, Zheng Hao. She reached out her hand. The sun in his heart. Was it you? He immediately screamed. Stop. She rushed forward and slapped Zhang Yu. What right do you have to touch him? Zhang Yu bowed her head to apologize. He said angrily, you don't even have the right to apologize. You don't understand. You'll never know. You will never understand how important Zheng Hao is to me. I'm warning you, don't live too happily. Zheng Hao is watching you from heaven. He will always be watching you, watching how happy you and that other man are. Get out. Get out now. Before Zhang Yu could react, I'll go now. Back at the office, Ji Lihong was already waiting. Yu, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been? Ji Lihong looked at her face. What happened to your face? Who did this to you? Zhang Yu pushed him away, her eyes welling with tears. Ji Lihong, don't come looking for me anymore. Zhang Yu continued. From now on, if there's nothing special, don't come looking for me. There's no need for us to see each other again. Ji Lihong asked again, do you really mean that? Zhang Yu maintained her attitude. I do. Ji Lihong immediately said, what nonsense are you talking about? First, tell me what happened to your face. Who was it? Tell me who did it. Zhang Yu remained silent. Ji Lihong cornered her. Why don't you dare to look at me? Why aren't you saying anything? What on earth happened? Do you want me to worry? Zhang Yu sobbed. Don't ask anymore. Don't ask anymore. Ji Lihong said sadly, you're so foolish. He pulled her into his arms. Is there anything you can't tell me? The thing I hate to see the most is you being bullied like this. Zhang Yu hugged Ji Lihong and cried uncontrollably. Ji Lihong comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. I'm here now. Don't be afraid. He looked at her face and said worriedly, why is your face so swollen? Does it hurt a lot? Why aren't you saying anything? Does it hurt so much you can't speak? Ji Lihong then picked Zhang Yu up in his arms. No, we should still go to the hospital. Zhang Yu refused. No, I'm not going to the hospital. Don't take me to the hospital. Ji Lihong then said, then your face. All right, I'll respect your wishes. I'll get a towel to put on it for you. Zhang Yu waited in the room. Ji Lihong brought in a basin of water. Let me help you. Just sit still. Don't move. Actually, even if you don't say it, I can guess it was you, right? Zhang Yu immediately denied. I wasn't careful and bumped into something. Is there a reason you came to see me? Ji Lihong hesitated and said, I wanted to ask you. Ji Lihong remembered what Ji Haixin said about wanting to marry Zhang Yu, then denied it again. No, I just. Ji Lihong smiled and said, I just missed you. Is that reason enough? Zhang Yu's eyes were heavy with sorrow. Those words were like knives stabbing her heart. I'm warning you, don't live too happily. Zheng Hao is watching you from heaven. He will always be watching you, watching how happy you and that other man are living together. Zheng Hao used his life to save yours. So you have to live for me, live day and night, slowly feeling this pain. Seeing her like this, Ji Lihong asked, what's wrong? Are you so happy you're speechless? Zhang Yu lowered her head. How can you say such things so openly? Then she wrapped her arms around Ji Lihong. The two kissed. Then Zhang Yu pushed Ji Lihong away again. She wiped her mouth and said, you said you wanted to see me. Wasn't this what you wanted? Are you satisfied now? If you're satisfied, then get out. Ji Lihong said angrily, are you playing with fire? This woman actually dares to treat him like this. Zhang Yu continued, your goal has been achieved. From now on, if there's nothing, don't come looking for me. I don't like being gossiped about. Ji Lihong looked at her sadly. Do you have to say such heartless things? He grabbed her. You clearly like me. I could feel it clearly in that kiss just now. Why do you have to torture yourself like this? Zhang Yu immediately denied. Like you? CEO Ji, don't think too highly of yourself. I don't even want to look at you. Get out. Ji Lihong let go in disappointment. Fine, I'll do as you wish. I'll go. Don't you regret it? After Ji Li Hong left, Zhang Yu was in extreme pain, her whole body trembling, clenching her fists, curling up in a corner. On Ji Li Hong's side, he thought angrily, it must be Yu Yi. That woman must have said something to Yu. Daring to touch my woman, you'll pay the price too. On Yu Yi's side, she was being scolded. You little brat, what kind of trick are you playing? I told you not to go looking for trouble with Ji Li Hong, and not to go looking for trouble with that woman. If anything happens this time, I'll skin you alive. Yui replied, I threatened Zhang Yu and slapped her. Ji Li Hong definitely won't let me off, but he won't let you off either, Dad. I'm not going to live anyway, so you might as well just kill me. That old man slapped Yui. You want to die? Don't you forget your mother is still in my hands. If anything happens to me, both you and your mother will be buried with me. Yu looked at him. Don't you dare harm my mother. The old man grabbed Yu Yi's hand. You are my good daughter. As long as you listen to me obediently, I won't harm you and your mother, right? Yu, he said with disgust, get your filthy hands off me. Just then, a voice came from outside. Young Master Ji is here. Ji Li Hong walked in. Miss you, please have a seat. The old man sat down and immediately said, CEO Ji, little Yu is young and ignorant. She has offended you. I hope you can forgive her this time. Why aren't you apologizing to CEO Ji? He spoke up. Ji Li Hong, maybe the whole world is afraid of you, but I'm not. Jing Hao's death is also related to you. I won't forget it. She is the main culprit, the one who caused Jing Hao's death. It was the two of you. The old man beside her immediately shouted, You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to CEO Ji quickly. Ji Li Hong said, Do you know the consequences of talking to me like this? I think you're very foolish. I've never hit a woman, but I really don't like it when others touch my woman. Ji Li Hong continued, Do you think she's not in pain? Do you think she's living happily? Do you know how she lived for the 5 years she was away? Do you think you're the only one in this world who is suffering because of Jing Hao's death? Do we want Jing Hao to die? He was angry. I don't want to hear it. I only know Jing Hao died because of you two. It was you and Zhang Yu who killed him. At that moment, Zhang Yu ran over. She pushed the door open and walked in. Ji Li Hong immediately stood up. Yu, why are you here? Zhang Yu said, You're discussing my business. Of course I have to be here. Then she glanced at you. Miss you. I think we need to make things clear. He scoffed, and she stood up. Zhang Yu, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have someone backing you up. Saying that, she raised her hand to strike. I have nothing to say to you. Ji Li Hong immediately stopped her. Stop. Zhang Yu grabbed Yu Yi's hand. He tried to pull away. Zhang Yu said, If you think I'm the kind of person who can be casually insulted by others, then you're mistaken. Regarding Jing Hao, I still remember him. I will remember his good qualities for the rest of my life. I will not forget him. He clutched her wrist. Not forget him. You're keeping him and Ji Li Hong in your heart at the same time. I despise you. You're so selfish. Ji Li Hong stepped forward worriedly. Zhang Yu replied calmly. Yes, I am selfish. I'm selfish. I admit I'm selfish. I'm a person, not a god. I have no way of not being selfish. But if time could be turned back, I would rather die than let the person I love die. He said angrily. What's the use of saying these things now? Jing Hao can't be brought back to life. Old Yu beside her patted her shoulder. Little Yu calmed down. He continued. Shut up. Zhang Yu, you shut up for me. I don't want to hear your hypocritical words. Zhang Yu replied firmly. You have to listen even if you don't want to. The one torturing herself now is you, not me. Jing Hao is already dead. He has been resting peacefully in that house for 5 years. I'm not afraid of death, nor have I never thought about death. But my death won't bring Jing Hao back. Jing Hao is always watching me from heaven, watching how I live. What I can do is to live bravely and happily every day, not to drown in this useless sorrow. Ji Li Hong glanced at Old Yu. Old Yu, why haven't you taken your daughter home yet? Teach her a good lesson. The old man hurriedly said, Yes, CEO Ji, there absolutely won't be a next time. Then he dragged Yui away. Yu was still shouting, Zhang Yu, you bitch. You won't die a peaceful death. You killed Jing Hao, which is the same as killing me. Old Yu struggled to pull her. Stop causing trouble. Let's go. Ji Li Hong turned and said to Zhang Yu, you finally thought it through. Zhang Yu turned away coldly. In the future, please don't casually interfere in my affairs. Ji Li Hong said, Your affairs? How could I not care? Zhang Yu glanced at Ji Li Hong. The two of us, we don't owe each other anything anymore. Back at the Yu residence, Old Yu was hitting Yui again. A voice echoed from upstairs. You rotten brat, are you looking to die? The maid downstairs heard it and trembled in fear. The master is hitting the young miss again. I wonder what it's about this time. The old man angrily slapped you hard. Did I raise you all this time for nothing? You clearly knew Ji Li Hong protects her, so why did you still dare to confront that woman with the surname Jean? You treat my words like air, don't you? I see you want me to die early, right? Her face covered in bruises smiled. That's right, you old man who doesn't know when to die. I just wish you would die sooner. The old man lifted her face. I see you're jealous of Zhang Yu, aren't you? Because Zheng Hao liked her. Zheng Hao has been dead for so many years. Why are you still so bewitched by him? You bitch. You roared in disgust. Let go. Old Yu continued. I originally planned to marry you into Zheng Hao's family to gain some benefits, but I didn't expect that Zheng Hao kid to have such a short life. You're so useless. Well, luckily, the old man from the Heavenly Tiger Gang said he likes you. I'll send you to him. He was horrified upon hearing this. What are you talking about? Old Yu said calmly, you look too ugly right now. You'd better hurry up and make yourself look pretty. If that old man doesn't like you, causing me to lose a large sum of money and also offend him, then you could just get lost. He cursed angrily. You Qiansheng, you're a disgrace who sells his daughter for glory. I curse you to not die a good death. Old Yu replied nonchalantly, don't worry, when I die, I'll drag you down with me as a cushion. He screamed miserably. You Qiansheng, you shameless beast. You Qiansheng left without a care. Men, watch the young miss carefully. Don't allow her to go out, and don't allow any rash actions. Scene changed to Zhang Yu's company. Ji Haixin was already waiting there. Zhang Yu was surprised. Why are you here? Ji Haixin smiled and said, are you free today? May I treat you to a meal? Zhang Yu immediately refused. I'm sorry, I have plans today. Ji Haixuan's expression changed. With whom? With him. Zhang Yu asked back. Which him? He said, it seems you still don't know. Zhang Yu was puzzled. Don't know what? Ji Haixin continued. Then let me reintroduce myself. Hello, my name is Ji Haixin, but you can also call me Ji Haixin. It's a pleasure to meet you. After that, he recounted the whole story from beginning to end. So that's how it is. But I still prefer it if you call me Let. Zhang Yu showed no reaction and said, I'm very happy that you can reunite with your family. But that's the Ji family's business. I don't want to have any relationship with the Ji family. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Ji Haixin called out urgently. You. He grabbed her hand, pulling her back. Don't avoid me because of Ji Li Hong. I'm not like them. At that moment, Ji Li Hong walked over. Let her go. Ji Haixin, what are you doing? Ji Haixin chuckled softly, humming an agreement, then gently kissed Zhang Yu's forehead. Ji Li Hong was furious, and he rushed towards the two of them, punched Ji Haixin straight in the face. Ji Haixin deliberately provoked him. That was a heavy hand. Ji Li Hang frowned. Let me tell you, she is your sister-in-law. Ji Haixin stood up. She's a free woman right now. Your words mean nothing. Ji Li Hang immediately grabbed Ji Haixin by the collar. Give up on her right now. I absolutely will not allow anyone to bother my woman. He then said, why don't you ask her? As long as she admits it, I'll consider her my sister-in-law. Zhang Yu, standing to the side, shouted, haven't you two had enough? What do you take me for? A prize to be fought over. She glanced at Ji Li Hang. Ji Li Hang, you and I have no relationship whatsoever. How many times have I told you this? Then she looked at Ji Haixin. Ji Haixin, I'm very happy to have met you, but I have no relationship with either of you. Not now, and I don't want one in the future. Just then, Kai Xiao Kuei drove up. Boss Yu, the car is ready. All right, I know. As Zhang Yu was about to leave, Ji Li Hang grabbed her hand to stop her. Where are you going? I won't let you go. Zhang Yu forcefully shook his hand off. It's none of your business. Let go. When only the two of them were left, Ji Haixin sneered mockingly. So CEO Ji also has days where he's so bluntly rejected by a woman. Ji Li Hang said coldly, get lost. I don't want to see this face of yours again. Ji Haixin said, what right do you have to order me around? Do you really think you're my superior? Ji Li Hang asked impatiently. Ji Haixin, what on earth do you want? He smiled and said, I like seeing you like this, furious but helpless. There are still many things I want to do. What I have lost, I will slowly take back one by one. And what you have, I will snatch away completely. He even stepped closer to Ji Li Hang. Ji Li Hang, are you starting to get scared? At Zhang Yuyu's villa, the maid repeatedly tried to stop him. CEO Ji, you can't go in. Ji Lihang walked in anyway, saying, I've been looking for you for 7 whole days. Where on earth have you been these past few days? Zhang Yuyu, do you even care about me at all? The maid couldn't stop him and said fearfully, Miss CEO Ji, I couldn't stop him. Zhang Yuyu said calmly, it's all right, you may leave. Then she said to Ji Lihang, CEO Ji has graced my humble home with his presence. I wonder what brings you here. Ji Lihang replied, you know full well why I'm here. Tell me, what exactly are you thinking? Zhang Yuyu flipped through the book in her hand, paying him no mind. Ji Lihang said angrily, Zhang Yuyu, how dare you ignore me like this? Then he walked over and threw the book in her hand to the ground. Answer my question seriously. Zhang Yuyu replied calmly, I'm not thinking about anything. Ji Lihang was furious. Not thinking about anything. Not thinking about anything, and you disappear for so many days. 1 second things are fine, the next your attitude changes. I understand you less and less. How could you be so? Zhang Yuyu cut him off. How could I be so capricious, so unreasonable, so irrational and unruly? That's what you want to say, isn't it? Ji Lihang immediately denied it. You know that's not what I mean. Zhang Yuyu stood up. Then what do you mean? Your things, you can just throw them whenever you want. On what grounds? If it were Zheng Hao, he would never treat me like this. Ji Lihang's face darkened, his hands clenched into fists. Zheng Hao, it's Zheng Hao again. He grabbed her by the shoulders. Is he that good in your heart? Then why don't you love him? Why not love Zheng Hao? He's so understanding. He wouldn't force you to do things you don't like. He's not like you, an arrogant and domineering man. He's good at everything. But I fell in love with you. The person I've loved from beginning to end. It's you, isn't it? Zhang Yuyu pushed Ji Lihang away, her eyes welling with tears. Love you. That's right. I love you. I love you to the point of foolishness. I love you to the point of losing myself. I love you to the point of agony. I'm insane. Hearing these words, Ji Lihang was a little overjoyed. Really? Is it true? You love me. You really still love me. Zhang Yuyu said in anguish. Please don't keep bringing up that I once loved you. It only makes me regret it more. For the past 5 years, I've always told myself that Zhang Yuyu is dead. I admit I'm running away. Every night when I think of Zheng Hao, I even think of you. But I tell myself I can't think of you. But I'm so useless. Every time I close my eyes, childhood memories come flooding back. Zhang Yuyu said worriedly, Brother Lihang, you're bleeding. What should I do? You're going to die. Ji Lihang comforted her. It's okay. It's just a little blood. I won't die. But she was still very worried. But Mom will blame me for the bleeding. It's my fault. You fell because you were protecting me. Ji Lihang smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't die. I still have to protect you for a lifetime. Zhang Yuyu said as she walked to the window. Back then, I always thought you would protect me for a lifetime. Ji Lihang said worriedly, Yuyu, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Zhang Yuyu sat on the windowsill. Don't come over, or I'll jump. Zhang Yuyu trailed after Ji Lihang. Brother Lihang, don't leave me behind. Ji Lihang picked her up. You don't be afraid. I will never leave you. I even want to marry you when we grow up. Zhang Yuyu said happily. Brother Lihang is the best. Then I have to grow up quickly. Zhang Yuyu said sadly, I feel so stupid, so ridiculous. How can you take childhood words seriously? But I was truly naive. I was always waiting for that day, wishing to grow up faster every day. Then you said you were just my brother, that you never loved me. I told myself it was okay, that you would slowly fall in love with me later. I started clinging to you, and you just hated me more and more. Ji Lihang immediately denied it. No, that's not it. I love you. I really do love you. You come down first. It's dangerous up there. Zhang Yuyu shouted, Don't you come over here. Ji Lihang placated her. Okay. I won't come over. Don't do anything rash. Zhang Yuyu continued. Ji Lihang, don't lie to me anymore. You don't love me at all. You love me only because you owe me. Your love is mixed with too many things. It's not pure at all. For a love so intense, if it can't be whole, I'd rather have nothing at all. Ji Lihang denied it once more. No, I love you. No one loves you more than I do. Whether as children, now, or in the future, I will always be by your side. Ji Lihang slowly reached out his hand. Come here, come to me. Zhang Yuyu looked at Brother Lihang. She reached out her hand as if to take his. Ji Lihang smiled and called out, Yuyu, but then she pulled her hand back. Ji Lihang was confused. Yuyu. Zhang Yuyu said, No, you don't even know what I want. That's why you can say you love me so easily. You don't know what this word love represents. You don't understand at all. Don't use the word love from your mouth to bind me. I don't have the strength anymore. Ji Lihang stammered. Zhang Yuyu said tearfully, I'm begging you. Don't use the word love from your mouth to bind me anymore. I don't want to be in pain anymore. Let me go. From today onwards, you are only my brotherly Hang. The sunset gradually disappeared behind the city buildings. Ji Hang was driving. He suddenly slumped his head onto the steering wheel. Damn it. Recalling Yu Yu's words, I don't want to be in pain anymore. Let me go. Ji Hang dazedly thought to himself, what nonsense are you talking about? He raised his hand, as if wanting to reach for her, then let it fall limply. Pain, right? I used my own way to love you, and it caused you so much pain. I clearly wanted to bring you happiness. I promised to never let you cry. But why? Is it always me who makes you cry? My love, has it become your burden? Yu Yu was just silent. Then he said in anguish, fine, I understand. From now on, I am only your brotherly Hang. If letting go can make you happy, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. So this time After speaking, Ji Hang turned and left. But he suddenly stopped. I just want to keep a patch of blue sea for you. Ji Hang said in pain. I hope you find someone you love and live a happy and fulfilling life. Arriving home, he called out, Aunt Zhang, I'm home. Suddenly, a small dog ran towards him. Aunt Zhang quickly called out, oh my, Xiaoha, don't run around. Xiaoha ran to Ji Hang and jumped on him. Aunt Zhang saw Li Hang and greeted him, young master, you're back. A dog's ears are so sharp, it knew you were back from far away. The dog lay sprawled on the ground playing. It used to like you a lot. After you left, it started liking you a lot. Ji Hang rested his chin on his hand, sitting sadly by the chair. Yu Yu, he said softly, because he used to secretly feed it sausages. Of course it liked Yu Yu. Aunt Zhang said, that's not entirely it. Yu Yu raised it from a pup. It was also Yu Yu's only childhood friend. That's why they're so close. Hearing this, Ji Hang asked again, her only friend. Didn't you have any other friends? Aunt Zhang then told him. After you went to study in America, there was a time when you would fight with people every day, coming home dirty every day. When we asked, she wouldn't say anything. Later we found out it was because other kids were saying bad things about her, saying she was an unwanted child, that the Ji family kindly took her in. Yu Yu used to be very close with Xiaoha. Xiaoha, thank you. Yu Yu has a very strong personality and refuses to back down, so she fought with them. Every time she fought, Xiaoha was by her side. Hearing these things, Ji Hang thought to himself, something like that happened. Why didn't she tell me? He was very disappointed. If she doesn't say it, how can others know what she wants? Aunt Zhang reminded him, Yu Yu is a very simple girl, so what she wants is also very simple. Li Hang immediately asked, what is it? Then Aunt Zhang told him, a true relationship that never separates. At Zhang Yu's office, the secretary walked in. CEO Zhan, we've investigated. Yu Yi is not Yu Tiancheng's biological daughter. Yu Tiancheng drove Yu Yi's biological father to his death and forced her mother to marry him. After achieving his goal, he grew tired of them, treating the mother and daughter like commodities to be given away to one person after another. I just heard from underworld sources that Yu Tiancheng wants to marry Yu Yi off to the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Gang. It said he wants to use the marriage alliance to secretly conduct illegal trade. Yu Yu was furious after hearing this. How can there be a perverted man like Yu Tiancheng? She recalled that Yu Yi indeed always had strange bruises on her body, that time during the commercial shoot. The staff was touching up her makeup. Why do you have so many bruises? Even foundation can't cover them all. She had also said to Yu Yu, Zhan Yu, you bitch, you won't die a peaceful death. You killed Zheng Hao, which is the same as killing me. If she could have married Zheng Hao, she could have escaped the clutches of the demon Yu Tiancheng. So is that why she hates me? Do you know when they are meeting? The assistant said, tomorrow night at White Sand Bay, the headquarters of the Heavenly Tiger Gang. That night, Yu Yu arrived. Two guards blocked her. Stop, what do you want? The assistant with Yu Yu said, inform your big brother that CEO Zhan of the Four Gods group wants to see him. Yu Yu then met him. What an honored guest. I wonder what business brings CEO Zhan of the Four Gods group to our Heavenly Tiger Gang. Yu Yu said directly, since Big Brother Wong has spoken so frankly, I won't beat around the bush. I want to ask you for a person. If you need money, just name your price. I just wonder if Big Brother Wong will give me this courtesy. He laughed loudly after hearing this. Ha ha ha, I heard that CEO Zhan, in just a few short months, has taken over more than half of the Ji family shares in the Dongming financial industry. Even though we are not in the business world, we have long heard of Miss Zhan Yu's name. Today, on our first meeting, CEO Zhan has made a request, so I will naturally give you face. Men, bring Miss Yu down. Yu was brought out, struggling. Let go of me. Yu Yu saw her and exclaimed in surprise. Yu Yi. A glimmer of hope appeared in Yu Yi's eyes. Zhan Yu. Why is it you? Yu Yu said, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's leave first. Yu Yi agreed with her. Okay. Then Yu Yu said, Big Brother Wong is truly a straightforward person. Jean Yu Yu, will definitely remember this. If you have any difficulties in the future, just say the word, and Jean Yu Yu will definitely do her best to help. It's getting late. We'll take our leave. Hearing this, Big Brother Wong laughed loudly. Haha, CEO Jean, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Two subordinates blocked her way. CEO Jean really doesn't understand the rules of the underworld. If you just take the person away like this, how will my Heavenly Tiger gang survive in the future? There's no such thing as getting a reward without an investment. I can let Miss Yui go, but CEO Jean, you must stay with me for one night. Outside the Heavenly Tiger Gang's headquarters, the assistant stood by the car and said, Young master. Ji Heng, sitting in the car, rolled down the window. If she's not out in 5 minutes, storm in to rescue her and wipe out the Heavenly Tiger Gang. Big Brother Wong blocked Yu Yu's path. I've met many women, but a woman like CEO Jean, this is a first for me. I can return you to you, but the night is long, and I'm truly lonely by myself. He reached out his hand. How about CEO Jean stays with me? Yu Yu frowned. Then two people rushed in and fired their guns, filling the room with smoke. Big Brother Wong's hand was bleeding profusely. My hand. He was surrounded. Yu Yu stood before him. Big Brother Wong, did you really think I would dare to barge into the Heavenly Tiger Gang unprepared? Big Brother Wong, Jean Yu Yu, do not like endless cycles of revenge. I will take the person, and you don't need to worry about it anymore. If you have any business in the future, Jean Yu Yu, will definitely lend a hand. As long as Big Brother Wong nods, we'll consider this matter settled. Big Brother Wong and his subordinate stood up. Damn it, I didn't expect this woman to be so capable. The green mountains don't change. The clear waters flow on. I agree to your terms. We will meet again. Then Jean Yu led her subordinates away. Sorry for the trouble. Let's go. Big Brother Wong collapsed onto the chair, holding his face, about to explode with anger. I'm so pissed off. Jean Yu Yu and your Four Gods Financial Group, I will absolutely not let you off so easily. Just you wait. I will absolutely not let this damn woman be so arrogant. Next time, I will make you wish you were dead. Next, one of his subordinates ran in frantically. Big Brother, bad news, bad news. Someone's here. He shouted angrily. What are you panicking about? Who's here? The subordinate stammered. It's... Before he could finish, he collapsed. 3 men in black with their faces obscured walked in. By order of the King of Hell, exterminate the Heavenly Tiger Gang. Big Brother Wong was terrified. Who? The King of Hell. Then, the entire building collapsed. In the car, Yu sat next to Jean Yu Yu. Jean Yu Yu, don't think I'll thank you just because you saved me. You're such a busybody. Let me out of the car, I want to go home. Jean Yu Yu asked, are you worried about your mother? Don't worry, our people have already gone to the Yu residence to rescue your mother. Yui was shocked. Ew, you know everything. He lowered her head. Don't you hate me? Don't you want me to disappear quickly? Why didn't you take this opportunity to get rid of me and instead help me? Jean Yu comforted her. It's okay now. It's all over. Zheng Hao would also want you to be happy. Hearing these words, Yu shed tears. She clenched her fists. Thank you. And I'm sorry. The next day, the assistant cheerfully walked into the room and said to Jean Yu, Miss Yu, he has been rescued. The Heavenly Tiger Gang has also been wiped out. Everything is settled. Ta-da-da-da. Jean Yu was holding a teacup. She asked in surprise. What? The Heavenly Tiger Gang was wiped out. The assistant was surprised. CEO Jean, you didn't know about this. After we rescued Miss Yu, the Heavenly Tiger Gang was taken down by a mysterious group of people, and their lair was burned to the ground. It's strange. I thought it was your order, CEO Jean. Jean Yu lowered her head and thought, it wasn't me. I was originally worried that by embarrassing the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Gang like that, their big brother would absolutely not let it go. I didn't expect things to be resolved so smoothly. Who on earth did it? The assistant held a folder. CEO Jean, these are the contracts that need your signature. Also, Lester sent you an invitation. Jean Yu was surprised. An invitation. From me. To where? The assistant handed her the letter. There was nothing written on the envelope. Jean Yu opened the letter to read it. Why would Lester suddenly send me an invitation? However, inside the letter was a photo of Ji Heng and a woman. That night, at the party, Jean Yu walked in. Lester came over to greet her. Jean Yu, over here. Then, the host on stage began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the spring-themed fashion show. Jean Yu quietly asked Lester, You invited me to watch a fashion show. Lester gestured for her to be quiet. Just watch. Zhang Yu looked up and was stunned. The reporters were frantically taking pictures. She's out. She's out. She's here. The girl from the photo appeared. Zhang Yu was shocked. Isn't that the girl in the photo? Lester said. Her name is Beidou. She's the most popular model right now. Her personal qualifications are excellent. She has endless endorsement deals. Plus the recent romance rumors with Ji Hang. She's currently the most sought-after figure by the media. However, as far as I know, this news will soon no longer be a rumor. She waved and called out, Li Hang. Li Hang, I'm here. Zhang Yu was stunned, watching the two of them walk in arm in arm. Beidou greeted Lester warmly. Oh, Lester, what a coincidence you're here too. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Ji Hang. The show began, models walked the red carpet, and the sound of camera shutters was incessant. On the other side, Beidou was introducing Ji Hang to Lester. Lester, this is my boyfriend, Ji Hang. Li Hang, this is Lester, a very famous genius designer in our fashion circle. Lester said to Beidou, congratulations on finding your ideal husband. Of course, congratulations to CEO Ji as well for winning the beauty's heart. As for Zhang Yu, she seemed a bit stunned. Ji Hang. He really is the type of person who, once he lets go completely. A person who has had countless girls surrounding him since childhood, and even more women by his side as he grew up. How could he ever be short of women? Looking at their intimate appearance, the CEO of the Ji family and a famous model in the industry, they really are a perfect match. Then Beidou asked Lester, who is the girl next to you? A new girlfriend. Zhang Yu immediately replied, no, I'm not. Ji Hang interrupted Beidou. You talk too much. You don't need to introduce the people here to me. Beidou was very surprised. Ji Hang continued, Lester, I've known him for a long time. Speaking of which, he's even part of my family. When Lester heard this, his expression darkened. Ji Hang then pointed to the girl next to Lester and said, as for the girl next to Lester, her name is Zhang Yu. She's my cousin. Hearing these words, Zhang Yu clenched her fists. Beidou said with a smile, is that so? It seems I really was being nosy. In that case, we're all one family. What a coincidence. How about we go have a meal together? Lester immediately refused. No need. It seems you two already have plans. Zhang Yu and I also have other plans. Maybe next time. Afterwards, Lester and Zhang Yu walked towards the car. Beidou and Ji Hang came to say goodbye. Lester, Miss Zhang, see you next time. Goodbye. In the car, Zhang Yu looked out the car window, watching their receding figures. Lester asked, are you angry? Zhang Yu immediately denied it. What's there to be angry about? He's always been like this, changing women faster than he changes clothes. Lester rested his chin on his hand and guessed. Just a few days ago, he fought me for you. I really didn't expect him to be embracing another woman so soon. I don't know what happened, and I don't want to know. I just feel it's not worth it for a good girl like you. Ji Hang doesn't deserve you. Zhang Yu looked a little sad. From now on, don't tell me about Ji Hang's affairs. I don't want to know. He and I no longer have any relationship. After their car drove away, Beidou also let go of Ji Hang's arm. She took a step back and called out respectfully, young master. Ji Hang said coldly, you did well this time. Go back. Don't go out casually. Don't let them see you. He thought to himself, Zhang Yu, you want me to let go? Then I'll let go for you to see. As long as you're happy, even if you want me to stay away from you, I am willing. Ji Hang got in the car and said to Beidou, I want to be alone for a while. You go back first. Beidou stood outside the car and replied, yes, young master. Then he drove away. Meanwhile, Lester and Zhang Yu were still in the car, driving on the road. Are you unhappy? Stop thinking about Ji Hang. Zhang Yu said sadly, I'm not. Lester leaned on the car door and asked, not unhappy, and not thinking about Ji Hang either. Zhang Yu just said sadly, neither. Lester said, but your mood is written all over your face. Suddenly the phone rang. There was a new message. Sorry, let me check my message first. Lester opened his phone to look. Ji Hang has arrived at the seashore. Seeing this, Lester fell into thought. Then he turned his head and said, Zhang Yu, you're unhappy. Let's go somewhere to relax. Want to go? Zhang Yu just stared out the window, replying indifferently, up to you. So Lester said, then let's go to the sea. Arriving at the seashore, Zhang Yu got out of the car. The sea breeze feels so nice. She closed her eyes to enjoy it. Lester then said to her, sorry, I have something urgent to handle. Can you wait for me for a few minutes? Zhang Yu replied, it's okay. I'll take a walk on the beach for a bit. You go handle your business first. Just come pick me up when you're done. Then Zhang Yu walked towards a sandy beach. Suddenly, she recalled her childhood. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy 10th birthday to our Zhang Yu. Make a wish, Zhang Yu. A birthday cake. She clasped her hands and wished. I want to lie on the beach and watch the stars with brother Li Hang. Luo Yun, who was beside her, laughed loudly. Such a simple wish. When your brother Li Hang comes back from abroad, he'll take you. Just then, Ji Li Hang was also walking over. Zhang Yu turned her head. Lester, is that you? In the darkness, Zhang Yu only saw a blurry figure slowly approaching. The sound of footsteps was incredibly familiar, as if it had been carved into her heart. The moonlight was bright, and she gradually saw his face clearly. Ji Li Hang was also surprised. It's Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, Lester was standing to the side looking at a message. Zhang Yu and Ji Li Hang have met. What's the next step? Lester thought to himself. The good show is about to begin. The wind howled as Zhang Yu and Ji Li Hang stood facing each other. Zhang Yu was dazed, not understanding why her heart was suddenly pounding. She didn't know how to face him. No, she didn't want to face him. He still asked, Zhang Yu, is that you? He took a step forward, and Zhang Yi took another step back, then turned and ran. Ji Li Hang chased after her. Wait, all Zhang Yi could think about was running. Just running away was good enough. Just run first. She could only face him after she had figured things out. Even though it was cowardly, it was the only thing she could do. Ji Li Hang was still chasing her. Zhang Yi stopped. A moment later, he grabbed her hand. Why are you running? Zhang Yi didn't know what to say. She stammered. I think the stars over there are prettier. Zhang Yi felt like she couldn't control her own words. Oh God, what nonsense am I spouting? Ji Li Hang was surprised for a moment, then said, stop running. The stars are the same everywhere. Then the two of them stood side by side on the beach under the hazy moonlight. Ji Li Hang then said, it seems like it's been a long time since we've been together peacefully like this. Zhang Yi just replied coldly with He spoke again, stargazing together, just as you wished. Zhang Yi asked back, my wish. You still remember I wished for this? Ji Li Hang answered her. Even though I was studying abroad in England at the time, my family called and told me everything. Your wish when you were 8 was to go to Egypt to see mummies. At 9, you wanted to go to a casino in Las Vegas like in the movies. At 10, you hoped you could stargaze with me on the coast. When you were 11, hearing these things, Zhang Yi was very moved. He knew everything. He remembered everything. Ji Li Hang suddenly became a little shy. I suddenly want to hug you, is that okay? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. Then Ji Li Hang grabbed her shoulders. No, I'm not asking you anymore. I'm telling you directly. Zhang Yi was also waiting in anticipation. Just then, Baidu walked over, calling out Li Hang. Baidu approached the two of them. Li Hang, the beach is too dark and cold. Can we go back? He was surprised. Baidu, why are you here? Baidu froze for a moment. Didn't you text me to come here? She thought to herself, what's wrong? Was my acting that bad? Ji Li Hang said, didn't I tell you to stay in the villa? Why would I text you to come here? Seeing this, Zhang Yi said unhappily, that's enough. You two take your time talking. I'll be leaving first. Ji Li Hang pulled Zhang Yi back. Damn it. Someone must have impersonated me and texted Baidu. I've fallen into a trap. Zhang Yi, don't go. It's not what you think. Baidu is my person, but Zhang Yi didn't believe him. I know she's your person. You don't need to introduce her. Ji Li Hang almost cried out. That's not what I meant. Baidu also didn't know what to do. Young master, you're truly hopeless. Afterward, Ji Li Hang explained seriously. What he meant was that Baidu is his subordinate. She's a special agent of the Yan Empire. Hearing this, Zhang Yi finally stopped in her tracks. There's nothing between me and her. It was all just an act. Baidu said with a smile, Miss Zhang, what the young master said is all true. I'm a special agent of the Yan Empire, codename Pearl. I was just carrying out my mission. Please don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame the young master. After saying that, Baidu ran off. I'm out of here. Zhang Yi turned her head and asked, an act? Ji Li Hang then said, I'm sorry. Then Zhang Yi questioned, the Tianhu gang was destroyed? You did that, didn't you? Ji Li Hang immediately said, yes. Zhang Yi continued to ask. There was a mysterious person who was secretly investigating the true identity of the Brand family. You were behind that too, weren't you? Ji Li Hang also admitted, that was also me. Hearing these things, Zhang Yi sank into thought. So he did all of it. Why would he do that? He said he had let go, but in reality, was he imprisoning me in a different way? From beginning to end, I've just been living in his cage. He is in the dark. I am in the light. Even if I wanted to escape, I couldn't. This is his world. Everything happens according to his arrangements, and I'm nothing more than a chess piece in his hands. Why did you do that? What do you mean by doing this? Zhang Yi clutched the hem of her dress. Baidu is your person, and you were the one who took out the Tianhu gang. No wonder the leader of the Tianhu gang didn't come to settle scores with me. It turns out Yin Wang had stepped in. You investigated me secretly. For what reason? A girl who seemed weak and helpless appears 5 years later as the heir to the Brand family. You found that very suspicious, didn't you? Because you couldn't find out who was backing me, you suspected me. You thought I was being kept by someone, didn't you? Well then, let me tell you, Anthony is my maternal uncle, and I am the maternal granddaughter of the patriarch of the Brand family. They are all my family. Are you satisfied now? After speaking, Zhang Ye turned to leave. Ji Lihong, I am so disappointed. Ji Lihong immediately tried to explain. No, it's not like that. You pulled her hand. Don't go. Zhang Ye looked in astonishment at Ji Lihong, who was drenched in tears. Don't go. Ji Lihong placed both hands on Zhang Ye's shoulders. Does being with me upset you that much? Does being with me cause you that much pain? Zhang Ye was stunned, while his tears fell like rain. Do you know? I really wanted to let go so you could be happy, but I can't lie to myself. I can't be without you. Zhang Ye covered her ears with her hands. No, I don't want to hear it. You've deceived me too many times. I don't want to believe you anymore. With tears in his eyes, Ji Lihong held her tightly. No, you have to listen. There can't be any more misunderstandings between us. The matter with Baidu, I was just afraid you would forget me. I really wanted to see you, but I didn't dare to go. I admit, I am a coward. I could only let myself appear in romance scandals. Only that way could I attract your attention. I was afraid you would suddenly forget me. I'm sorry. Hearing these words, Zhang Ye paused thoughtfully. As for that other matter, I just wanted to do something for you, with no other intention, nor was I trying to monitor you, and I certainly didn't want you to feel like I was deliberately trying to curry favor with you. I simply wanted to do something for you. Zheng Hao can have a secret crush on you, and so can I. In the distance, the waves continued to crash onto the sandy beach. And as for the investigation, it wasn't that I suspected you, nor did I want to probe into what you did during the 5 years you were away. I wanted to know your identity, simply because, after speaking, his hand slid from Zhang Ye's shoulders, and then he took her hands. Simply because I was afraid that one day I would make you unhappy again and you would leave again. If that happened, I wouldn't know where to find you. If I ever said anything to hurt you before, it must have been because my mind was muddled at the time and I said things I didn't mean. I'm sorry, forgive me, okay? Zhang Ye suddenly burst into tears. Ji Lihong did too. Why are you crying? Why did I make you cry again? Why do I always make you cry like this? He reached out his hand, caressing her cheek. Zhang Ye, does being with me really upset you that much? Zhang Ye sobbed uncontrollably. Why? Why did you say those things to me? Why? Ji Lihong said, you don't cry anymore. It's okay if you don't want to forgive me. I won't force you, as long as you're happy. Don't cry anymore. Seeing you cry breaks my heart. I'll go, okay? I'll go far away and won't bother you anymore. As long as you're happy. I'm leaving. Suddenly, Zhang Ye reached out and hugged Ji Lihong tightly, stunning him. Zhang Ye, you. The sea waves lapped gently, caressing their ankles. Looking around, they realized they were surrounded by water. What's happening? The tide is rising. We have to get out of here quickly. Zhang Ye looked into the distance and saw Lei standing there. Lei, you're here? Come over and help us. We can't get out. But Lei just let out a cold laugh. Seeing this, Zhang Ye was stunned. Lichi, so it was you. You brought me here on purpose. Ji Lihong said, you were also the one who impersonated me and texted Baidu. So you orchestrated all of this. Lei sneered. To be able to die with the person you love most, isn't that a beautiful ending? The tide had already risen to their waists. The tide is rising so fast. Ye was swept away. She screamed help. Ji Lihong frantically reached out his hand. Ye. He wanted to grab her, but couldn't. Am I going to die here? Meanwhile, Lei stood on the shore watching them. Farewell, Ji Lihong, Zhang Ye. The next day, at a coffee shop, Lei was sitting with a man. I didn't expect you to handle it so quickly. It was beyond my expectations. The man said. Lei, sitting opposite, noticed the suspicion in his tone. What's wrong? You don't believe me. Lei said, with a tide that high, there's no way Ji Lihong and Zhang Ye could have survived. The man gently lifted his hand. Even with Ji Lihong dead, it's hard to quell the hatred in my heart. But it's a pity about Zhang Ye. I was quite fond of her. Then Lei held out his hand. Where's the thing I need? Immediately after, a file folder was placed on the table. These are brand new ID cards and visas. You could take the person you love far away. It's not easy for a public figure like you to completely change your identity. Lei immediately stood up. I will take her to a country where no one knows us to start a new life. As per our agreement, you have to escort us out of here safely. He rested his chin on his hand and replied, Of course, I always keep my word. Over the sea, seagulls circled. In the room, a little girl stood before the bed, waving at her. Zhang Yi, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. The little girl said happily, Miss, you're awake? Zhang Yi sat up, rubbing her head. My head hurts so much. Where is this? The little girl spoke a foreign language, leaving Zhang Yi stunned. What are you saying? I don't understand. Then she remembered what happened yesterday. I remember now. Lei tricked us to the coast, and then hang he to save me. She asked the little girl, Where's the man who fell into the sea with me? How is he? The little girl also replied with a blank look, but Zhang Yi couldn't understand what she was saying. What are you saying? Why do you look so sad? Could it be? Zhang Yi clutched her chest, tears welling up. Is he dead? Zhang Yi pondered. The sea is so vast. If Hang wasn't rescued, his chance of survival is almost zero. Why did this happen? How could this happen? Zhang Yi covered her face and sobbed. Why? Why did this happen? Why? The little girl standing by the bed was still saying something. Zhang Yi blamed herself. It's all my fault. I still have so much I want to say to Hang. Just then, Ji Hong pushed the door open and walked in. What did you want to say? Zhang Yi was stunned. Hang. She immediately got off the bed and ran to hug him tightly. Hang. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with tears. You're alive. That's great. That's really great. The little girl shyly covered her eyes. Whoa. Both of them suddenly turned away in embarrassment. I forgot there was a child here. This isn't suitable for children. Afterward, when they went outside, Ji Hong said to Zhang Yi, We were probably washed onto this island by the waves and saved by the villagers. You don't understand the common language in this village, and they don't speak English either, so we have no way to communicate with them. Ji Hong speculated, but looking at their clothes and daily necessities, this must be a village isolated from the outside world. There might be a boat that comes periodically to deliver food. We can hitch a ride on that boat to leave. Zhang Yi crossed her arms and thought, but how do we know when the boat will come? Ji Hong scratched his head. I don't know either. Then Zhang Yi ran off. I'll go ask. Ji Hong tried to stop her. How can you ask when there's a language barrier? But Zhang Yi had already run up to them. Hello, miss. Zhang Yi gestured with her hands and feet for a long time. She used her hands to make a spinning motion. When is the boat coming? She didn't know how to express this part with her hands. She gestured wildly, and the two women spoke to each other in the local dialect. What is she doing? I don't know. The seawater probably damaged her brain. Then they backed away a little. Zhang Yi said in surprise, Hey ladies, where are you going? This is so frustrating. Meanwhile, Ji Hong was secretly laughing behind her. Then he burst out laughing. Seeing this, Zhang Yi flared up in anger. Hang. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? You get over here. I'm going to give you a beating. Just as Zhang Yi was about to step forward, she tripped on a rock. Ji Hong caught her, and then they both fell onto the grass. Zhang Yi quickly scrambled up. So, sorry. But Ji Hong held her back. Don't move. He suddenly felt that not leaving this island would also be great. Ji Hong looked at her, smiling. Zhang Yi asked in surprise, What are you smiling at? He looked at her dotingly. I'm very happy. It's been a long time since I've laughed so happily, and it's been a long time since I've held you like this. If no boat ever comes back, it would be great for the two of us to stay on this island for the rest of our lives. Zhang Yi said shyly, You fool, who would want to stay here with you for a lifetime? Don't just decide on your own. Ji Hong lay back comfortably, laughing loudly. Why is your face so red? Zhang Yi scrambled up. It's not. Just then, the little girl from before came over. Hello, miss. Zhang Yi turned her head. It's that little girl. Why is she here? The little girl said, Hello, miss. Zhang Yi pointed to herself. For me? The little girl nodded. Yes. Zhang Yi also took the teddy bear from the little girl's hand. Thank you. Ji Hong said, For her to give you her favorite toy, it seems she really likes you, which means she's very fond of you, right? You really are popular with children. The girl was also happy when someone ran up from behind. Don't get it back to me. Ji Hong was alarmed. Yeah, be careful. He pulled Zhang Yi to one side. The other man slipped and fell. He lay on the ground, constantly muttering, Get it back to me, get it back to me. Zhang Yi said in surprise, What is he muttering about? Then he sat up, Give Yi back to me. Zhang Yi was startled. Is he calling my name? Ji Hong said, He looks like a madman, but he seems to know how to speak Chinese. He kept waving his hands, shouting, Yeah, give Yaya back to me. Zhang Ye watched in fear as he approached her. Ah, don't come over here. Ji Li Hong thought to himself. His target doesn't seem to be Yaya. Yaya, give the doll in your hand to him. Zhang Yaya was surprised. The doll? Then she handed the doll to him. He just sat there hugging the doll, comforting it. Good, yeah, don't be scared, don't be scared. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong said, as expected, this doll's name is Yaya, the same as your name. Only then did Zhang Yaya think to ask him, maybe he knows when a boat is coming. So she approached him. Old sir, may I ask if you know if there's a boat to leave the island? When does the boat arrive? But he just stared intently at the doll. Don't be scared, I'll sing for you. The vast blue sky, the sunshine so bright. The little puppy chases the little bee. Zhang Yaya was suddenly stunned. This song. How does he know this song? Zhang Yaya's thoughts drifted back to her childhood. Yaya hummed softly as she lay drawing. Her father came over to remind her. What time is it? Yaya, why aren't you asleep yet? Yaya said happily. Yaya isn't sleepy. Yaya doesn't want to sleep. Her father picked her up. If you don't sleep, Daddy will get angry. Being picked up, Yaya laughed with delight. Yaya doesn't want to sleep. Unless Daddy sings for me. Her father said, you know very well that Daddy is a terrible singer. Naughty children are not good. Yaya giggled. Haha, please sing, Daddy. So he had no choice but to agree. All right, I give up. Who told you to be my little princess? Then he began to sing softly. The vast blue sky, the sunshine so bright. The little puppy chases the little bee. After that, Yaya gradually fell asleep. The gentle summer breeze lulls you to sleep. You dream of a five-colored sky, a lush green pine forest, a pure white lotus platform. Now, the man in front of Zhang Yaya was also hugging the doll and singing that song. A beautiful dream of nature. Zhang Yaya was startled. You are. Ji Li Hong still didn't understand what was happening. Yaya, what's wrong with you? With tears in her eyes, Zhang Yaya called out, Dad. In the church, Jiyu was with Hai Xian. Jiyu said, Hai Xian, I'm very happy you came to see me, but you seem to have a lot on your mind today. Did something happen? Ji Hai Xian finally made up his mind. Sister, leave this place with me. Don't be a nun anymore. Hearing these words, Jiyu said in surprise, everything is fine. Why bring this up now? I'm doing very well here. Ji Hai Xian placed both hands on her shoulders. What's so good about it? Look at the life you're living now. It's all that Ji Li Hong's fault. He's a walking disaster. Anyone involved with him has bad luck. Jiyu said gloomily, no, it has nothing to do with Li Hong. It was only to atone for my sins, only to seek peace of mind, that I became a nun. Hai Xian said angrily, atone for your sins? What sins do you have? The one who is guilty is Ji Li Hong. He's harmed so many people. Why hasn't he faced retribution yet? Then he dropped his hands. You're still in love with Ji Li Hong, aren't you? Jiyu just turned her face away. Don't say any more. I'm not. Ji Hai Xian angrily grabbed her hand. Do you think that by doing this, he will pity you and come back to you? Impossible. It's forever impossible. Ji Li Hong is dead. He and Zhang Yaya sank to the bottom of the sea together. Their bodies haven't even been found. There's no point in you staying here anymore. Hearing these words, Jiyu was horrified. What did you say? This is impossible. Hai Xian grabbed her arm. Jiyu, come with me. But Jiyu pushed Hai Xian away. Hai Xian, you've changed. How did you become like this? You're so unfamiliar now, so scary, I don't recognize you anymore. Hai Xian said angrily, I've changed? I changed for you. I don't want to see you continue to suffer like this. And the bastard who caused all of this is your arrogant Ji Li Hong. Jiyu suddenly took a step back. Go away. I don't want to see you again, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're scaring me. Then she ran away. Ji Hai Xian stood there, calling after her. Jiyu. Jiyu ran far away, thinking in anguish. Is it true? How did it come to this? Li Hong, No. He must be fine. He must be fine. I need someone to help. Who can help me? That's right, it's her. In the office of the Four Gods Corporation, the phone rang. The assistant picked up. Hello, this is CEO Yi's office. I'm her assistant, Xiao Kuei. Oh, it's Miss Jiyu. May I ask what this is about? After hearing what Jiyu said, Xiao Kuei said in alarm. What did you say? Yes, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. I will arrange for boats to search the nearby sea. The two of them will be fine. Then Xiao Kuei hung up. But the person sitting in the room at this time was Ken. He was very disappointed. This idiot Hai Xian, he actually dared to tell Jiyu about this. Send someone to keep a close watch on that girl. Tell her to keep her mouth shut. I don't want this matter to get out. Xiao Kuei said respectfully to him, Yes, young master. Ken asked if the bodies of Ji Li Hong and Zhang Yaya had been found. Xiao Kuei replied that they hadn't. The higher-ups have ordered that we must see them if they're alive and see their bodies if they're dead. Continue sending people to search. If they are found alive, Xiao Kuei also understood his meaning. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, at the coast, night fell. Zhang Ye and Ji Lihong went to sit on the reef. Ye, are you still sad? Zhang Ye curled up and hugged herself. I clearly miss my dad so much, but I can't believe I forgot what he looked like and didn't recognize him at first. Zhang Ye was moved to tears. Ji Lihong sat beside her. It's not your fault. You were still young back then. I guess after the plane crash that year, he was saved by the villagers. But because his mind was severely traumatized, he became the muddled person he is today. Zhang Ye covered her face, saying in pain, Dad is still alive, but he doesn't recognize me. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Ji Lihong immediately hugged her. If you want to cry, just cry. I'll be here with you. When the boat comes, we'll take your dad back with us, get him treatment, so that you and your father can truly recognize each other. Ji Lihong held Zhang Ye tightly. Yeah, after we leave here, let's get married, okay? Zhang Ye was surprised. What did you say? Ji Lihong explained to her, I'm a very proud person. As long as it's a matter concerning you, I always feel extremely anxious and insecure, and sometimes I'm not patient enough. But only you are the person I've always persisted for, the one I can't give up on. Don't try to play the role of that arrogant Xiao anymore. When you're with me, just be yourself. Go back to being the scheming, always noisy, pouting Zhang Ye who knows how to cry and laugh, okay? Your willfulness, your unreasonableness, from now on, can only be directed at me alone. In this world, you only need to vent your anger on me. Ji Lihong took out the Yin Emperor ring. This ring, you know it's very important to me. Now I'm giving it to you. You don't have to answer me right away. I'll give you time to think it over. From now on, let me spoil you every day. I want to use all my ability to spoil you. Then he leaned close to her lips. Life can be very long or it can be very short. I hope your joy, your sorrow, your anger are all because of me alone. Then the two of them kissed passionately. Marry me, okay? The next day, the boat arrived. Zhang Ye approached the man from yesterday. Dad, will you come back with us? I'll take you back for treatment. I'll cure you, so you can remember who I am. He just focused on hugging the doll, calling, Ji Lihong came forward and said, his mind isn't clear right now. He won't understand what you're saying. Zhang Ye was heartbroken. Then she snatched the doll from his hands. Follow me, and I'll give this doll back to you. He reached out towards Zhang Ye. Then Zhang Ye held the doll and walked away. Come here. He stood up, demanding, give it back to me. Ji Lihong asked Zhang Ye, do you really want to do this? The little girl from before ran over crying. Daddy, Daddy, where are you going? Zhang Ye was very surprised. What is that little girl calling out? Ji Lihong said, it seems to be, Dad. That man was still chasing Zhang Ye, shouting, give it back to me. Get back to me. A woman stood in front and blocked him, while the little girl sat on the ground sobbing. Zhang Ye was stunned. This little girl is Dad's daughter? For all these years, not only was Dad mad and unable to care for himself, but he was also able to survive on this isolated island without having to worry about his personal needs. It turns out Dad started a family and had a child here. The little girl hugged his leg, crying and calling Daddy. Ji Lihong asked Zhang Ye, what do we do now? Zhang Ye held the doll in her arms. Dad, I really love you so much, and I want to take you back to live with me. I want to make up for all the regrettable years that have passed. Zhang Ye's eyes welled up with tears, but I understand very well how painful a childhood lacking love is. How could I bear to rob this little girl of her precious childhood? Dad is my father, and also this little girl's father. He still held out his hand, shouting, give it back to me. Zhang Ye handed the doll back. Dad, I'm sorry. I've decided to give up. I'm returning this to you. Zhang Ye looked at their family of 3. Dad, no matter where you are, I will always love you. I hope you live a very happy life. The boat slowly moved away from the small island. Zhang Ye stood on the deck, looking into the distance. Ji Lihong came to her side. Yeah, don't be sad anymore. When we have the chance, we'll come back to visit your father. Suddenly, a small speedboat gave chase. Stop the boat. We want to board for an inspection. Zhang Ye asked in alarm. What's happening? The fishermen on the boat were terrified. Who are you people? Intercepting a fishing boat is illegal. Those men boarded the boat with weapons. Go check over there. Let's talk. Just wait there quietly. Zhang Ye asked angrily. Who are you? On what ground are you searching us? A thug approached. You damn brat, why so much talk? We're only checking the men. Are you looking for a beating? Just as he was about to strike, Ji Lihong stopped him. Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to her like that? The other thugs were surprised. What's going on over there? Go take a look. Ji Lihong blocked their way. Those men were surprised. He wants to rebel? Brothers, This punk dares to lay a hand on me. Ji Li Hong said, just a few of you? You don't know your own limits. The sea also began to change, with thunder rumbling across the sky. Boss, we caught a madman over here. It was Zhang Yi's father. Zhang Yi was shocked, Dad. Why did you follow us? The boss sneered. Oh, looks like you know each other. If you don't want that old madman thrown into the sea to feed the fish, then obediently put your hands up and let us tie you. Ji Li Hong said furiously, what on earth do you want? He said, our superior ordered us to find a man named Ji Li Hong. Could be you. Seeing this, Zhang Yi thought to herself, these people are acting strangely. A subordinate came forward to report to him. Boss, he doesn't have the Hades ring on him. The boss was confused. That can't be right. He looks just like the description of Ji Li Hong. Zhang Yi's heart was in turmoil because that ring was hanging around her neck. Then he said, drag this damn brat over here. My patience is limited. I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. Is he Ji Li Hong? Is the Hades ring on him? Tell the truth, and I might let you live. Ji Li Hong was tied up tightly, fallen on the floor. He roared, if you dare touch her, I will never forgive you. The boss threatened, if you don't tell the truth, we'll throw your father into the sea to feed the fish. Think carefully before you answer my question. Zhang Yi's heart was a tangled mess. She thoughtfully recalled. The right side represents Zhang Yi, the left side represents Li Jiu. Ji Li Hong, you can only save one person. Zhang Yi didn't know what to do. What should I do? I have to choose between Ah Hang and Dad. Just like back then, Ah Hang had to choose between me and Jiu. Our positions have been swapped, each standing in the other's shoes, facing the same dilemma. Seeing her like this, Ji Li Hong hurriedly said, yeah, don't be afraid. Just reveal my identity. I won't blame you. We can't let an innocent person be sacrificed because of me. Just like that year at gunpoint, Zhang Yi had told Ji Li Hong with her eyes, Ah Hang, you must choose Jiu. Zhang Yi's eyes filled with tears. So this is because of love. Because the other person is so important in your heart, you're willing to let them put you last. If anything happens to you, I can't live on either. The two boats were facing off. The boss said, stop dawdling. This young master doesn't have that much patience. A subordinate whispered to him, boss, Sister Kai is here. He said, just in time, let her come over and take a look. Zhang Yi saw her and said angrily, I can't believe it's you. You're the one who sold me out, aren't you? You've been hiding by my side all this time. Xiao Kuei sneered. President Ji, scared you too, didn't I? But don't expect to leave here alive. Men, throw them into the sea. Suddenly, the rain poured down and thunder roared. Zhang Yi had her mouth covered, and as Ji Li Hong was being escorted away, he still shouted loudly, Zhang Yi, Kai Xiao Kuei, you will regret this. Killing us won't do you any good. Kai Xiao Kuei ordered, throw them. The rain grew heavier. Zhang Yi and Ji Li Hong were thrown into the sea. Zhang Yi started to choke on water. It's so hard to breathe. Ji Li Hong frantically searched for her. Zhang Yi. Then he broke free from his bonds. But Zhang Yi was gradually losing all her strength. Am I going to die? Ji Li Hong rushed to grab her hand. Zhang Yi weakly called out, Ah Hang. Ji Li Hong said, Zhang Yi, don't be afraid. This time, I will never let go of your hand again. On the rooftop of a building, Ken was looking down from above. Kai Xiao Kuei approached, young Master Ken. Seeing her, he asked, how did it go? Xiao Kuei reported, everything has been taken care of. I saw with my own eyes Ji Li Hong and Zhang Yi sink deep into the sea. Ken laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha. Then he laughed loudly. Ha ha dad mom, Dyla. I have avenged you all. After enduring for so many years, I finally did it. May your spirits in heaven rest in peace. Xiao Kuei immediately said, young master, I've done it. So you can agree to my proposal now, right? Ken asked, what proposal? Xiao Kuei hurriedly said, you promised me that after this was done, you would let me take over the underworld power of the Datsai family, letting me become the highest leader. This has been my long-held wish. I will definitely do a very good job, young master. Ken laughed contemptuously. Oh, so it's about that. I've already assigned someone else to manage the underworld. Why don't you ask for something else? Besides that, I can agree to anything else you want. Xiao Kuei hesitated, but you clearly promised me before. Ken reminded her, even if I promised you, you wouldn't do a good job. A woman wanted to sit in the highest management position. Where would you get the authority? Would your subordinates obey you? You've done a lot for me. I'll give you a huge reward. You can have as much as you want. As for management, stop daydreaming, all right? Women can't be leaders. Hearing these words, Xiao Kuei's whole body trembled. She turned around angrily, and just as Ken was about to leave, she pulled a hidden gun from her skirt. Xiao Kuei fired. Ken clutched his wound. You dare. You actually dare. His shoulder was shot. Kai Xiao Kuei, are you trying to rebel? Xiao Kuei still held the gun tightly. You forced me to do this. Ji Li Hong was right. You are a treacherous villain. Back on the boat, when Ji Li Hong was tied up and about to be thrown into the sea, he said to me, Kai Xiao Kuei, killing us won't do you any good. The Yin Empire won't let you go, and the Baran family won't let you go either. Do you think you can save your own skin just by relying on Ken? Ken is heartless and disloyal. He'll pin everything on you when the time comes. Cooperate with me, and I'll give you things that Ken can't. So, when they were really thrown into the sea during the storm, I panicked and shouted, Men, they can't die. Quick, save them. Zhang Ye began to sink. Am I going to die? You jerk, save me. Zhang Ye woke up, reaching out and calling for her jerk. Ji Li Hong held her hand tightly. I'm here. Zhang Ye was alarmed. You jerk. Ji Li Hong sat by her bed. I'm here. Zhang Ye shot up. You jerk, are you okay? Ji Li Hong smiled and said, Yes, I'm fine. Zhang Ye asked worriedly, Really? Are you really okay? I remember we almost drowned. I remember now. They, he, and my dad. How's my dad? Zhang Ye was so nervous, she stammered. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong hugged her. Don't worry. Everything's been resolved. Kai Xiao Kuei decided to side with us in the end. Those people have been controlled by the Yin Empire. Zhang Ye was surprised. A hospital? Which hospital? I want to go find him. He still got on the boat with me in the end. He must have recognized me. He must have remembered everything. Zhang Ye's voice was weak. Ji Li Hong reminded her. Don't be stubborn. Just rest well. It's not too late to see him after. Zhang Ye held her forehead. I'm not that weak. I'm just a little dizzy. Ji Li Hong suddenly looked like he had something difficult to say. Zhang Ye asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Am I sick? She guessed to herself. It can't be. Are those cheap, melodramatic plots from Korean dramas happening to me? Ji Li Hong quickly comforted her. Don't overthink it. You're not sick. Zhang Ye was still insistent. You're lying. You must be hiding something from me. Is it a serious illness? Leukemia or cancer? Tell me. You jerk. He pulled her into his arms. Don't overthink it. You're fine. Zhang Ye asked. You jerk? Do I not have long to live? He replied. No, you're very healthy. You're not sick at all. Then he hugged her even tighter. Why don't you dare to look me in the eye? What on earth is going on? Ji Li Hong held Zhang Ye tightly and said, You're pregnant. Ji Li Hong held Zhang Ye, stroking her hair, and said, Actually, you're pregnant. Zhang Ye was stunned. Pregnant? How could I be pregnant? That's right, it was that night I was drunk. That's when I got pregnant. Ji Li Hong continued. Zhang Ye, I want to ask you, this child, we didn't, so, is the child's father? Zhang Ye, I won't ask anymore. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. He thought to himself, she must have her own difficulties. After waiting for me for so long, it's only natural for her to give up on me. It's my fault. I've let her down. As long as that man is truly good to Zhang Ye, I'm willing to step back, just like Shang Zhenghao silently protected Zhang Ye. Then he said to Zhang Ye, as long as he loves you, and you love him too, I'm willing to let go and wish you both happiness. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was astonished. You jerk, what are you talking about? Could it be that he doesn't know this child is his? Zhang Ye was in a fierce internal struggle at this moment. One side said, hurry up and tell him the truth. Don't let him worry anymore. The other said, just let him worry himself to death. I like seeing him so anxious. Zhang Ye was conflicted. What should I do? This is so annoying. The little devil in her heart whispered to Zhang Ye, have you forgotten how he treated you before? This kind of bad man, you have to teach him a lesson. It's not anything too extreme, just testing him a little. If he doesn't even have this much determination, how can you two be together? Listen to me, Zhang Ye, just do it. Now is the time to test him. Zhang Ye snuggled into his arms. Chicken head. Ji Li Hong was surprised. Zhang Ye, what's wrong? Zhang Ye said awkwardly, this child's father. He doesn't love me. He doesn't know I have this child. It was an accident. I don't know what to do. Ji Li Hong was stunned. What? Zhang Ye rested her chin in her hand and said sadly, I have no status, and this child has no status. I really don't know what to do. Suddenly, Ji Li Hong reached out and caressed her. Zhang Ye thought to herself, oh no, did I overact? Has he found out? Then he said, he doesn't want you, I want you. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was dazed. Chicken head. He looked at her worriedly. Zhang Ye, will you agree? Then he hugged her tightly, his eyes moist. Zhang Ye was surprised. What's going on? Chicken head, are you crying? Ji Lihong confessed to her. I'm crazy in love with you. Just the thought of you choosing another man makes my heart ache so much it feels like I'm dying. I want to take care of you for the rest of my life, but I'm afraid you won't agree. You didn't agree before, and now with this child, you want to keep me by your side even less. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Zhang Ye peeked at him, then sighed and said, Hey, why don't you ask me who the father of this child is? Sigh, I'm pregnant with your child. Aren't you going to take responsibility? This time it's for real. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Ji Lihong was stunned. It's really my child? Zhang Ye said shyly. Silly, of course this child is yours. Ji Lihong asked again, It's my child? Then he recalled the actions from his hazy memory. What happened that night, it was really true. He pinched his cheek. It hurts. It's not a dream. Ji Lihong was overjoyed like a child given candy. It's my child. It's my and Zhang Ye's child. I'm going to be a father. Zhang Ye, I'm going to be a father. Zhang Ye crossed her arms, saying proudly, I haven't agreed to your proposal yet. Suddenly, the door burst open. Two different voices rang out at the same time. One anxiously shouted no. The other happily urged, Say yes quickly. Anthony then stormed in, continuing, I forbid it. That brat Ji Lihong isn't worthy of you. Luo Yin was all smiles. Haha, you got caught eavesdropping, kid. Now that Zhang Ye hasn't agreed yet, what are you going to do? Zhang Ye was flustered. Uncle, why are you all here? Anthony rushed forward. With such a big thing happening, how could your uncle not come? Yeah, hurry and come back to Europe with me. Look at that face of Ji Lihong's. He's definitely going to be a playboy in the future. Our Ye can't marry into the Ji family and suffer. I'll immediately arrange blind dates for you. There are plenty of men in Europe. You can have any type you want. Are you afraid you won't find someone you like? The Yin Emperor angrily patted Anthony's shoulder. You dare say such things in front of me? Who says my son is a playboy? What's wrong with being handsome? Is it his fault that others like him? It's a done deal that Zhang Ye is marrying into our Ji family. She's already carrying our Ji family's flesh and blood in her belly. Anthony got angry again. So what if she is? Can't the Baran family raise child? The child will take the Baran surname in the future. The Yin Emperor retorted. That's a child of the Ji family. Of course they must take the Ji surname. Baran surname. Ji surname. Ji Lihong held his forehead. You two, please stop for a moment. What on earth is going on? Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Ji Lihong was instantly unhappy. The Yin Emperor said, Nonsense. If I hadn't been secretly helping you, could you have survived until now? I can tell what those little rascals are thinking with just one look. Hearing this, Ji Lihong got even angrier. Then why didn't you deal with him sooner, Dad? He almost killed me and Zhang Ye. Luo Yin laughed from behind. Your father's men have been secretly protecting you all along. How could Mom bear to let anything happen to my precious son and daughter-in-law? If you didn't go through these things, how could you and Zhang Ye see each other's true feelings? All these trials were worth it. Ji Lihong was even more furious. Mom, you were in on this too? The Yin Emperor said, I never meddled in underworld affairs. If I hadn't been secretly building it up, the Yin Empire would have long been ruined by you, this prodigal son. You don't want to take over the Yin Empire's business, so I'm not counting on you anymore. I've decided to hand the Yin Empire over to my future grandson. Anthony said unhappily, What Yin Empire? This child must inherit the Baran family. I want to take Zhang Ye away. Zhang Ye smiled wryly. Why are you arguing about this again? It might not even be a boy. The Yin Emperor said angrily, No way. Unless it's over my dead body. Anthony was also firm. Fine. Then it's over your dead body. Who's afraid of whom? Luo Yin stood by, smiling as she watched the two who were about to fight. You dare look down on the Yin Empire, huh? The Baran family is no pushover either. Zhang Ye advised, Oh, you too. Even Ji Lihong and she were helpless. Ji Lihong said, Let them argue. Let's go outside for some peace and quiet. Zhang Ye immediately agreed. The two of them then went out to the garden. Zhang Ye asked, Ji Lihong, do you hope this baby is a boy or a girl? He replied, As long as it's our child, a boy or a girl would be great. From this moment on, I will cherish our fate even more, love you more, and protect you. I will cry and laugh with you, whether it's now, in the future, or forever. Whether the road ahead is smooth or rough, I will always be by your side, facing it together, protecting you for a lifetime, never to be apart. Ji Lihong held out his hand. Zhang Ye, marry me. Zhang Ye was moved and placed her hand in his, replying, Eternal love. Anthony was leisurely drinking tea. The Yin Emperor looked unhappy. Isn't the Baran family busy lately? Why are you still hanging around here? Anthony let out a cold laugh. Old man, your intention to chase me away is a bit too obvious. I feel sorry for our Yia, having to go to the company and deal with all sorts of things while pregnant. He put down his teacup, but it's fine. The girl isn't married yet. When she comes back tonight, I'll talk to her and take her back to Europe. The Yin Emperor was so angry he shot to his feet. You're on, brat. Don't push your luck. Anthony said nonchalantly, the forest is so big, you can't find a single tree to hang yourself on. Then, the Yin Emperor crossed his arms again, laughing smugly. Zhang Ye grew up in the Ji family since she was a child. Our two families arranged their marriage before she was even born. She was already our Ji family's daughter-in-law long ago. You want to fight me? Do you understand first come, first served? You should hurry back to your deserted island. Anthony said, European men, not to mention other things, are loyal, gentle, considerate, and handsome, much better than those who only have looks but no substance, whose love affairs could fill a whole book. But that's to be expected, like father, like son. It's not strange at all. Hearing these words, the Yin Emperor flew into a rage. You rotten brat. The two started arguing again over the child's surname, one shouting Baran's surname, the other yelling Ji's surname, both roaring, what do you want? Luo Yun heard from outside and said worriedly, why are they fighting again? In the company, Ji Li Hong was in a meeting. Zhang Yiye was also sitting and working with an assistant, but she kept sighing and yawning. Seeing this, Kai Xiao Kuei thought in fear, is my report that boring? Zhang Yiye's whole body was limp. She was drowsily nodding off, feeling exhausted. Finally, Zhang Yiye slumped onto the table and fell asleep. She slept very soundly. The meeting is still going on. Should I continue the report? Ji Li Hong then signaled for everyone to go out. The assistant understood immediately, replying with a yes. Sunlight shone into the room. Zhang Yiye was still slumped on the table, fast asleep. Ji Li Hong took a coat and draped it over her. He sat beside her, watching her intently. Then, he also slumped onto the table, staying by her side. Zhang Yiye woke up and immediately shot up. How did I sleep so soundly? Ji Li Hong was still resting his chin on his hand, watching her intently. Did you sleep well? Zhang Yiye let out a long yawn. How was the meeting? I don't know why I'm so sleepy. Ji Li Hong said, don't worry about the meeting. Just sleep if you're sleepy. Zhang Yiye rubbed her eyes. I'm not sleepy anymore. Zhang Yiye was still yawning. Seeing this, Ji Li Hong said, see, you're still sleepy. But Ji Li Hong swept her up in his arms. No buts. Right now, getting enough sleep is more important than anything. I'll carry you to bed to sleep. Zhang Yiye snuggled into Ji Li Hong's arms. I'm so sleepy. Is there something wrong with my body? He said, you're pregnant. Of course you'll be more tired. This is just a normal pregnancy reaction. Don't overthink it. A sign hung on the door of the break room. Ji Li Hong placed Zhang Yiye on the bed. You sleep a little longer. I won't disturb you. But she grabbed his hand. Don't go. Stay here with me. He immediately agreed. Okay. Then, Ji Li Hong got on the bed and lay down, holding her. Zhang Yiye, when are we getting married? Zhang Yiye pouted and said, I'm pregnant now. I'll look bad in a wedding dress. I won't do it. Can I get married after the baby is born? Ji Li Hong told her, how could you look bad? You're my most beautiful bride. Zhang Yiye snuggled into his arms, smiling and saying, when the baby is born, I'll team up with the baby to bully you. I wonder if the baby will look like you or me. Ji Li Hong kissed her forehead, then pressed his ear to her belly. Okay, I'll let you and the baby bully me. Then he kissed downwards. Zhang Yiye said in a fluster, you pervert. I'm pregnant. Don't kiss all over the place. What you try to do? Don't be like this. Ji Li Hong kissed Zhang Yiye's neck. It's okay. The doctor said it's fine. I'll be careful. As long as you're good, you have to be good and listen to me. Listen to me. Zhang Yiye closed her eyes, trembling slightly. I guarantee attentive service. Ji Li Hong moved close to her lips. Zhang Yiye, I love you. Outside, there were two women. There seems to be some noise in the break room. The person next to her immediately slapped the other girl. Ouch, why did you hit me? Then she reminded her, as a newcomer to the company, you have to know what not to see and what not to hear. Zhang Yiye was outside, looking left and right, acting sneakily. She opened the door, poked her head in, and let out an amazed wow. Ji Li Hong was sitting there quietly, working. Zhang Yiye was very excited. My dear baby, look quickly. Your daddy looks so cute when he's focused on work. Ji Li Hong said in surprise, Zhang Yiye, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest while at home? Zhang Yiye walked over with her pregnant belly. I was so bored at home alone, so I came over to see how you were doing. reporting to President G. Can I go buy something to eat? Ji Li Hong walked over to her. Are you hungry? I'll have someone go buy it. You shouldn't walk around too much. But Zhang Yi insisted. Don't be so nervous. I'm bored to death staying at home every day. I absolutely won't run around, okay? Ji Li Hong was still firm. No. Zhang Yi pleaded again. Please? But Ji Li Hong was still unmoved. I said no, so it's no. Zhang Yi started acting cute again. Hubby in the end. He was still persuaded. Sigh. I'm really helpless against you. All right, I'll have an assistant go with you. Zhang Yi pouted and blew him a kiss. Awesome. I love you to death, hubby. Ji Li Hong blushed and scolded. All right, stop trying to seduce me. At the shopping mall, an assistant accompanied Zhang Yi. President you, please walk a little slower. Meanwhile, Ji Li Hong was restless at the company, constantly looking out the window. An assistant reported, President G, there's a document that needs your signature. He immediately said, bring it over. Ji Li Hong looked at the document, as if struck by lightning, and immediately slumped into his chair. Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? What's happened? Suddenly, the assistant rushed in breathlessly. President G, it's bad. It's bad. Press. President G, just now, there was a mugging. The madam used her handbag to hit the thief, and as a result, it induced labor. I'm afraid the madam is about to go into premature labor. Upon hearing the news, Ji Li Hong froze completely. An ambulance wailed as it sped down the road. Medical staff hurriedly pushed the patient. Quick, prepare for surgery. Ji Li Hong also rushed toward Zhang Yu. When he arrived, he was out of breath. The surgery was underway. Outside the hospital operating room, Ji Li Hong waited anxiously, unable to sit or stand still. Damn it, I shouldn't have let her go out. A nurse came over to comfort him. Sir, please rest assured, everything will be fine. However, compared to her due date, your wife is still considered to be giving birth prematurely. Ji Li Hong said softly, yes, it's okay. The surgery was still ongoing. A moment later, his parents arrived. Ji Li Hong, Dad, Mom, why are you here? The Yinluo Emperor asked. Is you still in there? Is the situation serious? Is the baby okay? Anthony strode over, fuming with anger, and grabbed Ji Li Hong by the collar. Ji Li Hong, is this how you take care of you? The Yinluo Emperor asked. What on earth happened? Ji Li Hong interrupted. Stop arguing. Now is not the time for explanations. I'll talk after Zhang Yu is out. The surgery was still ongoing. Luo Yin said worriedly, if anything happens to Zhang Yu, how will I ever face her parents? The Yinluo Emperor comforted her. Don't cry, she'll be fine. As for Ji Li Hong, he sat dazedly in front of the operating room, his eyes welling with tears. Zhang Yu, you'll be fine. You have to hang in there, I'm here. I'm right here waiting for you. He held her hand tightly. My child, you're with your mother. You have to take good care of her. When Dad isn't here, you must protect your mother. You hear? Do you hear me, my child? The doctors were still busy. The sound of the ECG monitor beeped continuously. The siren of the ambulance echoed. A moment later, the doctor announced the birth, and a nurse came out carrying the newborn baby. It's a boy. Where's the family? Ji Li Hong only cared about Zhang Yu. He ran straight to the hospital room, calling for Zhang Yu. The nurse held the baby. Sir, please calm down. The patient needs to rest. Ji Li Hong ran to the bedside. Zhang Yu. She weakly opened her eyes. Chicken head. Our child. How is our child? Ji Li Hong sat down beside her. Our son is fine. It's a boy. Zhang Yu, you've been through so much. Zhang Yu asked, have you named him yet? Outside, Luo Yun was still watching the two men argue. One with the surname Bran, one with the surname Ji. Ji Li Hong took Zhang Yu's hand. You're a girl like the wind. Our son will also be a young man like the wind. Let's just call him Ling Feng, and you can decide on a surname. Zhang Yu smiled. He can have dual citizenship, so he can have two surnames too. Zhang Ling Feng. His legal name is Ji Ling Feng, and he'll also have the name Bran Ling Feng. Outside was the vast blue sea, with seagulls circling in the sky. On the banquet table were a multi-tiered cake and glasses of wine. A red carpet, a crowd of guests. Staff members were whispering, this little master is causing trouble for us again. So what should we do? Ji Li Hong adjusted his clothes and walked over. What are you whispering about? A staff member said hurriedly, President Ji, you're here. The wedding is about to start. But young Master Feng is nowhere to be found. This is Ji Li Hong. however, was very calm. It's fine. Kids are just playful. I'll go look for him with you. This son of mine, he really knows how to make people worry. He's not like me, and not like Zhang Yu either. Always so cold and distant with everyone around him. Hearing him say that, the two staff members couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Feng is no ordinary child. He will be the heir to the Yinluo Empire and the Brand family. And at only 4 years old, he already has the air of a leader. He's like a little old man. Jili Hong said, but I wish he could be like other kids his age. Smile more, be more mischievous, and like to act cute with his parents. Want to see him act cute? Want to see his innocent, pure smile? Want to see him proactively ask for help? Those things are probably harder than plucking stars from the sky. Jili Hong helplessly held his forehead. This kid is so cold. Who on earth is he like? Ling Feng was sitting alone, reading a book. A staff member saw the boy. Little master, we finally found you. Why'd you run off to here? Ling Feng glanced at them once, then ignored them. The two were secretly furious. We had such a hard time looking for you, you know? And you dare to ignore us? Jili Hong walked over to the boy. Feng, why are you hiding here? Is your mother done with her makeup? Ling Feng remained focused on his book and answered curtly. Jili Hong sat down next to him. So, did your mom ask you if she's pretty? The little boy just replied with another. Jili Hong forced a smile. How did you answer? Does this kid only know how to say mm? Ling Feng remained silent. Jili Hong. This kid, he won't even say an extra word to his own mother. This won't do. I have to teach him a lesson. He grabbed the back of Ling Feng's collar and lifted the boy up. Hey kid, when you talk to people, you have to look them in the eye. Ling Feng struggled angrily. Put me down. Jili Hong looked at the boy's face and said, today is your parents' wedding. You have to be good. Don't make your mother angry. Got it? If mom asks if she's pretty, you have to say she's pretty. Understand? Just then, Zhang Yu walked over. What are you two, father and son, doing? Jili Hong and Ling Feng both stared blankly at Zhang Yu in her gorgeous wedding dress. Zhang Yu came closer. What are you two doing? Jili Hong waved his hands, dazed. So beautiful. Oh no. It's nothing. Father and son were just playing around. Zhang Yu smiled and asked, Fenger, is mommy pretty today? Jili Hong's heart skipped a beat. Here we go again, this eternal question. Look at Ling Feng's evasive eyes. Is this kid really going to act all cool and ignore her? This is his mother. Today is the wedding, an incredibly important day in her life. If this kid dares to make Zhang Yu angry, I won't let him off. The two staff members whispered. Young Master Feng won't even compliment his own mother. That's just too heartless. Does this child have an emotional deficit? A hint of sadness crossed Zhang Yu's face. Fenger, the little boy stood still without moving. The son I carried for 10 months. For 8 months is not close to me at all. Fenger, am I not the most beautiful woman today? The little boy immediately said, you're not. Zhang Yu's eyes filled with tears. Boo-hoo-hoo. Am I such a failure as a mother? President Ji exploded with rage. Don't stop me. I must teach him a lesson today. The staff held him back. President Ji, calm down. Sigh. She's his biological mother after all. The child should show some consideration. Zhang Yu stood in front of Ling Feng and asked, heartbroken, why, my son? The little boy took his mother's hand. Mom, you're not just the most beautiful woman today. He kissed the back of her hand. Tomorrow, the day after, and every day after that, you will be just as beautiful. No matter when, no matter what you look like in your son's heart, you will always be the most beautiful woman. Zhang Yu was touched. My son knows how to sweet-talk people now. Immediately, the two staff members smiled and praised, as expected of her own son. Jili Hong, young Master Ling Feng, I didn't expect him to be like that. He had calmed down somewhat, but for some reason, I don't feel happy at all. Zhang Yu lovingly hugged her son. I'm so happy, Ling Feng. I'm really so happy. I love you the most. Hearing this, an unhappy Jili Hong quietly grumbled at his son, but the little boy just smirked at him. This kid, he completely inherited his personality, and on top of that, he's as mischievous and clever as his mother. Isn't this just a little devil in an angel's disguise? Afterward, a staff member said, Director Zhang, President Ji, the wedding is about to begin. Let's head to the hall. Then, the wedding began. Bunches of colorful balloons flew up into the sky. To the sound of melodious music, Zhang Yu and Jili Hong slowly walked in. The guests on both sides applauded in unison. The pastor at the front asked, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, are you willing to spend a lifetime together, to never leave or forsake, to love and protect each other? In my heart, you are someone incredibly special. They both answered in unison, I do. Ji Lihong looked at Zhang Yu and said gently, "In my heart, you are the most beautiful woman." Zhang Yu replied, "In my world, you are that brilliant light." Ji Lihong placed a ring on Zhang Yu's finger, then gently lifted her veil. His heart was filled with happiness and love.